Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about reality television. Most importantly, we're talking about Mormon reality television.
I thought it would be cute if you guys each drew what your perfect vagina looks like to give me info.
Oh, reality TV, especially Hulu. Hulu, for some reason, is just dropping back-to-back bangers. At the Gypsy Rose show, right? That's the only one I can really think of. There's gotta be more.
Was the medieval one, was that Hulu?
No, the Ren Fair was HBO. All we know is Hulu just dropped another absolute banger. Ever since the Gypsy Rose video, I have been consuming, ladies and gentlemen, not just food, not just alcohol and soda pops and candies and sweet treats, reality television. I think I've said before that I'm a big fan of Gold Rush, American Choppers, and Deadliest Catch, but also something came across my lap, a little manila envelope slid in front of me of a little secret new show that's blowing up, very popular right now, called The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And today, we're going to talk about this show, because let me tell you, I watched the entire season in 2 days with my friend, Trevor. Why did we do this? This is what it's like hanging out with me, dude. Well, this is... it's not the funnest thing, but we did watch like 8.5 hours of Mormon reality television. And I've been seeing some of these things pop up on TikTok and stuff because this show is starring a bunch of people from Mom Talk, which is a Mormon subsect of mothers who twerk and dance for power. It's good liberation, I guess. I don't know. But it all started in Salt Lake City, Utah, the Mecca, the capital of Mormonism in the world. And this is where these fine LDS Latter-day Saints queens twerk and drink soda pop. There's a lot of soda pop drinking in this.
Is there?
Yeah, because Mormons don't drink pop or caffeine. They can't drink alcohol. They don't swear, and they can't before marriage, which they all break those rules. They all break those rules. A lot of times in the show that we'll get into, they'll have like mocktail people come over and they'll just drink Coke and Pepsi. I think they just have a sugar crash and then they're just like, I gotta get out of here. And then they leave after they all suck each other's and eat each other's pussies and cokes and stuff like that. And they twerk and listen to Bruno Mars or whatever. But Mom Talk is a group of 8 Mormon women who started the group. Really, it's just them using the hashtag Mom Talk on their videos of them twerking and dancing and, you know, doing like fake laughing. Mom Talk and fake laughing. Oh my God. Especially like photographs of girls being like, or they're dancing and they're like it's the funniest thing when you've done this 8 million times, dude. What's funny is you get to see behind the veil, dude, because it's just the most petty bullshit of all time. They say it's to promote positivity and highlight the femininity of women in the Mormon faith to show that they aren't just stuffy, cultish religion and to showcase their personalities, which is AKA rich, generic, famous white women that just do this. They're just clones, but they're individuals. One of them gets surgery on their pussy, and they show that. And she describes it as 2 hot dog buns. There you go. Coming up momentarily.
My meat curtains, they just hang low.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Now I've got my fair share of bad habits, and that's why I have Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, so you can use it anywhere. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. And Fume is meant to fidget with satisfying snaps and clicks to help calm you down when you're feeling anxious. I found that Fume is super easy to use, and some of their best flavors are orange vanilla and crisp mint. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get your free topper. It's the perfect accessory for your Fume device. Slip it onto the mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel. Head to tryfume.com. That's tryfum.com and use code PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
But the 8 members of Mom Talk, the 8 circles of hell, are Taylor Frankie Paul, Jennifer Affleck, yes, she's related to Ben Affleck, Demi Ingman, Macy Neely, Jesse Nikitakura, I definitely said that wrong. Also, I think I said a bad word at the beginning of that. Michaela Matthews, Whitney Levitt, and Layla Taylor. She's the youngest of the group. I'm gonna strip my mouth. This group is riddled with controversies. Not really, just a couple. But some of the funnier ones is when Whitney Levitt filmed a TikTok dance in December of 2021 while in the hospital room next to her baby that was receiving care for RSV, respiratory virus that can lead to serious complications and even death if untreated. It's unbelievable because I remember even when Nick was in the room, he was like, is that the girl who danced next to her like dying child? And she was like, and we were like, I don't think so. And then in the show, they showed it. She's like, yeah, people keep leaving me hate comments. It's like, no shit. I gotta watch this video again. It's so funny. I like how she kisses at the beginning too. I love kissing at the beginning and doing, and the baby's just like, she's like, Lil Lee was taken off of oxygen. Oh, brave, Whitney. Whitney, you're such a baddie. The next major controversy in the group is what led to the creation of the show that we're getting ready to talk about, and what led to us wanting to cover this cringy phenomenon and why I watched 8.5 hours of this. It's just the cringe. The de facto leader of the group, Taylor Frankie Paul, posted a somewhat cryptic video in May of 2022 of herself saying she was separating from her husband, Tate, and it left fans of the group to wonder what happened to cause the split. After she posted that video, Taylor posted a second video of herself in an empty house talking about living alone for the first time, getting divorced, and raising 2 kids by herself, which added to the gossip within the fan community. Oh my god. People are spilling the tea. This was the first time, too, I got to really indulge in the spilling of the tea. Petty, interpersonal that should stay behind doors. But instead, it's thrown into the internet for everybody to act like they're a part of it, even though it's like gossipy bullshit that I despise. If something's going on in your personal life that's like between 2 people, I think just leave it there. Do I need to know? Because usually when it always comes out, it feels like it's just profiting one person. It's always good to know some dirt on somebody or to like kick up some shit, but at the same time, it's just pathetic. There's an extremely active community on Reddit all about mom talk gossip. Fans in the Reddit community spent their endless unemployed hours investigating and noticed that other members of the group were unfollowing Taylor, and many of them were liking comments on TikToks and Instagram that were saying Taylor cheated on Tate, and that's why they were splitting up. The plot thickens, the tea begins to spill. Finally, on May 25th, 2022, Taylor went live on TikTok to broadcast to her 3 million followers that she was in fact going through a divorce with her husband Tate. Oh my god! Taylor, tell us why! The reason they were separating was due to what they called soft swinging. And see, this is where I became very, very intrigued.
Back to being in an open relationship, Tate and I kind of opened those doors, and he never like fully went, I don't know what you would call it if it's like soft swinging, but you don't like fully switch, if that makes sense. You're
probably wondering what soft swinging is. Well, it's when people do everything but so this group of Mormon people were fucking on clits like Jolly Ranchers and deep those footlongs all day at these fucking parties where people are eating candy and drinking Sprite. Hello? I mean, like, I feel like I'm in hell. This is crazy. Can you imagine someone's like, is it too late yet to say sorry? And they're like filming TikToks and the guys in the background like, and they're like, ah! Like knocking over Bibles and shit. The group would have parties together, and at these parties, certain members of the group, not all of them, would go off into other rooms and swap partners with each other. Little swinger action, dude. To each their own.
What does God have to say about that?
He'd probably say, well, at least you're doing it with a fucking holy person. That's probably how they justified it, right? But they would not go all the way with the other members unless their own spouse was in the room with them. That is also a revelation that I forgot, that they would only fucking each other unless their partner was in the room, and then they would have sex with them, which is just, it's just cucking. I always wonder, what do you get out of cucking? Look at her go. Man, you're folding her like a chair, scraping her up like a grill. Spank your ass. There you go. Sweetheart, you want to pick? Nope. Okay.
I think there's 2 philosophies. I think there's one of the humiliation of like, my wife's being f***ed. And like, that's hot.
We cover a lot of humiliation kinks, I feel like. I think the it's hot is in the same category as being like, I can't believe my wife's fucking another guy. God, it's hot.
The other reason I think is like a safety thing where it's like, well, if she's gonna fuck other guys, I want to know.
That's humiliation too. If it's, I'm gonna fuck other guys just so I know that she's doing it, that's him just being like, well, she's gonna do it anyways. You know what I mean? It's just acceptance at that point. Those are both humiliation kinks. They gotta be.
Maybe they're not very good at laying down the pipe, so they want to see someone who's actually good and be like, God damn, that's
me. Taylor stated she broke the rules of the arrangement by actually going off and having sex with another member's husband without her husband in the room, and part of the reason it was so bad was because her and the other husband actually developed feelings for each other. So Taylor, that witch, that scarlet letter of a woman, went off and had sex with the guy without her husband in the room to facilitate the arrangement and not be able to probably jack off his pud into like a bucket. Which it's like, Taylor, stop rocking the boat. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Taylor was very careful not to name anyone in the group specifically that was engaging in the soft swinging, but it led fans to speculate and come up with their own ideas of who was cheating with who. Because of all this drama, Hulu decided to pick up the show to follow the drama of the friend group. This is where entertainment's at. Okay, when I was excited about watching the show, I was like, we're gonna be watching Mormons fucking and sucking. We're not gonna see anything, obviously, because it's on Hulu, but it would be funny to be like, oh, we're gonna go drink soda pop at this guy's house and we're all gonna be like sucking clicks like Jolly Ranchers and all the other things I said before, right? Would that not be a kind of an interesting show? And then for them to kind of skirt around like, but I mean, you know, we got church tomorrow, so we can't be up too late. Like, that would be fun. I would watch that show. So far, the show has been highly criticized by members of the LDS community due to the group often acting in ways that go against the religion's teachings, like showing them occasionally drinking alcohol, dressing provocatively, and dancing in a sexual way. You're going to find out very quickly that the entire thing is very convoluted. Rules mean nothing. They mean some to some people and nothing to other people. And they're like, it's bad show. Did I watch all of it? Yes. Would I recommend it? No. Because here's one. No swinging in the entire show. How do you get out of, if you're in swinging, how the fuck do you just like, I'm not in anymore? Yeah, right, dude. Show the swinging that they're still doing. It's bullshit. To really get into the grasp before we start going into these episodes, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going into all of them. It's going to be a painful watch today. I need to introduce you all to the main cast of characters. Starting off with the head dog, Taylor Frankie Paul. She is the leader of Mom Talk. She essentially started the group by getting the other Mormon mommies that were using the hashtag together to make a friend group that filmed content together. Basically, it was a bunch of Mormons in Salt Lake City, Utah, who were twerking to Bruno Mars and Charlie Puth, or the fuck his name is. And they were just like, oh, seriously? You guys dressing provocatively don't know about God. And then they would like slap their, like you would see their ass, like or their ass would put just like this. And they're like, yeah, Bruno Mars! Twerking in front of the camera and their kids like dying in the background. And they're like taking shots of like RC Cola. Doing galaxy gas. Joseph Smith didn't say anything about this. Taylor's most known for being the one who caused the most controversy by revealing in a TikTok live that she and her husband were splitting up due to the group porking each other at parties and causing a huge rift within the group. She's the main focus of the show and is currently pregnant with her boyfriend's baby. We're gonna get into that, all right? Her boyfriend's addicted to fentanyl. They don't really go into that either. That pissed me off too. We'll get into that. Next up, we have Whitney Livet, aka fucking Count Dooku, dude. She wants to be Palpatine, but she's Dooku. I would say Taylor's Palpatine, and then Whitney is Count Dooku. She's sitting there with her arms cut off like, oh! She is the main antagonist of the show, if you can even call her that. She's just another Mormon mom who's just like, who else fucking hates Taylor? Who else thinks Taylor should get hit by a Hummer EV? Whitney is a catty who causes nothing but problems by poking and prodding at other members of the group and then acts surprised when people get mad at her. I think everybody has that friend. I'm Whitney. In her friend group. She does things like tell other girls secrets to different members of the group and make jokes at their expense that cause arguments, and then cries and gets pissy when they all call her out. Also, and this is just me speculation, this is a complete fabrication. It's a lie what I'm about to say. Don't take this as a joke. Her husband, Connor, is definitely gay. He's a gay man. He has to be gay. This is me joking. This is a lie. I'm fabricating. He's a gay man. Next up, we have Jesse Nagatikura. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know. I've never heard anyone on the show say her name once. Forgive me. She's the oldest member of the group at 31 years old. Oh my God, used goods. Yee. She's the wild Mormon, and they refer to her as having the loosest Mormon morals and occasionally drinks alcohol, aka she's the fucking heretic. They basically refer to her as a demon. Also, 31, not that old. She looks like she's 58. All right, I legitimately thought she was one of the moms. I understand what I look like, but guess what? I'm being a catty bitch because we're watching reality television. That's only fair. She owns a hair salon that the girls go to so they can get their beautiful platinum blonde hair touched up and talk shit about the other girls. AKA, she makes tons of bank, and all of her cheap-ass Mormon friends go there, and they're like, do my hair today, bitch. And they get the exact same haircut, and they all just like walk out looking the exact same. The exact same. Next up, we have Michaela Matthews, one of the younger members of the group. She's mostly quiet and kind of off to the side the whole show, and only makes a comment every now and again without adding really any substance. She's a forgettable character. Forgettable meme. Sorry, Michaela. Her main issue is that she has some unknown chronic skin issue that doctors apparently can't understand or figure out, and she goes through a bunch of testing constantly, but they have no answers for it. She's a goddamn anomaly. I don't know what the hell to say it. She's just barely soft-spoken, and then all of a sudden she's covered in bruises. She is married to Jace Terry, which we never hear from him, so who gives a transition. And they had their first child when Michaela was 17. Jace does not appear on the show because I'm pretty sure he was in his mid to late 20s when he impregnated her when she was 16. Next up, we have Jennifer Affleck, another younger member of the group. She also has no conflict within the group, and all of her conflict comes from her psychotic albino husband who emotionally abuses and controls her in every moment. His name's Zach. He is apparently a second cousin to Ben Affleck, and they bring up that they're related every chance they get. I think the first thing Jennifer says in the show is that she was the first J-Lo to Ben Affleck, and you're like, oh my God. There's a speculation that he may not be related to Ben Affleck at all, and he's just lying about it because they have the same last name. I don't know. All right. She gets clowned on by the other girls for being the most Mormon of the group and is a lot more reserved than the others, probably because her husband is a psychopath. We'll get into that later too. Literally, he's just like, I'm going to medical school. And then she calls her and she's just like, why are you yelling at me? He's like, you dumb. What are you doing? We're getting divorced. I'm cleaning out the closet. She's like, oh my God, Zach's being weird. And then the next scene, the other girl's like, hey, so when your husband emotionally manipulated you, what happened with that? She's like, no, it's fine. It was like so blown out of proportion, like, and I deserved it. So it's like, whatever. And you're like, well, that's a fun life. I love being an Affleck. Next up, we have Macy Neely, who is Whitney's only friend on the show. After the split between the group, she also exists just to make catty comments occasionally without adding really anything to the show besides just being a fence rider. Her main conflict in the show comes from her becoming the CEO of her fertility company called Baby Mama. After Whitney has her little freak out and doesn't show up to the grand opening release party, their relationship becomes rocky. She's married to Jacob Neely. Once again, we rarely see him. Who gives a shit? Keep up with me. Keep up with me. Next, we have Layla Leanne Taylor, who's the youngest of the group. She also adds basically nothing outside of being the designated cultural hire, as she's the only one that isn't white. She's not currently dating anyone and was recently divorced, so her only real exposure to the show comes when the girls take her to Vegas for her birthday, which makes no sense because they don't drink or gamble, so they just go to Vegas just to be like, we're crazy, and then they sit in an Airbnb the entire time. So awesome.
Do you think that was like a Hulu thing? You guys have to go to Vegas.
Oh, probably. We'll get more to it when the episode comes up. I bet you anything, they're just like, you need to do something that isn't just eating candy and drinking soda pop. And they're like, yeah, we're getting our hair done. They're like, no, go to Vegas. Go to Vegas and fucking smoke a cigarette. And they're like, oh my God, what? No. And then lastly, we have Demi Ingman, becomes the main enemy of Whitney and leads all the girls to go against Whitney, as she is the most outspoken of the group and leads to a lot of the shit talking. I would say Demi's probably my favorite of the entire series. All right, I'll say it.
Okay.
May I say it?
You may.
Her husband, Brett Ingman, is 16 years older than her, and fans online have discovered that he was a family friend of hers when growing up, so people believe the age gap relationship is partial grooming. But the relationship seems to be very strong, and they don't argue like all the other couples. Demi said that she knew Brett at the age of 9 when Brett was still married to his first wife and having babies, which does sound awkward. But I will say she seems the most normal, and he seems like the most normal guy. Do I know that for a fact? I have no idea. Right? This is a petty, terrible show with snakes and tall grass. I have no idea. But all I can say is, out of all of them, I'm like, I would rather just be in that household. If I was to be a son to any of them, I'd be like, give me to those people. Let's get into some of the guys here, because the men in the secret lives of Mormon wives are very interesting because they're all terrible. They all seem to be terrible, terrible people. Anyways, let's talk about Dakota. Taylor's boyfriend, he is a former heroin and fentanyl addict that gets Taylor pregnant immediately after she gets divorced. I think she gets divorced and a month later, she's like, I'm gonna need a pregnancy test. And I know that motherfucker's ramming fentanyl still. I was like, give me some fentanyl stuff in the show. Holding out the entire season, doesn't come. If you're looking for fentanyl content, this is not the place to come. Taylor later disclosed that Dakota was the other husband she fell in love with during the soft swinging scandal. So, she got down real good by the fentanyl and she fell in love. Can you blame her? The thing about Dakota is he is very emotional and manipulative towards her, but they always end up back together and work through their current fight before immediately starting a new one. He pretty much blows up at her. She's just like, what the f? And he comes in and he's like, babe, honestly, I was out of line. I'll never happen again. And then she's just like, I'm going to Chippendale's show in Vegas. And he's just like, what the fuck? You stupid bitch. And then a day later, baby, why do we keep doing this? It's every day. Next up, we have Connor. Gay guy. Whitney's husband, he seems to be totally checked out of the relationship and is almost definitely gay. All right. He seems completely gone. He seems soulless. He seems unhappy. This is the kind of guy where I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's just time to write him the divorce papers and say, let's just split. Shake hands and split, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's worth fighting harder when you have a kid. All right. They have a lot of kids. They're Mormons. They got pups. All right. Connor is accused by some of the others of having been on Tinder, which causes some arguments between him and Whitney, but he takes full responsibility for his actions. He's just like, yes, I did do that. That's fucked up.
I had a real problem, and it led to something that really hurt my wife. I'm so sorry.
My whole speculation with it, I think it was Grindr. I unironically believe it was Grindr. And they're not giving us that bit. They're like, we'll fucking sue you, telling people it's Tinder. Whitney claims she wants to be out of the drama and not involved, but he will regularly update her on all the gossip he hears about the group. She like basically forces him to be like, tell me everything the other men are saying. She's like, what happened? He's like, oh, you want me to... Okay, yeah, Taylor's like mad at Dakota. And she's like, obviously. He's like, yeah. And he like sees his gardener outside and he's just like... I thought at one point, I thought that she was gonna walk in on him like fucking, she's like dancing with her sick baby, and then Connor's just get like, I don't know, sucking, doing whatever he can, having a good time. Why not, dude? Connor, get out there. Get on Grindr. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but the most evil person I've ever seen on a reality television show is Zach Affleck, who's Jennifer's husband. His family is apparently extremely wealthy, as they are all doctors, and they gave him a ton of money for medical school, but he blew it all on his gambling addiction. Okay? He's extremely emotionally abusive and threatens to divorce her and says he doesn't love her anymore and calls her names because she went to Chippendale's show on Layla's birthday trip to Vegas, which let me tell you, the Chippendale show, she wasn't even in the same room as the show. She went up and said, hi, nice to meet you, and talked to them. And he was like, you're a bunch of whore. He was in Vegas with her because he didn't trust her to go. And he's just like sitting at the table gambling. He's like texting her like, you're a dumb cunt. Like, I hope you die in hell, you rotten whore. And he's like, hit me? 22, my luck. Now that we're introduced to everything, I'm just gonna do an episode by episode breakdown because I think it's funny. That's all I gotta tell you. So let's get into episode 1. Episode 1 is quite the hook. First off, you realize very quickly that all of the episodes are labeled after books because it's religious, right?
Oh, because of the Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon. Or like, you know, the Book of John. You know, they say that about all kinds of shit. The first episode takes place after all the swinging drama has calmed down a bit, and Taylor meets with one of the girls at a restaurant. Taylor and Whitney haven't seen each other in a while since Whitney and Connor just moved back from Hawaii, so they also meet at a restaurant and talk about the reveal of the swinger parties, and Whitney says she can't trust Taylor anymore.
Genuinely was like, I don't feel safe with Taylor. I never want to make a video with Taylor ever again. Like, I still don't really trust you.
They don't ever say who was in the swinging thing, but right there it makes you think Whitney and Connor were definitely fucking. Also, here's another thing. Connor was...
I was gonna say Connor watching. That's why he was involved in the swinger thing, because he's getting off seeing other dudes.
Oh, I bet you think Connor was getting sucked by other dudes. You know, like people are just like, I don't know, let's have a couple shots and get crazy. He opens up like a Gatorade lemon lime, and he's just like, well, let's just get nuts. He's like pouring some like Tang powder into a glass, and he's just like, I don't know. Let's just see if we can forget some shit tonight, huh? He slams it down. I'm gonna make you see God tonight. Connor might even get me excited about it. I'm like, I don't know, Connor, let's go to a closet. Taylor talks about how she started recently seeing Dakota, a former heroin and fentanyl addict, and tells her mom she might be pregnant with his baby.
I have to take a pregnancy test tonight. You're so stupid. You're always screwing up everything. It pisses me off.
In the first episode, there's a part where she's like, I'm gonna tell everybody that Connor was on Tinder. And to me, I was like, she's just saying that because everyone's just like, yeah, the dude's like definitely probably in love with another guy.
Makes me feel like my whole marriage was just like a lie.
She tells people, and people are like, oh my God, he was on Tinder talking to someone else. Oh my God. And then Taylor's like, hey, by the way, I just pissed on a stick and I'm pregnant. There's something brewing in me. Easy bake oven right here. Everyone's like, oh my God. And then Whitney gets mad that she's like, you stole my moment.
What the actual Taylor? Immediately, right after sharing this trauma that's happening to me. For you immediately talk about something traumatic that's going on in your life.
Can you compare this to that?
Well, Taylor also said, she's like, I'm pregnant, but I think I lost it.
Oh yeah, she's like, I think I lost it because I just like queefed out a bunch of blood in the toilet. So it's probably dead. It's scrambled up and God took it. And Whitney's like sitting there like in like a Snuggie or whatever, like, this is my moment where people are supposed to be paying attention to me and what I'm feeling. If anything, in that moment, wouldn't you just be like, well, I mean, I could be in that boat, right? Most of this episode is kind of explaining the backstory and who the cast is. But the climax of episode 1 shows police body cam footage of cops coming to Taylor and Dakota's house after she gets drunk and argues with Dakota, but then throws a children's playset and metal chairs at him and accidentally hits one of her kids.
Oh my God. Really?
Yes. Yeah. The episode ends with Taylor being arrested, which I was like, if this is going to be some weird, catty, like drunk Mormon shit, I was like, I'm in. Episode 2 takes place 11 months after the first episode. I thought that was fucking crazy. Episode 2 is the Book of Belonging. The episode takes place 11 months after the first episode and shows that Taylor is 9 months pregnant with Dakota's baby. And guess what? After that assault and stuff, the body cam footage was like, fucked. I mean, it was like, I was like, this is disgusting. And he's like, I stuck with her because that's my baby. Like, that's my mom, my baby's mama. drama. All of these relationships, besides Demi and her fucking boyfriend who's like 75, or her husband who's 75 years older than her, those are the only people where I'm like, this is probably a good functioning relationship. Everything else just seems like we're just beaten down like dogs.
The crew stopped filming when Taylor was in jail because they knew nothing good was gonna happen.
Oh yeah, exactly. Of course they're gonna stop filming for 9 months because they're just like, okay, well the one person who was like kind of doing anything in the show is gone. All these other are just eating beef jerky and cosmic brownies and being like, I can't believe we're so bad. It's like, whatever, dude. You want to watch me get my hair done? And the crew's just like, pack it up. Well, let's just wait till she's done for prison. My God. But now Whitney is leading a campaign against Taylor and is somewhat declaring herself as the new leader of Mom Talk, which I thought was kind of cringy too. I'm like, it's a hashtag on TikTok. She's like, I'm the new leader. Cool. Whitney is discussing with some of the other girls how she wants to kick Taylor out of the group and not associate with her anymore because of her actions and how her scandals can ruin the overall image and vibe of the group. We get to see some nice petty shit of them being like, brands are gonna work with us if Taylor's doing this. And it's like, you are like advertising like pussy lotion. Whitney grapples with the really hard decision of promoting sex toys on her page, and some of the girls don't like the idea as it's a sin to crank hog. So she talks to her mom, who also agrees that promoting sex is wrong. So you can twerk your ass and show your asshole on camera twerking to Bruno Mars, but you can't just be like, hey, if you rub this on your pussy, you'll...
God does not want you to have, specifically women, to have orgasms.
That's why I want to be a... So how do I sign up for this religion? Dakota moves into Taylor's house at the end of the episode, which really pisses off her parents because they don't like him and are worried about her dating a former drug addict, which it's like, newsflash, dude. The fucking kid is already baking inside of her womb. I think we're long past that kind of stuff. Episode 3 is the Book of Saints and Sinners, which the group attends a party at one of the husband's parents' homes and are expected to be on their best behavior as the parents are much more traditional and conservative, but one of the guys brings out some vodka and a few of the group drinks it, causing judgment to be cast by some of the more conservative members of the group, aka it was Zach's parents' house, and they're like, hey, he might actually get shot here.
Jessie drinking is disrespectful, and it almost feels like she's spitting in my face.
It's one of those things where it's like avoiding like confrontation, so it's like you can tell people are upset, but no one's just like, hey, could you not just drink here at my dad's house? He's really conservative. Just say that. But instead, everyone's just like, Jennifer Affleck is having a baby blessing event and decides to uninvite the girls that have looser morals, leading the group to say that they are being split into saints and sinners, which causes more discord. AKA Zach was like, Jennifer, if they come here, I'm divorcing you. And she's like, okay. So then it gets split to people who are like, oh, we're more Mormon than you are. And it leads some of the more trashy Mormons to be like, I can be Mormon too, bitch. And that's pretty much what it is. Demi hosts a Galentine's Day party at her house where the ladies can just enjoy each other's company and have a good time bonding as women. Demi is in her bra when some of the girls arrive as she's still getting ready, and some of the girls' husbands see her in her bra, leading Taylor to claim that if she did that and Dakota found out, she would be, quote, ripped to shreds. At the Galentine's Day party, Whitney gives Demi a joke gift referencing a sexual act Demi had with her husband and told Whitney about it in secrecy. It's revealed that Whitney had actually told a bunch of the girls about it and embarrassed Demi in front of all the girls. It's like a box of Fruit Loops or something. I think her husband said that her pussy tastes like a box of Fruit Loops or something. She got really upset. She's like, I told you that in secret.
This specific thing that she was trying to make light of and make a joke was something that was completely intimate and off the table that was between Brett and I. We swore to each other we would never tell a soul about that.
Which at the same time, I was like, Whitney, stirring the pot, dude. Dooku really trying to get that power in. But, you know, I mean, I get it. Understandably, she's upset that all the girls were laughing about an inside joke that they shouldn't understand. And Demi says that she's pissed off at Whitney because it was childish. But then Whitney says she's mad because she feels ambushed somehow because Whitney is an actual troglodyte monster. Also, I want to say at the bar mitzvah or whatever the fuck they threw for Zach's baby, whatever, all the girls have to like sit down and be quiet and only the guys can go up, and they're like, only the guys can go up because they're a part of the priesthood. So the women have to sit down and not say anything.
The reason why women don't give this blessing is because only men carry the priesthood.
And it's done in pat. It's very quick, but I was like,
it's empowering.
I'd probably want to go to a Galentine's Day party too after that. Are you kidding me? We're only getting to heaven and you guys get to tag along. You're like, Episode 4, The Book of Truth. The girls go on a trip to Park City for Macy's birthday and to spend time together to try and repair any bad relationships within the group, but that doesn't end up happening and things just simply get worse because nothing good ever happens. It's only tragedy in this beautiful twerking TikTok glam group. It's hell. It starts out fine and the girls make some epic dance video content together, but then Demi decides she wants to break out something called the Truth Box, where the girls will anonymously ask a question to someone else in the group. That's a good idea. It starts out okay at first and it's kind of fun as the questions aren't anything too controversial, you know, but quickly devolves into girls asking very targeted and accusatory questions. Like immediately. They're like, do you like Sprite or Pepsi? She's like, Pepsi. And they're like, ah! And she's like, did you suck Derek's dick? Everyone's like, the biggest fight comes when the question is asked to Whitney, why don't you like Taylor? Dooku gets asked why he doesn't like Palpatine, dude. Whitney answers and she doesn't really care about her and that she can't trust her, and then also mentions she feels hurt that people rallied around Taylor after swinging issue and forgave her, but people still bully Whitney for the video she made about dancing next to her sick baby. It's one of the funniest moments in the entire season. It's so funny.
Connor rushes Liam to the emergency room. The first couple of days were a bit scary. I'm thinking, like, let's, you know, do something fun, and I made a video.
People keep blasting me about dancing next to my dying kid, and people forgive Taylor. What the f? The next morning, Taylor decides that she needs to hash things out with Whitney about their relationship, but the Demi comes up to them in the bathroom and keep pressing Whitney about the situation, and it turns into a big yelling match, ruining the night. It's very awkward, it's very cringy, a lot of people crying.
At this point, Mom Talk was already hanging by a thread before this trip, and now we're having this happen.
The amount of times women cry in the show is unbelievable. They do that thing too. Pet peeve of mine, dude, is when women are wearing makeup and they cry and they do like the, they tap their eyes.
Yeah, Whitney did that.
I fucking, I hate that. I can't believe it. They just fucking cry. You're already looking like a goddamn baboon. The girls all leave the trip feeling upset and like their relationships are worse than ever. It's just a bunch of like more catty shit. Nothing is ever said. Like, I just want you to know I'm hitting this. This is the substance. It's this quick. Now imagine sitting through an hour of that. The talk, I think the talk is 30 minutes long. About her just being like, you were never on my side. She's like, why would I be on your side? We don't ever dance and make content. You're like, this is the show. There's so much B-roll of them just like filling up cups with pop, with soda. And them eating like brownies. That's the show. Episode 5, The Book of Broken Vows. God, what the fuck is this? A Harry Potter sequel? What the fuck is this? Probably the most boring episode of the show. The big event that happens is that Layla is throwing a party to celebrate her divorce and leaving a toxic relationship. And people were like weird about that. I was like, that's cool. If I was a girl and I was like, oh, some girl is like throwing this is my dead name, I'm going back and I'm a free woman again. Is that not a fun thing to, why not celebrate? Why make it a sad event, right? If my friend called me, if you were married and you called me like, hey, I'm throwing a party because I just divorced Paula Dean, just sign the papers, let's get fucking wrecked tonight. I'd be like, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Why not? Whitney left the Mom Talk group chat and all girls laugh about it. Whitney claims she isn't leaving for attention. She just needs to not talk to them so she can focus on herself and her relationship and family, but then immediately says she thinks it's weird that she left and nobody is checking up on her to see how she's doing and that she left the group chat.
Macy called me and she was like, we're making things so dramatic again. And I'm like, what? What are we making so dramatic? She's like, you leaving the group chat. Now everyone's calling me, asking me why you left the group chat. I'm like, no one called me.
She's basically like, I just didn't want to hear from them because you need to focus on Connor because he keeps hanging out with this guy, David. And I just think it's weird that no one like remotely tried to like see how I was doing. It's like, you just said you didn't want to talk to them. Yeah, but I just want them to fawn over me and just like, I just want their attention and time and everything that they have in their presence. I'm evil. Did I tell you I'm evil yet? Macy's having a photo shoot for the upcoming release party for her company and Dakota and Taylor go to support her. But then Dakota barges in and starts to ask if they can do some professional shots of him and Taylor, which makes Macy uncomfortable because she's just kind of like, hey, I hate you, Dakota. Also, your fentanyl's dried out your mouth and your mouth smells like cat shit. Sorry. At Layla's party, Dakota and Taylor get into an argument and Macy has to be the mediator between the two of them. And during the conversation, Taylor expresses how she's afraid to commit to Dakota due to her experience with bad relationships in the past and also because she's heard rumors of Dakota cheating on her.
I feel bad because it's like been a long time and we're having a baby and I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
This episode was really boring. It was bad. Dakota's very uncharismatic. Once again, if he's not doing fentanyl, I don't care. It made me realize I'm like, this is like what Jersey Shore is. If Jersey Shore was this, it would never be that successful. You have to have the drunken fights. You gotta have the sloppy shit, right? Everyone's too fucking put together, eating Tootsie Rolls and just like you arguing about nothing. Hearing sober people argue about petty shit is so much worse than hearing drunk people argue about the same thing. Because at least the drunk side is much more entertaining and it's like gets crazy. These people are just like, you barely even, you're like disrespectful. And you're like, Wow. I'd hate to be your friend. Whoa. Episode 6, the first book of sin.
This is when they throw a wrench. They said the show is boring.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. The producers are just like, probably had a fucking gun to his temple, and he's like, if you don't do something, I'm going to pull the trigger. He's like, you go to Vegas. And the girl's like, no. He's like, go to Vegas. So the Mormon moms go to Vegas. Some of the husbands are upset that their partners are spending time alone in Vegas without them, so Zach and Dakota decide to go along with them because they're... Whitney has blocked some of the women and even unfollowed everyone from the group. So now everyone's just like, we hate Whitney. Also, Whitney's going to like a homestead thing. She's like, I'm a homestead girl.
What exactly is a homestead? Self-sustainable living. It's up to the individual or the family to decide like how far they're going to take that. Like,
We want a farm.
Also, I immediately paused the episode when we Googled it, and now she gave up that immediately, and she's trying to be an actress in LA. Good idea, Whitney. Jessie announces she's having a labiaplasty. Remember when I talked about that earlier? And the group of girls paint pictures of their labias together. And after the surgery, Demi brings tulips in honor of her 2 lips that have been cut up and reconstructed. They also all poke and prod at her. She like shows it, and it's... I'm trying to think if I got like my dick extended or something like that. If I was like, dude, look at it now. So that makes sense. I'd probably show it off. Dude, look at it now. Look at this Johnson, dude. So, you know, I'm not going to die. I would do that shit too. The girls trick Dakota by telling him that Taylor is going into labor, which pisses him off because they can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. So they're like, her water broke. And he calls her back. And they're just like, just kidding. Taylor's here. And he's just like, what the fuck is your problem? He's like, we're doing rails of fentanyl. Dakota and Zach talk about how they want to go to Vegas with the girls so they can keep an eye on them. We also learn that Zach has a huge gambling problem. One of the funniest revelations in the entire series, because you find out that his wife, Jen, is paying for everything with her TikTok and that she's supporting him through school and everything. And he's like, well, you said you're going to give me an allowance, right? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to give you $2,500. And I'm like, God damn.
I'm giving you $2,500 and I'm going to be really pissed if you lose it.
$2,500 fucking allowance for a bet. Like, you're just like, yeah, here's your play money. That's crazy. The episode ends with the girls going to Chippendales and they rub on oil on half-naked men. Zach gets pissed off at Jen and threatens to leave, but Jim is upset because she didn't even want to go in the first place. She feels like she's like, you know, I didn't even want to go. She starts yelling at him, and then like at 2 a.m, she leaves randomly, so people don't know where the fuck she's at. The clip of her getting yelled at is pretty funny.
Okay, what's going on? I thought he was cool with you being here.
No, he doesn't want to be married to me if I do stuff like that.
It's tragic out of context, but if you had to build up this entire thing, it's nice to see some other emotion that isn't just fake. They all have like very fake, like happy car salesman, realtor vibes. Oh my God, how are you? Also, everything is always like, yes! Oh my God! And I just picked up sweet potatoes at the store. Oh my God, sweet potato, yes! Okay, I love those. It's that Mormon energy, dude. It's draining. Holy f***, when I lived in Utah, it was all the time. Holy f***. Brutal. Oh yeah, Macy gets an anonymous tip that someone slept with Dakota because she has like an Instagram live or Instagram story thing that's like your confessions, and someone's like, I slept in Dakota for fentanyl. I didn't know. This is before I knew that he was dating Taylor and impregnated her. Sorry. So then Macy's like, oh my God, do I tell Taylor or do I not tell Taylor? Which we go into episode 7, which is the Book of Trust. Michaela and Jen leave the show early so they don't upset their husbands. Leave the show early, they were never there. While this is going, the other women are having a blast watching Chippendale dancers go at it, right? They're having the time of their life, which this is, if I found out my wife went to a Chippendale show, I would not give a shit. Honestly. It's just people doing, oh my God. They're performers. It's a job. My wife went to Chippendales and she had sex with every dancer. Damn. Zach threatens to divorce Jen and then goes to the casino to gamble. It's really funny. It's just like one shot. You can tell he was like, if you come near me, I'll fucking kick your ass, to the camera guy. So the camera guy's kind of far away. We learned that Zach gambled away all of his money his family gave him for medical school, which medical school's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So good job, Zach.
His family gave him a chunk of money to help them through medical school and kind of ease the burden, and he blew right through it.
I didn't hit it big on Baccarat like I thought I would. Dakota finds out that the women went to Chippendale show and gets angry, but once again, as always, our King Dakota, the fentanyl flop himself, he apologizes as usual. I may have overreacted, baby, I'm sorry. Macy tells Taylor about Dakota cheating on her, and Taylor says that if it's true, she'll leave Dakota. Boom, boom, boom. We find out that Jen and Zach talk things out, and that even though he has narcissistic flare-ups every few months, they are just fine. It was the thing I talked about earlier, where she comes in there like, oh my God, well, what happened? And she's just like, yeah, I mean, it's like not even the huge deal. We talked it out, it's fine. When he's yelling at her on the phone, it's fucking gruesome. And she starts like bawling, why are you yelling at me? It's fucking crazy. But lastly, we go into episode 8, the last episode, which is the Book of Rumors. divorce. And Taylor confronts Dakota about the allegations, and Dakota responds in anger, saying that he's sick of hearing about Taylor's trust issues. Just trust me already, bitch, damn!
You say this stuff to me 24/7. This is what I'm saying.
So it's clear.
No, not even about this. Like, I'm just hearing this 24/7. Like, I'm sick of hearing it.
Taylor says she's scared of Dakota. I thought that was kind of crazy to hear on the last one. I think she's literally 7 days away from giving birth. She's just like, I'm afraid of him. Meanwhile, we find out Whitney is pregnant. Who cares? She's a dog. She reveals this too by she bakes the pregnancy stick into a cake. They dig through it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll eat the cake. And then someone had the actual smarts to be like, wait, is this the actual piss stick? And she's like, yeah. And they're like, that's disgusting.
Do you actually pee on that, or is it just like a...
I actually peed on that.
Okay, why did you put that in the cake?
There's a lid on it.
So yeah, then she's like, okay, I might have overlooked that one. Good news about Zach, our psychopath. He gets accepted to a medical school in New York, and Jen tells him that she can't move out there because it'll ruin her entire career that she has supported him on. You know, she likes it out here. And Zach's response is, I'm happy with that, but I don't care. You think I'm joking, but that's actually it.
I'm happy with that, but I really don't. I don't really care.
And you're like, this is going to end in some kind of like, he's going to get arrested somehow. Don't know what's going to happen. Zach will be arrested sometime in the future. Would have done great in the 80s. Zach would have had a great 80s run, but 2024. Macy launches her maternity supplement brand, Baby Mama. Whitney's invited, and the other moms make an agreement that if she doesn't show up, that they'll all unfollow her. Newsflash, she doesn't show up, so they all fucking unfollow her. Who cares? But at the same time, to me, it was uplifting to see people just in unison hate Whitney because she's the biggest dog here. It's unbelievable. Taylor's water breaks and her and Dakota go to the hospital. There's an insufferable video cam thing of Dakota like being all happy about it, but it's just so fucking, it's like a social media post where he's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. She's like, my water broke. And he's like, yeah, she smelled her panties. It was definitely water. It wasn't piss. And you're like, why would you include, like, just say her water broke, dude? Like, fucking getting all weird and like specific about it.
Yeah, we both like looked at each other and Taylor's like, what was that?
Thought I peed myself,
Yeah.
but it's water. I had to smell it just to confirm.
She did smell it and she confirmed it.
He's like all like coke eyes. He's like, I can't wait to be a dad. While this is going on, Michaela has a roller skating party going on because they're Mormon. Whitney arrives uninvited and the women are mad at her. Yeah, she shows up when everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know what I mean? And she's like, this is awkward.
I'm gonna go. I feel so awkward.
This is awkward.
This is so awkward right now.
She gives Macy a gift, but Macy refuses to open it. It's pretty funny. She's like, here you go. She's like, cool. Okay, this is awkward. Whitney doesn't understand why Macy's mad at her. Macy tells her that she always supports Whitney, and the one time she wanted Whitney's support, she wasn't there. Whitney shrugs us off and only thinks about herself. She's like, yeah, well, I'm feeling weird. I had indigestion, a period cramp or something. I'm pregnant. I don't know. Whitney leaves the party and says she needs to step down from mom talk, and everyone applauds. Everyone's happy about it. The universe is healing. She does go and beats a child to death and does a dance in front of it. That's not true, but it could have been. The episode ends with Taylor giving birth, and that for the first time, she feels confident in her future. Jen then declares she's leaving mom talk because of Zach. Pretty funny. I gotta leave because Zach thinks it's a bad influence. You're just like, you're hopeless. You're completely brainwashed, Jen. I feel bad for her. And Macy makes a call to women who slept with Dakota. She calls the girl and she's just like, can you tell me about your relationship with Dakota? And she's like, I'll tell you all about it.
Because I just have some questions about you and Dakota and your past relationship.
I'll tell you everything.
And the episode ends, and you're like, oh my God, did she do it? Who cares, dude? God damn.
I was gonna say, Macy's just poking the bear.
Well, yeah, Macy's just doesn't fucking like the guy. Oh, this is the big thing I took away from it. Demi, best character in the show. She brings the most confrontation. She's the loudest, most obnoxious one. I liked watching her. And apparently her pussy tastes like Fruit Loops or something. Much like Lil Xan said, her pussy tastes like Skittles. Worst character by far is Whitney, and the person who I think will die first is Jen. Okay, those are my predictions. This show was a roller coaster ride. I don't know why I thought this would be a good episode. I don't know if it was. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It was something that I watched, and the entire time I was like, I want to just talk about this. I have no idea who to talk with. I tried talking to my wife about it. She wouldn't listen. Apparently, there's going to be a second season. I don't fucking know. I had to talk to someone about this besides my friend. I had to put it out there. I have no self-respect for myself or my time, and I hate myself. Goodbye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sit on down because today we're talking about internet trends or challenges or whatever. Internet trends are something that has existed since the beginning of time on the internet. And recently there's one that's been popping up that's been drawing a lot of attention, and especially a lot of you have been talking about it as well. Galaxy gas.
And if you don't know what Galaxy Gas is, it's a brand that sells whipped cream dispensers and chargers for culinary purposes. Basically, it's a nitrous oxide delivery tool used to make flavored whipped creams and drinks. It's a way to do whippets, okay? And if you don't know what whippets are, it's just getting high off of nitrous oxide. You might have seen that one Steve-O documentary where he's basically a nightmare incarnate, but whippets, small little high.
Oop, euphoric feeling. Guess what? I'm in another world, and then you're
back in reality. Oop, there goes gravity.
Let's see, man. I'm from the whip. Down the street.
But this year, a meme was born from a TikTok where a man that goes by Lil T inhales nitrous oxide directly from a giant Galaxy gas tank before telling the camera where he's from with an incredibly deep voice. Now, let me tell you, the Galaxy gas tank is giant. I mean, it looks like a Coleman's thermos, like a giant thermos. It's absolutely. The regular Whippet containers are like this big, and the Galaxy gas thing is huge. I don't know how the hell this is legal. But this video, as well as the soundbite, started to go viral, which introduced lots of people to Galaxy gas products, which coincidentally enough, let me tell you, has so many delicious looking flavors. I mean, my fat ass is looking at strawberry cream and tropic or fruit punch and all that shit. And I'm like, where's my euphoric feeling at? You know what I mean? But this recent explosion of people sucking nitrous oxide out of Galaxy gas, which I gotta say, do not do that, made me think about all of the crazy internet trends that happen. Trends or challenges that occur, all for people to just likes, notoriety, I guess? I'm not sure. But today, I just wanted to go over all of the kind of crazy and weird internet trends throughout history. Let's dive deep back into our brains and remember some of the awful shit that has slipped by with time.
Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon, reinventing your childhood one bite at a time. Magic Spoon is a perfect fit for a variety of diets because it has high protein and no sugar. And while you're feeling good about what you're eating, Magic Spoon also has flavors you loved growing up, such as cinnamon roll, fruity, cocoa, peanut butter, and birthday cake. Enjoy all these tasty flavors in grain-free, gluten-free, and keto-friendly bites, plus 13 grams of protein. And now, Magic Spoon has treats! These high-protein bars are crispy, crunchy, and completely guilt-free. They have the perfect snack to have in the morning, and I like to rip into one right before a workout. Can you tell? Featuring the flavors of marshmallow, chocolatey peanut butter, double chocolate, and blueberry muffin, and each bar has 12 grams of protein, only 1 gram of sugar, and 2 grams of beautiful carbs. Why don't you treat yourself? Use my code PAPAMEAT or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon cereal or treat today and get $5 off. You can also find Magic Spoon on Amazon and a grocery store near you. Magic Spoon comes with a 100% happiness guarantee online. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. So click the link in the description or go to magicspoon.com/papameat for $5 off your purchase. Thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First off, we gotta start with a home run hitter, guys. We gotta start off with planking. Does anybody remember planking? I feel like a lot of these, I'm gonna say things and it's gonna turn on a light switch in your brain and you're gonna be like, my God, I haven't thought about that in years. But if you don't remember what planking is a fun internet trend that was popular, I feel like around like 2011, which the objective of planking, this is gonna sound, my God. The objective of planking would be you would lay face down with your hands at your sides to resemble a plank of wood. But the whole kicker is that you're doing it in places where you shouldn't be doing it. Because I guess doing it inside doesn't work. People are like, okay, you're laying down, but then people would be like on sidewalks or handlebars or on top of buildings. I'm not sure why this trend caught on, but goddamn did it ever. I would say the objective was for people to find the most ridiculous places to plank and to have someone take a picture of it for street cred. You and your boys hitting the streets being like, yo, look at what I just planked. All right, hit me with them digits, bitch, right? But did you know it was invented in 1997 when a group of bored kids from Australia played the game to amuse each other. They called it the lying down game. For some reason, when I hear lying down game, it feels like just death. I don't know what. It's the lying down game. Go into the thicket and lie down. Years later, in 2007, the same Australian lads created a Facebook group to urge people to join in to see who could post the craziest planking photo or the craziest lie down game photo. After the trend started receiving news coverage, it exploded to worldwide trend. You'd see reference on morning shows and even shows like The Office when that show was downhill. It was going downhill fast. My God, why did they put the planking in The Office? It doesn't matter. It all seemed to be in good fun, but it was not without a few horror stories, because in 2011, 20-year-old Acton Beale fell 7 stories while planking on a high-rise balcony, leading to his untimely death. I'm laughing. I don't feel good about laughing, but the idea of a person planking and being like, take the shot, and falling 7 stories does get me to giggle a little bit.
He's the first planker in Australia to die from the high-risk activity.
Acton Beale plunged to his death at about 4:30 this morning at Kangaroo Point, planking on the railing of a unit balcony 7 stories high.
It was the entire time I was watching this news broadcast, the only thing I could think was, goddamn, what a great place to plank. But by the end of 2012, it had died out. But I do think it is an early internet reminder of the lengths people will go just for a little internet notoriety. You know, people are talking about galaxy gas. It's like, remember when people pretended to be wood and they'd fall off buildings to their death? Yeah, people are gonna get high. Galaxy gas, my ass, dude. I'll tell you what, dude, galaxy gas, man, I bet that shit tastes good. I think that, you know what? Go ahead. You know, I'll try it. I just get horribly addicted to galaxy gas like immediately. Or how about we move on to our next internet trend, which was Chubby Bunny. Do you guys remember Chubby Bunny at all? I feel like no one really remembers this one. Chubby Bunny is a seemingly innocent game where each participant places marshmallows in their mouth and they say the phrase, Chubby Bunny.
Chubby Bunny. Chubby Bunny.
You're drooling and shit. You got marshmallows popping out of your mouth, and people are probably recording you being like, dude, you sound so fucking weird. Well, in 1999, Catherine, a 12-year-old girl, died choking on 4 marshmallows while playing the innocent game at an elementary school fair. Let me tell you something. I'm not making light of this at all right? Horrible thing that happened. 4 marshmallows does not seem like enough to warrant the ending of a life. Okay, I just want to put that out there. I'm not even smiling, all right? Not joking about it. I'm just saying 4 marshmallows, not laughing. The 4 marshmallows does not seem, even if they were big marshmallows, it doesn't matter. How about we move on to gallon smashing? Remember gallon smashing? While planking and Chubby Bunny were fairly harmless, this is where we start kind of, we're tipping into the gas, dude. We're hitting that galaxy gas just a little bit because gallon smashing trend, this is where we start dipping our toes and with the public. The trend started in 2013 when a channel known as the Chazy Channel posted a prank video where they would grab milk jugs and purposely fall down and slam them onto the ground, and the milk jugs would just explode everywhere. Granted, I did laugh. I remember when I was younger, I did laugh a little bit the first time I saw it, but then you start feeling bad because bystanders would come and try to help them, and then they would comically slip and fall like a goddamn Buster Keaton movie, and they would fall down in their own milk. But the original video of the gallon smashing trend amassed over 40 million views and spawned a spew of copycat pranksters, eventually making the news. One copycat incident in New Jersey led to 3 arrests as the prank caused over $500 in damaged merchandise, and they were ultimately charged with criminal mischief for knowingly damaging someone else's property and endangering others. How much milk is enough, dude? $500? And then I feel like the gallon smashing thing leads us well into, I guess, eating related challenges of the internet and trends that have happened. Some of the most popular types of trends back in the day were challenges involving people ingesting things that are just not meant to go into a human body or are just terrible for you. You've heard of classics like the cinnamon challenge, right? Where you try to raw dog a spoonful of cinnamon, you choke on it like a goddamn Neanderthal, spit it up, and everyone's like, oh my God, you're choking. And you're like, your eyes are all watered. I did that once. I actually thought I was going to choke to death. PTSD, I'm not going to go into it. Some of these challenges were fairly innocent, but others were just straight up putting people in the hospital. Which, you got to look no further than our very infamous, oh, let me shine off that little gold plaque here. This is a legendary one, the Tide Pod Challenge. Everybody remembers the Tide Pod Challenge because after this internet trend happened, it was like buying Tide Pods was like buying a goddamn gun from Walmart. They were behind security glass. Pretty sure you had to press a button to alert somebody so they could unlock it. They're like, who are you? What do you want with this? Your clothes look clean. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. In 2018, for an entire year, kids were popping Tide Pods into their mouth like they were goddamn goddamn lifesavers, dude. It was unhinged. I can't believe this is real still. It got so bad that the American Association of Poison Control Centers reported that 86 intentional exposures to laundry detergent packets were reported within the first 3 weeks of 2018. It kicked off 2018 like a madman. The level of mystery that must have been like the guy in charge is just like, what the fuck is going on with these Tide Pods? Get Tide on the phone. It got so bad that even Tide, in response to children biting into these products and poisoning himself, it got so bad that they had to partner with the ever popular American football player Rob Gronkowski and had him issue a message for Tide.
What the heck is going on, people? Use Tide Pods for washing, not eating.
So they would listen, because people aren't going to listen to Tide. They're going to say, shut up and make those delicious packets. Getting Rob Gronkowski called. Are you kidding me? What about Baby Gronk, dude? Don't put that in. That I wanted to kill myself. Or we can dip a little more obscure, right? This one's gonna tickle your taste buds just a little bit, huh? In 2017, there was NyQuil chicken. Okay, now we're getting to the point where even myself, I'm thinking, does this even warrant an internet trend? I'm not sure if I'm not sure if you can classify this as a trend, if it's just a couple people from 4chan doing something, but we're gonna talk about it anyways because it feels like it's in tandem with Tide Pods, okay? In 2017, there was NyQuil chicken. After a viral 4chan post detailing the creation of the NyQuil infused chicken, or sleepy time chicken, blew up all across Twitter, all right? People were adamant. They had to find out the source to the sleepy time chicken. The FDA had to make a statement about it, alerting people that boiling a medication can make it much more concentrated and potentially dangerous, and the fumes alone could damage your lungs. People are making beautiful pieces of chicken out there, all right? I don't want to put anybody down for their culinary habits, dude. Not everybody can be a Joshua Wiseman, all right? Sometimes you gotta make do. If you like the little tangy taste of NyQuil and want to infuse it in your chicken, God bless you, but there will be repercussions. Which, there's other food-related ones, such as the corn cob challenge, which is just, it looks so painful. You just put a corn cob on a power drill, put it at full blast, and you try to eat it, and it just rips teeth out of your mouth. That you gotta be a special kind of person to participate in that. I don't know who the hell actively wants to participate in that, but, here we are. We move on to some of the trends that happen in state schools. We don't talk enough about state schools and how vile and dumb they are, right? People who go to state schools, not the brightest bunches. A lot of business majors is all I gotta say. Among college kids, the Borg, or also commonly known as the Blackout Rage Gallon, became a huge hit. Y'all was planning on doing that trend, the Blackout Rage Gallon. Did you guys want to participate in the Blackout Rage Gallon? Which a Borg is essentially a gallon-sized jug filled with water, a fifth of any of your favorite alcohols, usually vodka, from what I found online, water-flavored enhancers, and electrolyte powder. Some people claim that the goal of the Borg was to avoid having drinks getting spiked after a long day of partying and to avoid catching germs like COVID from drink sharing, right? You want to have your Borg to yourself. You don't want to be swapping spit with somebody, getting the new scary virus, right? This is my Borg, right? I'm staying hydrated. I got the electrolyte powder inside of it. People online seem to be having a good time. Why can't I be having a good time, right? At the University of Massachusetts Amherst, college students were celebrating the annual Blarney Blowout celebration that took place around St. Patrick's Day, and everyone at this event at the Blarney Blowout was equipped with their homemade Borgs. It was a goddamn Borg massacre, dude. And in a single weekend, this is actually crazy. In a single weekend, 46 students were hospitalized due to near fatal amounts of alcohol being consumed. Now, who would have thought that the Blackout Rage Gallon would have been sending these little Massachusettsians straight to the hospital? 46 in a single weekend. People are so fucking stupid. Which, let's move to something more recent, like in 2023, with the Benadryl challenge. Now, see, this is my kind of challenge, dude. If we're swapping pharmaceuticals in Grandpa's medicine cabinet, now we're kind of tap dancing to my speed here, huh? People found out that after hearing that if you ingest 12 to 14 tablets of Benadryl, you could supposedly induce hallucinations. Kids all over TikTok were racing to their parents' medicine cabinet just because someone said, hey, if you take 12 to 14 Benadryl tablets, you'll see God. And people were like, I have to do that. And in one case of the Benadryl challenge, it did take the life of a 13-year-old boy named Jacob Howard Stevens. It's one of those sayings where you just don't know who's going to be influenced by these goddamn challenges, dude. I've had some friends when I was younger pop pills and shit, scared the fuck out of me. All right, they're like, come on, man, just take it. I was like, I don't know. That pill was Adderall. I didn't even take Adderall, dude. I was too afraid to do that. Let's get out of ingesting things, though, right? Let's go to media. Media plays a big part in memes, but it also plays a big part in our next challenge. Do you remember the Bird Box challenge? You probably were like, holy shit, I haven't thought of. Remember how popular the Bird Box movie was? Out of nowhere. The movie was okay, all right? It was fine. Which, if you don't remember, it's a 2018 horror thriller starring Sandra Bullock, and the whole movie is basically it's Sandra Bullock trying to survive a world overrun by mysterious entities that cause people who look at them to take their own life. And because of this, the characters in the movie often wear the blindfolds as they, walk around outside because they don't want to, Soon, people created a viral challenge where they blindfold themselves while wandering the outside world to do various tasks. And in one case, a content creator did this challenge for 24 hours straight, and it resulted in horrible accidents. A 17-year-old girl caused a 2-car crash after pulling a beanie over her eyes and quickly smashing into another driver, a light pole, and a sound barrier. It's a Bird Box challenge. Did you like that? Eventually, even Netflix came forward to make a statement saying, "Can't believe I have to say this, but please do not hurt yourselves with this Bird Box challenge. We don't know who started this, and we appreciate the love, but boy and girl have just one wish for 2019, and it is that you do not end up in the hospital due to memes," which The f dude, Netflix, are you kidding me? How about you lower the membership back down to $7.99, you greedy f. $24.99 for 10 seasons of Big Mouth? Some people, I feel like a lot of things that we've talked about so far are people who are doing stuff and be like, look, I'm doing it, I don't know. But sometimes you don't realize that people can get easily manipulated to be just a pawn in somebody's little sadistic game. For example, the salt challenge, which was a TikTok trend where people would simply film themselves pouring salt directly down their throat for several seconds, and children were essentially inducing strokes on themselves for clout, all right? Pouring salt directly in your throat. It's so stupid, dude. Why? And there was even, to stay on the salt theme for a second, there was also the salt and ice challenge, which involves pouring salt on your body, followed by ice, and the mixture soaks up heat from surrounding skin cells, which essentially leads to 2nd or 3rd degree burns from frostbite. Self-induced frostbite. Chemical warfare on yourself, okay? All just because you're like, dude, I saw this trend online. I gotta try this challenge, okay? This combination of salt and ice could get as cold as negative 18 degrees Celsius, okay? And in Pittsburgh, a 12-year-old boy attempting the challenge on his back, and he suffered blistering 2nd degree burns on his back and had to spend weeks recovering from the entire debacle that he put himself in. Just tore his back up. It's gruesome, dude. Or in 2020, a challenge on TikTok called the Skull Breaker Challenge, which surprisingly put a lot of its participants in the ICU. I know, it seems odd for a little challenge called the Skull Breaker. The Skull Breaker Challenge is when 2 people kick the legs from under a 3rd unsuspecting participant, making them fall over. A 13-year-old from Massachusetts was hospitalized after being briefly paralyzed due to the deadly challenge. Briefly paralyzed! Just because, we booped your head. Was that funny? We saw it on TikTok. I thought it was hilarious on TikTok, dude. You gotta see some of it. It's so funny. Watch this dance. Let's move down a little more, which is the Orbeez challenge. Now, this is where, you remember the gallon challenge? We were at a place where it's public nuisance. Yeah, a guy has to clean up milk. It's annoying. But at the end of the day, hopefully nobody's getting hurt. That wasn't the intention. We're going to keep going down the rabbit hole a bit more of where this is just mindless, evil torture on people. And this is labeled the Orbeez challenge, which is just assault. It involves freezing Orbeez, which are water-absorbent beads, and loading them into an airsoft rifle to enact drive-by shootings on strangers. Remember that silly video of Mr. Beast when he fills up the pool with those Orbeez? So funny. We should put those in a freezer, load them into an airsoft gun, and just pelt people who are just walking around. Would that be funny? Say it's funny. And in Florida, a 19-year-old boy from Deltona was arrested for shooting an Amazon delivery driver, hitting his glasses and neck. That's funny, dude. Mr. Beast might fly us out. We could do an Orbeez challenge with it. That'd be so fun. The same man also targeted random adults as well as a 10-year-old child who was shot in the face and chest. And the pictures here, it makes me so mad, dude. People who do this kind of stuff makes me think, I just think you should take them. You should be like, you know what? This was wrong what you did. And then you take a hammer. And you say, see what you did? See how silly this was? Wasn't this a silly thing to do? Which, to go even further from that, we're going to go to the last challenge I want to talk about today, or the trend, and it is probably the most severe. It's definitely, I think, regarded as the darkest internet trend that I can, at least that I found or that I can think of, which is the Blue Whale Challenge. Which the Blue Whale Challenge is known as one of the darkest trends in internet history. It became an online phenomenon starting in 2016 and claimed to exist in several countries around the world. Blue Whale was an online group that would seek out young participants and give them 50 tasks spread over 50 days, with the end goal being to take their own life. A list of the challenges had surfaced online that were translated from Russian, so from Russian to English here, which one of the challenges, the curator said, carve a whale on your hand with a razor and send photo to curator. Poke your hand with a needle many times. Watch psychedelic and horror videos all day. I know some people were like, awesome. This phenomenon began in 2015 when a Russian woman named Rina Palenkova went viral after she posted a photo of herself next to a train before taking her own life by jumping in front of it, which the post simply read Nia Bai, but it's just to think that this photo, it has just such a, it's just haunting. This image is just so haunting. Between 2016 and 2018, arrests were finally made, and these are some of the people that were arrested. The first one up was Philip Budikin. In November of 2016, 21-year-old Philippe Budikin was arrested and charged with inciting teenagers to suicide. Fucking monster. Or you have Ila Sidorov. In 2017, the Russian postman was also arrested after admitting that there was 32 children in his group page. It is not known if the Blue Whale group is still around or if it continues under a different username under internet circles. You'd have to imagine that's just not vanished, but such a crazy thing of just a weird part of 2016 to 2018 where people were just psychologically messing with people. Which brings me to my closing remarks here. Internet trends are all good and fun, you know? If you want to be a part, people I think like to participate in internet trends because it's a way to connect with others and to feel like you're a part of something. People just want to feel a part of something. They want to feel like they're heard, that they're appreciated in certain things. But there's just times where you push things too far, you get a little needy maybe. You need more attention. You need to push it farther from other people. And sometimes I think you need to just realize that with other people, doing things that are going to harm yourself are just little specks of attention you get in the moment that inevitably always ruin other people's time, day, lives even. All I have to say is this. Participate in fun internet trends, be a part of fun communities that don't hurt others, that don't belittle anybody else, and most importantly, look after yourself and look after other people. And by God, be safe out there. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And they would fall down in their own milk. And then then even I've aged, I was like, you know, I was a little young. I was like, milk everywhere. And then I aged 60 years right then. And I was like, oh, but think of the people who have to clean this up. These kids, why do they do these things? Oh, look at all this spilt dairy. Oh, think of the children. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on, sit down because today we're going to be talking about mountain climbing. When you're putting up with the hustle and bustle of life, sometimes it's relaxing to head out into nature to grab some fresh air. For many, going on hikes and experiencing the outdoors is a great way to unwind, get rid of some stress. It's also better than spelunking, which is partially kind of why I wanted to talk about this, because we have been doing a lot more of these outdoorsy stuff, and nothing can comprehend to the horrors of claustrophobic spelunking or cave diving, but you know. Some people, however, love to take things to the utmost extreme, instead trying to conquer the most absurd and dangerous challenges nature has to offer. Mountain climbers have what seems to be an insatiable need to climb even the most deadly of landmarks, no matter how daunting they may seem. The world of climbing is a bit overwhelming to the average Joe looking to get into sports. There's a vast and unique culture, one that contains all sorts of bizarre characters. And not only that, but climbing is one of the most dangerous sports, with higher level ascents having claimed many lives. Though climbing as a sport has seen massive surge in recent years, it has undoubtedly existed for much, much longer. It wasn't always for recreational purposes either, as the Bible often tells stories of characters climbing up mountains to seek an audience with God. People used to consider mountains as a sacred place where heaven and earth collided, going out of their way to climb in search of communication with the divine. Mount Olympus, anyone? Hercules? That's where they say Zeus lives. Did you know that?
Yeah, he would throw lightning bolts from up there.
Also, one of my favorite moments in video game history, if I can be a gamer for a second, is when Kratos climbs Mount Olympus. He does, "The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. Now there is no hope." And he fucking free falls like Scott Snap and the Creed. with arm or One Last Breath music video, and he's falling down. Those shots are identical. One had to have referenced the other, is all I have to say. All right, the part, you know, it's like he's falling. It's like Sir Kratos fell from the highest peak, whatever that part. They do like a weird montage where it shows like Desert Storm and like a bunch of like World War II footage and shit. Because it's like, yep, that was Kratos. And you're like,
is that really in the game?
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought you were trolling.
No. It's like it's a montage. It's like him on the throne. It's like showing like, you know, like Nazis walking and stuff, and like all the wars throughout history. Well, yeah, then God of War 2 came out, and they're like, man, don't worry about that last part. There's other stuff we had to say. You forget about that. In 1492, a military engineer named Antoine de Ville embarked on the first verifiable alpine expedition. He climbed Mont Argue, a 68-foot tall mountain, along with 10 companions after being ordered to by King Charles V3, which I'm pretty sure is the 8th. Though they expected it to end in a divine experience, they were met with a small flowery meadow that they later marked with a cross and then baptized. First off, this sounds like a prison sentence. Go climb that mountain. He's like, what? He's like, no, seriously, go climb that. Also, no one's done this in history. Go climb that literal mountain. Charles, are you serious right now? Or?
Did I do something wrong, Charles?
Yeah, Charles, what did I like upset you? No. It's like you see like a broken picture frame. Not at all. I just want you to climb the mountain.
Also, they left a cross up there. They totally killed someone. They fucking...
Yeah, then we just put a cross up there and we baptized each other. What sins did you commit? Nothing, man. Nothing. Don't look over there. He was like that when we got here. This video is sponsored by PDS Debt. It can be easy to laugh about debt until the moment you sit down and actually do the math. When the balances aren't going down and fees keep stacking up. If you're dealing with this, it's time to find a fix. Let PDS Debt help you find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And whether you have credit card, personal loans, collections, and medical bills, PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your situation to give you a solution that works for you and your needs. And the best part is, there's no minimum credit score required. They're there to help you pay off your debt faster and start putting your money back where it belongs. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. I know how that feels. I know it's no laughing matter. If you're in debt and you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. The joke's over. Change your story in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and find the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. Today, hordes of people between the ages of 18 to 35 flock to climbing gyms and mountainous destinations in search of things to scale. And according to diehard members, the sport is about challenging yourself and utilizing good teamwork and problem-solving skills to accomplish a daunting obstacle. Yeah, right, dude. People are just trying to peacock. What is it? It's peacocking.
They're trying to get the good Tinder profile pictures.
Oh my god, good Tinder profile pictures. Also, have you seen them girls climbing? No wonder. Hey, if I wouldn't be in there even if I was in shape. But still, I was like, good looking. Every climber I've seen is a good looking person. Have you noticed that? Every climber.
It's the confidence that you could scale a mountain.
So exactly. It's being able to like pinch something like this and be able to hold your body weight at your side. Clears up the skin. You're glowing all the time. Also, they all have nice asses. Oh, yeah. Guys and girls, big old bubble asses. Like a 42-year-old Venezuelan pitcher in baseball. Every middle-aged baseball player, best bubble ass you've ever seen. Of course, it's also just a popular form of exercise that is more social and exciting than a trip to your average gym. Every person who's in there, core strength. Unbelievable core strength. I am not in that shape at all. Don't plan on being. I plan on dying in my sleep, I would say soon. I don't know how soon, but if someone was like, you got a long time. I don't think about that, but I do think that if I was an active person and I was like fit and all that shit, I would much rather just climb in a gym, get on a goddamn treadmill, or just bench press. I'm so bored with working out. I was memeing that I said that the teamwork thing, but having like a group of people go over there and you're trying to like accomplish like a certain climb would be pretty fun. Teamwork with that together versus a guy doing push, 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 push. You got it. Nice.
That's the next job that's going. Trainers with AI.
You think so?
Yeah. Just get your AI trainer who...
I don't think AI can replicate having like a very... The best thing about trainers is that it is there. Trainers are, for all the fat people, is like you see a trainer and it's a specimen that looks beautiful. It's a beautiful person who's being kind to you. First off, and you're like, oh, and they're just like, honestly, it's like, we're going to get you there too. And they give you little weights and you look like a toddler. In like a little like the short end of a pool. There's a lifeguard there as if you would fall down and you would not drown. And they do, good job. Same time next week, and you do, And I get to go in my car, and I get to go to McDonald's, and I order all of it, and I do. See, I get to do this because I was good today. That's a trainer. And AI cannot replicate that. In theory, they can, but it's too tangible. It's right there. The high people get from scaling mountains can sometimes become so enticing that it becomes a full-on addiction, and the basis for a person's entire personality, which I think just happens also with any form of exercise. Usually when someone gets into any kind of physical activity, it overtakes them entirely. That's why I refuse to do it, because I have so much charm. How charming would you say I am as a person?
Oh, extremely. You have a 10 out of 10 charisma.
Really?
I think so. 9 or 10. The reason why I dock 1 point.
Okay. All right, easy. All right, easy. Go ahead.
Is that maybe your jokes for some people might hurt their feelings. Not mine.
I would be willing to accept that. According to an old climbing forum from the Hikai, many climbers have struggled to keep relationships because they simply can't stop themselves from leaving for an entire weekend at a time to climb to the point where it's tearing their relationship apart. One man admits that people would refer to climbing as his other woman. I don't give a shit. I don't give a You know, some people say the mountain's my other woman. Okay, Greg, I don't care.
You think he's in the mountain? Like,
also, too, actually, yes. I think he gets he thinks he's like, hots a loogie on the ground, gets some dirt, puts it together, and makes a little volcano.
There's definitely people, I bet you many people have ejaculated on a rock or two while they're climbing.
Oh, I was going to say, not on a rock. I think just from high up. And it shoots out. Hopefully no one's at the base.
And bird dropping.
I think I would almost know instantly that it was not that, but I'd be like, I think a pigeon pooped on me or something. I'd have to say it quick before I start psyching myself out. You know what I mean? Goddamn pigeons are. It keeps going down. Jesus Christ! How much you gotta go? Stop! There's a long list of equipment you'll need to summit any mountain, ranging from practical to downright absurd. Many rope solo climbers bring tents called portal edges because the rock faces are so long that it takes them multiple days to reach the top, which I don't think I could camp on that. I have props for people that like actually camp on the side of the mountain that they're climbing. How do you not have an anxiety attack that's gonna just...
That's the thing. Don't wake me up when I'm falling. You know, if I fall off,
I think if you're falling, you're waking up. I think your body's going to naturally wake up. I don't think it's a Looney Tunes cartoon where you're like, a little Wile E. Coyote splat on the ground, whatever. What does that also mean? Don't wake me up if I'm falling. Yo, Nick, wake up! I said, don't wake me up. I said, don't do that. Yeah. These tents serve as places to rest, but don't come with bathrooms. So many climbers bring a poop tube, which is a PVC pipe with one sealed cap and a removable cap. Pull up to it, you shoot it off. You shoot a little shit cannon.
Or you bottle it up.
I was using that they shit into it, they just seal the top of it. Yeah. Man, if I'm doing multiple poop tubes, I thought it was a thing where it was legitimately you put the PVC pipe up to your asshole and it's just and it goes out. Then some climbers have admitted to shitting their pants mid-climb, which I would do. If I was climbing that, it was that extreme, I would wear a diaper. Maybe, I don't know if it's specified to climbing, but at least adult diapers. Unless or do they not want to do that because it weighs you down? If you're struggling to conceptualize how to piss during a climb, there are tons of guides online of other people demonstrating how to properly shift it to the proper pissing position. A majority of climbers are described as very kind and encouraging, often being quick to lend a helping hand or give advice to newcomers, which is also funny that we say that right after the pissing section. Here, let me help you, buddy. Puts his leg up. Now I'm gonna put my foot there. Come up and grab the penis.
Yeah, and you twist it away from the mountain.
Go. Put on the rope. You know, he's done. He's like, I'm done. He taps it a bit for the dribble.
You want to know a pee secret?
Sure.
When you're peeing at the urinal?
Yeah.
Take your fingers and press your gooch. It'll get all the pee out.
Your gooch is your taint, though, right?
Yeah.
You're touching your taint while you're peeing?
Yeah, you put it underneath and you go, dribble.
Do you do that?
Yeah, it works.
You don't wash your hands really when I see you.
I do wash my hands.
That's why it always smells so salty. I don't really want to press my taint. It's also different for a fat guy. It's a lot more like filler and pad. It's like a mattress topper down there. I don't really know what I'm poking. Feels like Homer Simpson's like trying to like bite my fingers. It's described as a very social. It's described as a very social sport, seeing as people at a bouldering gym are often sharing a wall. Many make good friends in the process, and they're even climbing specific dating apps like Boulder or Rockbase for people who want to date people that share their passion.
Is that a dating app or just a site to hook up with people to go mountain climbing?
I think it's a site for mountain climbing people to or I bet you it's a thing where it's like, let's go mountain climbing. However, just like any hobby, there will always be a group of elitists that ruin the fun for newcomers. One infamous story takes place on El Capitan, a Yosemite landmark and popular destination for experienced climbers. 23-year-old Richard Henson and 20-year-old Mark Smith were two climbers who had lofty goals of completing a brand new route on El Capitan in 1982. And for them, this meant a route spanning 2,000 feet that had never been accomplished before, which included ascending a nearly smooth slab of rock about 900 feet long. They'd come from out of town, keeping their heads down and politely minding their business as they entered the park territory. Other climbers there didn't believe that they were experienced enough to do it, but were more so enraged that they didn't speak to the local climber community and align with their specific self-imposed code of ethics. I'm gonna do 1982, go out of my way to reach out to who? You didn't even tag our, hit up our friend group. It's like, how would I have done that? This is 1982. They faced nonstop harassment because of this, and Richard revealed that they couldn't even go to nearby convenience stores without intimidating groups of climbers surrounding them and screaming at them.
Just be trying to, buy a carton of milk or something, and, we'd have a dozen climbers gather around us, back us up against, the cold area, and just basically scream and yell at us until finally some checker would call security to flush them out of there. I mean, we'd be just walking across, an area like this and be recognized and have climbers just surround us, 10, 12 climbers just surround us and threaten to beat us down and talk about how we'd be walking through the forest and there'd just be the sounds of bones snapping, and then they'd ship us out of here in a box. And they were talking about blowing my car up, and it really got pretty crazy.
Why? All because you did not say hi to us. What the During their lengthy climb, they endured neighboring climbing groups cutting down their pitches, which genuinely could have gotten them killed. In another instance, a member of a group on top of them threw a sack of feces in their direction, which exploded a few feet above them. Even after a night raid in which someone defecated all over their fixed rope as they slept, they refused to give in. Mark explained how he instinctively kept pushing forward because giving up would prove he couldn't get a job done when things got tough. God, what a hero. Got me hyped. After 39 days, they were successful in completing their route. Since then, only 2 more people have completed the route, and the route has been dubbed the Wings of Steel. Do you think people it's probably the same thing where it's like, are they criticizing it just because they're jealous?
Yeah, this almost feels like a fucking 80s movie, like the skiing movie.
It's definitely the big race kind of movie, whatever. You can't do that. Exactly, that kind of deal. There are other strange characters in the climbing world, like Alain Philippe, who's known as the French Spider-Man. Not only does he rock climb, but he participates in urban climbing, repeatedly getting arrested for free soloing buildings without permission. You must have seen this. Everyone's seen one of these things before. Suction cups, or they'll even just have rock chalk on there. I always love when the fire station pulls up. Hey, get off there. He's like, you guys better not touch me. I'm a professional. Do not touch me. I'm a professional. You will mess me up. All the comments are always just like, I don't know why they're interviewing. They could have gotten him killed. Well, why are you climbing there to begin with? Most people who climb mountains don't just start at the base and walk up. Climbers rely on Sherpas to show them the way and guide them through difficult terrain. In Nepal and Tibet, the Sherpa people are an indigenous mountain dwelling group who help guide people up the mountains of the Himalayas. Though they originate from Asia, they can be found all around the globe, guiding people up the most difficult climbs. The reason they know all the routes so well is that for centuries, they had to live and deliver goods to villages in the mountains. And to this day, climbers still see Sherpas walking past them on steep trails, carrying upwards of 170 pounds. God, that'd be pretty demoralizing, wouldn't it? All wrapped up in gear, and this guy's just like, left, to your left. Just walks by. They're also responsible for carrying most of the necessary heavy gear up the mountain, even at 8,000 meters above sea level, where there's little oxygen. Insane. Absolutely insane. What do you think it's like if you live up in the mountains like that, where the air's already really thin, you go up there, you're still able to withstand that? And if you went down to below sea level, would you just be like, the power? There have been many cases of Sherpas rescuing people from the mountains. I mean, in 2023, Gele Sherpa, an accomplished climber from Nepal, was guiding people up a mountain when he noticed another climber clinging tightly on a rope and shivering just below the death zone. Knowing that they were going to die if they were left there, he stopped his group, put the climber on his back, and carried him down the mountain for 6 hours. Gele walked down the mountain until he reached a camp where they could call a helicopter to get the hypothermic climber to a hospital hero. Very rarely do Sherpas make mistakes, but when they do, it can be catastrophic. In 2006, Lincoln Hall had just summited Everest and was on his way down when he got a severe case of altitude sickness and was forced to lay down. His group assumed he had died and left him behind in the death zone, stripping him of all of his gear before heading back down.
God.
Take it, he doesn't need it. So just give me a second, I need to lay down. All right, he's dead. Take off his boots. Jesus! He stayed laying on Everest in the death zone with no gear or oxygen overnight until another group came by and realized he was still alive. Can you imagine totally naked? Totally naked. Oh.
How would they even know he's even frozen?
He's like a fucking frozen corpse there. Where they do check his pulse. You think he's dead? He's like, what do you think, he's dead? Oh my God, he does have a pulse. From there, they gave him gear and helped him back down to the camp so he could get medical help. But he could have easily been dead had they waited any longer. Which, I mean, like, maybe it's like we legitimately just thought he was dead and that was normal, but what would you do when you saw that guy again? Though there are mountains all over the world that people strive to climb, none are as well known as Mount Everest. At one point, Everest was only being summited by the world's best mountaineers, but now it's become a playground for the rich, which has resulted in the mountain being insanely crowded. In total, the average cost to climb Everest is around $70,000 per person, but some packages can go up to $100,000 if you pay for a fast track option. I like how it's like a Disney park pass now. Part of the problem on the mountain is the sheer number of influencers who stop mid-route to take photos or videos. One of their favorite things to do is filming themselves crying while looking at the summit. One girl was left with windburns and out of breath after coming down from the death zone, struggling to share her experience through her strained voice. All of the people in the comments were roasting her because the whole trip is completely optional and that being poor has saved them from this horrible, horrible fate. Thank God I'm poor. I'm telling you, man, when you come down, it is horrifying.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people lose their little toes and fingers. And
I would. Already the beaties is getting me. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, you think I'm gonna survive there? There's no way. There's just no way.
I would be afraid that I'd wake up and I have frostbite like on my penis, and it's got to go.
In October of 2025, 1,000 people were stranded on the mountain and had to be slowly rescued while facing hypothermia. It was reported that one person even passed away from exposure while waiting for rescue. In fact, there are over 200 bodies frozen to the ice and rock that each person must pass by while traversing Everest, which a lot of people, those are pretty infamous photos now, but they all have like specific names now, but some guides use the bright colored gear of the bodies of the deceased as trail markers, which also serves as a dark reminder of the mountain's past, which we won't show any of the photos here, but it is very gruesome. It's sad too. I mean, it's like they're preserved up there. It's so cold that you're just preserved. If you were a climber and you died up there, would you just be like, leave me?
Yeah.
And be like, would you just be like, oh, that's just what I want to stay up there?
Now I'm preserved for all of history.
I guess if my family though, I'd probably be like, well, I wouldn't mind having them back.
What are they gonna do? Put me in the ground? I'm up on a mountain. Come see me on the mountain.
There he is, our little climber. We love you, Josh. Look at him, that big smile. God, that would be horrible. The deadliest mountain in the world is Annapurna, which has a 33% fatality rate. God damn. The next is K2, located in China, which has dubbed the Savage Mountain for the number of people who have died trying to summit it. Nangye Parbat, Nanja Parbat, also known as the Killer Mountain, had a 77% fatality rate before 1990, and not all those were from falls or avalanches. In 1989, a Japanese climber was climbing the Rupa face, which is considered one of the most dangerous routes to the summit, when he was struck by lightning and burned to death. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, that has to be the most the unluckiest man on earth. Struck by lightning. That doesn't kill you. It's being burned alive. You think it's just because of the perka lit him on fire? Yeah.
It's so insulated too.
Other dangerous mountains include
Kanchenjunga.
Include Kanchenjunga and Dhaulagiri, which have fatality rates of 16 to 21% due to frequent avalanches on the easiest routes. This is the easiest routes. God. More extreme trips can lead to all sorts of horrific, debilitating accidents. Nigel Vardy was stuck in freezing cold darkness during an Alaska climb in 1999 and lost parts of his fingers, his toes, and even his nose to frostbite. Warren McDonald, an Australian mountaineer, had a giant boulder fall directly on his legs as he attempted to climb Mount Bowen. Though he was saved, he had to have both of his legs amputated. Other encounters include full-on avalanches or massive glaciers barreling towards climbers, nearly taking them out. Glaciers. Thought those were in water. What the hell was that? That'd be horrifying too, my God. Some climbers simply seem to have a death wish, which is where you get things like vertical camping, where you use a system of ropes, anchors, and harnesses alongside a hangable tent to create a makeshift campsite on the wall of a rock, aka why? Why would you do that? There it is. As you would expect, vertical camping has led to many tragic accidents. It's not uncommon for people to slip and fall to their death. Mountain climbing can go from a scenic marvel to a horrible nightmare very quickly. Take, for example, the massive story from this year involving a man who left his girlfriend to die in the mountains of Austria. Thomas P. had planned to conquer Grossglockner, the highest mountain in all of Austria, with an elevation of 7,949 feet. And to do this, he brought along his girlfriend, Christian G., despite her being much less experienced in high-altitude alpine tours. What followed was a series of small mistakes that led to an absolute tragedy. Thomas not only began the trip far too late in the day, he failed to bring proper emergency equipment. Even Kirsten's clothing gave red flags, as he supposedly approved of her wearing soft snowboard boots that were completely unsuitable for this type of terrain. And during the trip, there were many moments where the temperature and wind worsened, yet no attempt was made to head back. According to the prosecutors, they became stranded at 8:50 p.m., and despite police helicopters circling the area, he seemingly refused to send out a distress signal. What? By 2 a.m., Kirsten was at the point where she could no longer climb due to the weather conditions. Thomas ultimately decided to leave her to look for help, and she was left to freeze to death, with her body being discovered upside down hanging from a rock face at around 10 a.m. the next morning. Oh my God, this sounds like a murder.
Yeah, babe, bring those.
Well, then also, like, you silence your phone, you're not shooting out a distress signal, he's an experienced climber, I don't know. Andrea, one of the man's ex-girlfriends, even revealed that she had also been left behind on the same mountain in the past, though the summer weather had made it easier for her to return safely by herself. Oh my God! Although Kirsten's mother spoke out in defense of Thomas, most people seem to believe he was horribly negligent and mainly at fault. Yeah! The court agreed, and he was later found guilty of gross negligence, manslaughter, and was given a 5-month suspended sentence, as well as a fine of 9,600 euros, or about $11,000.
That's it?
That's it? For murder? I mean, also you have another one who's like, he also did that to me. We don't care.
Mind your business.
You're a crazy ex. Stories like this have reignited the conversation around similar act that is being dubbed, quote, alpine divorce, the act of intentionally abandoning a romantic partner in the mountains. This began after a woman on TikTok named Ever After Rhea posted a series of videos detailing a horrible hiking date she'd gone on. Apparently, her date saw hikers ahead of them and wanted to, quote, beat them to the top, and that they should start running. After she briefly adjusted her camera bag, she looked up to see he was completely gone. She started crying and panicking, and for some reason started filming herself doing so for TikTok. 30 minutes later, he finally calls her, only to respond to her frustration by calling her a stupid for not running alongside him. Oh boy. After they finally found each other, he laughed it off like it was no big deal. Many women have claimed to experience alpine divorce, where those with more climbing and hiking skills leave them behind, whether it's because they want to move faster or simply to get away from them. During a long multi-day climbing trip, the implications can be deadly, which I thought the whole thing is like leaving you to die. You stupid, you should have ran faster. I thought it was going to be a thing where it's like, we're in a relationship, I'm going to go ahead and you're going to get stranded and die.
That's what I thought it was too.
Yeah.
Which maybe it's cheaper and more effective than a divorce.
There are tons of extreme sports you can do to get your adrenaline fix, but mountain climbing remains one of the most popular and deadly choices. As the sport becomes more popular, the mountains seem to grow more dangerous, with overcrowding causing problems even experienced Sherpas can't account for. If you plan on climbing a mountain, make sure to be respectful to nature and your guide so that future generations can experience the same thrill, and so you don't fucking die. All right? See you next time, and hey, happy climbing, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. I don't know where that last part came from. What are you talking? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was thinking the guy only got 5 months. I'm just saying, I'm not advocating murder. I'm just saying, is it?
Why can't you ever look me in the eyes when you're talking to me, when you're talking about this stuff? You always are like, why are you always like looking up in the air?
Because I got to think.
It looks like it. I don't feel guilty. Can you look the person in the eye? Yeah, I probably could if I, yeah. I'm just saying that it's cheaper than divorce, probably. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. My God. Hey everyone, just want to let you know that right now I've started a toy company called Soft Meat Toys, and our first toy is Margaret. Look how beautiful this box is. You want to take home your very own personal Margaret? I don't care what you do with it. Or you can do whatever the hell you want. Toy means toy to different people. All I'm saying is this is an amazing, amazing toy. We're very proud of it. The box is fucking awesome, and I'm very excited to keep making toys, but please, if you're interested, pick up a Margaret. Have your very own. Put it on a shelf. Put it in a jar. Anyway, softmeat.toys. Softmeat.toys. Here's the thing. If you want a nice stocking stuffer, put a Margaret in there. You want to just wrap up the box and give it to somebody? Put a Margaret in there. I don't know if you want to squat on something. You could probably put this in your ass. Someone probably could.
Yeah, definitely.
Or if you want to put some coins, she could be a little piggy bank. Softmeat.toys. You can piss on it. You can come all over it. As soon as it's in your house, you do whatever you want with it. I don't want any pictures of what you're doing with it. You just have fun with it. This is as soon as the transaction's done. That's it. All right. And right now, like I said, softmeat.toys, baby. That's where you can get this beautiful, beautiful piece of plastic. Definitely made in China. 100% made in China. Do not try to eat this. It will not work, but you probably could put it in your ass. But for legal reasons, I don't know if I can even say that. So if there's a legal disclaimer, here's what it would be. Softmeat.toys. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and setting down because today we're going to be talking about vertical dramas. They're moving in on us, but I don't think I mind. Users online are always looking for the next big thing to binge on. Ever since streaming services have come out, the idea of binge culture has really taken hold of everyone. But then now that everyone doesn't even look at a goddamn TV or computer anymore, it's mostly your phone. And over the last few years, short-form content has completely taken over, with every major platform now having its own devoted TikTok-style page. Verticals! You like verticals? You like verticals all the time? You like everything being vertical? You like everything being quick, snappy? You like watching the entirety of Sopranos vertical? HBO did that for its like 30th anniversary or something, or 20th anniversary. It's fucking crazy. This type of content has long since evolved from simple dance trends and funny videos. I mean, after all, people need something with substance that can keep them hooked for even longer. I don't want to just watch somebody dance for fucking 20 seconds. I want to be able to binge something and scroll and keep microdosing. I have to microdose until I come to the eventual existential crisis that I've been wasting hours of my life basically having an appetizer over and over again. No more meals, no more, nothing that really fills me up, just constant appetizers until the stretch marks on my stomach resemble that of like a underground cave system map. That's what it needs to look like. Despite being relatively new, vertical dramas have already gained billions of views and millions of followers across platforms and series. Not only do they offer unique stories that keep people hooked, but each episode is only a minute long, so you don't have to sit through the slower pacing of a normal drama, which is really funny. I like that. People talk about, oh, I don't have to sit through all the mundane stuff of a regular drama. Yeah, people sit there and they'll binge watch other series that are an hour long. They'll watch anime where it's just, there's, I mean, maybe 2 minutes of substance and the rest is exposition and just whatever. It doesn't matter. Plus, there are tons of weird genres and themes, making it enjoyable for a wide audience. So let's see what all the hype is about and binge our way through the crazy world of vertical dramas. Vertical dramas have seen steady growth over the last few years, but most people don't realize how big they truly are. The first vertical dramas originated in China around 2023 and were called micro dramas, which if you haven't seen one of these, basically the gist is it's a minute-long setup scene of usually some kind of suck and or fuck is usually what happens. There's not, sometimes there's betrayals. A lot of the old dramas from back in the day that people don't realize with like soap operas and those kinds of dramas that I think a lot of these Chinese shows are taking from are, it's like stuff for stay-at-home moms where it's like love affair type stuff. There's like usually some kind of death, like death of a lover or something. And these play on that a lot, except it's like I said, micro. It's just it's a real quick hit. It's basically taking a syringe full of whatever the hell that concoction is and just jamming into your arm and jamming it in, and that's pretty much what it is. Little stuff that I guess you could probably flick your brain to it. Back in the day, I think it was a long, slow rub because you're sitting there and it's just like, I don't know if I should be with him. Baxter, leave me alone, Baxter. I'm not going to because I love you. Then the husband comes home and he's like, Baxter, what the hell are you doing? With love, Daniel. that kind of stuff. I'm already saying that. I'm like, I'm kind of hooked already.
And then it becomes a love triangle because then she goes back to Daniel.
She goes back to Daniel, and Baxter's like, that son of a bitch, I'm gonna kill him.
And then you find out that Daniel dies, and then he's in a coma.
Yeah. All that stuff. And he's in a coma for a long time. Or there's even those soap operas where the characters die and they come back.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a little element of magic. They don't really specifically say it's magic, but there is a little element of magic. Now imagine all that, but Chinese. And a minute long. Editor, put up 1 minute long of your own Chinese soap opera. I'd like to see how he works through that. Good luck.
那位女士和那条龙已经结婚60年了。不久后，那位女士搬进了龙位于山西山中的洞穴，如同由太阳和海洋交织而成的金色微风，他们的爱孕育出了新生命。这在生物学上是怎么回事？我不知道，去看看视频。
I bet you there's some Japanese.
Oh, I love Korean cinema. They don't know. I feel like there's a lot of ignorant people that would probably feel that way. Is this Bong Joon-ho? Is this Parasite broken up into 700 1-minute long micro dramas?
I watched Pixar's Elementals on TikTok that way. I had no desire to watch this movie, but it just kept getting in my feed, and I was like, I'll just keep watching the clips.
There are benefits, I will say, to micro stuff. There's a lot of movies that I feel like I would have never seen unless I saw like a little 1 minute long clip from it.
Well, my favorite part is that you watch the movie out of order. So you watch some in the beginning, some at the end.
Yeah, well, I don't think I've ever binged a whole movie out of order, but I guess I will say that I've like done one where I've been hooked by a 1 minute clip and I'm like, oh shit, and I'll go to like Amazon Prime and rent it or something.
Okay.
Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Going out of order though and watching the whole thing, I know a lot of people, that's a very common thing, but it pisses me off too much. And also I feel like I'm spoiling it. Well, I'll go through too. It'll be a true crime where it's like a mom being like, I didn't drown him, I didn't drown him, I didn't drown him! And then it'll cut to the police, she definitely. And then it cuts and you're like try searching for it and it's like part 67, whatever. So then you're looking, it's part 72, whatever. So you're looking through and you're like, where's part 73? And there's 70 different fucking stories. So you have to like go through, you're like,
oh yeah.
And then you like go through and the next week you're like, 71! we're going back. Whatever, because I believe all of this stuff too, it's just like bot algorithm chasing shit that's just clip farming and getting other popular clips from other pages and reposting them here. It's the most like parasitic fucking form of content. It really is. We're dead. We're doomed. But soon, microdrama apps like Drama Box and Real Short were created to help turn the viral sensation into a global phenomenon. The style of short form content has become very popular in the US, and we are now one of the largest consumers of vertical dramas.
Bigger than China? No way.
There's no way. There's a lot of public transport. Well, this is just me. This is something, once again, ignorant. Ignorant, Hunter's tip.
猎人的秘诀
Don't be ignorant. When we went to Japan, I could not believe the amount of people that were just on their phone, like on the subways, playing games, like mobile games. I thought mobile games were dead. I mean, I was thinking like Temple Run and shit and Fruit Ninja and all that bullshit. And I was like, those motherfuckers are on mobile games like crazy. I'm like, well, no wonder like gotcha games and shit are so popular. But that's the same thing as on the subway. People that have a steady public transportation, you have your phone. So no wonder like larger metropolitan areas are going to be like big micro drama centers. But I think that like, telling you, I think those old Facebook women that download, TikTok? They download it and he's sitting there and she's just like, oh, his name's, I don't know his name, but it is, I like this. And it's that kind of thing. You get hooked easy. It would only be a matter of time before America joined in, given the numerous attempts to launch a vertical streaming platform in the United States. One of the more well-known platforms was Quibi, which launched in 2018 and was supposed to produce its own 10-minute long content called Quick Bites. How's Quibi doing? The project required a subscription priced at $5 to $8, but no one signed up, so Roku purchased it in 2020.
Yikes.
You gotta do it free. The only way you're gonna get them hooked is free. And then what you have to do is you have to get people, it's like heroin. It's like a drug addiction. You gotta get people so reliant on it that's when you go over to a paywall version and you're like, you could get them early.
Or just have a free version like YouTube where it's just like you gotta watch ads, but then if you pay the $5, ads are gone.
You gotta get people hooked though. If I don't know what the fuck I'm paying for, what am I paying for it? And they're speaking Chinese, I don't even know what the fuck they're saying. You only pay $5? All right. While Quibi might have failed to popularize short form shows, an app called Episode is a game that lets players experience microdramas interactively. Launched in 2014, the Episode app was targeted towards teens and allowed them to either play through or create their own dramas using animated characters and text boxes. This app is known for having really weird and sexual stories, which they display in numerous ads. Which, you know, I mean, listen, if you're giving a teenager an app to be like, make a microdrama, where are they gonna say, yeah, I'm like a knight? No, dude, they're gonna be like, yeah, so people want me. Girls and guys. And I'm like kind of conflicted about it. I feel like a lot of guys would live out like gay fantasies. They made their own microdramas.
Well, they would say it's manly, but then really there is like an undertone of homosexuality.
Yeah, well, it's a thing too long. You know what it is in your microdramas is I think men would be like, they would reject women so much in the microdramas that they're just like, fucking like guys are kind of cool. Yeah, no, sweetheart. Me and Greg are going to go to the movies instead. I'm going to give Greg an HJ and a BJ at the theater.
Slightly off topic, but I've seen Chinese theater security camera from inside the theaters, and they fuck a lot in the theaters.
Just during like regular movie?
Yeah. There was like, I've seen a footage where it's like 2 separate couples and they're like 3 rows separate, and both of them are like fucking their partners.
The floor's already sticky, and now we know why. It ain't movie theater butter. I hate whenever you ever go into the theater, and I'm just going to be like, that's China cum right there. That is Chinaman cum if I've ever... I'm like, I'm stepping on all kinds of seeds. Feel like I'm at a fucking Yankees game. Online, you can find episode ad compilations that show scenarios of people farting, men leaving during pregnancy, and cheating, which we have covered in some of the previous videos of mobile game ads. Literally, the mobile game ad videos we do where it's like a girl like... shivering in a fucking hut and the guy comes over. That's these Chinese soap operas. That's exactly what they are. This weird obsession with like Elsa Gate-esque dramas has been building for a long time and is now being fully expressed through vertical dramas. Some of the topics are so insane that both the US and China have banned over 25,000 different shows due to them being too violent or too pornographic. China banned it. Think about that.
China bans a lot of things.
You're like the one kid in fucking class where it's just like, it's like raises his hand and says the dumbest shit where you're like, would you shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up. China bans a lot of stuff. It's like, okay, fuck.
I've done that one time in 5th grade.
I don't care. We're moving on. This is probably because vertical dramas are very easy to create since the acting, sets, and camera quality don't have to be top notch. You can gotta get by with a little lower quality. As long as the scripts are insane, then people will return. This has led to many actors and directors to speak out about the dangerous conditions on the sets of these multiple shows. What? What are you talking about? One actor who has starred in multiple shows shared that despite the many great experiences working in that industry, there are serious downsides. During their first show, they said it paid well, but all the actors had to work for 18 hours a day and stand in freezing weather while being soaking wet, which is insane. Even like we have done some shoots, whatever, a 12-hour day is. 18 hours and then also being in rain, fuck that. Wet clothes all day? Nah. They also said that during the same shoot, the lead actress collapsed from exhaustion and had to be carried back to her hotel room.
China, baby.
All China, baby. All for a guy to also just be like, I'm cheating on you. Like 800 different ways. Because also these days, they have to be making like, I mean, how many episodes could you make in an 18-hour day? Even just like camera setup, because it would take a long time to like set up new lights and all that stuff. But still, I mean,
I bet they can. I mean, it's probably a simple shoot of just like boop, boop, you know, AV
I'm saying that
camera.
they're setting up a shot and they're probably doing like X amount of episodes worth of that same shot in different scenarios, right? In their third show, the director was very secretive about their part and sent them a character sheet which only showed their lines and what their character's personality was like. When they agreed to the part, they drove to the airport, flew to the shoot, and when they arrived, the director sent the full script and they immediately regretted taking the part. What the director left out was that their character would be part of a action scene involving them being thrown to the ground, curb stomped, and waterboarded while being thrashed around. Which I will say, if I saw that script, I would be like, I probably didn't get it because it's a stuntman's thing. The actor told the director they didn't want to be a part of the show anymore and drove home.
That's how you get kicked out of the industry, sweetheart.
Yeah, sweetheart. So I guess have fun never working in Hong Kong again. While many view it as sloppy content, a positive outcome of vertical dramas is that they have allowed many beginner or mid-level actors and directors to achieve stardom through an alternative route. So while they might not have been able to get the big leagues, you'll be able to at least find your audience through these like online interactions, which is kind of cool. But at the same time, while vertical dramas have a show for nearly everyone, not everyone is interested in the crazy storylines they offer, which is why vertical drama fans are a unique and devoted group. Like most of us, vertical drama fans are addicted to their phones and have a hard time putting down their favorite shows. Both young and old love them, with some older viewers saying they enjoy watching because they finally see their age represented in love stories. See, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's how you got to they cater to that older audience. Finally, this is like Chinese meat. They say that you can never just watch one, and once you start, it leads down a long rabbit hole filled with endless content. And if you ever feel guilty for watching an entire show in one sitting, a fan of vertical dramas admitted to watching 50 to 70 dramas over a few weeks and would just hop from title to title, not caring whether they were actually interested in the topic. Does that not just sound like anime fans? Yeah. I'm thinking about your brother's Plex account, and I'm like, how do you even sift through the amount of stuff that's there? Some fans have even reported, quote, feeling like they've lost a part of their brain after binging this content.
No shit.
Well, yeah, no shit. That's weird. My mind feels fuzzy. It doesn't even matter if it's Western or Eastern productions. Some people watch the same story in both Chinese and English just because it's that addictive. You already seen it. Is that another thing? Is that a thing that people do for dubs?
No.
Well, people are, you're either this way or you're that way.
You're either like a diehard, like I watched the pure like subtitle,
the original way it was broadcast,
or you're like a fucking casual pleb and you watch dubs because you don't want to listen to fucking Japanese. Like my brother. He don't speak English.
Usually, almost always, the dub, I agree, the voice acting isn't as good. I agree. But I will say, sometimes those Japanese takes, I'm like, what are we doing here? Many fans claim they love vertical dramas for their efficiency in telling a story quickly. Because they already have a short attention span, they love the fast-paced romance and action that fuel their dopamine cravings. I already have a short attention span. I don't want to get better. I'm just glad this keeps me at bay, and it makes me worse. Which, just want to say, this is not meant to be rude or mean. It is a near direct quote from a fan of vertical dramas, all right? So that's from the horse's mouth. Put up the source. There it is. They also claim that vertical dramas provide a great escape from the harsh reality of the real world. It's every fucking medium, you fucking idiot. Am I wrong? Like, why the fuck do people play video games? Probably because my life sucks and I want to escape for a bit, you fucking dope. I only watch Chinese dramas because the world is just so cruel. Really? Also, too, pick a better fucking thing. If you're gonna talk about how bad the world is, pick a better thing than Chinese vertical shorts, dude. Multiple studies have shown that vertical dramas are highly addictive and dangerous for teens, as they can hinder the brain development. All the cliffhangers and high-stakes anticipation create regular dopamine hits that make it hard to put down your phone and make it difficult for your brain to regulate your emotions. Happiness and anger feel like one now. I'm a little boy, and I think I'm going crazy. The world is such a cruel place.
Is this Chinese Joker?
Chinese Joker. You wanna know how I got these scars? Scientists also argue that the insane plots can skew young viewers' perceptions of reality, as many dramas only show rapid success to move the plot along. This can make failure feel twice as difficult for people to handle. God, these people sound so pathetic, don't they? Jesus Christ. What do you mean my life can't exist in 1 minute, 7 minutes of me being awesome? God, get a fucking grip. This can't be everybody, though. This is a very select few.
I think it might be a majority.
Everybody? Okay. Oh, Chinese Joker back. Life cool. It might sound scary, but none of this has ever stopped anyone from using TikTok or Instagram Reels. Because as long as the content is there, people will watch. The companies that produce vertical dramas are aware of this and have found ways to monetize this addiction. On certain apps, there are now VIP subscriptions that get you early access to new releases. No ads, ID badges, and 1080p quality. That's right, baby. HD. What about 4K? The price of subscription ranges from dirt cheap at about 50 cents a week as much as $80 a month. Jesus, can you imagine $80 a month for vertical Chinese dramas? Justifying that? Well, I mean, come on. Those are my stories. Most apps in the industry seem to be moving towards this method, and fans are starting to hate it, with many saying the content simply isn't worth the price, and they could watch it elsewhere for free. Fans are also starting to get burned out by the repetitive stories and topics found with vertical dramas. Oh, God, dude. They love you till they hate you, don't they? Oh, God. Oh, poor me. Billions of hours of content. Oh, but it's all the same. Like everything, dude. It sounds impossible, but it sounds like some have simply consumed nearly all there is to offer. Some people have consumed every drop of vertical Chinese dramas. If you have any great story ideas that you want to turn into a movie but don't have the budget or the marketing to produce them, the people on vertical dramas will eat it up. Some vertical drama actors are on par with Hollywood celebrities and have extremely devoted fan bases. In fact, a study called the, quote, Vertical Drama Loves Fan Survey found that 88% of fans choose what to watch based on how attractive the lead actors or actresses are. Yeah.
Shit.
Exactly. Don't want a bunch of fucking uggos running around on my screen, dude. Give me the sex. That's just, I'm telling you though, this is also why I think people are confusing it with like Korea. It's like K-pop shit. You know, they're like, oh, they're just as sexy. This has already led to actors having weird interactions with super fans, as one actor from a show called How to Tame a Silver Fox claimed a fan handed him a wooden doll of himself. If someone came and gave me a wood carving of myself, I'd be like, that's sick.
What if it was covered in sticky white substance?
Okay, well, if it's covered in... Then
and it had a pentagram carved into it with a blood ritual.
If a kid came up to me and he gave me a woodcut version of myself, was covered in his own blood, and I saw that he had like a giant gash in his arm, I probably wouldn't take it. But at the same time, I would be slightly...
I wouldn't be impressed.
I would too. I would be kind of, I would be titillated, I guess. I'd be like, well, thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. What would the wooden effigy look like?
It would have his pubic hairs on it as your beard.
Yeah, my beard, my hair. It's just all the kids. It's all the guy's fucking pubes and his taint hair and everything, his chest and back of his arm hair and stuff. It like talks to me. I'm like, it's hard to fully grasp how much vertical drama content is actually out there. And I promise you, you are not prepared for all of the weird and strange shows that exist. If you download one of the popular apps, you'll be bombarded with shows that have plots you could never have conceived on your own. While to some, it might be a blessing to have a Russian roulette of content to enjoy. Others are upset that the shows don't have content warnings because they might tune into something they didn't want to see. One of the most common genre focuses on pregnancy and abortions. Common. It's actually impressive how many different ways they can spin one topic. In China, a fan favorite goes by 99 children, one pregnancy, which goes as follows. A young woman living in Imperial China accidentally becomes pregnant with the emperor's dragon seed. After it was confirmed she was pregnant, the Chinese mythological hooved dragon Qi Lin appears and blesses the woman so she will have extraordinary children that will continue the empire. However, when it came time to give birth, the woman wouldn't stop having babies, and the palace staff had to start stacking babies off to the side. In total, she had 99 children, and the emperor was overjoyed, but one of his court officials says it's a bad omen and tries to get her removed from the palace. That ball and chain was definitely, he was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
99? Fuck. Not long after its release, the show went viral and was removed from all platforms by Chinese government for being too absurd. I didn't think that sounded that bad.
I thought it was Chinese propaganda, like, have more kids.
Oh yeah. No. When interviewed about the show, the director said he didn't have anything to do with the script and that he went insane while filming. He also stated that he is happy it's gone so he can distance himself from it. The government 1,000,000% told him to say that. The lead actor claimed that he accepted the role without reading the script and admitted that it was an insane premise, but said that if people turn off their brains while watching it, it would be pretty enjoyable. Yeah, if you just don't think, it's actually pretty sick. Americans also love pregnancy plots with such dramas as Pregnant by My Ex-Professor's Dad, which features a college girl named Emily finding out her boyfriend is cheating on her. So she hooks up with an older man. The next day in class, she discovers that the man she hooked up with is her professor. And even more shocking, he is her ex's father. Emily soon finds out that she's pregnant, and her professor tells her to keep it. However, her ex soon finds out that and hires her friend to help him get rid of it because he is worried he will lose his inheritance to Emily and the baby if his dad marries her. That's awesome. Kill the baby. Yeah, my college professor dad's gonna have a huge inheritance for me. Yeah, right. My dad makes $35,000 a year, Daniel. We've got to kill that baby. Time travel and rebirth are another popular genre of vertical dramas that fans cannot get enough of. The genre is commonly used for propaganda pieces, especially in China. These dramas usually portray the main protagonist as a godlike hero saving China from a formidable foe. The film, back to 1944, was also removed from apps for being an anti-Japanese hero story that follows a modern-day soldier who is teleported back to 1944 and tasked with defeating the Japanese with modern equipment. He has like an iPhone. Throughout the story, he retraces the Japanese warpath through China and uses drones to spy on Japanese camps and gain intel on their campaign. To cover up the sound of the drone, he used speakers that played loud crying sounds to simulate atrocities of war. And as he continues to fight back the Japanese, he meets a woman who decides to help him. She is shocked by his equipment and proves to her that he is from the future by showing her his smartphone, which has full 4G data bars. You know, come on. The towers, that's how good the towers are. Do they reach through space and time? While on his phone, he also streams drone footage of the Japanese losing and shows it to the woman. Viewers of the drama thought it was dumb and not very well thought out, considering that a phone would never have any connection, let alone 4G, because there are no towers or satellites. Come on, we split hairs all day.
I was gonna say they're getting upset about the time, like it's a time.
The towers don't even work. Yeah, the Chinese people are just like, well, I don't give a shit about that. Kill the Japanese. Who gives a shit? But really, 4G? Come on. Plus, the sets and props were poorly made, and people pointed out that the war-torn villagers' clothes were not torn or soiled, which made the drama feel more like a war role play than a realistic drama. Others thought that the concept was heartless and undermined the actual struggle and violence the Chinese suffered under the Japanese, which is also a fair point. Rebirth dramas are less serious, but still insane. Meet Your 18-Year-Old Young Great-Grandmother was about a math professor who suddenly died in 1955 and mysteriously wakes up in 2025, but in the body of an 18-year-old schoolgirl with the same name.
What?
She then learns of her family and realizes that all of her descendants are reckless and tarnishing their name. So she sets out to straighten things out. This story originated in China, but was so popular that it got an American remake under the same name. Hell yeah. Meet Your 18-Year-Old Great-Grandmother. You guys suck! Many vertical dramas also feature a domineering figure, which is why there are so many CEO/billionaire and alpha wolf dramas. Shows like To Love or to Die, Mr. Alpha, or Fated to My Forbidden Alpha play off other famous franchises by pitting a woman between two werewolf love interests. Billionaire dramas follow similar premises, except it's usually an older woman falling in love with a younger man. Bossy CEO loves a menopausal me, or as it's known amongst some fans, the domineering CEO falls in love with me during menopause. It's a simple story about a CEO falling in love with an older woman. You know, that's just like those older girls like, oh my God. While some people enjoyed the movie, others viewed the story as vulgar because the majority of the drama involves the CEO throwing money at a middle-aged woman without any real reason behind it. Also, this is 100% it's just 50 Shades of Grey, but for older women. What if the girl was older? What if it was an older secretary? Then yeah, girls are all like, splish splash, I was taking a bath. The films play on taboo views in China, like age gap relationships, and rely more on the insane title than the content of the show to draw people in. Seeing the success of the menopausal drama, others started circulating AI-generated images and insane titles to drive clicks to their own dramas. A poster for a show titled My Tycoon Lover and My Cerebral Atrophy featured a young man standing beside a scarred-looking old woman. People could not believe that this was a real drama and were outraged that someone would be making profit off from a horrible degenerative disease. After some digging, journalists discovered that the poster was heavily edited to sensationalize the story and create drama in the community. The original poster was for a movie called My Tycoon Lover and My Cerebral Atrophy, featuring a much younger looking woman. Oh, well, that makes it better. Yeah, okay, well, there you go. Other copycats tried similar stunts with titles like The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me Who Poops in the Wild, but they quickly died off because everyone knew it was fake. The love and obsession for vertical dramas is not going anywhere anytime soon, and as more people tune in, the stories will only get more ridiculous. The term brain rot is usually associated with children's entertainment, but if we've learned anything, it can apply to adult content as well. I mean, hey, you're watching it right now. If you ever find yourself doom-scrolling vertical dramas, put the phone down and do whatever you can to avoid slipping down into the dark rabbit hole no one can escape. Thank you so much. Ni hao? Is that Chinese?
I think that's hi.
What's goodbye? Bye! That's it. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come and sit down because today we're going to be talking about Kickstarter. Crowdfunding websites have been prevalent for years now. Many nonprofits, startups, and even lone individuals have turned to them for help making their creative dreams a reality. Hell, I know I did. 6 years ago now, I did a Kickstarter, made a show. Not sure if anyone remembers it, but it was a show nonetheless. And we did it, and we hit the goals, and I found out that that was not that's not a normal thing. A lot of Kickstarters don't usually go that way, which luckily I didn't ask for. I feel like a whole hell of I should have asked for way more, which also, hindsight, making an animated show is way more expensive than what I asked for. I digress. Now, just about anyone can have an idea and see it realized without having to have an abundance of capital or influence. So as long as you fit your campaign into Kickstarter's guidelines, you're good to go. There was a period of time too, back in like the early 2010s maybe, there was like an overabundance of people doing it as like a get rich quick scheme. I feel like now it's become a legitimate way of, I see, God dude, self-published books comics, unbelievable. Board games, holy hell. Comics and books and that kind of stuff, oh my god. Kickstarter is like the best. Whether it's a piece of luggage, a new piece of technology, or a video game, many people have built entire franchises that have started out on a Kickstarter page. Indie games like Shovel Knight raised over $300,000 in 2019, creating a hit game that has now evolved into an entire series. Which, if you think about it, $300,000, you know, I think for a lot of people, I mean, it is a lot of money, but goddamn, I mean, so many games, it's like 20 million, you know? I mean, I got 300K and be able to make that is pretty impressive. Even just this year, games like Gundos are soaring over their Kickstarter goals, showing just how much people are willing to open their wallets to a project that they believe in. Not all projects go smoothly, however. You may have heard of infamous campaigns like the Coolest Cooler, which raised a staggering $13 million, only to fully shut down years later after a litany of poor management decisions, and that's kind of what you get into. Also, too, that's kind of a double-edged sword sometimes. You reach a goal, and if it goes way over, you're like, I have no idea how to scale this, and then you become an entrepreneur versus a guy who's like, it was a pretty cool cooler. Put a speaker in the cooler, it's pretty sweet. With people's generosity being the focal point, you probably aren't surprised that there are all sorts of stories in which people take advantage of it. So today we're going to look at the wild world of Kickstarter, from product failures to full-on scams, and even we have to throw in a couple of mental breakdowns. For the very few Kickstarters that are actually practical, there are thousands of ridiculous projects that either fix a niche problem or do like nothing. They don't do a single thing. The Licky Brush, for example, is a piece of rubber shaped like a tongue that you put in your mouth so you can lick your own cat. Which I don't know, like, why would you want to do that?
It's a novelty product.
Yeah, but what's the novelty? Like, the issue is not grooming your cat, but it's the idea of like, even if it's protected my mouth, do I want to lick my cat? It's for people that are like is it role play stuff?
It's like, I want to show my cat how it feels when he licks me. So you put the thing in your tongue and you pretend to lick him, and it's cute. You guys bond over it.
You like that, Samuel? The project received over 2,000 backers and raised $52,000, and it even appeared on Shark Tank. What did they say on that? What did Mark Cuban say about that? If that motherfucker not get out of that deal, I want to know what happened.
But 300K, that's too much, and for those reasons, I'm out.
There's also Jellowware, which are disposable cups you are supposed to eat instead of throwing away, and the creators came up with this idea after entering a Jello mold competition. In total, Jellowware had 229 backers and raised over $10,000. I feel like Jellowware and like a bowl of mac and cheese doesn't make sense to me. You know, if it's supposed to be like a bowl, I mean, I guess with a drink, but even then it's like,
does it get
Jellowware?
sticky?
Yeah, it would get sticky. How would it not? You're holding it, you know?
This message is sponsored by Raycon. Spring is here, which means it's time to refresh your routine and spend more time outside. Whether you're on your daily walk, running errands, or just soaking in the sun, baby. These are open earbuds that let you stay connected to your surroundings while enjoying your favorite music or podcast. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound. Whoa! Regular earbuds block out everything, but with Raycon, you can stay aware of traffic and your surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. And with the open ear functionality, their earbuds are designed to be taken outside. They're perfect for a workout or just for a run. And their super lightweight design means that they won't slip out when you're moving fast or breaking a sweat. Raycon also has multi-point connection, allowing you to switch from your phone to a tablet or PC with ease once it's time to work again. But the best part is that Raycon delivers premium audio quality at half the price. Plus, the open earbuds case has a 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day. I love using Raycons when I'm at work listening to my favorite smut podcast. No one in the office can hear what I'm listening to. It's awesome. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. The essential open earbuds are perfect for refreshing your routine this spring. Go to buyraycon.com/papameatopen to get 20% off. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this video, and hey, let's get back to the video. Then there's also Fish on Wheels, and it's a fish tank on a low-powered RC car controlled by the fish inside, because you know they have sentience to do that. The fish tank had a camera that looked down inside the tank so to pinpoint the fish's position and control the vehicle. The developers initially wanted $70,000 and only raised about $6,000 before the project ultimately failed. This was probably because the tank couldn't be filled too high, otherwise the frequent jerky movements caused by the fish panicking inside would spill water all over your floor. I like how it's like it would spill water all over your floor. That's the biggest people's concern. It isn't that the fish inside's being jerked around and probably gonna fucking die as well.
I saw a video, something similar, but they put a snake and gave it legs. It's like in a tube and it could walk around.
I feel like you would hate that. That goes against everything that it knows, right? Why would you need that? Another failed project is Paul, the sexiest smartphone charger on the planet. which is just a foam bust of a man's body with the phone charger at his penis and a wall charger coming out of his asshole. The creator was seeking $8,000 in funding, but received only a little over $2,000 with a total of 12 supporters, which I will say is still a lot. I like how it's just like, we're gonna give you half a mannequin, and you can like, I guess you could fuck this if you want, or you can like finger his asshole. And some people are like, all right, fine, dude. I mean, $2,000 isn't nothing to sneeze at, right? I don't know. There's also the thinking egg, which had 4 versions, each raising well over $200,000. So we could say almost about $1 million in total. It's literally just a wooden or like metal egg that you're meant to fidget with while you're working at home. It's literally just like a stress. It's not even a stress ball. It's just, you're supposed to just like.
Oh, it's like those orbs.
Yeah, but they don't look as cool. Those orbs where you're like. Functionally, there is no difference between the versions except the material they're made of. And on their official website, they charge $17 per egg. You can just go to the store. You can go to the store, play around with a regular egg, and then you get to eat it. That's like, just to be honest, I mean, like, if you're talking practicality and stuff, and if you're like, well, I mean, the convenience of it, I'm like, you can just get a carton of eggs. How often would you play with the egg? And at that point, too, you know, dude, I'd get like, you can get anything. You can get an orange, you peel it and eat it. Like, oh, my fat ass is just like, can you even eat the egg? You can't eat the egg. Get a chocolate egg. Eat the chocolate egg. Yeah, a little Kinder egg with the cream in it. I never liked the Kinder eggs, I'm being honest. Yeah, the cream is not, like, burns my mouth. Well, it doesn't burn my mouth, but it like, I don't know. It's like, so, it makes me so thirsty. You know what else the ones I didn't like was the chocolate oranges. You like the peels? I never tasted that good, did it? Was this just, are we just talking to... Creators can get inspiration from literally anywhere, like the creators of the Grilled Cheeses Grilled Cheese Press, who came up with their idea after watching an episode of their favorite show, Glee, titled Grilled Cheeses, which clearly many thought the concept was amazing because the Kickstarter was able to reach its $25,000 funding goal. This is something my grandma would like, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a grilled cheese. Well, now you can trick old people. Mom, look.
I think that, yeah, so that's the thing, is people probably got it as a practical joke, trick their grandma. They'd be like, oh, I love it, baby. They probably wouldn't even eat it. There have been thousands of ridiculous products on Kickstarter, but many don't compare to the No Phone. Nearly 1,000 people paid a total of $18,000 for a 3D printed rectangle to combat cell phone addiction. They created a pretend phone to act as a surrogate to any smart mobile device. You can clutch your comfort without having to actually use it, which just sounds so pathetic, doesn't it?
Apparently, there's a study that shows that 3 days without your cell phone has similar effects to cocaine withdrawal.
I believe it too. You know what? Maybe I'm knocking the rectangle too quick. I mean, like it's like a thing of non-alcoholic beer, so you can still have the simulation or like the I don't know, the normality of drinking when you're trying to get sober. One upgrade consists of a stick-on mirror so you can take selfies. Though it was fully supported, many of the comments were disappointed, saying they either never received the product or their mirror came scratched. Oh, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? My mirror. In 2014, the Air umbrella was advertised as a compact and lightweight alternative to the traditional umbrella. Instead of deploying a fabric material to protect you from the rain, it would instead blast a circular stream of air that would keep you dry without taking as much space. Does that mean it's just like above you?
Yeah, so like the rain comes with like...
At that point too, I mean, like, is an umbrella that invasive?
Also, how loud is that?
I mean, to make it an actual dome, it would have to be insane. It would be insanely loud, right? The design wasn't without flaws, however. No. Not only would the battery life only be between 15 to 30 minutes, but one could assume that the water being pushed away from you would just be fired onto everything in the person's vicinity, aka the people all around you, or I mean, everything's getting wet beside you. And as it turns out, these initial problems were far too difficult to rectify, and fears of it doing harm to customers led to them being unable to release the product. They would issue an apology and attempt to refund their supporters, but delays in doing so would cause a tidal wave of furious backers, labeling them as scammers. And we'll try to get there. I'm not doing it.
They are assuming people will just forget. It's been 10 years.
I mean, come on. Yeah. 100 grand. I mean, there's got to be some crazy backers in there.
With all of these, there's like, like $10,000 reward tiers.
I have a feeling it was like in a metal tube. Like the thing's gonna lodge into your neck. Some Kickstarters can feel downright pointless. For example, a Kickstarter campaign titled We Demand Peace in the World Now details the development of a smartphone app that will bring everyone together. Basically, people would download the free app to show that they demand peace in the world. And according to them, the app would feature their song We Demand Peace in the World Now and a video of Peace Flash Mob, which honestly I think could do nothing but spread more hate, more vitriol. If I saw that video, I'd be like, I think the world's in a pretty fucking good place. If this is what peace in the world, I don't want that. If that's what peace in the world is, no thank you. Their goal is to have people around the world memorize this dance as well as the lyrics to the song so they can start organizing their own flash mobs to spread the idea of peace. Their ultimate goal was to convince people to all do this song and dance one Saturday a month for at least a year in cities all across the world. This way, they could tell their government that they will not tolerate any of the wars and the fighting and killing must stop now! Despite their best efforts, only 18 people backed the project. Out of the $30,000 they wanted for this app, only about $2,300 was raised. Which also begs the question as well, Nick, instead of it being an app, couldn't this just be a YouTube video that you hope goes viral? We can't make money on it that way.
Exactly. How am I going to make the ad money from the app?
Make the ad money on the app, and then also, yeah, is it really a movement if people don't have it downloaded on their phone? That kind of stuff. I mean, think about how bad flash mobs already were. I mean, who wanted that? Whoever saw a video and they're like, okay. People don't realize this, but we're about ready to transform this busy square into a dance party.
Well, it's because of High School Musical, I bet. They're like,
what?
They saw High School Musical was so popular, so it's just like, let's just bust out and song and dance in the middle of... When you're in high school, did you guys film a flash mob for your senior?
We didn't do a flash mob, but it was one of those fucking videos that was like, it's like a person starting in a room and it's like a camera following them and they're like, you're singing a song to it. And they go to every room and people are like singing the song and like dancing and stuff. It's so fucking cringe. But everyone did it. I don't know what the fuck was. I guess that's kind of a flash mob.
Oh yeah, I thought that's what a flash mob was, but.
Flash mob is like, you're having a cup of coffee in like at a town square. And all of a sudden, all the business people walk around, stop, and they just start dancing. Like, that's a flash mob. It's a mob of people doing that. To me, a flash mob is like, you kind of spring it on random people that don't know what the fuck's going on. All I know is in my school, they did that Bon Jovi song that...
I think we did Dog Days Are Over by Florence and the Machine.
How does that one go?
The dog days are something like that.
Of course! That's the dog days. In 2013, Doug Evans created an exciting product called Juicero that drew in a total of $120 million investments for Juicero? All right. Their main product, the Juicero Press, was essentially a fancy juicing machine. The catch is that the machine was only designed to work with Juicero's own branded product packs, which were fairly expensive for what they contained. Customers would pay for a subscription fee of $35 a week to regularly obtain these produce packs. $35 a week? The machine itself was overly complicated, requiring a Wi-Fi connection at all times to operate it, and each packet contained a QR code which needed to be scanned by the machine and confirm that it was both an official Juicero brand packet that wasn't expired. Which also, what kind of fucking Apple bullshit is that? You have to have Juicero packs. You can't throw a goddamn orange in the thing and it'll work. Also, is this like a juicer for spacemen? A pack of goods?
Their whole thing was like, it's freshly squeezed, but it's in a bag. And all the machine does is just squeeze the bag.
So it's already a bag of juice.
Yeah, so you can literally just take the bag.
Can you just, yeah, I was like, can you just... Go, Juicero, go! Just good shit. My orange juice! At launch, the product cost a whopping $700. While the product was doing all right during its initial launch, they were still losing money due to the high cost of producing it. What is this machine made out of, dude? It's made of gold. All the wiring is gold. Things took a turn for the worst, however. No. When Bloomberg exposed them by revealing that the juicer itself was not necessary to consume the drink. Who thought that you needed I mean, it's a bag of juice. Cut a hole in it and put a straw in the bag. You got juice on the go. The company shut down entirely by September of 2017 and was mocked every step of the way. That has to be the worst product I've heard so far. There's got to be worse, but I'm just saying. In terms of like non-harmful, stupid waste of technology, that's got to be it. Some Kickstarter creators simply aren't equipped to handle the pushback that a poorly run campaign brings from their backers, like the creator of Pictures for Sad Children. John Campbell produced a webcomic of the same name in 2007, which focused on dark and absurdist humor that people really seem to connect with. The success prompted a Kickstarter campaign in 2012 that would raise money to produce physical copies of the comic. The $8,000 goal was exceeded, hitting over $50,000. Instead of this ending as yet another Kickstarter success story from a young artist, future updates to the campaign took a strange turn. John would post a lengthy post about their withering emotional state, treating the update tab on the campaign as more of a venting space. It turns out that the pressure was too much, and John would express their anger by posting a video update titled, "It's over." In it, the text reads 127 emails about this book. The video then shows 127 books being burned in a bonfire over ominous music. John reveals that the last 25% of the books will not be shipped and refunds will not be processed before threatening to burn one book for every future message received about it. Along with the video came a novel-sized post that went from long personal stories to criticisms of capitalism. One quote reads, "If you would like a refund, please contact a fan of my work directly for your money. This is where the money would come from anyway. I am cutting out the middleman." For the most part, John erased all social media as well as the original webcomic archives. People still speculate about what had happened in the first place, with many assuming it was related to intense drug use or simply untreated mental health problems. Which, here's the thing. If this was like, which I don't know if this is the case, if this was a Tumblr artist, does it not make sense that your update page would read the same? Granted, I think if you have something where somebody's paid for it, you gotta fulfill the obligation. Even if you are super late, I think that as long as you're like, I'm getting to it, this was way more than I expected, I'm having a hard time with it. I think if you're transparent and honest, people will be mad, but I think it's like, I'm trying my best to do it, and you're trying to be honest with it. Going on a hate campaign and burning books because you're like, I don't know, upset with other people, no bueno. There's a lot of times I've seen, like I have a bunch of comic book buddies, like my buddy Jim Mahfood. He just did an amazing, like Batman parody that was just all like, it's like a savage Batman book. Put it up here, it was really good. He had a successful campaign and stuff, but he asked other Kickstarter people being like, what's the best way to go about this? You know, other comic book people. I mean, like I would just reach out to other people that have done that campaign. Also, you're human, dude. Mistakes happen. Once again, shout out Jim Mahfood and also Jake. Put up both of them. Two awesome comic book artists and also my buddy Baltimore. I have too many comic book friends. But I've known these people for a while and I love all of them. Baltimore, there's his art, it's very good. His comics are very good. Jake, he just loves my storyboard art, but also he's an amazing comic artist. And Jim, there you go. Watch out for their Kickstarters, maybe they have one. I feel like a lot of the Kickstarters, it doesn't matter, who gives a shit. Outdoors for Everyone project was a failed Kickstarter created by David Mills. His goal was to allow old, disabled, or underprivileged people to enjoy beautiful nature settings they could never visit. Not by taking them there, but by creating gigantic, high-quality prints they could look at, which it sounds pretty silly, but I can see that being like a noble cause. You'll never go there. I mean, you look at that, it's pretty, right? You'll never be there, but this is kind of like it. These photos, which they refer to as big, awesome photos, would be displayed as an hour-long slideshow presentation. Oh, how insulting is that? When it was made clear that the crew would have to travel to all of these nature spots and national parks themselves to take the photos, people started to claim that this was all an elaborate play for them to fund a nationwide vacation, which does sound more likely. I will say this. There are things called translights, and there are like backdrops to shows. These, I mean, just to print, I don't know, like a 20-foot wide one, they could cost like 30 grand. So then if you want, and that's a high quality print that's like, you know, I would say it's like, it's not paper, it's actual fabric that's gonna last, you know, it looks good from a distance, all that kind of stuff, right? That you'll see in a show. $185,000 does sound like it's just like, this is for me and my boys to go take the photos for like a year. We can all take off our jobs for a year, we can get paid, we're not losing any revenue, right? Because if you're doing that and you're selling it to a person, what person's gonna wanna pay like 30 grand for which is a giant photo? If you're trying to emulate it being like, oh, I'm looking out into a thing, yeah. Not just a frame picture.
That'd be more of like a virtual reality thing.
Yeah.
It's just like, get a VR headset.
Which even then, it's like, yeah, just put on a fucking Apple headset or whatever and just be like, holy shit. The project would only receive $1,453, and Kickstarter soon suspended the projects so backers would not be charged. People saw through that so clearly. I do like the angle though of people, you know 100% him and his boys were like, well, people are gonna know that we're just like going around. It's like a vacation. Not if we tell them it's for disabled people. Not if we tell them it's for old and sick people. Among the many project genres Kickstarter offers, games are probably among the most, if not the most popular on the entire platform. In 2017, a new MMO project called Ash of Creation was launched, and over the last decade, it has raised over $3 million while in development. However, at the beginning of the year, the creative director and co-founder Stephen Sheriff stepped down from his position due to the ethical conflicts with the board of directors. This led most of the staff to leave, and the entire project was scrapped, including the Steam page, which had already been selling an early access version. Since thousands of people had already purchased early access to the game, Steam had begun issuing refunds to anyone who bought it. For those who were still in the company, the board laid off the remaining staff and closed the studio. Many former employees later said they never received the final paycheck and sued for unpaid wages.
This was like a big one. Because
Yeah.
my buddies actually paid full price for it, and then it was only up for a month.
No shit, Ashes of Creation?
I think they're doing one last like pump and dump. Basically, they're like, let's release this in early access, get as many people to buy,
and then just bail.
And then bail. And then Steam actually locked their funds, so they could not pull them out.
Yeah, it's bullshit. There's so many different kinds of these games where I feel like it's released for a day. Well, are you talking about the one that was like released for a day and they just shut it down entirely? I forgot what its name is. I'm not good with video game names, but I feel like there's a ton of them that do this kind of shit. Also, I want to say $3 million over the course of 10 years is not a lot. They had to have probably some other kind of backing that they didn't tell people about.
They had private investors come in.
So that's probably why they also dumped it, because those private investors probably came in there like, we're gonna fucking kill you unless you give us money. Mythic, the Story of Gods, was announced in early April of 2012 as a mythology-based RPG. The company behind the game boasted that it had ex-Blizzard employees and even Disney and Pixar employees working on animations. It didn't take long for the game to gain traction and raise close to $5,000 toward its $80,000 goal. However, some people felt something was off. Yeah. A video game, first off, $5,000 is that gaining traction? I guess. But then also $80,000 to make an MMORPG?
Definitely
Word?
scam. That is, no. It's like a little kid, but he made the Kickstarter.
After doing a little digging, people found that the entire campaign was a mix of other games, projects, and businesses. For starters, the art of the game was stolen from other games, and the pictures of the company's office were real photos taken from random design companies. Furthermore, all of the reward tiers on the Kickstarter page were just copied from other projects, and it didn't take long for news outlets to pick up the story and spread the word about the scam. Not even a month after it was announced, the Kickstarter was canceled, and the scammers disappeared. Thankfully, no backers ever lost any money since the project didn't reach its goal, so that's good. Molly Frederick had begun to create a high sci-fi board game called Catalica.
Catalica. I like that.
Catalica, which focused on, quote, the experience of living as a member of the stellar consciousness of the galaxy. Like some Evangelion ending, like end of series shit. According to her, it's a cross between Risk and Magic the Gathering. Now you're speaking my language. A decent-sized audience of interested people easily hit the goal of $7,500, which allowed Molly to regularly post updates and stay ahead of schedule. When the product was ready to be shipped out, delays started to frustrate people who would go on to critique her in the comments of the campaign. Things all changed one day when Molly started posting weird updates to explain why things were being delayed. Apparently, it no longer had to do with just printing issues, because she was now being harassed by celestial mass claiming... What? She was now being harassed by a celestial mass claiming to be the sun. I mean, do you just see that Kickstarter post and you're like, awesome? Like when it comes to this, of like, I've actually been, I mean, it's heartbreaking. I'm paraphrasing this because what I want to say is I would see that and be like, no way, mental breakdown, sick. Even though I know it's wrong, but I'm just saying, if you saw that update, you're like, oh, cool, update. Not only was she being harassed by the sun all day, it was urging her not to release the board game for fear that it would reveal too many cosmic secrets. She also claimed that the US Navy was watching her because her board game referenced experimental plasma technology. A little bit of gang stalking in there too. I love that. I love that. Cosmic horror with just a dash of gang stalking. Many of the people in the comments were being supportive. What? I'm sorry the sun is watching you and the Navy is also on your back. Keep your secret, sister. One man in particular, however, pretended to be the sun and started urging her to buy 30 gallons of gasoline and light a nearby school on fire. Jesus Christ! God damn! Are you kidding me? See, now that's a problem. When you know you're openly talking to a mentally unwell person, yeah, get 30 gallons of gasoline and fucking set a school on fire. Yeah, I tapped 2 islands, I'm gonna play Counterspell. Updates would continue all the way up until 2023, and in the end, only a small number of people would actually ever receive the game, making it some sort of collector's item. Everyone else was left behind, despite putting in money and followed the project for years, which I gotta say, it has to be some kind of like religious tome now.
I was gonna say, she actually released something.
It's insane that the person who was talking to a celestial mass pretending to be the sun and being gang stalked by the U.S. Navy actually fulfilled more products than 99% of the Kickstarters that like scam people. It meant that there was some good intention down there.
Good on you, Mal. Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like she's having a mental...
And yes, I mean, she was having a bit of a mental oopsie daisy, basically, yeah.
Or do you think she was just faking it to get out?
No. I think that No. I think that she was probably going through some shit. With the intention still of being like, I want to release this thing, but like physically and mentally, I cannot. Most Kickstarter projects rely on advertising and backer interest to succeed, but some people skip making a product entirely and just use the platform to beg for money. Many attribute the rise of beggars on Kickstarter to a 2014 project in which a man simply asked for $10 to make a potato salad. The Kickstarter would go viral and receive over $55,000 in donations and spawn countless other projects similar to it that were just asking for money. Seeing the success from all the potato salad clones, lots of young children and teens started getting on Kickstarter and asking for anywhere from $800 to $2,000 for a gaming setup. And most of the time, the reason they needed such expensive rigs is they wanted to start a gaming YouTube channel or to start streaming, which if I saw that, I'd do. Nope. I'd rather have a just kid be like, I just really want a good system so I can play games on the highest quality. I would be more swayed by that. Listen, guys, crowdfunding sites are a wonderful thing. After all, there are all sorts of creative people who with brilliant ideas that simply don't have the money to make them a reality, or they don't have the means of getting self-started. They're not business-minded enough to take this thing to the next level. So sometimes Kickstarter can just be like, hey, this is my sick idea. Do you like it? Pretty cool. Because Kickstarter can be a little risky as far as getting refunded from an unfulfilled project, the many scam campaigns on the site may make you extra hesitant to open your wallet. But if it's a project you really believe in, maybe throw a few bucks into something if you think it's worth it. Because hey, sometimes the good shit will never be seen, right? You gotta kind of dig for the good shit. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about secret societies. Now, when the word secret society comes into mind, what do you think? Oh, I see. They're not having a conversation with the screen right now. That's going to be really embarrassing. Does robes come to mind? What about masks? Perhaps candle-holding men discussing devious schemes? Were you just thinking of Eyes Wide Shut? Seems like it. What if I told you what you've heard of secret societies isn't just goofy movie tropes? Would you believe me? Yeah. A secret society is basically any group or organization participating in activities while sworn to the utmost secrecy. Can't tell anybody this Illuminati. Beyonce, she ate a child. I love watching Beyonce Illuminati videos. That's the only ones I ever believe.
Look at the earrings. Saturn earrings. Search after a Saturn associated with their called.
All the other ones, I'm like, nah. I'm like, Beyonce, I bet that bitch did do something. You know what I mean? There are many examples of secret societies throughout history. Some that are still running to this very day. Today, we're going to talk about the strange, mysterious world of secret societies. More specifically, one that people believe is powerful enough to shape the state of the entire f***ing world. I'm talking, of course, about Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove, I think, is by far the most popular conspiracy theory, secret society thing of all time. People have been sneaking in there for I don't even know how long, looking at a giant goddamn owl statue. I mean, it's basically like ghost hunting. They just like walk around, they're like, oh, what is that? What is that? And they just see like a truck drive by. What the hell? Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. Truck just drove by. But it gets played up a lot for horror movies because I think that it's nice to think that, well, it's not nice, it's just, it's easy to believe that wealthy people would get together and run the world as like a book club. That makes sense to me. You get together, you do unspeakable things, but you do it with your bros. And they're all politicians. They're all George Bush and Mitt Romney. All the politicians, you were like, I don't like that guy. But Bohemian Grove is a secret society that the world is wildly fascinated by. It's been running for over 150 years and is still going to this day. It originated in San Francisco in 1872. According to Sam Singer, a member and club spokesman, quote, it's a group of gentlemen who are really genuinely, no, I'm serious, interested in arts, theater, jazz, and of course, rock and roll. Nothing else. Cigars and brandy. Don't look in the basement. And women were banned from entry. This is a men's club, okay? No women allowed, just the way it's supposed to be. It was a private, men's-only club. Women were furious. What else is new, dude? They're all on the rag, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna go, we're gonna sue them.
It's just rich people wanting to get away from their wives.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys just being like, get me the fuck out of here. Well, how do we know that John F. Kennedy wasn't in the Bohemian Grove and that's what helped him?
And then he didn't pay his due diligence.
He didn't show for brandy cigars and to talk jazz and rock, and that's when they're like, we're gonna kill that son of a bitch.
The funniest conspiracy I read is that the CIA told Oswald to miss, but he accidentally shot him twice.
Ah, fuck. He's a great shot. Every year, during the last 2 weeks of July, the members would join together for a relaxing retreat, similar to a summer camp. Grown men being like, does anyone want to pretend to be 9 years old at the lake again? They were able to practice and share their art, as well as play recreational sports and engage in stimulating conversations with like-minded people. Is this Anthony Elliott's pipe dream? Could be. Their mascot is an owl, as it symbolizes wisdom. I always thought that was weird. Why owls are always wisdom? I will say, you know, it's a fucking great episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender is when they go to that tower, that library. There's the owl walking around there. Ooh, he's a big owl. Ooh, and he tries fucking him up. That one scared the shit out of me. It's just scary.
Did you see Secret of Nim? That owl f***ed me up.
I never liked Secret of Nim.
I hate you. We're not friends.
Okay. This relates to the origins of Bohemian Grove, which focused on a gathering of talented intellectuals. You know that these motherfuckers were RC because it always looks bougie, doesn't it? Get me in that club, dude. I got a cock. Barely. For a time, being a member was exclusive to people who were artistically talented and had a deep knowledge of the arts. But after some time, they slowly loosened their criteria for entry to allow people who were merely enjoyers of art. I feel like they definitely branded them though, too. So you enjoy this art, but you don't know how to make it. You have to wear the fool's cap. I'm practicing watercolors. Definitely. It was possible that this was for the purposes of allowing more businessmen and other wealthy people to join and financially support the club's endeavors.
The owl is in his leafy temple. That's all within the grove be reverent before him.
So I'm just like, okay, well, what are we gonna do? Bankroll this forever, guys? What the f? Eventually, this led to the wealthy and influential people overshadowing the artistically motivated originators. Bohemian Grove slowly morphed from an artist retreat to a 2-week-long party where male elites met other male elites. Booyah.
Is it the patriarchy?
What happened to the art? Club bylaws state that at least 10% of the members admitted to Bohemian Grove must be accomplished artists. At least 10. Give us 10. Whether it be composers, actors, or painters. We'll even take composers. God, composers. Overly enthusiastic Grovers had referred to it as the greatest men's party on earth. Dude, there was definitely gay sex. This is definitely a place where it's just like, it's not gay if you're doing it at the Grove. It's artistic when I make my make on this man's back. It looks like mid-century, I don't know, contemporary. It looks like cum. The members list for Bohemian Grove is not public information and is only available through outside leaks. Notably, a 2008 WikiLeaks entry that revealed the names of thousands of members. Now, we have to take that with a grain of salt. We don't know if it's real. 2008 was a crazy time. Remember the crash? That's when the housing crash was.
It's true.
It's also kind of around the time the first Transformers movie came out. Now there's like 12 of those. Is there an owl transformer?
I think there is, actually, isn't there? Yeah, it looks like an owl.
Is there an owl transformer? I think they're supposed to be cars. It is known today as a secret society of powerful and influential people. Members throughout history consist of former presidents, CEOs, board members of top military contracts, as well as numerous famous celebrities such as Sam Witwicky.
Sam Witwicky?
Witwicky. AKA Shia LaBeouf. And Optimus Prime is also there. Some members have been a part of the Grove for several decades. After 40 years of membership, you receive Old Guard status. This allows various perks like reserved seating during performances. You have to wait 4 decades, 40 years, to just get kind of a decent spot. And then by the time you're doing that too, you're gonna be so old. That's bullshit. I want my cock to work. I want to f all the other owls. Because in Eyes Wide Shut, they have like orgies, and I would assume the majority of them were like prostitutes or, you know, whatever. I mean, they say it's something else. I would assume that they're just like, no, we can't even allow those people to know of our mischievous deeds. Let's talk about some of the members from the past and present here. Not that this is all speculative. Just want to say we don't actually have a list, but this is what we've been told. Clint Eastwood's in it. Walter Cronkite, Richard Nixon, you better believe it, Ronald Reagan. They're probably having sex with each other. Ronald Reagan brings that monkey showing up, putting bananas and berries in people's assholes or whatever. He likes to eat it out of your asshole. Mark Twain. George Bush, what'd I tell you?
He's an artist.
He's an artist. I love his paintings. I want to go to a George Bush art gallery so bad. The Rockefellers. Theodore Roosevelt. Why did the Rockefellers get you?
Rockefellers are the richest family in the world.
Well, they used to be.
Still are.
They're not. I'm almost positive, like, every 24-year-old tech giant outclasses them. Whatever, doesn't matter. They're all rich assholes, f them. Even just recently in 2023, it was discovered that the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has attended Bohemian Grove with Harlan Crow, a billionaire Republican donor that showered him in luxurious trips under secrecy. They're trying to take down the deep state and the left of the country. They're definitely not just rich guys who are having sex with each other and finishing on people's faces and being disgusted and like crying in the shower later. That'd be the weird thing about Bohemian Grove. It'd be ecstasy outside, but then you'd go back to your room and probably be like, who am I? You know, like freaking out. Or you just wouldn't care. You're just like American Psycho, like just wiping your face. You only smile out there and then you just like go back in your room and you just sit down on your owl bed. I may look human, but I'm anything from it. I'm just simply not there. The motto of Bohemian Grove was, "Weaving spiders, come not here." What does that mean? Spiders is in our wives, women, do not come here and weave your dastardly tales of us fun to suck each other's cock. How do we know that it really isn't, I hate to keep harping on it, that it isn't just a boys club where guys are just like, if I sucked a dick, I feel like I'd be good at it. Yeah, we know what we're doing with the thing down there. It was Bohemian Grove at the beginning was definitely just like, we talk about art and we drink brandy and we talk politics and listen to jazz and rock and roll, and no women are allowed to come in because the conversations are just a bit too, methinks, intellectual. And then yeah, but really they're just like, if my wife came here and saw me become a Chinese finger trap, no, you have to push and then pull. The motto of Bohemian Grove was "Weaving spiders come not here," which is used to illustrate the strict rule against discussing business during the 2-week-long retreat. The website insists that there is zero business conducted at all times. We don't talk shop at all. Just the brandy, the theater, jazz, and rock and roll. This is widely believed to be completely false by the general public. Duh.
Bohemian Grove?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of politicians, a lot of big wigs, making a lot of big decisions.
Oh, really? I will say the fucking owl stuff, could they have picked a more fucking evil, super villain-esque crest? Not only does it look like a pissed off owl, it looks like a pissed off mage. It's like, I imagine the owl has Snape's voice. Do not weave your webs here, spider. Because of the staggering amount of powerful members of Bohemian Grove, it has been a well-known theory that the major country-shaping decisions are made during the 2-week-long event. And it is believed, while those running the retreat forbid business-related conversations, a group of people will often split off to privately discuss matters of importance. We have to have a conversation over there behind that tree. Dave, why is your pants down? Owls need not such articles of fabric. Peter Phillips, a Sonoma State sociology professor that attended the retreat in 1994, claims that, quote, "they're very clearly talking politics and business constantly. No one ever asked me to talk politics or business, and I dropped hints that I wanted to." Are you talking about gay sex in your asshole? No. I'm talking about what? It has been rumored, for example, that the Manhattan Project was conceptualized and planned out at the Bohemian Grove retreat during the 1940s. I'd believe that in a heartbeat. Oppenheimer was there. Well, the movie makes it seem like people were already trying to suck his cock the whole time. You're a genius, Oppenheimer. He's like, well, I couldn't possibly say if that's true or not. You're going to do big things. Drop the ball, Oppenheimer. Well, I guess I probably could if I really wanted to. I could probably make it. It was also reported that Ronald Reagan met Richard Nixon during the retreat in 1967 to discuss plans regarding the presidential race. Nixon was also caught in Oval Office tape describing the Grove retreat as the most goddamn thing you'd ever imagine. I would put large amounts of money on the fact that Ronald Reagan showed up with that monkey. I feel like a lot of people don't remember. He was an actor before he was a politician at all. Like in his youth, he had that monkey. He's like, well, come on. He's like, this is Dick Nixon. Unbuckling his pants. He's like, Reagan, what the hell? He's like, he wants a banana. Does your banana need to be peeled back or is it already cut up? Good God God, Reagan. Gaining access to this private men's club is by no means cheap. Okay, you gotta be wealthy, or you gotta be a good artist. But I feel like they're just like, you gotta be a wealthy, good artist, bud. You can kind of color in the lines. We'll say you're an artist. Not only do you need to be invited by several former members just to apply, but you are added to the waitlist that is supposedly absurdly long. You'd be waiting 10 years before you were even considered for a role. Is this true? I don't know, but it sounds right, so we're gonna say it. When you are finally able to join, it will cost you around $25,000 initially, plus yearly dues of $5,000. That is substantially lower than what I expected. In 1899, the club gained so much notoriety that they were able to rent and later purchase a 2,700-acre plot of land in Monte Rio in California to run their annual retreat. From there, they continued purchasing the surrounding land to expand their campground. It featured various dining venues, theaters, and several smaller campsites that varied in theming and luxuriousness. There are over 100 camps, with many having servants assigned to them, and it was noted that many members brought their own chefs and servants along to accommodate them as well.
This looks like fucking Disneyland.
This does look like Disneyland. I guess that's the thing too, is whenever all these YouTubers sneak in, right? It's always abandoned, but that's just because it only happens for 2 weeks a year. 2 weeks is a long time, dude. If I want my back shot fixed, I feel like give me 3 days tops. In 1931, a smaller club building was built in both Sonoma and San Francisco, featuring dining rooms, libraries, art galleries, theaters, shops, and rooms for members to socialize in. During some seasons, members would put together and perform weekly plays, concerts, lectures, and more. My God, who would want that? It's so childish. It's like playing Dragon Ball Z in your backyard with your friend. During the Grove retreat, phones and other technology were not welcome inside. Members would need to leave to visit a nearby hotel if they wanted to connect to the internet, which helped keep the place unphotographed and shrouded in secrecy to the wider public. They have a Disneyland map of it, and they also have a full building in San Francisco and a literal URL that you can type in and be like, I guess I'll sign up. The campground is littered with security and is very strict with their enforcement of the rules. Supposedly, a number of them are former military, CIA, and FBI agents. Members would indulge in golfing, canoeing, and other outdoor activities when they were getting absurdly drunk with fellow elites. Yeah, dude, boys. Why the f do I have to go to Bohemian Grove to do that? Can I not get day drunk on a Sunday playing golf with my buddies? 9 holes? In this secret place, you know, we're talking a lot about gay sex and other kinds of things, but what about some of the ceremonies they do? A major highlight of the retreat is a ritual ceremony that kicks off the Grove's festivities, known as the cremation of care. It is common to witness various high production value theatrical performances, often with men parading around in drag. Motley Crue did it. I'm just gonna leave that there, I guess. One member told a reporter that, quote, sometimes the homoerotic themes can get a bit weird. Well, buddy, you're at the wrong place. The purpose of the ceremony is for members to forget their many responsibilities and put the stressors of life aside. On the opening day of the event, members listen to a series of welcoming speeches and pay their respects to older members and those who have passed away within the past year. It's the Oscars. How do we know the Oscars didn't start as a Bohemian Grove thing? They're just like, you guys suck. Why don't you like my statue? It's cool. Hooded men in red robes enter the stage, revealing a large wooden coffin. The coffin contains a lifelike human body shaped from a wooden skeleton. This body symbolizes all the frustrations belonging to the members.
Now get up here and fuck the wooden skeleton.
What if they actually had to have sex with an owl?
Oh, like Ratma? That's an owl.
And they f***ed it?
No, he f***ed you.
Yeah, okay. Well, you immediately jumping to that would be sick. I was like, wait, we can have sex with those things? They're like Furbies. A type of funeral service is performed for this effigy of a body known as dole care. By sacrificing it, the members of the Grove are getting rid of their problems to prepare for the next 2 weeks of leisure. This is becoming more and more clear that this is like, people have researched the Grove before, and this is all those male camps now.
I'm a man of a warrior.
You're getting rid of this, whatever, let go, embrace your masculinity. It's that kind of shit. Members begin to follow behind the rope priest and pallbearers as they march across the campground to reach a 40-foot altar beside a serene lake. The altar, covered in green moss, resembles an owl, similar to their logo. I will say this, the altar is insane. It looks fucking awesome, and it's horrifying. It is the perfect catalyst as a spooky secret society thing for someone to like come in there and be like, what the fuck is this thing, man? Once there, members of the club perform a drama complete with musical numbers. Singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. Mitt Romney singing in the rain right now, dude. Why is he hard? The body is loaded onto a nearby ferry. The torches surrounding it are put out and the music comes to a halt. Back at the altar, the lamp of fellowship is lit as a chorus of voices ring out on one of the redwood trees. A tree spirit appears and begins singing a happy tune about lighting fire to your grief and sorrow. Are they telling us that, like, no, seriously, a ghost comes out and starts singing Sing in the Rain with us as well? Or I imagine it's probably a costumed person comes out that has, it is some prestigious role, I bet. How do they dictate that shit, though, too? Well, you're promoted to tree spirit. Congratulations, Mark. Mark Wahlberg's like, oh my God, thank you. Afterwards, the high priest gives a long speech about the importance of nature and its ability to ease the spirits, which is kind of funny because it's basically RV camping that they're doing. And they're just out there having sex and they're just like, you have to take care of Mother Earth. And they're just like burning shit around. The bier containing the body travels up the altar where the torchbearers lift it above the head and place it in front of the owl. From there, a scary voice belonging to the care bellows out from under a dead illuminated tree. It insists that it cannot be defeated, to which the owl altar shouts back at it, claiming that the fire coming from the lamp of the fellowship can overcome it. Which also, fun fact, Walter Cronkite is the voice of the owl. A recording of his voice was recorded to be used for the performance every year. We got to put it up and just pretend that we know.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
Oh! At this point, the body is lit ablaze as music and fireworks fill the air. The members in the crowd celebrate, sing, dance, and celebrate the burning of their sorrows. I'm not gonna lie. That's a theatrical production that I'd be like, that's all right. I'm just not gay. I just wouldn't want to participate in the gay sex. Maybe. If I'm in the owl's nest.
Couple drinks in you.
Oh, one. Half. If I got an RC Cola in me, I'd be like, your voice sounded beautiful on that tape. Thank you. You know, with secret societies, as they say, the bigger you are, the harder you must fall. And people want to see what is going on in this club so bad. The exclusivity drives people insane. So you have people who try to infiltrate the Grove. Like Tyler Oliveira, the YouTuber. He's going to be one to crack the case. I gotta run. Chihuahua ran at me. YouTuber Tyler Oliveira recently filmed himself sneaking into Bohemian Grove in the middle of the night until he was chased out by security.
Give up, bro. All right, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for sparing me.
I thought I was gonna get chased out by owls.
It probably was. What was the most alarming about the video is that the majority of the Monte Rio citizens were oddly scared to speak about it. Many of them seem to believe that, since the Grove consists of enormously powerful people, they might be targeted in some way for speaking bad about them.
You think y'all fornicate with one another?
Oh, I know they do.
I bet all the locals have like f***ed everybody. I mean, people are probably like Bill Cosby and fucking Will Smith and Mike Myers. I bet you anything Mike Myers has shown up to a Bohemian Grove event in the Austin Powers outfit and it's just got silly, like a rag doll. That's what they call him, Ragdoll Mike. Yeah, baby, yeah! Or we could talk about when Alex Jones tried infiltrating it. Because back in the year of 2000, Alex Jones snuck cameras into Bohemian Grove in order to film the cremation of care ceremony alongside John Ronson, an author and journalist. Due to the cult-like nature of the ceremony, it was believed that there was demonic activity taking place that needed to be shown to the world. Alex Jones said so. Alex entered the campground and hid in the forest in the middle of the night to avoid security, confiscating his camera. There, he filmed the entire ceremony. He rushed back to his hotel to share his findings with Ronson, who then realized that the sacrificial child was not real. Then Alex Jones was like, well, I mean, you don't know that. Regardless, Alex insisted that he just witnessed demonic activity, running off to create a documentary called Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. Ronson claimed that it was wildly dramatized and filled with lies. His buddies immediately just like, dude, come on. Despite its lack of accuracy, the documentary turned Alex Jones into a celebrity in the conspiracy world. Whatever happened to him? I feel like I haven't heard about him in a while. He's probably doing okay.
Kambuga shaka munda kunga kingo buga laka bluga blah 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 blah.
What are we talking about? Richard Maxlin, the Phantom Patriot.
I operate in the real-life superhero community as the Phantom Patriot. This is my headquarters in Southern Nevada.
Richard Maxlin was 38 years old when he stormed Bohemian Grove armed with an assault rifle, resulting in his imprisonment. God damn, I'm gonna kill someone today. Richard grew up with the obsession with comic books, using them as an escape from his toxic life at home. He bounced from high school to the Marines and finally to stuntman school, struggling to find his purpose in life. Both of his parents had died soon after each other, and he inherited over $500,000. $500,000. No, you're wrong. It's not like it's not a lot, but at the same time, it's like over $500,000. In his loneliness, he turned to television, where he became enamored by Alex Jones after watching Dark Secrets inside Bohemian Grove. God damn it, Alex Jones. He bought into Alex's claims of satanic rituals and hidden torture chambers, and decided it was his purpose to infiltrate the event and rescue any innocent victims of child abuse. He used his former cosplaying skills to create a character named the Phantom Patriot, dressing in an anonymous black soldier outfit paired with a bulletproof vest and a skeleton mask that he probably used some of the money that he got from his dead parents to pay for. He spent a year arming himself with multiple guns, knives, a crossbow, a katana, and a handmade bomb launcher. He snuck into the Grove in the middle of January when the Bohemian Grove event wasn't even taking place. He just kind of showed up. After sneaking around tactfully, he realized there was nothing going on. After giving up on his grand plan, he snuck into a cabin and took a nap. I feel like I've led people to be like, something's gonna happen. The next morning, he decided to set fire to the mess hall in order to feel like he accomplished something. Sadly, the sprinkler system put the fires out. The fire alarms began to ring, and he was soon confronted by the authorities. He surrendered almost immediately after and was sent to prison for 6 years. That pivots perfectly into the reality of the situation, right? Part of the allure of the Bohemian Grove is the air of mystique that fills the conversations about it, right? Like a lot of things in life, people want to believe in something because it makes reality so much more fantastical when usually that's not the case. And it helps that there is rarely footage or, photography of the retreat, which gives potential members an exaggerated idea of what to expect, and this leads to an increase in the memberships of the Bohemian Grove. But the reality of the Bohemian Grove is that while there are likely some wild business deals and conversations between people of influence, it's just a part. People get together every once in a while. People do the same thing at Kanye's listening parties up in Wisconsin, Diddy's whiteout parties. Two respected members of society throwing parties. Just like that. According to people on Reddit who have worked seasonal jobs at the Grove, it's an incredibly mundane event, which once again, we have to take these with a grain of salt. They talk about it the same way that like a high school student talks about like an amusement park job. Someone says, I know someone who works there, or at least did last I talked with him. He saw Conan and Brian and Jeb Bush there and described it as a bunch of rich white dudes eating lobster.
Is that a euphemism?
It could be. Eating lobster, Conan's beat red cock. Or another person said, as a former employee, that's exactly what this place is. Rich white dudes eating lobster and fillets, drinking a lot, and peeing on trees. It's really not that exciting, which immediately breaks your immersion, because then you're kind of hit with reality of like, oh yeah, it probably is just like a really gay camping retreat. In conclusion, secret societies are inherently fascinating, but often the reality of the situation is just far less exciting. I'm sure there's something out there, because here's another thing. Secret societies, if you know about it, not a fucking secret. There's probably secret societies out there that no one knows, and those are the real devious things. But I like to think at this day and age, people are so enamored and inspired by these stories that that's what ends up starting maybe like internet secret societies, or where it's people being like, hey, this NFT thing's gonna be fucking huge, pick up some Bored Apes, or whatever, that kind of shit. Those are the new secret societies. That's the real weird boys club now. Do they all have gay sex with each other? I hope. I think everybody needs a little loving, dude. But I think Bohemian Grove is nothing more than a glorified fraternity for old rich boomers who want to relive their youth and talk to other rich people. That's probably what it is. But maybe one day we will dive deeper and find something more secret, more ancient, more horrendous that does end with gay sex and child sacrifice. Maybe. We'll never know. But until next time, my friends, be on the lookout and watch out for any strange owls that might appear outside your window. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on and sitting down, because today we're talking about office jobs, in a way. For a majority of people, work is exclusively something you do because you have to, right? I would say almost everyone doesn't wake up clicking their heels, happy that they're going to work, right? Can we all agree?
Me. If you love your job, you want to be there.
Well, when you show up, it makes me not want to show up to work, so... Back in the day, the workplace was a far more rigid place where you put your head down and you did what you were told. Nowadays, there's a higher priority advocating for yourself in the workplace, as well as pushing for a healthier work-life balance, right? People aren't in the coal mines anymore. We have a bit more. I mean, don't get me wrong, people are still pissing in water bottles at Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
But you'd have to think they're a little better. Right. With Gen Z entering the working world, we've seen these values clash with older generational values. Not only that, but with TikTok, we've seen a lot of popular trends emerge from people reacting to the cruel realities of the corporate American atmosphere. So let's talk about all the various Gen Z workplace trends. The only reason that we even wanted to make this video was because there's a trend going on right now called the office siren. You see, the office siren trend essentially consists of women wearing and showing off their outfits, a modern interpretation of the 1980s power dressing. Remember that? Like Balenciaga, big suits, you got shoulder pads. Power dressing. And power dressing aimed to incorporate popular male fashion into clothing for women to wear in the workplace. This would often consist of things like padded shoulders, wide-leg trousers, and quality fabrics in darker, neutral colors. Like this. What do you think of that? That's a strong, independent woman, Nick. Get used to it. Sorry. Hey, the future is female. The goal was to defeminize women, so they would be taken more seriously in a predominantly male workplace. And over time, this evolved into a more unique style that introduced flashier colors and designs while still appearing professional, right? After a while, they're like, I'm bored, dude. Put a little cayenne pepper on this and think, wah-bah! That's what you get. Emerald, bam! Does anyone remember Emerald? Who? Bam! Starting in the 2000s, workplace attire has shifted to a much more casual style, which removes the necessity for power dressing in a majority of professional environments, right? People showing up to UPS are wearing the brown. They're not wearing power suits, they're wearing the brown.
That'd be impressive. UPS carrier was wearing it.
If a male or female, if they were power dressing at me, walking into my house, dropping a box, a man in a full suit dropping a box at my house is very suspicious. Just look weird. I'd be like, what are you doing?
Stylish.
Yeah, but if the jacket had like a little UPS logo on it, I'd be like, that's kind of sick. If they're doing that though, you got to go full butler mode. I think you gotta have like a little bow tie. Yes, master. Carry a package like this. Take very short steps. You have like a platter you put the boxes on. Right away, master. The office siren trend brought back this type of aesthetic, but with more emphasis on sex appeal.
Yeah, they defeminized it. Now they're bringing the femininity back.
They defeminize things, and they're just like, how about we get the ladies back in, huh? What would Beyonce say about this, is what they said. The word siren refers to the Greek mythological creature that lured sailors in with their songs, leading to their untimely death. That feels maybe a bit cruel. Do I look sexy? You siren. You harlot. I don't want to hear your songs!
It's because they're tempting the men at the workplace to get fired.
Am I supposed to look or not? I don't know. Can I look at you? That's what she's saying. She's like, I don't know. And many of these TikToks had a similar format, where women wearing business attire would film themselves pretending to work on a laptop in the middle of a body of water. Which, to be fair, if I was like a 63-year-old truck driver, I'd be like, okay, come on, you got soft hands. That kind of meme. But then also she's like, we're working. Look at us, we're doing Java. We're coding in Java.
We're vibe coding.
We're vibe coding. I want to make an app that lets me make pina coladas with my feet in the pool. Create. Vibe code.
I mean, if you could, would you?
Work in a pool?
Yeah.
No. Well, one, I feel like I would ruin my laptop. And then also, two, I mean, like, I like swimming. Do I want to be just floating around all day? No. I'd rather take a nap. I'd rather be working from my house on my couch, and every once in a while just be like working and just be like... just kind of slip into a sleepy state. Oh. But to be fair, if I was a young, cute little princess, or if I was a handsome man, maybe I would be out there. Oh, my abs, I just look so good. I don't even like going to the pool now just because of my orangutan body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a behind the scenes with like Mighty Joe Young or something like that. That's what it looks like every time I get into a pool. Yeah, exactly. But other women focus more on the sexual side, right? Making videos about how much they want to work an office job just to dress up like an office siren. It's cute. I wish I was going into work today. One of those things. Look how hot I look. I wish I could go to a corporate job today. And some guy's like sitting, how someone she knows lost out on an amazing job opportunity because of this trend. And this is that deleted comment.
You have a college credit paid 25-hour intern position that goes straight to a 6-figure salary job at graduation.
Where? Where is this and where was I, is what I want to say. My God.
The girl wore an office siren outfit day 2 and was immediately fired for it. And yes, we can fire someone for that.
It's the contract she signed when taking the job. What do you mean? And you are to not wear anything revealing, unless you want to roll the dice. We'll see how I feel on each day. I'd like to think in the contract for the job, he's like, if you're going to have boobage, it needs to be hidden by 2 buttons. And if your ham hocks are going to protrude from your pants, then see me immediately. Sign here.
I bet no boob windows.
If boob window is in the contract, I'm going to be very excited. It's in the contract she signed when taking the job. Literally lost a guaranteed $200,000. Imagine losing a $200,000 job just because you had to get all sexed up, dude. You know what? At the same time, I'd say, what were they wearing? What do you think they were wearing that could have been that bad? Do you think that it was way too sexualized, or do you think it was like a little provocative and they were just like, you can't do this? A mini skirt? Shame on you. Get out of here.
I'm imagining she went full on siren.
I mean, I have seen some where you're like, word? You know, like, yeah, that's an outfit? All right, well, damn. But if you got the goods, Nick, are you not supposed to show them?
Not at work, unless your job is sales.
Well, listen, if you're at a convention floor trying to sell some big stuff for a company or whatever, hey, I bet you that contract goes out the window. Jessica, show more of these. We gotta move those printers. And one woman reportedly took her outfit inspiration too literally and ended up wearing a similar fitting outfit at her corporate job. She ended up getting fired and decided to sue her coworker, who believed that that was the person to blame for her firing. Her coworker made a video to voice how stupid of a reaction it was, stating, quote, "Babe, I don't wear those outfits for fun. I literally wear them to get them taken off on camera." What?
Is this an OnlyFans?
I'm like, what? She's like, I wouldn't wear that unless I was being recorded. Snap, snap, bitch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. One of the most viral things to come out of the Gen Z corporate space is the infamous Gen Z boss at a mini video. Last year, an Australian skincare startup company named TBH Skincare posted a video to their Instagram page that instantly became the target of ruthless criticism. In the video, a group of girls are joyously singing in a circle as they hype each other up, and people were quick to lambast them for being too cringy.
Gen Z boss and a mini. Gen Z boss and a mini. Itty bitty titties and a bulb. Itty bitty titties and a bulb.
Yeah, it pisses me off. Listen, I'm all down for girlies being girlies and boys being with the boys, but guess what? What the f is this?
It's just girlfriends having fun at work.
Do your job and go home. Do the in a bar. You know what I mean? Don't do it in an empty conference room, itty bitty titties and whatever. You know what? Men rise up. Why can't I say small fat
and an attitude?
Small fat and an attitude. Small fat and an attitude. Prolapse and a raise. I don't know what the fuck it is. This video turned out to be an older trend that was super viral at the time, originally posted by Who Gives a Fuck, and it became so popular that even celebrities like the cast of Parks and Rec were joining in.
Pony in a cashmere shirt. Pony in a cashmere shirt.
Because celebrities just can't let it be. They gotta join in. Okay, you guys are not watching the show. Watch us do it now, please. The skincare company didn't expect their video to blow up the way it did, and were even more surprised to see the unnecessary scathing comments, which I'm not gonna lie. Listen, is it cringy? Sure, but come on now. What, people can't just dance in a circle and make some songs? Come on.
This bred a lot of misogynist people.
Oh, this is the thing that bred a lot of misogyny. This is the one thing that bred a lot of misogyny. Misogyny was like kind of dormant before this, and this is, I do like the comment of this, people say this is what lost Kamala the race. Way to go. Sorry. Republicans are going to win on this one. They ended up responding to the hate by making another video, and this time replacing the lyrics to the song with mean comments they received.
Jennifer Haycott, bring it back. Jennifer Haycott, bring it back. Women should go back to the kitchen. Women should go back to the kitchen.
Which, you go girls. Hey, Gen Z, way to own the workplace. Regardless, their page spiked in followers, and their viral video brought tons of traffic to their skincare website, leading to a noticeable increase in sales. So who won? I think they did.
And they're also in Australia.
And they're Aussies.
They don't care about American politics.
Who gives a They're like, I lost Kamala the race, dude. I'm worried about dingoes eating babies and kangaroos standing outside my back door. Have you seen that shit? Someone like looking out, he's like, what's out there? He's like a giant buff kangaroo.
And they choke dogs.
Yeah, and he's like, give me back my dog. And he knackers him in the face. You got knackered. Peace off. You have to bleep that, but over time, as the newer generations entered the working world, they found themselves dissatisfied with the state of workplace culture. While it's become common for people to go above and beyond to help their company succeed despite a lack of proper financial incentive, Gen Z began to push back, including introducing the phrase quiet quitting. Long are gone are the days of the 2-week notice. Now we quiet quit. This is the 6-month notice, ladies and gentlemen, the quiet quit. While quiet quitting has been around as a concept for quite a while, the popularity in the movement recently has been attributed to the Gen Z use of it for viral. Basically, trying to get them clicks, dude. You gotta get them clicks. If you don't have the clicks, are you even living? I don't think so. The point of quiet quitting is to stop doing things that don't match up with your actual job description, and essentially, it means no longer putting in more effort than you have to, which, in my opinion, yes. Especially if you're working for, like, a giant conglomerate or something. I don't have to do other for you, dude.
Walmart?
Like Walmart, yeah. Walmart? You wouldn't go above and beyond for Sam Walton and his family? It is common for employees to take on bonus tasks that extend past what they were hired to do without any hint of additional financial support. You know what I mean? You're working maybe longer hours, you're taking in other people's job descriptions and stuff like that. It normally just trickles in, but I will say, I think half the time it's for like shift leads who are like, hey, we're behind on this, do you mind helping? I wouldn't say it's just Sam Walton being like, no, now do this. Maybe it is sometimes, I don't know.
This is what I say when the shift lead asks for help. I say, not my job.
Quiet quitting. That's what I do. I do that now. Hey, actually, man, I kind of hurt my back. Do you think you could help me? Not really in my pay grade. Quiet quitting, more appropriately referred to as acting your wage. Acting your age is funny. Is a means to stop higher ups from taking advantage of workers. Some describe it as merely setting firm boundaries to avoid having work encroach on their work-life balance, which I think is fair. I do think some people, they toe that line a little too much. You just gotta be like, no. I worked for, remember when Sprint was a phone company? I did some work for them one time. It was my email at like 2 a.m. Wake up.
Can you come in?
You know, or just being like, you gotta make this edit. I'm like, oh, like, what? Right now? Yeah, get 30 minutes! No! That kind of brutal. But this means avoiding non-mandatory meetings, showing up early, or staying in late. As this began to catch on, surveys began to show that around 64% of employees considered themselves quiet quitters. This was especially prevalent during the COVID work from home era, where it was harder to monitor people on their job. First off, if you were working your ass off during the COVID era for like a big company, what the f are you doing? That was the first time to just get paid and relax.
If you had an essential job, you couldn't.
It's true. I want to thank all the Door Dashers. Remember when they did that? We want to thank the heroes that fed us during the pandemic. Did you see each post like that? Yeah, there's a post being like, I just want to take time to thank the heroes that fed us during the pandemic. They're talking about like Uber Eats and DoorDash delivery drivers. I'm like, well, goddamn, I mixed up 4 of my orders, so I'm not thanking them too much.
Not all heroes wear capes.
It's true. Some people have taken the idea of quiet quitting and applied it to areas outside of their job. For example, some have posted TikToks discussing how they've been quietly quitting friendships and people by no longer initiating conversations. Autism. And according to marriage therapists, quiet quitting is also incredibly prevalent in marriages as well.
Oh, I know this one.
You're like, I know this is all too well. In the case of interpersonal relationships, many believe that this is a cop-out for having a direct conversation about problems that you're having, which obviously it is. Nobody wants to have the awkward conversation. I don't want to be your friend anymore, dude. You suck. Or I suck, but I think you suck. You know what I mean? Actually, you're the problem, but you're just like, actually, you're the problem. It's just people being like, I just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it today. Even though like 7 months ago, you could have just been like, I don't want to do this anymore. And now it could have been totally resolved by now. Not only does the younger generation want to fight back against being undervalued in the workplace, but they also want to address the prevalence of worker burnout. One of the ways people want to approach this is by acquiring what's referred to as lazy girl jobs. Lazy girl jobs is another concept within the anti-work movement that emerged from the idea that people should find work that is financially safe while also reducing the stress that comes with high-intensity jobs. That doesn't feel very Gen Z and woke. Essentially, it aims to go against corporate hustle culture because life should be about more than just your career. And in a video she coins this term and refers to occupations like account managers, marketing associates, and receptionists. Jobs that can be remote, financially safe, easy, and flexible. Lazy girl jobs!
This is where you can get in the jacuzzi.
You're a lazy girl job. Get in that pool. Hop in that pool, girl. The video sparked the trend of acquiring and showing off your lazy girl job, and critics of the movement believe that lazy girl jobs are going to stop workers from developing useful skills to take them farther in their careers, and it's also resulted in companies looking at their workplace and removing jobs that resemble lazy girl jobs. So because of this, they're just like, get that out of here. And I will say there is some truth to being like, you should try to find a career where you're like, I actually want to develop a skill or use this. Like, I might have to have a job, but it's going to be beneficial towards something later on. But just like potato couch surfing, these work things because it's easier, I think it's like I feel like you're gonna have a rough golden years
because if you get fired, that's
well,
it.
You're fucked,
and you don't have another skill.
I think you really have no way to also like grow. Like you're always just kind of stuck in this weird nebulous place of like floating around looking for stuff, which also too could be a result of people just being like the job market sucks or it's hard finding stuff or it's so competitive to find jobs. I don't know. Hop in that pool, girl. While some people online try their hardest to find an easy, laid-back job, others flock to TikTok to share how much they love the corporate grind. Let's talk about TikTok's corporate girlies. Some people use corporate girly hashtag on TikTok to post content that glamorizes the busy 9-to-5 structure. Unlike with a lazy girl job, these people work beyond their expectations and love coming into offices. They're creeps. They freak me out. Anybody who's like a bootlicker at their job, they're weird, I don't know. Even if you work at like a place like Nike or something where you're like, I really love it. Ah, dude. Happy to be here. Also, it feels forced. I don't know.
They're going to go up the corporate ladder.
Those are the people that are going to be the bosses in the future that you hate. But also, do you think it's better to go into your job being like, I don't think you have to be miserable, but just like, is it weird to just like glamorize this thing? Like, I love this. That has to be a healthier mindset, right? Even if people are like, I hate my job. If you're actually content with it, is that a problem?
I think like if you're, being pleasant around people.
Well, you know what it reads like? It reads like you're in a cult where people are like, you don't even realize you're brainwashed. I think that's why. You know what I mean? Like a person's just like, and I can't wait to stay out later just to help out the team. People are like, you go home. What? I'm glad you're happy, but I feel bad for you at the same time. I don't know, it's weird. These videos consist of work routine videos and office motivation with enough hashtag girlboss energy to make people think that they're going to work is the coolest thing in the world. I'm going to work. It's like going to Coachella. It's essentially career porn. Some people get a lot of motivation from these videos, while others are disgusted by the career chipper attitude. Really think it's just all depends on where you're at in your life. Could be some person who's just like, yeah, I am going to get up and I am going to try. And there's other people who are like, I'm dead inside. Either or.
It's a spectrum.
It's a spectrum, like autism. Many people online think that the phrases like corporate girly or lazy girl jobs are cringe and make women look like children, which I agree with both those. It's just like, I don't know, it's weird. Lazy girl jobs is a pretty funny derogatory thing though. Oh, you're a hostess, so you got a lazy girl job? It's like, I feel like hostess could bust their ass. No?
Yeah.
There's probably some crazy receptionist jobs. I don't know. It's just kind of funny. But also corporate girly, I will say. I'd be like, fuck off. I'm a corporate girly. I'd be like, cool. Get a new hobby. Collect stamps. That's what I'd say. Do something cool. I don't know. Anything else. And on the polar opposite side of the internet, a woman named Brelly Acero went viral for posting a TikTok where she cried over stress of having her first 9-to-5 job, which is just really funny.
I'm so upset. Oh my God. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just like the 9-to-5 schedule in general is crazy.
And also, I think way more common than people think. I've met so many people who are like, I can't take it. Just off of some, like, they work at CC's Pizza or something. It's crazy. In her video, she rants about how it's impossible to have any sort of real life outside of work because of her long commute to and from work, which, dude, it's a funny video. At the same time, the essence and the soul of it, I feel you. I feel it in my bones. Granted, wouldn't post it because also you have to realize that every other human being is doing it as well. So it feels a bit where it's just like, pick yourself up a bit and reevaluate, you know, it'll be all right. And for most people, this is beyond normal, which led to tons of support being thrown away from those that are sick of their jobs, sucking away all their energy and ruining chances of a social life. And this sparked a heated online debate about Gen Z is just lazy, or if perhaps they raise a good point about the absurdity that is the modern work culture, which I think could be both. I think everybody's a little lazy, and I think that work can suck. Also, I'm a fence rider, and I have no opinions. I'm really trying to cover all my bases here, all right? With everything costing more, there is a reliance on dual-income households, and with worker burnout being more and more common, people felt that this woman was onto something. The post had moved on to Twitter, where a hyper-conservative audience began lambasting all of Gen Z as unfit for the modern working world, claiming that they're too weak and sensitive to handle it, aka the man who has sunglasses in his profile picture, and he's either taking a selfie in his truck or there's an American flag behind him, and then that's the whole, like, you got soft hands kind of thing. Soon after, Brill reported that she had eventually lost her job for reasons unrelated to her viral video, and however, her TikTok has nearly 700,000 followers at 22 years old, and she's likely more than fine because follower counts equate to money.
I need to do that. Be in my car and start crying. Work is too hard.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It's just kind of funny just to be like, yeah, it sucks. I mean, like, what I don't know what else I'm supposed to tell you, you know?
quit, get a different job.
Yeah, I think it's just more like, I think the job sucks. One, because it's something new, but you know, with time, change is fine. Like you'll kind of adapt to it. But also too, the job could just also not be a fit, and it sucks to go look again. But it might just be better to go look for a new gig. You know, for those that chose to stick to their grueling jobs, people have concocted more unique ways to slack off in the office. So let's talk about faux-ductivity, aka pretending to work. Most people have experienced pretending to look productive in front of your boss. Faux-ductivity, also referred to as task masking, can include typing loudly and aggressively on your keyboard, walking quickly around the office to appear busy, and switching browser tabs rapidly as if you're deeply researching something. Instead of just sitting down and doing what you're supposed to for the day, we're just gonna procrastinate and just pretend that we're doing it. To be fair, I think there's some jobs where it's like, I can get this done in 30 minutes. So I get that. And that, to me, those are the jobs where I'd be like, I need to look for something new. That's a prison sentence. It really is. You're just like, I'm supposed to do this, and I'm like, okay. Because those are also jobs where you're catered to do more than what you're actually hired to do. Those are those kind of jobs, I think.
When I had worked in a law firm as a receptionist, I'd get bored and I would just draw. This sounds weird, but I would just write help over or no. Anyways, I left that.
There was something so cathartic and good feeling I had when I wrote it. It's almost as if my mind was trying to say something.
I left it in the printer room, and I guess my boss found it and then showed my mom, and then my mom was like, this comes off like psychotic.
Yeah, it does. Well, you probably look like the Zodiac Killer. Also, you're like leaving it out so someone's gonna find it. Like, drop it.
Why does it say no and help? Like,
yeah, I don't know. Mr. Giggles is talking to me again. And this has become a trend online as well, with people posting videos instructing others on how to do it effectively. You gotta show people how it's done. And faux-ductivity is much more common than you'd think. A 2024 Work Human study reveals that 32% of workers admit to be pretending to do their job, which is also gotta be so much lower than what is actually out there. Also, who's gonna be like, I totally just pretend to work. I think other people would be like, this is a test. I'm going to get in trouble for who's watching me.
Yeah, they're handing them out at work.
Yeah, exactly. Here, take one of these and fill it out. You're like,
be honest, they're anonymous.
We don't even know who's doing it. He like puts up a GoPro like right on your cubicle, or right on your cubicle desk. You're just like. On the other hand, 37% of managers do so as well, which I love that too. I got promoted. I feel like they're like, I got out of the trenches and now I'm not going back, dude. It is living la vida loca now. The most common reason for this can include poor work-life balance and the feelings of burnout, like every other fucking thing. But what happens when you just can't take your job anymore? While some people just want to clean out their desk and storm out ASAP, some Gen Z workers have decided to take a different approach. Let's talk about revenge quitting. Revenge quitting is when you leave your job, but purposely do it in an inconvenient way that causes chaos for the employer. Many are doing this as a way to stick it to the companies with toxic work environments. I've had so many people do that. I had this job where a guy was like, I'm gonna quit, and he hated his job, and he picked up like 7 shifts. He told people, I'll take your shit, I'll take extra hours, and they just didn't show up for it. And like there was like a full week where people were like, I made plans, I can't come in, and it f***ed over the whole thing.
Damn.
Yeah. To be fair, that's kind of fucked up, because if you do something like that, then you're f***ing up other people too.
Yeah, you're not f***ing up the work, you're f***ing up your coworkers.
Yeah, which in his mind, he's like, chaos. The managers. But then it's like, well, you're gonna have to stay later. You know, I don't know. Older generations view this as a childish and unprofessional, while Gen Z seems to believe it's justified as a form of protest against unfair treatment. And a simple example could include quitting your job when the team is understaffed, and other people, however, have escalated that approach, right? So kind of what I said. And in Texas, a man named Davis Liu worked as a software developer working at a company called Eaton Corp. And after 11 years working with the company, his job was moved around to the point where his job responsibilities began to decrease. Suspecting that he was on his way to being let go, he set out to create a complex and malicious code to infuriate the company. Part of this code acted as a kill switch in the case he was fired. He had created a code he called Hakai, which is Japanese for destruction. The code prevented coworkers from logging into their company server because their company profiles were being deleted on an infinite loop. That's kind of up. Eventually, he was fired. This is when the kill switch went into effect, resulting in their entire system to be inoperable for a long time. And in the process, the company lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was discovered that Lou's PC was the one executing the malicious code. They discovered that not only was he trying to erase complete project files, but he's also trying to delete encrypted files as well as Linux directories, which is pretty much just he's trying to destroy the entire company to where no one can use anything. Lou was taken to court where he faces 10 years in prison for purposely sabotaging the company. The court date is still pending. My boy's serving some time. They're gonna call him the Lou Decade because that's what's getting ready to face him. But what about when you've lost your job and it's time to find another? Well, Gen Z has tactics to anger their employees before they've even stepped foot in the office. It's referred to as career catfishing. In short, career catfishing is an act of defiance from Gen Z workers where they acquire a new job but don't ever show up. Why they do this, I don't really know. They do this without ever communicating to the employer why they ghosted them. They just kind of don't show up and that's it. And the people are like, okay. This is a form of protest against poor working conditions, unprofessional hiring practices, and insulting salary offers, continuing the trend of Gen Z workers prioritizing their personal needs more than accepting the modern corporate culture, which good? I think. But I think it's kind of fucked up. If you don't like the salary, just don't do it. There's like also, I think that so many people think that like the people that are hiring them are the evil people. It's like, it's just an employee, whatever. You're fucking over all the other people who are in your position. It's like, well, fucking, they should leave too. Like, it's not that easy. Another reason someone may engage in career catfishing is if the job listing description ends up being misleading, or if there are large delays in responses when discussing the potential hire. You took too long. After leaving their time wasted, they move on to a different job while pretending that they're still interested in the original, attempting to waste their time in return. And a survey from CV Genius suggests that 34% of Gen Z workers have participated in career catfishing. There's certainly a big difference with how Gen Z handles the working world. To some, it may just seem obnoxious, like the younger people are just not cut out for the normal job nowadays, right? Like the old, they just need to suck it up. Or perhaps we're all just so used to the grueling hours and the reliance of side hustling that we think that this is the way that it should be, that it's just that there's no changing it, this is what it is. But regardless, it's interesting to see how the older generations are reacting to this newfound priority of workplace balance and such with Gen Z. Old generations clashing with, young generations. It's a tale as old as time, but I'm always curious as the generations go on, what becomes normalized with Gen Z to where then the other generation starts fucking with it too. And two, I'll tell you this, the older you get, the more grumpier and crustacean you become. So this whole thing is cute now, but there's gonna be one day when those motherfuckers like, yeah, I ghosted them. They're gonna be sitting at a desk being like, the sucker didn't message me back. Or you just ghosted us. What the? It's gonna be the same guy. It's a tale as old as time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching today, and hopefully your workday is going good as well. Wanted to make this too because I feel like so many people are like, hey, I'm working, I'm gonna watch your video then. So if you're at your job right now, cheers to you, buddy. We appreciate you. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I don't want to go to work.
Misery Monday. I am a child. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I don't want to work.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we all know that everybody loves animals. We've all got them, and we'd be devastated at the idea of anything happening to them, right?
My little fur baby.
This has been the case for thousands of years. In fact, some people care about animals so much that they devote their entire life's effort to protecting them. It's from this mission that organizations like PETA, or the People for Ethical Treatment of Animals, was born. PETA's focus tends to be on animal testing, factory farming, fur farming, and other types of cruel treatment. Their core principle is the idea that animals do not belong to humans and that they should have their own rights as animals. Animals! You'd think people would be 100% on board with a group that simply wants the world to take better care of animals. But no, PETA has received a massive amount of vitriol from people, animal lovers or not, for their often controversial and chaotic tactics. So today, we're going to talk about all the wild things PETA has done over the years in the pursuit of grabbing the world's attention. We're also going to take a look into their many controversies to decide if they're doing more harm than good to the animal community that they've sworn to protect. So, without further ado, we're talking about PETA.
PETA?
PETA?
Yeah, I like PETA.
PETA, I don't know. I just see them, I think they throw paint on people and stuff. I do think there's some stuff like they say that sheep shearing is wrong. Word? Listen, factory farming's lame. Actually, it's more lame. It's pretty gay. Okay? Factory farming sucks. Mistreatment of animals is bad. But also, sorry folks, animals aren't people. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. That being said, if you're a vegetarian or vegan and you think that you don't believe in killing and eating animals, more power to you. All right? But it is what it is. That's my opinion. It is what it is.
Can your opinion be wrong?
My opinion can be wrong, but also it's just an opinion. So can it be wrong?
Yes.
If it's a subjective thought.
Opinions can be wrong, and yours are wrong.
Damn, man. All right. PETA was created in 1980, led by animal rights advocates Ingrid Newkirk and Alex Pacheco?
Pacheco.
And Alex Pacheco. Ingrid pivoted from pursuing a life as a stockbroker to taking care of animals after finding a box of stray kittens and being revolted by the conditions of their nearby shelter. She started dating Alex, a passionate activist, and together they formed PETA. They also formed this. You should come with me. Also, I'm a rich stockbroker. He's like, ding, 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 ding. Coaching! By the following year, they already had their first big victory. Alex went undercover at Silver Springs, Maryland Primate Research Facility only to take photos of the cruel conditions the monkeys were kept in. They discovered that the monkeys had clusters of nerves severed before being shocked, starved, and restrained for the purpose of neuroplasticity experiments, which is fucked up.
He looks cute.
Tell you what, that photo is haunting. I don't think we can show that photo, but it's a haunting photo. And Alex's photos led to a police raid and a researcher being convicted of animal cruelty charges for the first time in human history. 1981. God damn.
Damn, took that long, huh?
That long. People were like, I don't give a fuck about animals. What followed was a lengthy custody battle over the monkeys that led to massive campaigns from politicians and celebrities urging for them to be safely released. Put them back in the jungle! So they're probably yelling. And then they thought about that for 1 second and they're just like, all right, on to the rest of my life. I'm sure they really gave a fuck what those monkeys did. Story like this put PETA on the map, making the animal rights movement more mainstream, and people liked them. They liked them. They would continue to expose companies for their cruel business practices, from cosmetics to pharmaceuticals to the auto industry using animals in crash tests. They're like, we had no idea what a crash dummy was at the time. It was the ostrich. We put the ostrich in the car to drive it into the wall at 140 miles an hour.
They would actually test humans before crash test dummies.
How are you supposed to know if it's good or not, Nick? Can you blame the people like Toyota for that? They would also sue these companies, often on behalf of the animals themselves. We're bringing Chim Chim as lawyers. They're like, what? If there was an ostrich test dummy, you better believe that ostrich better be in court. You bring those animals to court or they don't get in the representation they need. I want a full 7-foot tall ostrich with super long neck, a comedically long neck brace on. Look at him, Your Honor. He's just like, Mah! A perfect example would be the famous monkey selfie copyright dispute that started in 2011 after a monkey from Indonesia named Naruto grabbed a photographer's unattended camera and took several selfies that went absolutely viral! The photographer, David Slater, was angered to find out that the photo was placed in the public domain due to the author of them not being human, which is fucking stupid. I'd be like, he took my camera. The monkey took my camera. If there's not another sign from God that this is supposed to be my payday, what the fuck else is there?
You know what my conspiracy is? I think they just did that to fuck the guy.
Fuck you, dude. Your stupid ass monkey selfie.
Because everyone's like, there's no way this monkey took the selfie.
Oh yeah, people were like, here, look at it. In 2009, they announced a protest via World of Warcraft, in which people would band together to kill 4 members of the Horde that were killing baby seals in the Whisper Wind server. Activism. Activist gamers were given detailed instructions on how to join in on the event, which would be taking place at the Howling Fjord. There's no footage of the actual event, so it's unclear whether or not people cared enough to participate. Who cares? Is that a real thing? They actually were like, let's kill people in game. That's them living vicariously. They're like, they wish that they could shoot people in the street.
Oh,
let's
yeah.
take it to the game. The Horde's evil. In another stunt that got much more attention, PETA took shots at Nintendo's upcoming release of Super Mario 3D Land by creating a game called Super Tanuki Skin 2D to criticize the use of the Tanuki suit power-up in the game, because that's what's wrong with the world, is the Tanuki suit from the Mario game. They created their own in which you could play as a skinned raccoon dog. You have to dodge obstacles as you chase after Mario, who is flying above him wearing your blood-soaked fur. A bit more mature rated than I would say the standard Mario game. Has there ever been a rated T game for Mario? Has he always been E?
That's a good question.
I want to see Mario get some pussy, dude. Put him in a T game. He's like, Peach, come here.
And he sniffs his fingers.
Louisa, what do you think I just did, Louisa?
Mario, no.
Mario. Mario. Come on, Mario.
Stinky Mario.
The scratch and sniff of Louisa. The webpage showcases a brutal video bringing awareness to the cruelty enacted on Tanuki, who are, quote, bludgeoned, hanged, and skinned alive for their fur, which is true, which is sad. But once again, people got to get warm, Nick. All right, good looking fur. What do you think? Would you wear Tanuki fur? This is Tanuki fur scarf.
I think it'd be disrespectful not to wear it. The animal's dead now.
Kind of dead for no reason if you don't wear it now.
I wouldn't like purchase one, but if someone handed it to me.
Well, I mean, I feel bad if you handed it to me. I'll do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to buy it. You're just cheap. I wouldn't buy the thing, but if you handed it to me, I'd use it gladly. Surprised at the angry army of Nintendo fans criticizing the stunt, PETA made a statement explaining that it was meant to be tongue-in-cheek. It became big enough that Nintendo even made a statement after being accused of being pro-fur. Nintendo said this. Mario often takes the appearance of certain animals and objects in his games. Different forms that Mario takes make no statement beyond the games themselves. They're like, he's an Italian man in a tube world. Where he stomps on mushrooms. What are we doing with our time? And PETA did a very similar thing with Cooking Mama by creating a game called Cooking Mama. Mama Kills Animals, which aimed to bring attention to the high number of turkeys being slaughtered every year on Thanksgiving. And in the game, you play as an angry-looking Cooking Mama as you cook a turkey dinner covered in blood and guts. Once completed, Mama has changed her heart and becomes vegan and shows you how to cook tofu turkey. Which, let me tell you, fucking old Mama got done doing a full Thanksgiving dinner. You think that bitch isn't eating the bird? Yeah. Right, dude. Also, I'll tell you what, aesthetically, nothing better than just a nice looking turkey.
Do you think Cooking Mama's a trad wife?
Cooking Mama's a trad wife, and she sits on it, spits on it, and twists on it. She's a bop it. In 2012, PETA continued criticizing Nintendo by making a game called Pokemon Black and Blue to make a statement about how Pokemon are treated like circus animals. The monsters in the game Pokemon are treated like circus animals. The digital monsters that are not physically real are treated like circus monsters. I digress. Stuffed in tight spaces and released purely to entertain their master at the risk of their own safety. And in the game, you play as Pikachu escaping the trainer and fighting a variety of comically evil humans, like a cleaver-wielding trainer wearing a coat made off Pokemon pelts. The game ends after you beat Ash Ketchum and inspire him to start an organization that spreads the message of compassion towards Pokemon, which is kind of funny. Please, Ash, we're people too. Get in the ball! It's like claustrophobic fucking nightmare. Also, I thought that the Pokeball was huge to them.
I don't know.
When they get sucked inside, I thought that it's supposed to be like big.
It's like Capsule Corp technology, I think.
So yeah, they're probably tiny in there. It's like probably a big aloft.
Pikachu hates his Pokeball, though.
Pikachu's also kind of a little dickhead, if you remember. No, I don't want to. I think I'll just walk around with you. Oh, cool. This fucking rat's gonna walk with me everywhere. Thanks, Pikachu. Fuck off. PETA has done far more than create crude flash games to get people's attention. Also, first off, that's a lot of games. How much money they got to make all these games?
They make them really cheap.
Could you also say, this is the actual question, a human who skins a animal and has done it since the beginning of time because back then you needed it to stay warm and stuff, and now it's become a trade and all that stuff. Is that not just a part of nature as well?
I would argue man is a part of nature. So yes.
Me clearing land and destroying habitats for McDonald's and stuff. That's just a part of nature, PETA. Sorry! Many of their methods are fruitless and silly, like the time they urged the Ben & Jerry's ice cream company to shift to using breast milk instead of cow's milk, which I also want to say this. The Ben & Jerry's dudes, I'm pretty sure they're super progressive. Didn't one of them just get kicked out of like a fucking Senate meeting or something like that?
Yeah.
He was advocating against something? Yep. Put up the clip.
Ben, why are you getting arrested?
Move down the hallway. If you stop, you will be arrested. Poor kids and gossip by buying bombs and pays for it by kicking kids off Medicaid in the U.S.
Drag the motherfucker away.
Do you agree with the breast milk?
I would. Oh, buddy. If Ben & Jerry started using breast milk instead of animal milk, oh man. You see me with a milk mustache every day, Nick. A frozen little milk mustache. Little milk icicles coming off that deal. What would be the first breast milk flavor?
Probably vanilla. You want like...
No, you need to spice up a little bit. You know what I'm gonna say horchata, first flavor.
Okay.
With breast milk.
So that's an odd... I've never heard of horchata ice cream.
That's what it's a first. Why has there never been a fucking horchata ice cream then, man? Because they need breast milk. Unpasteurized breast milk. Also, whoever got milked, what woman got milked, this is a long segment. Whatever woman got milked, I think that her name should be on it. Like, this is Michelle's. The women up in Idaho have good titty milk, dude. Would it be wrong to do a video on testing breast milk? How would we get breast milk?
Oh, you could get it off Craigslist.
You can get breast milk off Craigslist?
Facebook Marketplace?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, PETA, they suck. What? Or like the time PETA created a Super Bowl ad showing how being a vegan will make you last longer in bed. Make your dick harder. The ad, which is now banned, was essentially just 30 minutes of uninterrupted seconds of people overreacting having sex. You can try to play a little bit of it.
My ears would have perked up. Huh?
Yeah, Yeah, that's what I'd say too. I'm like a wolf. My ears perk up. Moves like these ended up being pretty tame compared to some of the other stunts, like when they compared factory farms to concentration camps. PETA created an exhibition known as Holocaust on Your Plate in 2003. Each piece, which was placed all over the world, would showcase a harrowing image from the Holocaust juxtaposed with the conditions animals faced at factory farms. They would have a text on a plate that reads something like, "To animals, all people are Nazis." While PETA worked with Jewish groups for this project, many others were furious that they used the death of 6 million Jews to push their animal rights message. And PETA has the tendency to get pushback for their bold and shocking claims they make. Another similar example was the time they claimed cow milk was the symbol of white supremacy. A blog post was posted to their website in 2017 titled, "Why Cow's Milk is the Perfect Drink for White Supremacists." In it, they discussed the similarities between the dairy industry and white supremacists, namely that they both inflict extreme violence on other living beings. That's right, Nick, I'm a white supremacist.
Clip that.
Hey, Nick, I had a bowl of white supremacist juice. I used white supremacist juice for my Cocoa Pebbles earlier. The post references scenes from Get Out and Inglourious Basterds, where the symbolism is also used. To continue down this strange and offensive path, let's talk about one of PETA's boldest moves to date, dressing up as the KKK to protest a dog show. Get out of here, dogs. Got that. The Westminster Dog Show is an annual event that brings together purebred dogs from all over the world to compete in a variety of events. I will say it's very cute, even though some of them are genetic abominations. Like my dogs, Tugboat and Crawdad. They should not exist. Genetic anomalies.
Did you see the genetic results from Tugboat?
He's the 100% bass hound.
Well, he's also 18% inbred.
You're telling me my beautiful dog Tugboat is the love child of incest? PETA has long since criticized the practice of breeding dogs, as it greatly discourages shelter dogs from being adopted. To push this message harder, 2 members showed up to the event dressed in Ku Klux Klan outfits. They handed out pamphlets showing the similarities to American Kennel Club and the KKK, focusing on their obsession with pure bloodlines. Of course, many people found this incredibly inappropriate, something PETA was well aware of and clearly utilized to force people to pay attention to them. While most of these campaigns seem to be targeted at adults, there are a few that are focused on influencing younger generations. This was certainly the case with PETA's Unhappy Meal stunt. Right, the Unhappy Meal does kind of go hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a cool collector's item.
That is fucking sick. Ronald with a knife. And is it just a knife in both, or is it a gun?
He's got like a chicken in his other hand.
Ronald with a knife goes hard. If they ever made a statue, let me know. I've been collecting McDonald's statues for a while. I need that one. And I will kill an animal for it. And I will drink milk.
Breast milk.
Horchata, Ben & Jerry's. In 2009, PETA wanted to spread the message about the horrible methods McDonald's used to mass slaughter chickens for their products. To raise concern for their harmful practices, they stood outside of McDonald's locations and handed out something they referred to as Unhappy Meals. It was a f***ed up version of a Happy Meal completed with a demented knife-wielding version of Ronald McDonald. It's fucking metal. It's awesome. They were primarily handing them out to children who were horrified after opening the wrapping to find a plastic chicken covered in fake blood. Parents were outraged, and McDonald's made a statement claiming that the cruel conditions that they are referring to are overblown. Not really. They're like, whatever, dude. Like 6 chickens in like one little cage. You know what I mean? That's why also, I thought back then they used a pink slime and now they use chicken. Remember that? That was like the big thing?
I think they still use pink slime.
I don't think so, because people complained that the chicken nuggets back in the day when it was no meat. Because that was the thing, people were like, what kind of animal is this? And they're like, and it's like fucking like insulation or something like that. It's like horse meat and fucking like bleach and bile.
That's what people think their burgers are made out of now.
Well, now it's beef, but they're like, go back to the pink shit.
There's like a conspiracy on the beef. They're like saying that,
oh, it's horse meat?
Well, no, like it's like, oh,
spit it out, Nick.
McDonald's made a company called 100% Beef, and that's why when it says made with 100% beef, they can point be like, we made that company, but it's all made up, and people are just spreading bullshit.
Good. Go whatever it was back in the day. Go back to that. I don't give. Call it 110% real beef for all I give a. Bring it back, dude. With that said, McDonald's eventually caved in 2017 and stated that they would commit to advancing the welfare of their chickens.
It worked.
Also, it took them 8 years. All right, fine. Pink stuff is too good. People are loving it too much. We'll go back to regular chickens. This wasn't a total victory for PETA, as it appears that the McDonald's supplier had all the way until 2024 to comply with their new standards. And not only that, but it would only apply to 70% of their chicken suppliers. Sorry to that last 30. Yeah, they're like, freedom, better living conditions. And the farmer's just like, not you. And shuts it.
Game over.
PETA is known to use gruesome imagery and phrases to shock people into listening to what they have to say, but it doesn't stop there. At times, they've even directly harassed their enemies publicly in order to make headlines. The ASPCA, or the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, is surprisingly an enemy of PETA. What? This is mainly due to their endorsements of the Global Animal Partnership Organization, which aims to improve the conditions of animal agriculture. Why that would be an enemy, I'm not sure. Maybe put up a little blurb here. Hope you pause to read it. PETA claims that using labels on the products like Animal Welfare Certified go against the evidence of animal cruelty in the GAP's facilities. The ASPCA refused to take their stamp of approval off of it, claiming PETA has no interest in building a more humane farming system. This angered PETA so much that they brought a truck full of manure to dump on their building's doorstep. They reached their headquarters and raised the dump truck, only to find that the frigid air had frozen the manure to the vehicle, and in a panic, one protester started scraping the frozen manure onto the ground to get a big enough pile. It's kind of funny though, a bunch of frozen turds. The whole process took so long that the police eventually intervened and arrested both the driver and the man trying to shovel the frozen poop. And in the end, only a minuscule amount was only able to be dumped. Wah, wah. But this is nothing compared to the backlash received during some of PETA's biggest controversies. When PETA concocts a gripping headline to shock onlookers, sometimes they resort to straight up misleading people. In 2014, the group released a billboard that read, quote, "Has your child got autism? Learn about the link between autism and dairy products on PETA.org." And I will say the sad face on the got autism thing is just like, oh, dang it, I got autism. According to PETA, this was them earnestly trying to alert the public. Of course, their cited research that claimed that autism is linked to the dairy consumption was outdated and not credible enough to advertise so boldly. People are enraged about this irresponsible ad, which only seemed to further the idea that PETA will use scare tactics if it means bringing people over to the animal side. In another instance of misinformation, PETA started heavily protesting and advertising against the wool industry and the shearing of sheep, calling it inhumane. This stance was based on an undercover investigation that led to the release of graphic videos in which sheep were brutally mistreated and killed for production of wool. PETA claimed that there was no way to provide wool ethically, which caused many farmers and wool producers to lash out, and according to them, they picked the most horrific cases and portrayed them as the norm. Many people in the industry claim that they love their animals and invest lots of time and money to make sure people sharing their wool are gentle, going as so far to quickly fire people who accidentally injure them in the process more than once. And not only that, but it's considered inhumane not to shear the wool off sheep due to it aiding and regulating their body temperature, among other benefits. You ever see a sheep that just got sheared? You see them run around the field afterwards.
Happy as fuck.
Those motherfuckers love that. They're like, thank God. You took too long this time, bitch. One farmer named Nelson claimed that what PETA said was a gross misrepresentation and was disappointed to find out that their actions ended up causing some wool producers to lose out on partnerships with big brands like Patagonia, which I'm sure for some is like, you know, keeps your business afloat, keeps people that work for you, you know, all that kind of stuff. But the craziest controversy PETA had ever gotten into was regarding their animal shelters. PETA has been criticized for years now regarding the enormous number of animals they've euthanized from their shelters they operate. Those motherfuckers love to kill animals. In 2005, the New York Times blasted them for having 80% of their sheltered animals put down when they could have been adopted by families. 80%! The article continues to lambaste them for making nearly $30 million the previous year, believing that this money is being funneled into aggressive spectacle campaigns pushing veganism rather than being used to help the animals that they supposedly care so much about. It's normal for a shelter to euthanize animals. They can only take care of so many, and depending on how old they are, all that kind of shit. It's sad, but it's just the reality of shit. The issue is that PETA seems to euthanize them at a rate of 3 times higher than the others, doing their best to hide these numbers from the public. In 2011, 713 of their 760 dogs admitted to their shelter were euthanized. 713 out of 760. We have no room. Then why take them? For cats, a staggering 1,198 were put down, and only 5 cats found new homes.
I think part of them were like, it's probably better if they just died.
You don't want to go to the evil people.
Exactly.
Yeah. A place like PETA, you gotta have like a form that you fill out to be like, we trust you with this animal. There's no good human, just die, kitty. Many of them are killed in less than 24 hours from when they arrive. PETA claims that this is just the cruel reality of not having enough homes for the large number of animals that enter their doors. They also claim that their high death rates are because of their willingness to accept animals no matter how poor their condition. This doesn't stack up, especially when other shelters in the same state with the same admission policies are doing a far, far better job. Ingrid Newkirk, the co-founder of PETA, has admitted before that they have put down animals that were perfectly adoptable. Couldn't have been a healthier dog. We put him down. Bye-bye, doggy. Even in 2022, PETA still continues to have shockingly high kill rates. In fact, they have a higher kill rate of euthanasia than all shelters in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia combined. Graphic. We're citing our sources. There you go. Some that are more conspiratorial believe that they are purposely putting down perfectly adoptable pets because they believe it is a necessary evil. Ingrid Newkirk has stated as far back as 1988, saying that, in the end, I think it would be lovely if we stopped the whole notion of pets altogether. So that's what she's saying. That's what you mean. You don't want to be a slave. Just die. It's because of this that people think members of PETA and their shelters would rather prematurely put down animals rather than put them in a potentially non-ideal adoption scenario. To this, people argue that they are elitist and are unfit to be arbiters of who is qualified to take care of an animal. When people think about PETA, there's one story that undoubtedly comes to mind as the most blood-boiling instance in their long, controversial history. In 2014, two PETA employees stole a Chihuahua from the porch of the Zarate family's mobile home. The dog, Maya, was a Christmas gift Wilbur Zarate had given to his daughter, Cynthia, in 2011. They were there after reports of a large number of stray dogs roaming the area. They arrived to transport them to their shelter and mistakenly took Maya as well. Maya was put down that same day, disregarding the typical 5-day grace period that is required by law in Virginia. PETA claimed it to be a tragic mistake, firing the employee responsible. The Zarates were also convinced that they did this on purpose due to their previous stance on humans owning pets. Regardless, a trial was held at which PETA offered them $49,000 on top of a $2,000 donation to an anti-animal cruelty organization in Maya's honor. PETA wanted to avoid any extra bad publicity that would come from this becoming a lengthy court battle. Luckily for them, the Zarates accepted the settlement. Listen, it goes without saying that many of the things PETA is fighting for are completely reasonable things. In the pursuit of animal-derived materials, we have subjected animals to nightmarish conditions. You know, it's just, there is a lot of cruelty out there in the service of living creatures. It's a bummer. PETA has done a lot for animal rights, from the reduction of fur coat productions to bringing awareness to the dangers of animal testing. I mean, there is good stuff. But that being said, PETA is certainly not the most squeaky clean organization out there. On their way to spreading their message, they have harassed many people and potentially done tons of harms to various groups they swore to protect. It's the fact that it's like, you're advocating for so many things. I'm like, oh, I agree. But it's weird too when it feels like you care more about getting your name out there and having a profitable charity organization than actually helping the animals. It's just a bit hypocritical, it feels like, right?
I agree.
And also, I think a lot of this stuff is just showboaty. It's people wanting power, people wanting to like point at you until you're doing the wrong thing. It's just kind of cringe. So you know what I gotta say? Be nice to animals, treat them well. You know, if you do hunt or do something like that, eat your animals. You know, nothing cool about just torturing a animal and killing it. You know what I mean? There are some people that do that though. I don't give a fuck.
Chinese. I just saw a video where
okay, that's the end of that. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about something you probably already heard about. And that's the ongoing chaos between YouTuber Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, also known as BAM!
Quick disclaimer.
Everything we're talking about today is all things that we've seen that are public information from Reckless Ben's YouTube page, social media accounts, and from what Bricks and Minifigs has said online. This is just a recap, so that's the disclaimer. Is that good?
I think so.
Absurd is simply trying to recover money seemingly stolen from an old, sick man has turned into a full-blown fucking nightmare, dude. Currently, a big corporation is alleged to be abusing the legal system and working with corrupt police to silence Reckless Ben and others for uncovering the heinous acts of one particular Bricks and Minifigs franchise. Which, if you don't know Reckless Ben, we've seen some of his stuff before. He also did a video on the McCamey Manor as well, which I thought was sweet. He infiltrated it, but it seems like he goes into corrupt businesses and basically tries to uncover the truth or just expose them and like right the wrongs of stuff as well. Try to use legal practices that a lot of these businesses use against the people that they harm.
I like to think of myself as kind of like the king of loopholes, you know, and so I kind of always want to go against like someone who's like the opposite. So I do like legal loopholes for good, but I want to go against someone that does like legal loopholes for bad. So this seems like the perfect battle, you know, like we're both just using like legal loopholes against each other to like get each other in trouble and stuff. And I just knew it was gonna be like a crazy story.
We think more eyes should be on the story, so we're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to speak to Ben later in this video and get some more insight on the situation. Not everyone knew what Bricks and Minifigs even was until the story broke out. Essentially, they're an absolutely massive company that specializes in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, which I think we might have touched on it briefly. We did a Lego collector video, and it's like just a retail space where people can go, and it's like an in-person retail store.
Yeah.
It's a franchisee thing, so each person buys the store, they open it, blah, blah, blah. You can sell your Legos there. From that video alone, you can tell just how massive the Lego collector market is and how much money goes through that market is absurd right now. It's got to be the highest it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Stuff. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the business's massive success led to them opening around 150 individual stores, and by 2025, that number doubled. Even back during 2023, the business reported each individual store averaging nearly $580,000 in annual earnings, with more popular stores even breaking $1 million a year in sales. And lots of people have their own horror stories about Bricks and Minifigs, with some claiming that they're essentially the GameStop of Lego. Online, there are entire threads of people complaining about selling their childhood collections, easily worth hundreds of dollars to Bricks and Minifigures, only to be offered about $50 at most at times. I think people don't realize how easy it is to just be like, put your shit on Facebook Marketplace. You'd be surprised by how quick people will jump on things. If you can, because I know some people are, you're just in a pinch. I have to have the money now, but I don't know.
Like your wife's kicking you out. It's you or the Legos.
Yeah, me or the Legos. All right, bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Tell you what, my Lego Ninjago set doesn't fucking... I hang with him. YouTubers like MGS Brick, for example, have documented bringing in rare Lego figures only to watch multiple stores downplay their worth, repeatedly telling them that a chrome gold C-3PO figure worth around $1,000 was obviously fake. We can touch more on what happens there later, but for now, let's look at where Ben comes into the story. The story begins with a man named Brian Mansell reaching out to Ben, given his content for his over-the-top documentary investigative styles, to help him get into this company and help resolve the situation. How did you initially find out about these missing Legos? Was it just through the Facebook post, or was there like other people that were hitting you up about it? How did you find out about that?
No, this wasn't a big story at all. So I guess the YouTubers covered it, Collectors Weekly, and it only got like 1,000 views on it. And so at the end of my Lose for Valentine video, I was like, okay, if you have a problem and the police can't solve it, email me at this email. I made a whole email for it. We got a bunch of emails. And so we're just going through all these emails for like 26 hours. And we see this Lego video, and I'm not really into Legos at all. I don't really collect things or anything. But the thing that stood out to me was he just said, we had the world's biggest Lego Star Wars collection. We gave it to a company and they're selling it without paying us. And I was like, well, that's just black and white. Like they just stole your Lego, And he's like, they're claiming that they didn't steal it. They have like some loopholes that they're trying to use,
Specifically, he asked for help retrieving $200,000 worth of rare Lego Star Wars sets he co-signed to Bricks and Minifigs franchise to alleviate the burden of selling them all himself. Important note! The $200,000 value was an estimate made after a brief initial look and not before a detailed evaluation was made.
My original assessment of about $200,000, it was before I'd actually gone through and had done an actual evaluation. I looked at it and went based on 3 different rooms with all the sets.
It's more accurately listed around $107,000, but still 6 figures fucking worth of Legos, guys. Crazy. Brian's contract with the store stated that the sets still belonged to him, but revenue made from any sets that sold in store would be split between them. However, when that specific store was purchased by new owners, it's alleged that they completely failed to honor the contract and even started refusing to let Brian inspect the inventory. Unfortunately for them, there is security footage showing Brandon, one of the Salem store's new owners, making it abundantly clear that the consignment would be taken over by the new owners. It's fucking pathetic. The back and forth they're doing. Well, actually, we said this.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
No, actually, we said this.
All the photo evidence points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night.
Well, actually, we said this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there.
No, actually, we said this.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
Which also, even if this was all legit, could you not look more unprofessional? To not have your ducks in a row? Or just to stand by your policy and be like, this is what we said, this is what it was? Which, don't get me wrong, with these videos and stuff, people are calling, harassing, all kinds of horrible shit. I mean, I can sympathize with that. But at the same time, if you righted the wrong, I don't think any of this would have escalated to where it's at.
But they're being greedy because they're like,
oh, it's unbelievable.
They're trying to get through a legal loophole. Like, well, we changed ownership, so.
Well, man, it's 100% from what we can see so far. It just looks like it's a thing where it's like, well, you signed this consignment for the sale and all your pieces are here, but there's new management and I don't know where that's at. I don't know if these are yours. It's just like, just being fucking scummy.
Yeah.
Some of the video footage, man, that you see of this owner, like on the stoop of his house, talking to the cops, and he's like, hey, love the American Fork Police. You guys, Lou, I love you. Him doing that is the
Lives
cringe.
matter.
Yeah, you guys rule. It's like, dude, fucking eat a fucking barrel, dude. My God. Brian confronted the store with a contract in hand, only to be threatened with a legal battle so lengthy it would cost him more than the Legos were even worth. What's worse is that these sets were collected by him and his father over many years, and after Brian's father had a health scare, Brian mentioned being afraid to tell his father what had happened to their collection for fear of worsening his physical and mental well-being.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
This kickstarts an insane series of stunts pulled off by Reckless Ben to confront the Bricks and Minifigs team. The series is still up on YouTube, I believe. You can still watch part of the video so far. He just can't add anything yet. It's fucking unbelievable the amount of incompetence it has from Bricks and Minifigs, and just like the amount of like, if you just would have paid back or just did good business practices, none of this would be happening. Or even just being like, okay, we fucked up, sorry. It would have been fine. But now we are watching corporate suicide right now. Were you expecting it to be a lot more calm, or did you actually expect that hostility to be coming in when you went into the store? Did they already seem like fucking guns ready? You know what I mean?
Brian did warn me when I went in the first time. He's like, hey, when I went to ask for my Legos back, they trespassed from the store and started like screaming at me. So he's like, they're probably going to do the same thing to you. At this point, I didn't know if Brian was telling the truth or not yet, you know? So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just go and see for myself. But I came in prepared kind of knowing that I was like, okay, I'm going to be like extra nice to them because I know they might, I want to get them to talk because that's my goal is like hear their side of the story. So I went in, I'm just like, hey, I think my friend has some Legos in here. He was having trouble getting it back. Can we like work this out? And then she's like, I'm being harassed. Call the cops. And I'm like, well, I'm not really harassing. I'm just trying to hear like your guys' side of things. If they were paying him and he was lying to me, then they would have just told me at the store, like, hey, we're actually paying him, you know? So that's why I went to the store first to hear their side of things.
Just give back the sets.
What I'm saying is, even if it's not the money, at least give back what you have and like just do what's right, make it even Stevens with everybody. But they've dug so far down that now they're just, which if all these videos, you could just see how fucking gross the owners are. It's just nasty fucking practices, nasty people. And then also you have the police officers who just aren't treating it seriously, because I think there's still like a stigma with people that are like, oh, it's a YouTuber doing something, to where then they're like, oh, well, if it's just a YouTube thing, that's probably nothing, right? Or it's just, oh god, so this is just a troll thing, or this is just a joke or whatever. Just a general lack of care for a very serious thing.
He's a YouTuber.
He has nothing to do with the store at all.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. That makes things a little more clear. He has no association
He's a
with the
YouTuber.
store.
He's just trying to get content.
Okay.
The amount of times I heard him say stuff like, oh, this is a YouTube thing, and discrediting the case just because this is like a YouTube video or something. It's very interesting how that like gives them a right, you know?
I kind of see their point of view because there is so many just like annoying like meta glasses people that probably the majority of like TikTokers and YouTubers that do the meta glasses, I'd say like probably a good 80 to 90% of them are just trying to, I'm going to piss you off as much as I can. And the bigger of a reaction you get, the more of a reaction you get, the more money I make, you know? I shouldn't be surprised by that because that is the majority of people, you know, but I would like to think that I'm a little,
maybe when you first hear about it, like, oh, it's a YouTube guy. Sure, you can go in with your preconceived ideas of what that is. But I feel like even dealing with the American Force or even dealing with Salem, I don't know, did you deal with much of Salem Police Department at all in the same way that you dealt with American Fork or no? Or is that more of a distant?
The Salem Police Department was, was the Kaiser Police, technically, I guess, which is like 15 minutes north of Salem. But they sucked too, but they never arrested me, I guess. They always let us go. You know, like we would get in like our arguments and then I was like, here's the law book. And then they just kind of like ran away once I pulled the law book out. So they like wouldn't keep talking to me because I think they were maybe afraid of the law. I don't know.
Or they're just like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Which it is a very unconventional way of approaching all this, but I would say that everything he's done is legal from what we've been shown, at least, right? These posts would go viral, causing tons of bad PR and even a public statement from BAM. In it, they downplay the situation and claim that they don't know the whereabouts of the unsold sets. They allege that all of Ben's work and the criticism online is just edited social media clips, and according to them, all Bricks and Minifigs want is fairness and support for the Lego community. Fuck yourself. Unreal. Also, it's so fun. That's like GameStop being like, we just want what's fair for gamers. It's like, why don't you go fuck yourself, dude? Really?
Power to the gamers.
Can we just like undercut you and sell you more? And then, by the way, when we get criticism, we're just gonna sue. Is that a cool thing? Can we just sue? I think that's what we want to do, actually. Oh God, make me want to throw up. Someone would soon leak a BAM company-wide email directly to Ben, revealing the internal state of affairs. The email directly tells other franchises how to handle the negative reactions to Ben's documentary and all other related content, which they labeled as a coordinated negative PR PR attack. Dun dun. Legos. One of the strategies is a new mandate to actively solicit Google reviews with every single transaction. They reveal that they are getting the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service involved. Their involvement alongside the temporary restraining orders and cease and desist letters would be used to silence Ben and others' content. Ben was also sued for his website, WeStealFromOldPeople.com, which he uses to sell merch of their own company. By now, Bricks and Minifigs stores around the U.S. are receiving tons of bad PR because of this scandal. To combat this, BAM stated in their email that they would have reached out to Google, YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and the Facebook to report Ben's content and anyone who's review bombing their businesses. Patreon's own CEO made a video responding to this, essentially telling them to basically go f themselves and to sue Patreon if they want.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
Right? Which good luck with that fucking legal battle. All employees were asked to pretend the scandal doesn't exist, and as a backup, were given pre-planned corporate scripts and a de-escalation playbook. The company appears to be in a full meltdown as they are demanding store managers turn off comments on all store social media accounts. As stated in its public statement, BAM says its ultimate goal is to regain the community's trust and protect its franchises. AKA, please don't bankrupt us. Please don't make us basically start a new business, which is inevitably, I think, inevitably what's going to happen. Do you think so far? Do you think they're going to be able to weather the storm?
I mean, as far as PR goes, I don't think so. I think no matter what, they're fucked. Even if they win the case against Ben,
the court of public opinion is decided.
Yeah, which is just like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. It's going to take years and years to regain the
I could see them changing their name and trying to get out of that spotlight or something. Renaming their franchise or something. I bet you that's the route they take.
Or they might do a thing where it's like, someone bought us. And then, yeah, they rebrand it.
Yeah,
We're in a new corporate management.
Yeah, but they won't say that someone bought us. I don't think so. I think it's going to be all secret. They're going to delete all the accounts, whatever, and they're just going to restate it. And you're going to look at it and be like, oh, these are all the same Bricks and Minifigs locations, is what I think is going to happen. It may seem like Bricks and Minifigure stores attract scummy workers and managers, but not all employees are like that, all right? Some are simply there for a paycheck and have to deal with the nonsense that comes with it. Testimony from Bricks and Minifigs employees makes it seem like a living hell. It is common for the work schedule to be brutal and random, and on top of ridiculous hours, you can expect minimum wage at best. Several employees also claim that there is no opportunity for raises or career advancement. Of course not, dude. You have some manager who owns the store, and they're going to be in the cycle of getting like high school employees to come through. It's that thing of just being like, God, you're lucky to be here. I mean, you get to play with Legos all day. Clean the bathroom. Clean the bathroom.
Is that what they told Joe when he was working as a Lego engineer?
My favorite Joe I wonder if we can get him to say it. My friend Joe, it almost seems fake. My friend Joe, who's now like a very well-known, he's a stand-up comedian, very funny guy, I love him. We were in animation together in school. When he graduated, he won a Lego making contest. That sounds fake. He won a like Lego building competition to work for like a Lego store. Like he was basically a fucking Imagineer for Legos or something. I don't know. But yeah, I was just saying we should have Joe record. It would be really funny.
All right, so one time I'm building behind my giant plexiglass window, just some sort of rinky-dink Lego model, and a dad and his son come in decked out in St. Louis Blues jerseys because the Blues had just won the Stanley Cup like the day before. So they come in and they bang on the window and they go, St. Louis Blues! And I'm giving them a thumbs up like, yeah, Stanley Cup, yeah. And I go back to what I'm doing, and then the dad bangs on the window again. He goes, hey! Build the Stanley Cup! Build the Stanley Cup! And, I can't just drop everything I'm doing to build a 5-foot tall statue of a trophy or whatever. So I just kind of laugh him off and go back to what I'm doing. But he stands there for like several minutes with his son, and they keep banging. The kid's banging on the window. The dad's banging on the window. I think the window's going to break. Build the Stanley Cup! Build it now! And, really, that's what it was like working there at all times.
Yeah, I don't know. I from the perspective of a guy who just works at Lego, where there's no incentive of like reselling, I wonder what his perspective is on Lego fans. I'd be curious to see. The next big video Ben would release documents BAM actively thwarting his efforts to confront the store owner legally and taking their maliciousness to a whole new level. It's throughout this process that the American Fork Police Department starts to reveal themselves as straight up corrupt because the store owners and the CEO are part of the same Mormon church community. Brian alleges that some of the police are too, and that they're protecting their own. Us Mormons stick together. The religious undertones too, with like the cooperation of like, even with the American Fork Police Department, how a lot of those guys even go to church together and they're all kind kind of in cahoots in some kind of way.
So first off, I'm going to give you a little piece of insider information. I think someone found this on a YouTube. I saw someone's YouTube on this. It only has like 500 views on it. So no one's seen this piece of information. But someone dug back in the newspaper and found that Ammon and Josh, they went on a Mormon mission trip together. So they're like BFFFFs, which is crazy. Which is crazy because they claim that they're two completely separate people. Like Josh is like, oh, corporate is completely different. Like corporate's not, we can't control what they're doing. Like they make their own decisions when really you can see they're like literally best friends with each other. Like Josh and Ammon are, I don't even think they're allowed to shower separately. Like they have to be in the same room at all times when they're on their mission trip because they're not allowed to like jerk off in the shower or something, you know? So like they have to like shower with the door open and stuff. And so Josh and Ammon are like closer than any two human beings can be together, but they try to make it seem like they're like completely different.
In order to have his case against Brandon and Josh approved, Ben first has to make a good faith effort to resolve the disagreement with all parties involved. When they try to approach Josh to make their good faith effort, police are already waiting for them and pull them over for supposedly not fully stopping at a stop sign, despite the body cam footage later proving this completely false. Body cam footage also reveals Josh calling the police to claim that Ben is stalking him rather than just trying to serve papers legally, and that he might be pushed to shoot someone over it.
A threat.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I said, if they try to break into my house.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if they come inside, they'll have a surprise.
Okay.
Is that not a threat? And as for Brandon, Ben tried to speak with him at his home, only for Brandon to stand there in complete silence until the police made him leave under the threat of jail time if he returned.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
No,
else.
he stole $200,000 worth of, because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case and I won in court.
With his good faith efforts rejected, Ben's case against Brandon was officially accepted by the court. The police approached Ben and his friend once again, at night this time, to conduct a random 2-hour search of his car under a random suspicion that they are carrying heroin. They found nothing, but still tried to pressure them into confessing they were under the influence, claiming that their eyes were suspiciously dilated. They weren't. Fork PD was later caught on a body cam claiming that they were going to scare Ben and his team a little before letting them go.
Can't we just have him pick his friend up and probably tired of dealing with the police at this point? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. But
making it even harder to believe the heroin lie, which who believes the heroin lie? No one. Regardless, being unable to amicably settle with Josh over this got Ben's court case against him approved as well. And with an official process server alongside him, Ben placed a sign in Josh's neighborhood that read, "I stole a dying man's life savings," on a public piece of land to lure him out to be served his papers. As they waited, 3 separate police confrontations took place, ending with one officer trying to directly serve Josh the papers himself. He returns and says that Josh, quote, doesn't want them because he believes they're fake.
Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
You've never been to court with him?
No.
So these papers that he printed up are
Fake.
fake?
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
That footage is crazy because it's like, you're getting served papers. No, they're fake. I won't accept them. If they're fake, then they're not going to do anything.
Can I peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a
never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's also a thing, too, with, like, if you have a public server there who has no qualm with the case, who is not related to the case at all, should be able to go up, serve the papers, and, like, that's just it.
Yeah.
Right? That's serving someone.
Exactly.
But to have the police sit there and be like, well, they're fake. Well, how do you know? What about these makes it fake? You know what I mean? Well, what's about the police body cams? They can just turn it off, or they can silence their mics.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can just turn the mic off.
Well, why would you be able to do that?
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer. Go on that little pot of land right there. Perfect, right there is fine. Right here? Yep.
Unless there's just some reason I don't understand, editor, see if there's a reason that we legitimately just don't know about. But does that not sound corrupt? Okay, well, he thinks it's fake. Okay. Click back on. All right, we're just going to tell them to leave. A fourth set of officers confront them, this time directly calling the court to prove if the case is real. They are seen on body cam footage being told it is 100% legit.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
So they get fed up and just arrest Ben without reading him his rights. Ben gets out of jail, desperately starts a GoFundMe for Brian and his family and advertises it with another insulting sign. Police stop by and are seen scrambling to think of what excuse to arrest him again, right? In the footage, they're just like, I don't know.
Is it disorderly conduct?
Why?
Did it raise the police to be summoned because it causes problems? Did he come out? Is he upset about it?
I guess, but that's not
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
They eventually try to seize one of their phones and immediately arrest Ben's friend Sheldon for, quote, trying to destroy evidence after he attempts to lock his phone, which is his legal right.
You're attempting to destroy evidence. That's a worse charge than what you're looking at.
I was just locking my
Nope.
phone.
Nope.
Yeah, I was just locking my phone.
I don't
That's
think
all
so.
I did.
Okay.
Soon after, their home base in Utah gets raided on a warrant that included, quote, stolen Lego, which lines up with the piece of defamation Josh threatened to make about Ben if he decided to go through with a lawsuit.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
A future statement from the Fork Police Department claims host of the Airbnbs Ben and friends were staying at heard them talking about stolen Legos, which is just so funny. If I'm sitting here and I'm like, Lego is so popular. Oh yeah, did you hear about those stolen Legos? That doesn't mean that there's stolen Legos here in my fucking house, dude. Like, you could talk about things and not, it's just so stupid. Every single one of them is thrown in the back of a cop car. And in this process, Ben's arm is yanked behind his back so hard that it dislocates his shoulder.
Fun.
That's cool. Fork Police Department, you rule! Fork Police Department would also claim that Ben must have faked his injury because the x-ray image he flashed on the screen in the video was of a left shoulder despite it being the right shoulder that was dislocated. It was very clear stock image Ben used to emphasize what the cop had done to his shoulder. It wasn't the actual fucking proof.
Yeah, so I mean, come on, guys. That's not way to well X-way.
It's like, no shit, dude. God, what is going through your mind during all these altercations with the American Fork Police Department? And I mean, like, them fucking up your shoulder. Did they even give you medical attention? I'm so curious
So
to
my
see.
shoulder's not that bad, just because it literally dislocates like probably once a month for the last like 9 years. Like, it's like a very normal thing. Like, it just pops out and within a second it pops back in. Like, it's like I used to have to like manually do it, but now it's my shoulders are so loose now, it just goes in very fast, which is why I try not to make like too big of a deal about that. I just really hurt my shoulder like right before. It was just bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking I don't know. I'm just like in shock the whole time because I usually try to be like pretty like respectful to police officers. I grew up in like a pretty conservative place where it's like you respect the police officers, you know. So
Pardon my reach.
No, it's all
Seatbelt
good.
on.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for being nice and cool.
Thank you for being cooperative.
if you show them respect, they'll show you respect. You know, that's kind of how I've always like lived my life with police. But yeah, this is so weird because I feel like I showed them lots of respect through the videos, you know, like I was pretty open about what we're doing and stuff. And then I showed them respect and they didn't show me respect back. So it was very interesting. But it is kind of sad to think that this is happening to other people that aren't filming, you know, and they're just getting screwed over for no reason. And it definitely sucks.
Ben was released on a $2,500 bail and dodged an entire month-long sentence. Unfortunately, Ben now had a court case coming up with charges that put him at risk for a 5-year jail sentence. He had no time to breathe before his roommate called and claimed an officer stopped by their place and claimed to have a warrant for Ben's arrest. This time, it was non-bailable, and it listed that he, quote, represented a credible threat to the physical safety of a protected person. I wonder who that was. Now that there were police officers all over the county after Ben, he eventually fled to Mexico to continue the case without fear of being arrested. He could very well not be there anymore, but is likely not disclosing any more info about his whereabouts where he has before. Usually he says, I'm here, I'm there. Now I think he's probably just fucking laying low. As you can imagine, PR for Bam was getting even worse during this time. This is when Eamon agreed to go on small Lego channel streams to explain more of his side, during which he does something that Bam has done on more than one occasion, uses employees as a shield to gather sympathy for problems their company caused.
We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. The franchisee will be held accountable, but we actually can't fire or, step over the line of that.
We're Lego company. Why are you being so mean to us?
Isn't that what it feels like?
Oh, they're bad. I'm not bad.
I'm a 46-year-old man playing with Lego.
I'm 48. My wife has sex with other men. It's unfortunately true that people have become so infuriated hearing about how evil Bam is that they began harassing employees in review bombing locations that had nothing to do with the controversy, which is a shame. That doesn't mean that you should go into a store and like fucking actually physically hurt anybody or whatever. But if you're review bombing shit, I mean, it's fucking blame Eamon, dude. Blame your fucking head honcho. He's the reason that this is all happening, right? And Josh and the Fork Police Department.
A lot of people to blame.
It's got a lot of things. There's a lot of things, a lot of targets you could throw up there. This actually hurts Ben's case, as Bam can now lump him in with the people that are doing these targeted attacks and harassment and label everyone as malicious. And it doesn't help that there have been both death threats and bomb threats made.
My name is I'm gonna f you in the way you've never seen. you're the next one on the line. We go down from Salem, Oregon, and we come down the list.
In fact, Ben alleges that Eamon called the police directly and claimed he planned on shooting up the store and burning the place down if the sets are not returned, which don't recall Ben saying that.
They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
As we mentioned earlier, one YouTuber, MGS Bricks, visited multiple locations with a large collection of minifigures, including a Chrome C3PO. Yeah, a Chrome C3PO. Put the value up on screen, which we all already know. Of the 4 stores he visited, 2 offered 18% and 19% of his collection's value. The other 2 stores offered a measly 6% and 10%, meaning that on the low end, one store offered him $96 for his entire Lego collection.
Oh my God, that's insulting.
You know what's weird though is do you not get a better reputation if you actually just kind of pay good 50%? 50% of what's worth?
60 feels
60 over half?
Yeah. Well, you gotta think. Yeah. Then they're only making 40%.
I'm only making 40%. Your Chrome. I mean, like it's a Chrome C3PO. I don't really know the. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I know the value of these things. But I'm like, if I sold that little motherfucker for a percentage, I'd be walking out of the store and I'd be like looking back at him and shit, just sitting on the counter. When he went to the final store, he sent his friend in to make the exchange since the store knew who he was. After the employees combed through the Lego and handed them back, MGS Bricks noticed that the rare 30th anniversary Chrome C3PO valued at around $800, God damn, was missing. Both men checked the car and the collection again before heading back inside. As soon as they walked in, they saw the rare minifig sitting on the employee's desk. And when they confronted him about it, the Bricks and Minifigures employee handed it back to them, saying he had somehow forgotten to return it. What a fucking snap. Oh! That's weird. How did it end up over here?
How did it end up in my purse?
Sorry about that. That's called stealing. No. I just took it for myself. Yeah. Right, what? Just as he handed it over, the Bricks and Minifigures employee made one more comment claiming that the rare minifig was actually a fake. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually not even good, so if you just want me to hold on to it, I can. Which made the situation even more suspicious. Obviously, the guy tried fucking stealing it. Come on. That's crazy. That's a crazy evolution as a human being, though, isn't it? I mean, like, you're stealing Legos. Can you imagine as a child? Oh, your future self walks up to you and they're just like, we're going to be in Legos and we're going to steal from people. We're going to steal Legos from people. Really?
I mean, kid me would be like, yes.
Do you think so? I feel like they'd be like, why are you stealing it?
I stole Legos as a kid. So
I'm barking up the wrong tree, aren't I? You're like, perfect. Never change, adult Nick. I won't, little Nick. I'm gonna be this way forever. After MGS Bricks made their video exposing their terrible trade-in service, he created a follow-up video revealing emails from COO of BAM, Matt McNeff, and their responses have some parallels, going on and on about how the store owner of one of these locations is currently handling the passing of his grandfather, and how another employee is directly involved in preparing to undergo heart surgery. He also claims there have been death threats made by people calling the store due to MGS Bricks video. It's just, the sympathy bait is just, well, he's only going because his grandpa's real sick, so let him be a piece of shit.
He's going through a lot right now.
Okay, he's getting heart surgery. He could be an asshole and he can rob from you. Okay?
Yeah, I feel like they're too far gone, but at one point they could have just been like, you know what? We're sorry. Let's make this right. Even if they couldn't get the, like, let's say, for example, they sold some of the set. You know what I mean?
Financially get what was worth and give it to them.
Buy the sets back and be like, and that's really good.
1 billion %. It's too far now.
Yeah,
if they did it now, you'd be like, well, you guys are just fucking, if they would have gotten called out and they're like, no, even on later on, in the rebuttal, no, we didn't do that. Yes, you did. Okay, fine. You caught us. Sorry. Wait, okay, here, just make it right. You could have been totally even Stevens on everything, but instead you're just being a fucking, you're being greedy. That was another thing too, is even like how polite you were, at least how civil you were with going to corporate. It made me think about, was there any specific action that corporate took that you believe like unnecessarily escalated this situation as a whole? How corporate responded to things?
So first off, corporate is involved. Second off, if I was corporate and someone came up to corporate headquarters and be like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. I think that was my exact word. I'm like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. Can we work with you guys to get them back? His response to that was, no, like the Legos were never in our store, basically just saying that, like just trying to lie to me. So if I was corporate, I would have been like, okay, let's pull out the inventory list. Let's see if we do have your Legos, and that's what any other CEO would have done.
Yeah, anybody else.
Say like, hey, if this person's claiming to have Legos stolen by our company, then let's look at it. And I had the inventory list in my hand with me. So I would have said, hey, can you show me the inventory list then? I wouldn't have been like, oh no, get out of my store. I'm calling the cops, you know?
Yeah.
That's not what I would have done, I guess.
They could have totally had good PR too, in the sense you could be like, I wasn't aware of this co-assignment, but I'm going to take the responsibility here, do what's right, and give you back your sets. At the very least.
Yeah. Well, they're just looking at it though, and they're looking at like the amount of money they're going to lose and all that kind of stuff. And they just, it's so stupid because it's a PR thing. But now I'm like, I feel like you're in so much worse.
Yeah, you're so much worse.
Well, exactly. Like you're going to have to financially, you're financially so much more down, I bet.
Even if Ben loses, I feel like the damage, the reputation.
I'm telling you, they're going to have to rebrand. They will do a rebranding, and they won't tell anybody. It's going to be they're going to shut down all the media accounts, and they're just going to reset. And the thing is like it will probably fucking work.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
People were heavily anticipating the third installment of the series, and Ben was working on it nonstop to the point where it was starting to affect his health. This excitement would come to a sudden halt, however, and a short update video was released instead. Brian, Ben, and his team are now in the middle of a RICO lawsuit filed by BAM. Due to the nature of what's in the video, releasing it would result in him losing his $300,000 lawsuit, and the GoFundMe would be taken down as well. In the video, he withholds directly stating the company's name to avoid any kind of trouble.
The GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about.
Ben explains that there has yet to be a moment for him to share his side of the story with the court despite having footage as evidence. He believes they don't want the video released because he directly discusses the false bomb threats and murder threats they're claiming were made. Shortly after the video was uploaded, Ben's GoFundMe was briefly shut down for reasons he also claims he can't talk about, under fear of it landing him in jail. But thankfully, as of June 10th, the GoFundMe seems to have been brought back up. More information is coming out every day regarding this whole situation, including an important update from BAM on June 4th that states Brandon and Joshua made a mutual agreement to no longer work with the company. Ben has claimed in the past that his entire channel has been demonetized for a very long time, so he isn't able to hire an expensive lawyer despite everyone begging him to do so. So, while watching and sharing his video is a great way to spread awareness, you can directly support him by checking out his Patreon and supporting his cause. And for a lot of the content that he makes, it is fucking really cool, and we just wanted to need to bring more light to situations like this. I mean, it's just a creator doing something fucking awesome, making extreme waves in terms of like getting something done to the point where now stupid fucking like judicial systems are getting in the way and just kind of, halting somebody's progress for trying to right the wrongs of a thing that could have just been very easily solved. But instead, greed has taken over, and now you have a fucking Lego company threatening to put somebody in jail for 5 years for trying to like right the wrongs of trying to like help somebody get their collection back. And just like as a last thing too, I'm just curious, like, do you remain optimistic that the Legos will be returned to Manziel, or do you think that like the reason I ask is because these people have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down to such an extent that as like a person that has consumed the content that you've put out, and as like someone that's following the channel, even I have lost optimism that these people are ever going to learn and like do this? Or is it going to be something that he's going to have to recoup them in some other way?
I don't know. It is interesting. It reminds me a lot of the pizza thing from McCamey Manor, where it was like, oh, we got to get pizza with Russ. And everyone was telling us Russ will never get pizza with you. Like, he will die before he gets pizza with you, And we finally got the clip at the end where he's like, I'm giving up, like, here's the pizza thing or whatever. They keep saying they're willing to give the Legos back, but they've been saying that since like day one, I guess, of like, oh, we'll give it. And then when Brian's finally like, okay, like, let's do it, then they always pull something out where they're like, oh, we actually can't do it anymore. Like, you have to apologize to Amanda first, or you have to delete all these like negative comments, or you have to, and we always do the things they tell us to do, and they still don't give us the Legos. As of today, Ammon said, we just want to give them the Legos back. Brian won't accept them.
Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. And so we're working towards that, and we're hoping that he'll be able to come to the table. We're excited to be able to make that happen.
Obviously, he will accept them. Ammon's not the one to give them back. So it kind of comes down to like, is Ammon willing to tank his whole company because of this? And it seems like maybe, I don't know.
That's the craziest part, is it feels like they would rather implode this company they've built versus like admitting that they're wrong. It's a level of delusion that just seems insane. I mean, like even Russ had a moment of clarity where he was like, okay, like I get it, but this is coming, you're talking with major news networks. This has become such a huge thing. It's crazy to die on this hill. It's just unbelievable. And that leads me, I guess, to like the final thing of how can we, like, is there any way to support you or Brian in this time of like, I know that you have a Patreon and stuff that we wanted to plug and shout out and stuff, but is there any other way that we can help?
Yeah, probably just those two things. Yeah, Brian's GoFundMe has been going crazy. And obviously we passed the goal within like a few hours, but Brian is now being sued by
Of course.
Bricks and Minifigs.
Of course. Why wouldn't they?
Not only did they steal from him, now they're trying to sue the person they stole from for literally no reason.
Yeah. Well, they got to squeeze
so-
as much as they possibly can out. You know, if they've dug this deep, they got to keep digging. It seems like, my God.
Yeah, and they're trying to get us for RICO charges, which lawyers are saying we're obviously trying to get it dismissed. So if it gets dismissed, we might be good. But if it doesn't get dismissed, they're saying it could be like millions of dollars in lawyer fees, which is crazy. So then the GoFundMe would just be a small fraction of that. But the good news is it would take about 2 years. So I think within 2 years, we probably could raise that because we'll just keep making content about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not really too worried, but yeah, I think the GoFundMe and Patreon, like all of the money from Patreon and GoFundMe right now is just going towards like a legal trust is what we put it all in. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, you know, I hope that the situation can clear itself up soon. I appreciate you taking time. These are just some thoughts that we had in this crazy fucking roller coaster you're on. But I mean, you're doing a fucking crazy good thing, man. I mean, very selfless. And I mean, I know all your viewers appreciate it. So, and I appreciate it too. So thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, that's sick. It's been a fun journey for sure. It's awesome. I just love doing going on like fun adventures and stuff like this. If you can help people out, then it's just fun for me. I guess I don't know.
No, I don't. I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. It's a sickening thing that's happening right now. You don't really know what to do, and all we can do is the only thing we have, Nick, is this channel to talk to people about it and to tell people to go support Ben's Patreon and help him fight this case. And also, hopefully, that whenever this is all said and done, we can hear some more of these stories that I know he desperately wants to say. Bricks and Minifigs, go fuck yourself. You guys suck. Right? Also, I want to preface this too. That doesn't mean that any of you should go and harass and do it like bomb threat. There should be nothing of harassing these locations because it will not help anybody. But it's important to realize that like there is a shark in the water and there's blood in the water and these motherfuckers are lurking around and stuff. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. Be sure to tell your friends to never shop at Bricks and Minifigs. I hope it fails. I hope it fails and that all the employees, or it's their regular jobs, I hope they're able to find something quickly and that everyone at the top, I hope you never own a business again, you predatory sacks of shit. Is that fair to say? That's
fair to say.
Okay. Guys, until next time, we will see you in the next one. But like I said, be sure to check out Reckless Ben's channel. It's fucking insane. We did a very quick deep dive into this whole situation just so you guys understand what we were trying to tell you. But the videos, you got to check them out. Our edit will not do it justice. You need to go watch the videos. It's fucking appalling. It'll get your blood boiling. And like I said, fuck you, Bricks and Minifigs. Fuck you, all of you who are involved in that. Almost said something bad. Can't say that, right? You can't say that.
No.
I can put my hand up. It feels good saying it, though. Okay. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about Wendy's. The square burger place with the obese red-haired girl, right? They're doing a disservice by not making that little girl just fat as shit on the side, dude. You know what I mean? You know, a little while back, we did a video talking about Waffle House's training videos, right? We learned the hieroglyphic method of ordering some waffles and some eggs. But now today, I want to talk about another strange training video that's out there from our good friends at Wendy's. More specifically, training videos from the 80s and 90s golden era of Dave Thompson, the CEO of Wendy's, the golden era of his training video escapade that he decided to do. I'm not sure. These videos have become infamously known for their cheesy and, dare I say, somewhat catchy music videos. Whoever was in charge of producing these songs and producing these music videos did not hold back, ladies and gentlemen. They swung for the fences, and dare I say, at times, they hit some home runs. So without further ado, let's dive in, shall we?
Whew, eat spicy goodness like a boss.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt.
It's so easy getting into debt, but getting out of it is a different story. So many of us are struggling with credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sick. And the system just wants to keep you there, man. And look, I went to art school, took out a bunch of debt, and I wish that PDS Debt was around to help me. If you're currently struggling with debt, PDS Debt may be able to help. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solution tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is there's no minimum credit scores required. Save more while paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. And PDS Debt works hard to understand your unique situation and find alternatives to get you debt-free. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video, man.
Now, Wendy's has quite a few training videos throughout the years, but the ones we're going to be focusing on are the ones that I thought were silly enough to just kind of riff on a bit, right? We don't want to talk about all the ones where it's all corporate bullshit. Dude, we want to get down to the nitty-gritty. Sure, they have a video about taking orders, but oh my god, it's so fucking boring, we're not even going to talk about it. Throw it in the trash. So we're just going to be focusing on the songs for the most part. There's one little thing at the end, it's a secret, but we'll get into that later. Here's a little backstory before we dive in. The founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas King, wanted to standardize training for his company's employees through video training courses, right? He was like, people are using television nowadays. And they're like, Dave, it's the 80s. Okay, we've had this technology for a while. He's like, did you hear a burger's a square? You'll see it too in the videos. He's in the videos and he's lost. Dave doesn't know what the fuck is going on. And since many of Wendy's employees are young and had entry-level positions, Dave decided to use engaging, music-driven instructions that were fun, relatable, and easy to understand.
You thought they're like monkeys.
It's like training a dog. He's like wiping his sweat with like $100 bills. What are they? What? Give them music. The poor people love music. Isn't that right, Wendy? She's like just fat, like ballooned up. She's like, The goal was to teach employees essential tasks like cooking, customer service, and maintaining cleanliness with memorable tunes. And thus, Wendy's beautiful musical training videos were born. Which, luckily, a lot of these are super short, very punchy, and they're just, just a good time to talk about. So first up on the list is the seductive and, dare I say, borderline sexual hit called Cold Drinks, which features a sexy 80s blonde, big old titties, and a flat ass. And she's showing you how to fill up fountain drinks in a flirtatious manner. Sorry, gentlemen, may want to look over your shoulder and make sure the old wife isn't looking this time around. The opening feels like an intimate R&B song, or an opening to basically Evangelion. I remember I clicked on it, I was like, and as soon as the first frame popped up and you see her seductively looked at you, I was like, huh? This is palpable sexual energy, right? I mean, right through the screen. It's unbelievable. The way she points at the drinks and talks about stopping an inch from the top, I mean, got me about half chubbed up. All right, I don't know why she's just like, right from the top, just an inch from the top. Uh-oh, too many inches. You're just like, what? Dave Thomas is in the back. He's like, Wendy, close your eye. Cover your eyes for daddy.
Cold drinks come in 4 cups, gotta know the size before you fill it up. Biggie, medium, small, kids meal.
I love back in the day how they had the fucking Biggie.
Yeah, I know.
On the cup. Isn't that sick? Why bring back Biggie, dude? That thing is so tight.
It's a good deal. Use the scoop to fill with ice. Never use the cup. Take my advice.
I'll be honest though, she could have a little bit more life in her voice. It's a little like that. You can tell she's just like, they usually get me in here for my looks. Now I'm having to talk. What the fuck?
Tilt the cup and push against the lever. Keeps the phone down now. Isn't that clever?
Isn't that clever? Like it's like, there's gotta be more rhymes. Put in more rhymes. They're like, can you add in more rhymes? Lever, isn't that clever? He's like, ha ha ha, perfect. Putting out a stogie on the intern's face.
When you reach a 1/4 inch from the top, that's where you wanna stop.
I mean, come on, dude. Can you imagine being sitting in the back of a fucking Wendy's watching this? You're like having to cross your legs and shit.
That's where you wanna stop.
Look at the screen. Hey, buddy, just wanted to bring in a Frosty for you. It's your first day, so this one's on us, right? Just like so flustered. Can you imagine that? He's just like, don't worry, we all pitched a tent our first day, buddy. He's like, no. He stands up a huge hard on. This place is gonna be magical.
And tell the guest you'll see him later.
Don't forget to smile when you serve cold drinks.
Okay, and it's a fucking train video. And they just show an Asian woman. She's like, ooh, even Asian people work here. Ooh. She's like, the guy again crosses his legs.
Always say thank you.
Okay. She's like, I don't know how to sing. They're like, just Dave wants notes. Give us notes. Sing me to sleep, my sweet princess. Lullabies to my ears.
You're the one that can make the difference.
For lemonade?
I feel like this is like a fucking fever dream, dude. The way they're like putting the like glow around everything, and it's just people being like,
you're the one that can make the difference.
I mean, I feel like if I was sitting in the training room in the 80s, I'd be like, is this like what my dreams are going to be like moving forward? You'll never escape us. Clock in or clock out. And the soul is with you. They need to show the obese girl, though. Have her be like, can you imagine that? It shows the Asian girl like turning, and then it's just like Wendy being like, turned into a nightmare. Yeah, even Dave's just like, get her off the screen.
I feel like nowadays you could do that, make Wendy fat and be like, oh my god, that's so great.
Yeah, dude, definitely. She's our plus size little angel. She's just like, a 9-year-old girl having a heart attack. Look at her go. She's wearing the Gap. She shops at Old Navy. She's hip. She's like, tons of Frosty and bacon grease over. You want another Baconator? But we move on from cold drinks, dude. Yeah, you got somebody oohing and on at Asian women smiling at you. It's a good song. All right, I can't falter them. Damn fine way for a training video, but it doesn't hold a candle to the absolute banger that is Hot Drinks. Hot Drinks fucking rules, dude. This Michael Jackson inspired song is all about how to serve scalding hot coffee to your customers. When I mean scolding, I mean they emphasize how hot this thing is. It's like there's a goddamn fog machine inside the coffee cup. It's like blow it off at least once, dude. It's like a fucking cup of molten lava. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. What fucking temperature are they serving this coffee cup? It made me immediately think of that lawsuit. Can you imagine that fucking spraying and falling on someone's lap? The first time in my life, I was like, I feel sympathy for the old woman. That old bag. It was kind of actually a crazy throwback to see the lids before had caution hot, scalding hot. Because now it was like, I can see this being fucking deceptive. Even though when the coffee thing goes on, I mean, you just expect steam to be shooting out of that thing. Here's your coffee. It's like a fucking train. Oops! The person's lap.
That's what I was hoping through the song. He'd accidentally spill it on himself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Hot drinks really get you going. Warms you up when you feel you're slowing.
Seriously, this song is such a fun. Hot drinks. Even when he blows it too, it's like a huge cloud and the music's like pours out too. It's fucking crazy. The lighting in the music video. I mean, first off, this is a bad training video. This is a bad training video, not because the information is bad, but because I am not absorbing any of the information. It's just a catchy song, like too catchy to where I'm like, hot drinks. And then they're blasting these crazy lights on them like it's a goddamn Dario Argento film. It feels like fucking Suspiria in this music video, dude. I expect a demonic witch to come out and start like ballet dancing. Hot drinks really makes you go away.
Wendy's, we always serve it right away. And a smile and have a nice day.
This motherfucker's just full of charisma, dude. I love it, dude. The spins and stuff, and especially like going, have a nice day. You know he killed it too. It was one of those days when he drove home, he like buckled up his seatbelt and shit, and he was like, yeah, I mean, he just knew he fucking killed it.
Grab a small cup when you're making hot cocoa. Pour the packet and then you add your H2O.
I've never had so much fun watching somebody make cocoa. Grab a small cup and grab some cocoa.
Use a clean spoon and stir it till it's all mixed up. Toss the spoon out and put the lid on the cup. Things are really looking up. Hot drinks really get you going.
To be fair, yeah, the rest of the music, the whole music video is in the store, and he's just like, grab some cocoa and mix it up with a clean spoon. And you're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And all of a sudden, he's like in the depths of hell. Hot drinks really make like it's fucking crazy, dude. Man, those old signs too are so sick. Oh, there's the Asian woman smiling again. She's just like, how many times are you gonna come here? He's just like, you smile for the camera again. She's like, yep, it's really busy today, Mr. Thomas. I don't care. What's your name? She's like, it's Susan. Yeah, right. That's what the telemarketers tell you to say, isn't it? Yeah, I probably can't throw that one in, but I love this one though. Once again though, I feel like cold drinks, I retained a lot more information versus hot drinks. Hot drinks, you went too hard. If I was in the room, I'd be like, you gotta pull it back because I only remember the chorus and like there was some cocoa and stuff, but then you're blasted with fucking neon colors and it's too good. Historically epic music video. This is like pretty popular too. What the? This has 3.5 million views. It's a Wendy's training video, dude. I love it. Like the comments are so good. Just people being like, he didn't get paid enough. Also, if you have this legendary thing, even if it's outdated, why would you not still just play this? Or do you think they're like, oh, it's too old? What's what I love about corporate people? They have all the money. We want a hip new music video, right? And it's like, well, dude, you guys have hot drinks. They're like, I don't care. It's so old. Oh, God, look at this outdated technology. God, can you make it modern? Where's the fat little girl having heart attacks? She's like, oh. I like to think that Wendy never gets older. She's just always perpetually an obese small girl. Like as soon as the earth is gonna explode and she's gonna be the only remnant of humanity just like floating in space forever, perpetually having a heart attack. You're gonna be a star, Wendy! If we have to move on, I almost wish we would just save that one for last. I don't think all these are gonna fucking suck. Because next up, we have the goddamn Can Chili Be Served with Cheese song. We started off way too strong because cold drinks is like still kind of a ooh, and then hot drinks, hello. Chili can be served with cheese song. It just teaches you how to stir the chili. At some point I feel like they have like, Dave, we can't capture lightning in a bottle 7 times. He's like, get the goddamn cheese chili song out now.
Always got to make sure that you stir it right before you put the chili in the bowl of cup. Use a figure 8 motion from the bottom to the top.
Arguably not that bad of a song. There's just something, I don't know why, there's something kind of disgusting to me about just B-roll of chili. Like B-roll of chili being scooped and like... Also, I kind of miss the personality I got out of the guy singing the hot drink song. This is just a nameless, a faceless man singing to me.
A small serving, get the 8-ounce ladle full to a half inch from the top of the cupboard bowl.
This one's the most boring, like least creative.
This is definitely the most least creative one, which is a shame because, once again, they're like, we did another song for you. And he's like, I can't pay for the lights again. I can't pay for the dancer. I can't pay for the perform. I can't do it. Just show chili. And it's just a guy at the camera like, and the person's like,
make sure that you stir it right before you...
Do you really need a whole song for chili, dude?
That's the thing, they split it up. It's about Frosties and then cookies with milk. The rest of the song.
So they include Frosties and cookies with milk in the chili video. Dave, how does that make sense? You know it was Dave too. He's like the cornerstones of Wendy's, the chilies, the Frosties, and of course the cookies and milk. Do you have any questions? Like the burgers and fries? Hello? He's like, no. God, it looks disgusting. It really does not look appetizing. Does this look good to you?
No.
Chili can be served with cheese. Fill a third cup apple with the grated kind.
You go to I worked at McDonald's for probably like 3 months, or I worked there very briefly. It's a goddamn war zone. Acting like somebody's gonna be using like, oh, this is my little cheese cup. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They're gonna have a fist that Velveeta cheese bucket. They're gonna be like, stir it with their fingers real quick. Wendy's still on the floor. The chili is just Wendy's empty colostomy bag. They lift it up and they just squirt it out. She's like, oh. Pump her up!
Sprinkle on the top and then put the bowl in the middle of the gravy time.
This is insulting. It's like, scoop the chili out, put it in a bowl, and throw some cheese on top. Did you need a whole fucking song about that, dude? Who the fuck are they hiring? We only hire aliens from a different galaxy who have never used a ladle. That's it. That's the Dave Thompson way.
Lift the arm and fill it up. The frosting should be thick and creamy. Milk and cookies if you please.
But yeah, halfway through the song, you can't just start talking about Frosties, milk, and cookies, dude. It doesn't make any sense. I got a fucking weird taste in my mouth talking about it, even watching it. It's like hot, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, it's like red meat with milk or something. I don't know why. It just freaks me out. But we're moving on here because we have to talk about the king, the pinnacle, the emperor, the god king of the Wendy's training videos. And it's a 15-minute long, dare I say, odyssey. Epic, as if Homer himself wrote it, scribbled it onto stone. What is it known as? What do you hear people chanting from the Colosseums? That, my friend, is grill skills. This is the iconic Wendy's training video that has become a cult classic on the internet. You might have even seen it yourself. I don't care, I'm still talking about it, bitch. The video is all about teaching new hires on how to cook Wendy's infamous square patties using the 4-corner procedure. Because they're square patties. And you'll find out why they're square patties in just a second. And it starts off, this is my favorite one too, because it starts off with our boy Dave Thomas creeping out of the corner of the walk-in freezer to awkwardly touch the burger patties and to teach us how to make the best hamburgers in the business.
In the business.
Which is also aka Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
Him mispronouncing that word fucking drives me up a tree, dude. Dave doesn't say words properly, and I know I fuck up some words to say especially, I know it's especially, but I get in the groove, dude. Maybe it's just his groove. He's like, I'm a leader in business. Then you get him talking, he's like, business. I cannot emphasize how much joy Dave Thomas has given me in such a small time. From him, very awkwardly, like a giant turtle. You ever see that show, My Best Friend Franklin?
Oh my god, I love that.
He looks just like the parents, the old ass parents. That's Dave Thomas, him creeping around. Guess why it's the best old-fashioned hamburger in the business. He doesn't say words properly. He keeps his ugly daughter off the screen. Get her out! And he doesn't look at the patties. He's like talking about him, and he just keeps he misses it. Him missing the burgers there is as awkward as like somebody reaching for a high five, and then you like you kind of miss it, or you come up and you're like, oh, do we do it again? Like, no, we got the idea, I guess. It feels like that. Also, I just want to say too, the Wendy's walk-in freezer looks like either a fucking Guantanamo Bay cell or a part of the set of the movie Hostel, Eli Roth's Hostel. That's what it looks like to me. Creepiest walk-in I've ever seen, and it's only frozen meats in there and ketchup. Dave Thomas just makes it an alluring, just murder pit.
From the day I opened the first Wendy's, my goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business. A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
He sounds like Christian.
Yeah. The thing I liked about when I ordered the first Wendy's was that I liked the square burgers.
So, I started with the freshest beef I could find.
Oh, Dave, just look down before you grab it. I don't want to do any more takes. One and done. Right, Wendy? I really hope that joke does well because I keep beating this dead fucking horse, dude.
100% pure beef. Never frozen.
Yeah, right, Dave. Never frozen my ass. I need kangaroo court. Lies! Unfair. I don't. What do you think? You think they're frozen?
I think they're frozen now.
They gotta be frozen now. How the f you transport out of the country? Raw meat. That's why they call our delivery buses the blood bus. Because there's just disgusting, hot, raw meat, blood all over the floors.
You know what? I think they defrost them.
Yeah, now they're not frozen. It's like, well, they were, Dave. Well, I guess we're splitting hairs. We also learned, and I know this is people talk about many mysteries of the universe. The Big Bang, is there God, right? Religions form, people ask these questions. Why is the sky blue? I think we know that one.
Yeah.
What were the Egyptians really saying with their hieroglyphics? Are they spaceships? Were they aliens? And probably the greatest mystery of all, why does Wendy's have a square burger? And finally, people, we get straight from the horse's mouth, from God's mouth, Dave Thomas. Take it away, Dave.
So they'll hang over the edge of the bun, and people will like that.
Because people like it. The square shape and the burgers hanging over the bun allow customers to see the quality of the beef before taking a bite. That is the dumbest that actually pisses me off. Can you imagine you get ready to take a bite of a burger? You're like, whoa, holy shit, did anyone else see? You guys see this thing? Okay, I guess that is quality. It's like, what the f are you talking about? What a week, come on. But 2 minutes into the video, Dave decides he's tired of talking and goes and grabs a hot and juicy hamburger.
I'm going to have a hot and juicy hamburger.
Good old-fashioned hamburger in the business. While we continue to watch a training video, Dave pretty much just taps out and he's just like, I'm here, I'm gonna eat, okay? We then get a nice little montage of the workers preparing the store for customers as the trainee, Bill, clocks in and gets scolded almost immediately by his manager. He gets clocked in and they're just like, hey, the manager needs to see you right away. There was a stabbing last night. Please tell me he didn't take home mustard again. Dave Thomas is here and he's livid. Today is Bill's lucky day as he gets to learn how to use the grill. I thought this was kind of weird when she's just like, you're gonna learn how to use the grill today. It feels like he's been there a while. Like people know him and shit. He's like, hey, how you doing? And he looks totally comfortable. She's just like, we're gonna let you use this foreign device known as the Wendy's grill. He's like, you mean it? That beautiful alien technology with the square burgers? She's like, yep. You're lucky, Bill. Welcome to the club.
Maybe she's like my old Papa Murphy's manager. She purposely left the People, she thought she was dumb in the back for like 6 months. Never making pizza.
Yeah, I don't want you to be out front. I don't want you touching the pizzas. Then instead of Mary teaching him how to cook very quickly, because there is nothing going on in this kitchen, could not be a slower day, Mary just has him sit down and watch a training video inside the training video. I'm watching a training video of a guy watching a training video. The tape is put in and almost immediately like dark magic happens. The screen starts to smoke and shake violently. And eventually it opens up a wormhole where a floating head comes out and sucks Bill into a grill dimension. You know, people like to decipher the ending of The Sopranos. Did Tony get shot? The TV malfunctioned, exploded, and Bill died. And this is what purgatory is. It's being sucked into the grill dimension. And this is where the song starts. 4 minutes in the training video, we finally get the song to start. Couldn't we have just started in the grill dimension? Why did we have to have the build up? I feel like Dave was just like, I want to be on screen. And for the next 2.5 minutes, we have Grill Master Funky Fresh rocking out with a golden spatula and teaching us how to finally grill some patties using the 4-corner technique. And goddamn, is he good. Which, the 4-corner technique, I mean, it's just pressing each corner of the patty down before you flip it. Bit lackluster.
Well, you gotta make sure the grill is wet.
It's true, you gotta make sure the grill is wet for all the juices. He also teaches us how to space the patties evenly and not to dump a pound of salt on them, which I will say he has a little that's a beautiful pepper and of salt there. Oh, it's unbelievable. Well, he is the grill master. Funky Fresh. There's also cartoon floating patties with giant eyes and lips talking about how the meat starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we hit that grill, you know it will.
It is haunting. This, I think, could have been done in a different way. It felt like a German expressionist, like surreal, like a nightmare. A goddamn nightmare.
Now we know Bill is actually dead.
Yeah, but this is how we know that Bill is actually talking to angels or demons. We're trying to decipher which part of the afterlife did Bill end up going to. Sexual joke here about meat shrinking?
No, that's just a...
What are you thinking?
I don't know. Just thought there was a joke there. It's almost like it's the opposite of sexual. If your meat is shrinking, like you're not getting horny off these floating hamburgers.
Maybe we'll ponder something up by the end of the video. I mean, even Bill can't believe his eyes. He's looked so goddamn distraught, like he's witnessing a nightmare. He's looking around, he's like, there's really no emotion besides, I mean, it looks like terror. You would think that they would be like, when we hit that grill. You're like, he's having fun. Not Bill. Bill is truly seeing the actual horrors of the cosmic universe happening right before his eyes. We also get disgusting shots of the grill master draining the meat on the side of the grill before serving it on a plate. I don't understand that. You have to drain the meat, so you take the spatula and you have to hold the patty up against the side of the grill, and it's just like oozing out liquid, and he's like, see? There you go! You know what I mean? It's just a fucking kind of a gross shot. I don't know.
All the burgers look disgusting in this.
The burgers are extremely unflattering. That's why we know now when you see burgers on TV, they're like covered in like glue to make them look like perfectly, you know what I mean? The cheese isn't even real cheese, it's like plastic that they melt, and because the real shit's just like, yep, doesn't it look great? Dave Thomas is like, it looks perfect. These fucking gray sculptures just falling on and dripping disgusting fluids. Oh, and you know what makes my blood boil is Bill says, where do I start? Right after the song gets done.
Don't be afraid, I think you're gonna be hot. Where do I start? What do I do?
It's like, Bill, no wonder you deserve to be in hell, because you're a moron. You're a bad man, Bill. Which he hasn't paid attention this whole fucking time. You know what? Let him roast. Dave Thomas is the devil, and Bill is here to do his bidding. So then we get a recap of everything we just learned, but this time slow down thanks to Bill, because he's a fucking moron. Even Funk Master Fresh is like, what do you do? Skippity-doo. Yep, see, right, Bill. Good God. He's like, fold it up, flop it down.
Not too little, not too much. With the little finesse, I think I'm getting the touch. Hey!
You're like, off, Bill, you worthless bastard. There's a great moment where the grill master gets pissed at Bill and grabs his hands, telling him to start choking up the spatula. He's like, hold it up here. And Bill's like, hold it up here? I see a deer. In a way, it does feel like whitewashing a culture a little bit, doesn't it? It's like a guy like repeating the rap back, and he's like, huh, rhymes are fun, aren't they? Is this the rap and hip-hop I've been talking about? And the Funk Master's like, yeah, sure. And they also drain the meat again, and it makes me wonder, how are the patties getting so filled with liquid, even if there's fat in it? It is just such an uncomfortable amount of liquid pouring out. He's like, you have to pour them out. If people bite into this, they're gonna get real sick, for real. Then on to song 2, which is putting cheese on the patty.
Lay down the cheese in a juicy spot, but don't leave it too long or it'll get too hot. Tool it up, lay it off on the meat, do it right.
Keep it neat.
You gotta have a whole song about that. You'd think it'd be just taking the sliced cheese, put on patty. No, no, no. Gotta have a full song. Which they say if your burger is gross or if you mess it up, then you can just dump it in the chili.
Chili with cheese.
The chili with cheese, remember? With your tiny cheese cup? Which I was like, oh, if you split the patty, sure. But they're like, oh, if you can, it kind of made it seem like, drop it on the floor, throw it in the chili, give it to all our chili fans. And it's just like a really random, almost Jacob's Ladder-esque scene.
Put those patties in a chili pan and save them for all of our chili fans.
There's a part in Jacob's Ladder where he sees the guy in the back seat and his face is like, and that's like where that effect became popular from. I'm starting to think that Jacob's Ladder stole it from the Wendy's training video. I understand it's probably trying to be like when you're cold outside, you want chili.
Play on words. Chili is in cold.
I don't like it, Nick. I don't like it, and it scared me. It's also black and white. It's like the beginning of Antichrist. It's like a Lars von Trier film. All our chili fans, and it cuts out like this nightmare. I feel like if you just had that on loop with like people would be like, this is unnerving. Lastly, we get another segment of burgers with giant lips talking about the cooking stages for the burgers.
Stage 4, I'm hot. I should be done. Looking good like I should so you can serve me, son. I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
There's too many stages, okay? I feel like Dave Thomas is just like, more. We need more horror. Dave, this is getting kind of scary.
Stage 4, I'm hot. I should be done.
You hear that, Wendy? They're scared. She's like, so stupid. And after the song is over, we cut back to Bill blankly staring into the TV as Mary yells in his ear trying to snap him out of his drug-induced trance. I feel like Mary, she's like, good luck, pat him on the arm and put a patch on him like LSD. And she's like, Bill! Hey! Welcome back, sleepyhead. What was it like? And he's just like, totally fried. His eyes are completely white. So actually, you didn't pass your drug test because it was laced with LSD. He's like, I've never done that before in my life. And it was Mary who did it. She's like, we can't have him. He asked too many questions, Dave. The horror. We then get a montage of Bill rizzing up Mary with how well he can use the grill. I mean, she's like, play your cards right, Bill, and you can spread me and four-corner me tonight. He's like, what does that mean, Mary? She's like, how about a rope, some duct tape, and candle wax, and we'll figure it out in the back, Bill. Whoa!
You think Mary's beef's pretty greasy down there?
I imagine you have to drain Mary's beef, do you kidding me? Those two lips look like an old man spitting into a dip cup. Now, Mary, I forgot to drain it. It's okay, Bill. You're on stage 6. Keep going. After Bill cooks up a mean burger, one of the other Wendy's staff members hands it off to our boy Dave Thomas, who apparently has been waiting in line this entire time for the burger. Dave, you own the place. You know, you can just come out. He's like, I'll wait in line like the rest of the people. One of them old-fashioned hamburgers. Beating it.
In the business.
We had 3 cooking segments, and only now Dave is getting his meal. Which, what does that say about the service? We've had all of this time grilling stuff, and Dave has just been in line. That Mad World rendition Gary Jules did for Donnie Darko's playing.
All around me are familiar faces.
You know, it's an old-fashioned hamburger.
It's an old-fashioned hamburger.
Just like this one that keeps our customers coming back to Wendy's. But cooking and pressing our hamburgers isn't easy. It requires a special talent, which takes some practice to develop.
Take some practice to develop. F off, Dave. He's like, good luck trying to decipher this crazy monolith you just discovered. It's like, wow, I pressed it 4 times, Dave. He's like, how on God's green earth did you do that so quickly? But the video ends with one last song, the titular grill skill song, because it's a goddamn bop. And he's like, I paid for it. We're going to blast it as many times as we can. Do you ever think that they played this over the speakers in the restaurant?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I paid for it. We're using it. And then someone's like, probably came to work with a gun. And he's like, if I hear grill skills one more time, I'm shooting up the place. He's like, put on hot drinks. It's only ever grill skills. Put on hot drinks. The guy's like, hot drinks. It makes you want to. He's like, which is a montage of people doing the air guitar on spatulas and cooking some good old-fashioned hamburgers. The cast of characters in the montage is something else. We have the Crypt Keeper. JFK makes a cameo from the dead somehow.
You're also in it too.
I'm in it. It's actually unfucking canny. That is unbelievable. Editor, try taking out my beard. That's actually fucking crazy. And then to have you in it as well as fucking... That is haunting. If you had a mullet without your glasses, you would look just like that. This is I wonder in a weird way if whoever watches the video, if you actually see yourself in it, it changes every time.
The first time I watched it, I didn't see myself. It was just there.
The Wendy's training video is a Japanese horror. It's like The Ring. It's a Ringu. There's like a well and like a little girl crawls out of it.
Wendy comes out of it?
Yeah, exactly. Wendy. And the final Wendy's video is actually not a music video at all. It's so much more confusing. They did a full court case trial called When Clowns Go Bad. Surprisingly, this 20-minute long video about Ronald McDonald dying in their walk-in freezer is about what to do to close the store at night. Which I want to say, the beginning of it is visceral. The video opens up with a Ronald McDonald-like clown, it's fucking Ronald, threatening an ex-employee over the phone for betraying them and working at Wendy's next door. I thought this was kind of manipulative. You know what I mean? So you work to McDonald's, well, you're here now. They're evil, and we're good. Isn't that right, Wendy? Due to legal reasons, the clown's name is Max for Max's Mystery Burger. We then cut to a blonde lady screaming as she finds Peg, another Wendy's employee, kneeling over Max's lifeless corpse in the walk-in freezer. I mean, I was like, holy shit, there's a fucking dead body in this training video. It's implied that Peg caved Max's skull in with an iron pot. There's a huge dent in it. I think Peg did street justice on Max, dude. An unbelievable way to start a training video. Essentially, the whole video takes place inside a courtroom and swaps back to the Wendy's store as the defense and prosecutors question the various employees on what went down that night when Max was murdered. Which, for being a courtroom drama, I was hoping that they would ham up the acting just a bit more. Specifically in the courtroom, I wanted some like, we want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Did you kill Ronald? You can't handle if I killed Ronald. You would have been sick as a tie-in. Remember the beginning of Goodfellas when Ray Liotta? Also, I like how many, why the fuck are we doing so many movie references? There's been an alarming amount of movie references. I apologize. But I want to say it would have been cool if they would have tied it in where he didn't snitch. She's just like, I don't know what happened. She comes out of the courtroom and then Dave Thomas, along with all the other Italian Americans, are like, good girl. You know what I mean? You did your part. You didn't snitch. And they all like pay him.
They might have got cut. We never see them walk out the courtroom.
We never see them walk out the courtroom. I think they did it, but Scorsese came in and he was just like,
It's too close to my movie.
Don't get me wrong, this video is still cheesy, but just comparing it to the other songs, I wish they just would have pushed a little bit further. Also, you're doing a fucking Law and Order court case about a murder, and you're gonna keep, let's play this one safe. Makes sense, Dave. There's one great part in the beginning where the defense attorney asks Peg's manager if Peg is a violent person, to which she responds,
Peg? No way. She doesn't have a violent bone in her body. She's a very meek person.
Not like yourself, eh, Betty?
No.
like a fucking slap in the face, but she's meek. She's such a quiet little flower. Unlike me. To which the defense attorney flips the script and starts accusing her of murdering Max.
So you actually threatened the victim? No further questions, Your Honor.
I think that to make this a more effective, enthralling thriller, we needed more screaming, more crying, maybe even Ronald McDonald's wife, who's also a clown. You bitch! He murdered my husband! It's like the kids are like Raggedy Ann dolls. Look at them! Stuff like how Peg starts spazzing out after finding Max's body, or then the blonde chick screams when she finds Peg. Those are good moments, dude. Give me more of those moments. And the whole video is about cleaning the store for closing, which the solution for everything is just hot soapy water. It's pretty much them being able to say hot soapy water as many times as they possibly can. I think they're really trying to drill in. The water's gotta be hot, and goddamn it, it has to be soapy.
Hot soapy water. Hot soapy water.
Soapy water. Soapy water.
Soapy solution. Soapy solution.
Soapy solution.
Soapy solution. Soapy solution.
Which they showed a guy doing the top of the tables and the bottom of the tables. I'm like, dude, yeah, fucking right. Like a 16-year-old, especially, what is it, in the early 90s or something? I'm getting paid $1.25. Let me scrape the gum out the bottom of the tables. Fuck you, Dave. You know, I'm not gonna do that. If somebody was like, did you get the bottom of the tables? I'd say, yeah, I got the bottom of the tables. Take it, it's minimum wage and shove it. Oh yeah, then they start mopping down like the salt, pepper shakers and the ashtrays, which the ashtrays I thought was funny. People smoking. Can you imagine the mouthfeel of having a fucking square hamburger and a cigarette? I feel like a cigarette and a Frosty would go kind of hard though. That's a good palate cleanser. Even the urinals in the bathroom get hot soapy water. Cover your hands in hot soapy water and wipe all that piss off the urinals. Yeah. Throughout these cuts, the videos do a great job to really showcase Peg as this unhinged psychopath. She might have done it. By this point in the video, I'm thinking old Peg leg is a little devious, all right? Who knows? Like when she's talking about taking the trash out, the music sting plays and she talks about using the side door.
Use the side door, not the back door.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, no reason. Yeah, I didn't use the back door. I used the side door. Or how she says to another employee, we're killing him, in regards to Max's mystery burger.
But don't you worry about Max. We're killing him.
Which I like that too, as if people are like, did you see the sales? We're doing way better than McDonald's. Dave is like, they talk like that. I've heard it before. They talk like that. It's like, that's only you, Dave. He's like, fuck. She was even a former employee and had her last paycheck held for leaving his restaurant, and that she was so mad at him that she could have killed him. Yeah, you quit there, you don't even get your last paycheck. Unlike here at Wendy's where we pay you in gold. Dave Thomas found all that pirate treasure. He doesn't know what to do with it. He's like, that's why I made the old-fashioned hamburger. My deep sea travels. Dude, with the film grain too, like all the artifacts does legitimately make this a pretty and horrifying.
Have you worked in this business before?
I used to work for Max Mystery Burgers across the street, but they don't concentrate enough on cleanliness, and that's why I left.
I bet they were sorry to see you go.
But they were sorry to see you go. All right, have a good night. And he goes into his car and he drives home and he's like, so the new person at work is a complete and total fucking psychopath, by the way. They didn't focus on cleanliness like I do, like Wendy's does. They sound weird, huh? I gotta talk to the manager real quick. I'm putting in my 2 weeks right now.
Sorry wasn't the word for it. The clown was so mad at me that he kept my last paycheck out of spite.
She's doing this like the Kubrick stare the entire time.
Keeping my last paycheck out of spite.
The guy's like, dang them. You know what? You're justified too. Gets in his car, never comes back.
I was so mad at him. I could have killed him.
Damn, Peg! Easy down! Also, she gets way too excited in the bathroom talking about the toilet paper and how to clean the bathroom. God damn it.
Soap looks okay. How about the TP?
Plenty.
Good.
I feel so bad for this guy who's like with her. He's like, cool, so you ran over and you peeked in the urinal like a complete psychopath. That's how we clean it here. He's like a pager. 911, 911. Yeah, oh, you're crawling on the walls. We cook cheeseburgers here. I hope you just know that's all the job is, so.
Okay, hotshot, play it back for me.
No problem. We clean the walls and the stalls with window cleaner.
Why is she kind of bad, though? Huh? I don't know, dude. I'm a little perplexed, dude. I feel like I'm watching Hocus Pocus or something. This old bitch is casting a spell on me, dude. Good Lord. Got that hair all pulled back. As soon as that hair comes down, you got a wild child right there. God damn.
Outside of the urinals and toilets with paper towels and a soapy solution. Inside of
his face. She's like sitting there trying to eat her own face. Sam! He's like, do you think there's ever been anybody hired at Wendy's who's like, when do we get to meet Wendy?
Oh, yeah.
There's got to be some crazy chick like this. So when do I get to meet her?
People probably think that's a joke.
Yeah, and they're like, things are not looking good for her, and she seems as guilty as can be. Can you blame the court? Can you blame the court at this time? Even her lawyer's having a hard time defending her. Even he's just like, she's like, if you don't fucking get me out of here, I'm gonna eat your face. He's like, Motherfucker's sweating like a hog trying to defend this psychopath. I mean, it is sweat. It must have been a hot day on set. There ain't no way. And they're like, are you a bit hot? He's like, trying to be professional. Me? He's like hyperventilating. Me? No, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm totally good. Every scene, he's breathing heavily or dabbing his face with a handkerchief. Luckily for him and Peg, all the employees at Wendy's used to work for Max at one point or another, so they all have grudges against the stupid clown. The janitor, aka Mr. Cleaner, said that any one of us are capable of killing Max.
Mr. Hale, Pegboard was no more capable than any of the rest of us. That clown had a lot of enemies.
What a weird thing to say in a courtroom. Anyone could have killed him. Hell, I would have done it. I didn't. In response, the lawyer whips out the heat lamp and starts interrogating the janitor. Apparently, the janitor invented the heat lamp for Max, but got tricked out of patent rights. This has to be. McDonald's is like, we're gonna fucking sue you, dude. I'm kind of on Ronald's side now. I'm like, what the fuck, man? They're terrible. They even stole a patent from me. The janitor. Also, the janitor makes a heat lamp. Why? For what for? Should have made one of the grill guys, or you know what I mean, or something like that, like a cook. All of this accumulates to the closing arguments, and the prosecutor claims that even though Max was sneaking in at night to steal the secrets of Wendy's closing techniques,
because they're that good.
They're that infamous. Dave is just like, they're right. They're that good. That doesn't excuse Peg's aggravated clown slaughter.
Aggravated clown slaughter.
I like how they're like, yes, Wendy's is the best, but we can't let this woman murder someone over one of them. And Dave is just like, I think we should. Mr. Thomas, sit down. He's like, Peg Peg had a motive, an opportunity, and an eyewitness, so she's definitely the murderer. Now, it's time for the defense's closing arguments. So the lawyer just throws the murder weapon at Peg to prove that she wasn't the murderer. He's like, could you be the murderer? I doubt it!
Need more convincing? You just saw Peg catch the murder weapon in her right hand.
Jesus! Wait, was he fucking Magneto? In perfectly straight line, she's like, we both have abilities to control steel. So she couldn't have beaten this man to death. She's not clumsy enough. She's too good. Also, is that what they're trying to say with that?
They're saying that, look, she caught it with her right hand.
Oh yeah, he argues that she caught it with her right hand. That means she's right-handed. But the coroner's report claims he was struck on the head from the left by a left-handed assailant. I think just because someone catches something with the right hand doesn't, well, it doesn't matter. The lawyer then proceeds to accuse every single other Wendy's employee of murder, but claims none of them can be the murderers as well, as they are either right-handed or about to win millions of dollars in patent lawsuits. I like how Dave Thomas is like, this is like Silence of the Lambs. How the hell did you guys think of this case? This is unbelievable. They should have put you guys on the Zodiac case. They would have gotten him sooner, damn. Thus, this leads to one obvious conclusion. Do you know what it is? It's obvious. The clown is still alive! Case closed, Your Honor. The clown's still alive. Boom!
He's right here in this courtroom, disguised as Barbed Wire, the overzealous prosecutor.
The prosecutor's the clown. It was Max, the clown. How did the defense lawyer know? Well, he's just that good. Plus, she's wearing clown shoes the entire case. She was wearing clown shoes the whole time. So if that was the case too, why didn't he just like, the person's wearing clown shoes? Like, go through this whole charade. She probably could have killed him with this, but I doubt it! Turns out Max hit himself on the head and faked his own death. The video ends with Max getting arrested while he hauntingly yells that he'll get revenge on everyone in the room.
I'll get you. I'll get all of you. And you, and you, and you.
And that's the end. And then you're supposed to be like, what'd you think of the training video? It's like, damn you! Damn you all to hell! I'll return! She's like, all right, think you're ready to close the night? I would be like, if anything, what if a guy's just like, I think so, and he just murders the person he's working with? All right, when do we go to the court case? They're like, even his defense attorney's like, did you do it? Just hits him in the head.
Now that would have been good if he would have thrown the pot at the lawyer and then the wig fell off.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I mean, there's unbelievable training videos. Dare I say, probably some of the best in the industry. There might be people who disagree with me, but you're telling me right now there's a better song out there, especially in training video format, that's better than Hot Drinks? I fucking doubt it. What other company did a courtroom case accusing people of murdering their opponent? I'm waiting. That's not a rhetorical question. You're supposed to speak to the screen, and guess what? I know you're just fucking flabbergasted. You have nothing to say.
I was gonna say, I bet Waffle House has that.
No. No.
As a secret training video?
As a secret training video, they're like, here's how to kill every person in the restaurant. Pass the mayo packets, there's a machete. But there's a lot of training videos out there, my friends, and who knows, maybe we'll find some that are even more unhinged. More devious and captivating than the Wendy's and Waffle House videos. God, I hope. Until next time, stay trained. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to be taking yet another look at book talk. We're going to be talking about smut books again. We've talked all about the book talk community on this channel before, right? I mean, we've talked about it 2 times now. This will be third. 3 times. You're out. It's essentially the side of TikTok that revolves around reviewing and discussing literature, right? You might see somebody who's just like, these books are my favorite thing of all time. This is my reads of March or something, right? Book talk. Book talk. Of course, we know that this community is not as wholesome as it sounds, right? As with any other subculture online. And in fact, the much spicier sub-community, Smut Talk, can be downright degenerate, which focuses on the more intense and horny novels. Basically, people flicking their beans and beating their shit. That's what it is, right? You're flipping pages and you're beating and you're flicking and you're beating. That's pretty much what it is. And if you're new to this neck of the woods, you may not be aware of just how popular this genre of media has become. If you want a more recent example, look no further than the hit HBO program program Heated Rivalries, the gay sports romance book released in 2019 by Rachel Reed.
Why do women fantasize about two gay men kissing?
That unironically tasted like sour cream.
Why do men love watching two women kissing, Nick? Is it just because it's like, that's different than what I normally do? Is it that? Or is it something where it's also like, is it the fantasy that at any point the person can be like, maybe they'll ask me to join or whatever? So then Rachel
Reed.
Rachel Reed is like, maybe these two hockey players will invite me in and pig roast me. Okay. What if it's that, right? I mean, that's got to be what it is, right? Or is it just the idea of just being like, you know, two chicks or like two guys, and you're just gonna be in a peephole? I imagine it on either side. It's spit roasting. That's for sure what it is. Lay me down and lock me up. Spit roast me. This massively successful series is about two gay hockey players, Shane Hollander and Ila Rosanov, who play for rival hockey teams whilst hiding a secret relationship from the world. They're big hockey players, you know, that kind of thing. I'd watched the first episode. He's all right. Just a bunch of guys blowing each other. You know, I was like, where's the butt slamming, dude? Where's that at? You know what I mean? It's a lot of sucking, which is fine, but then also too many time jumps. That's my biggest criticism. Too many. Or 9 months later, 3 weeks later. I'm like, did we just span the course of like 2 to 3 years? And he's just like, how about you come over here to my room 14-18? And the guy's like, hey, okay, maybe I will. And then he gets his, like, he's like, all right, I got the goal. That's the thing. And they're like, and it's also like, so you won the big game. Also, I was kind of a bit disappointed. I'm like, I wouldn't mind seeing the guys play a little bit of hockey. It's not really about the hockey. It's about sucking cock and, you know, forbidden love or whatever. But at some point, I wouldn't mind seeing Rosanov and win a big game, you know? I'm sure we're not making it sound as intriguing as it is, but that's what I remember. I don't know what to tell you. Heated Rivalries has people on a chokehold. Online, people are aggressively obsessing over it and hyperanalyzing every single romantic interaction they have like they're trying to solve a goddamn murder. Some are already admitting that they've rewatched the show as much as 25 times, and that, my friends, is gooners. Those are people gooning. How you gonna, I mean, if with any show, what you gonna do, watch it 25 times around? I'm talking, they are doing some Morse codes, or they are raw beaten. I'm telling you, it is raw beaten or it is Morse code. Spelling out Heated Rivalries over and over again. That's what's happening, dude. ET phone home. You know what I'm talking? Fans have even created a downloadable Sims mod that allows you to access characters modeled directly after them, including every outfit they've worn in the show, so you can accurately play God with your favorite heartthrobs. You know what I mean? With your favorite, you can do your ET phone home, Morse code action while playing Sims. Every person that sees you from now on, they're gonna be like, did you get into guitar playing? Because you're gonna have so much calluses on your fingertips. Yeah, smoke on the water, baby. So you'll say, smoke on the water. 52-year-old Rober Eller is an avid lover of smut, but made the poor choice to listen to an audiobook while working in the office. For her, this is a common practice as she listens to 3 to 4 books in full every week. That's a lot. I mean, like, what, a full book maybe takes 11 hours to listen to audiobook wise? I guess that makes a 40-hour work week. All right. I mean, it really is, though. Clock in. And I am on the clock. Oh, you think she's like all normal walking through the office, whatever, and then she sits down and then she's just like, oh.
God, dude, her chair got a stink.
Okay, first off, the way you said that was unreal. Ah, dude, her chair got stank. Stinky. This video is sponsored by Hungryroot. Let Hungryroot be your personal shopper to avoid spending too much time and money on groceries. Hungryroot makes it incredibly easy to stick to your fitness and nutrition goals throughout the week. Hungryroot is your place for high quality food, taking the guesswork out of it and the bad stuff too. That's because they screen out over 200 different additives, including high fructose corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, and preservatives. Hungryroot also has over 1,000 grocery items, including ready to eat options, fresh fruit, protein bars, and energy bites. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Hungryroot has got you covered. Over time, Hungryroot will tailor items to your needs. Soon, Hungryroot will fill your cart with personalized items that you're sure to love. I love how convenient and easy Hungryroot is. It gives me access to healthy meals I can put together in minutes, like beef short ribs and creamy vodka pasta to keep my evening moving and my hunger away. Finding healthy alternatives is a breeze, from smoothies to salads and everything in between. Hungryroot has got you covered. You're gonna love Hungryroot as much as I do. For a limited time, you get 40% off your first box, plus you get a free item in every box for life. Click the link or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMeat. That's 40% off your first box and get a free item of your choice for life using hungryroot.com with code PAPAMeat. Thank you, Hungryroot, for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. She recounts the time the handle of a door caught her wired headphones, yanking them out on her phone and loudly blasting the graphic scene for the entire office to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a uncommon practice. Need to listen in private. Her boss overheard this and was appalled. He kindly told her to rethink the material she chose to listen to on the job. But she tells interviewers that this simply will not happen. Which also, I'd say maybe rethink it. I'm like, first off, Greg, it's a fucking book. Well, actually, I don't know. Is that the same as getting caught watching?
It is. It depends how graphic it is. Like if you pulled it off.
Well, I mean, from what we've read before, which I don't know, are we reading a bunch of this shit again?
There's some reading.
All this, I mean, it's graphic to the point where is there a difference between like actually seeing the act versus then hearing the act, whatever?
There's a difference, but it's similar in the sense.
It is. If it was a guy though, the guy, if he was hard at his desk, then you have an indicator. Hey, you stop that.
Well, I'd be like, you know, I was like, is this affecting your work? Because
just a guy with a full boner. The boss, is this affecting your work? Sir, absolutely not. I am hitting my quota. I'm gonna take my lunch break and I will be back and I will continue to hit my quota. He takes off his headphones, just like, yeah. It rolled her forwards like a roll of pennies on his knuckles. Kind of a bit of a gray area, isn't it, Nick? Viewers below, you decide. Let them fight it out, right? I'm just saying if you're getting wet or hard at the workplace, something's wrong. Can I at least say that? Not even, no?
Depends what you're getting wet and hard to.
It doesn't matter, does it? Give me a scenario where it might.
You get a random boner, and you get a little random wet from sitting.
Is that a thing? First off, if it's a sneaky boner, tuck into your waistband and be shameful and go somewhere else. Also, I don't know if you're randomly wet, get a handkerchief and figure it out. I'm saying if you're like actively there. There's no reason.
You're at work. Unless that is your job.
Moments like this spark a debate about whether or not it's okay to read or listen to smut out in public, with many stating it's nobody's business so long as they can't hear or see it. I think that's fair. Some mom influencers will make relatable skits about how they drop off their kids at practice only to sit in their car and listen to absurdly horny novels. That feels awkward to me. They're sitting if you drop your kid off to a baseball field, right? Are they just sit in the parking lot, full blasting like, he jammed his member inside her.
Those windows are fogging up and people can hear.
It is kind of the floor. You're down in the bayou now, aren't you? A couple alligators crawling to the back of the Honda Odyssey. Many smut lovers even goon as a community, watching TikToks that just display a single page of spicy material with the comments begging for faster uploads.
Buy the book.
No shit. If I was the author, I'd be pissed. Like, what the fuck? As you can imagine, many women are being made fun of for this deep obsession, and many rant about how they despise people who brag about how much they love reading, only to skip all the plot to skim through the scenes. Others are being judged by their real-life peers, like a 29-year-old woman who hosted a book club, only for one of her neighbors to notice her collection and call them trashy and desperate. Also, I'd be like, why don't you go f yourself? It's a book. Right? She held on to this anger for over a year, later donating 20 of the most explicit novels she owned to the neighbor's charity book drive hosted by the church, infuriating her neighbor even further, which is a power play. That is a quote-unquote power play. All right, you want a little book drive? Here's some books. Some authors try to draw hype for their own novels by giving a horny sneak peek, like Kayla Gross, who advertises her Christmas-themed romance novel, Scrooged for the Holidays.
I'm guessing she has sex.
Yeah, I'm guessing that either the horny old man has to his way through Christmas, or it's like a 50 Shades of Grey kind of thing, or that movie The Secretary, where she's just like, oh, I don't know, Mr. Scrooge, can I get Christmas off? It's like, only if you suck my Christmas cock.
What I think it is, it's a female version of Scrooge, and every time she goes like Christmas Past or whatever.
The Ghost of Christmas Past, the second.
Yeah, she's getting plowed by all the Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Or put a synopsis. Does any of that happen? Yes or no? There you go. Over time, there have been more and more people coming out and admitting that their never-ending consumption of smut is affecting their real life. Whether it's being put in stirrups before surgery, getting a throat swab, or going to the dentist, smut fans are revealing that they are instinctively thinking about the horny scenes that they've read during the most mundane activities in their life. Which I can see that. If you're all bricked up all the time, there's no excitement. Also, I wonder if you're doing that too, does everything become sexualized, Nick? I went to the dentist and I was thinking about that scene I read. It's like, well, I don't know. Why don't you fucking not think about it then, dude?
You can't. Women's minds.
Can't. Since we last covered smut books, the world has only gotten more obsessed to the point where it might be getting out of hand, right? We might be getting to the point where we are not coming back. It might take over literature as we know it, right? Human writers cannot write books fast enough for the smut community to consume, which has resulted in AI stepping in and filling that gap, unfortunately. And now you can use tools like Smut Finder, an AI tool that can generate hyper-specific stories to fit any person's desire. When you use it, it asks you a bunch of questions, including how intense of a story you want, what kinks you're into, and what kind of personality you want the love interest to have. It's probably the most mundane, ridiculous thing, but if it's just specific enough, I can see people being like, this is scratching my itch. Thank you, Mr. Computer.
It's like, what is it? An ad lib. That should be a thing. Smut talk ad libs.
Smut talk Mad Libs.
Mad Libs, there you go.
Yeah, dude. He put a pineapple in my... Okay, guys, this is silly. Then the AI generates a story that you imagine, and tons of people have been hooked. One woman was ecstatic to find out that she can now use the website to fulfill her newly discovered stepdad fantasies through AI smut. Oh. So read that and immediately had a little bit of throw up my mouth, swallowed it almost instantly. Do a replay. That's where I swallowed. Another person claimed their roommate spent over 5 hours a day on Smut Finder, now that she's able to endlessly generate her ideal goon material, which is devious.
I need to send my brother this.
ChatGPT has recently announced that it will be allowing their AI model to generate erotica after originally banning sexual prompts earlier on. CEO Sam Altman,
murderer.
You had complaints from one programmer who said you guys were basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy.
CEO and definite murderer Sam Altman was very excited at the prospect of allowing gooners to use his platform and, in his own words, quote, treating adults like adults. Yeah, but Sam, doesn't it have other implications that you can use that to like blackmail people with fake nudes to get people fired from their jobs? Are we not treating adults like adults? I'm Sam Altman and I've killed somebody. A big part of why so many smut books sell is the sexy scenes that implant on a reader's imagination. Some authors have begun using AI to skip the whole imagining step and just recreate scenes from books in order to sell more copies. So now even AI has taken the imagination out of just like what gets you hard. I don't know. I don't even know what I think is sexy anymore. Computer, tell me.
Your stepdad, like, finding you undressing in your room?
Yeah. I'm wet. You might as well start calling me Bayou Billy, Mr. Computer, because it's getting swampy in here.
Gross.
It appears that smut is infiltrating other aspects of life too. More recently, people have decided that it's finally time to mix horny books with cooking and eating, because why not? Why not play where you eat? A book that has been blowing up on Smut Talk called Lights Out follows a nurse named Allie who is being stalked by a masked man named Josh, a cybersecurity worker and the son of a serial killer. Following the hype, the bookstore Books A Million set up an in-store merch booth for the book featuring coffee mugs, blankets, and magnets. They also sold Josh's Trail Mix, a basic bag of trail mix that referenced a single scene in the book in which Josh gave Allie a snack. Do you think that everything, even before the internet and stuff, do you think everything was still referenced, like it was all goon material? Yeah, right, it was. I think it had to have been.
Before the internet?
Yeah. I think people have always been selling sex in this way. Like having a thing being like Josh's trail mix, you know, it is just trail mix and you do get your fingers all salty and you beat or flick your stuff. It is whatever. But that's been forever. That's been the same with like you buy a poster for your wall because you're looking at the poster of the person you like to do whatever, right? That kind of stuff. People have been using that forever. People sexually go in and buy things all the time. So what, should we shame the Smut Talk people for doing the same thing?
No, but that's a collector's item. I wouldn't open it.
Well, absolutely not. I would not be getting my fingers salty to smash or flick my stuff. I'd keep it, it'd be locked away only to be resold on some eBay site later on down the line.
We tried looking to see if we can buy some, but there's a Books A Million nearby.
Do they have the trail mix?
No, this is a collector's item.
The Goon Slop sold out immediately, leading to people making tutorials on how to make their own versions from home. It's trail mix! It's nuts and raisins! And if you have a soul, there's M&Ms in it. I don't trust anybody. You know what, healthy people, jump off a building. I said that and I was immediately like, I'm just saying, people who eat trail mix without the M&Ms, what are we doing? Eat the fucking, come on. You can still have a healthy snack with some cashews and raisins. Throw a couple of M&Ms in there. Live life a little bit.
What about Skittles?
What? There's no trail mix with Skittles?
Yeah, I'm making something new, but
you keep that in your mind and you never let that out again. What about Skittles? What kind of thing is that? You know, this is I feel like you eat Skittles with anything. You're like, I got my corn, my steak, my potatoes, and my Skittles. As it turns out, there is a large market for smutty food. If you go on Amazon, you can find smut cookbooks that throw in steamy excerpts from famous smut books in between each recipe. We're making ravioli. Doesn't that seem inconvenient? All right, so 2 cups there. And like, okay, well, here's a whole chapter on a girl getting railed when we flip a couple pages. I mean, what the
You know what it is? It's the cook times. What are you doing when it's cooking?
Ah, see, there you go. Let this cook for 10 minutes. And you'd be like, sit down and read this excerpt. By the time you're done with it, your noodles are ready to be put in or whatever. That's actually a really smart idea. But now you're getting wet or hard the whole time. Pampers. Hey, Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Make a adult diaper that isn't just for shit and piss, but it's to help conceal your boner or clean up those wet damps. Hunter's tip. Also, Pampers, seriously, if you take that, I want like a piece of that. But eating food from sexy men and women is not enough for some readers. Some want to be the food. There is a book called The Final Dip, which involves a woman being transformed into a chicken nugget and falling in love with dipping sauce. And I want to read it immediately. Oh, is it a thing now where it's like honey mustard's like, dip yourself in me, baby? And the ketchup's like, that, come over here. You'd think that people would simply read this as a joke, but some got into it and thoroughly enjoyed it, describing it as erotic as they reminisced about their favorite sauces, which is some big girl energy, dude. That is some big boy and big girl energy. What do you mean you're reminiscing on your... Oh, that takes me back to honey mustard. Oh, fuck horseradish. Being fully torqued at work, just like in your khakis at work. Fucking barbecue sauce. Oh, fuck. In the book talk space, the dark romance subgenre has been blowing up more recently. This is where things start to get a little more insane, right? Which I think these kinds of subcultures always pop up whenever you have people that it's the itch, you know, it's just it's not as itchy as it used to be, so you got to keep scratching. You got to make your own itch. Got to go out in the wilderness and find some kind of plant and start rubbing around. The goal seems to be to push things to the most psychotic levels imaginable, something that people are feverishly getting off to. And in fact, this is nothing compared to the other novels in the subgenre. A lot of the spicier dark romance books that Smut Talk enjoys often include a trigger warning page. A full page! Hey, but watch out. There's a bomb. There's a bomb! One book in particular contains warnings for sexual assault, gang, and child, despite being a romance novel. This is a romance novel. We are a romance novel. And these are things, hey, just let you know, we're talking about all this stuff. Like, still about hockey players. It's like, this is about gay hockey players. It's like, yeah, but just let you know, we get into some dicey territories. The same book lists bizarre things like human centipede and proper use of holy water and knife play. Others will incorporate warnings for things like spider play,
spider play.
I'm not even gonna get blood play, and of course, and not last, light breeding. A little light breeding. That's the crusty top of your creme brulee. You have to crack open. There are many books that include sex scenes directly incorporating gruesome violence. There's a lot of them. That's almost all of them. I'd say that's a big one. People just want to be. It's full on almost murder. It's murder. You can find people all over social media delightfully recommending books that include things like this, as well as non-consensual. There are now parents having to explain to their kids, who are as young as 14, why they can't read the dark romance books they brought home because they aren't equipped to handle the intense subject matter. Hey mom, what's spider play? She's like washing dishes. Did you get into your father's literature again?
I was at my buddy's house one time. We were looking at movies, and I opened up a cabin, and there's like a black, like VHS DVD case, like huge. It's like 2 feet big. And I went to go for it. He's like, "Oh no, don't look in there." So then the entire night, my goal was just to get in there.
Of course, yeah.
To see what was in it. But he kept catching me. He's like, "What do I keep telling you?"
So you didn't get to see it?
No, I didn't get to see it.
What is in there? I'm wondering. Because yeah, you would think like, oh, it's just. Or I feel like it's like murder tapes.
Oh, I think it was. Because I don't know if I told this story, but one time, same uncle, different house, but he made like fried green tomatoes.
Was it your uncle?
No, my friend's uncle.
Why are you at your friend's uncle's house?
We were hanging out.
Why was he at his house? Does he live there?
Yeah, he lived there.
Oh. Nick, what happened at his uncle's house?
Let me explain.
Okay.
He made fried green tomatoes, and we were trying it, and I dipped it in a little ranch sauce. And then I noticed there was a used tissue on the counter, and I grabbed it and like used it to wipe up.
I'm horrified.
And then he's like, "Oh no, don't use that." And he started laughing, and then I was just like, I don't know. First of all, I was like, why did I use a used tissue napkin? Later that night, we turned on the VCR, and he just had blasting. So I'm pretty sure he left out.
Why are you guys at the uncle's house though? Why are you hanging out at the uncle's house? What does that mean though? What is it? Why? Why there? Why not at his home?
Because it's in the country and we could we wouldn't get in trouble.
You can't get. Were you were you and your friend assaulted by his uncle?
No.
Since the majority of smut readers are women, the main love interests in these books are usually men, which allows many male content creators to personify book characters and profit off it, baby. Many of these creators wear masks and play into the mysterious man stereotype found in these books, but that alone won't get you views. If you want to build an audience, you have to be just as depraved as the people who watch you. And one masked man wore a bedazzled scream mask and made a video reacting to the size of each love interest in popular smut books, from biggest to smallest. Roll the clip.
I've seen that with One Piece. An artist draws each of the Straw Hat's cock.
Another account that goes by Rustic Abuse? Jesus, that's his name? Yeah. Another account that goes by Rustic Abuse only posts dark romance thirst traps and loves to use audio from smut books in his videos. In a POV video, we watch as the man wearing a ghost mask vigorously you, the viewer, while super horny smut audio plays in the background, and I just gotta say, it is jarring. I'm just gonna play play like a half a second of it.
Awesome. Huh? Yeah.
That's okay. The comments were filled with waves of supportive, feral women wishing this was happening to them. God damn, dude. Ark. If I was a jacked guy, I'd probably try to profit off this shit.
Well, yeah, why not?
This is what I'm dealing with, though, dude.
Well, women like that.
Women like this?
There's a thing for everybody.
The dipping sauce community did. Yeah. The chicken nuggies.
You put a little dipping sauce in your belly button?
Yeah, I'm that guy from that book. See,
that'd be my fantasy. I eat a big Subway sandwich, fall asleep, and then a woman sneaks in my room and me off while I'm sleeping.
Jesus. God, why? I'm just saying dipping chicken nuggets in my belly button. God damn. God. Talking about eating a fucking cold gut combo and getting your shit off, dude. Good Lord. Another creator put out a criminally cringe video singing the 12 Days of Smutmas, dressed in some sort of Escape the Fate cosplay to a roaring crowd of boos in the comments. What? Okay. Other creators post full-on skit scenarios of masked men chasing women. One creator on TikTok started posting them last October and already has 400,000 followers from posting smutty scenes. In them, masked characters like Ghost from Call of Duty chase after a woman, choke her, and even tie her up in ways that can sometimes feel less sexual and more like a group of robbers breaking into a home to assault someone, right? That's what you sign up for. Oh, it's hot. Regardless, the Gooners have given it their seal of approval. They say, me like that. In our previous videos, we had covered some of the most insane excerpts to ever be written on paper. But if it wasn't clear, it's gotten worse enough that we got to do a little update, right? We got to dive in just one more time. Hey, we dipped our toe in the pool. We got to do a temperature check again. Let's start with the book Little Stranger. Don't like that already. I don't like a book called Little Stranger.
I'm imagining a little showing up at your door.
Dude, he is a
little person.
It has multiple scenes of the female lead being physically attacked, and in one scene, the main love interest, Malachi, is throwing the woman, Olivia, against a tractor and shoving a screwdriver into her without piercing the skin. Here's an excerpt. I pulled the screwdriver out from my back pocket, closing the distance between us and grabbing the hair at the back of her head, and shove her between the two broken tractors. Olivia screams, but it's muffled as I cover her mouth. Shh, I whisper. I hold the screwdriver to her throat, and her pupils are expanding. Her breath is uneasy, and the gaze in her eyes tells me she's enjoying this. So see, you thought that this was actually just a horror book until that last sentence. And that's how you get, see, that's dark romance. Furries have also broken into dark romance and have begun adding their own stories with such wonderful excerpts as, quote, with one final savage thrust, the doggy buried his to the hilt in her and hosed her insides with a massive load of hot doggy. You have to bleep almost all of that, first off. My God. The person who helped find these excerpts, why did they include that one? I demand to have them justify it right here. I did not put that in, all right? I just putting that out there. Some authors have gotten creative with how they deliver sexual actions. A quote from the book's Shadows So Cruel, for example, writes, I dipped my finger back into her... Stop fucking giggling, dude. I dipped my finger back into his ass as deeply as I could reach, teasing the little hole, drumming it from the inside. I'm just gonna have him keep explaining because I'm also too. How are they getting this stuff? Where are they? How did you find this? Okay. To be a good smut writer, you have to be creative. This is evident from some of the older examples like Dissident, a 2007 novel that was dropping lines like, what the hell are you doing? Luke barked. F***ing her ass, saving her life. This, I will say, to me, this does feel like this is way more intense than the last ones. No one can set the mood better, however, than Charlie Knickerbocker. Be careful with that, how you say that name. God damn. In their book, Possessed. Quote, I smell sex in the air already. Nah, I just burped. Of course, these are pretty tame compared to the other books, and I quote, so goddamn hot, I squeezed her and then gave it a little slap, pulling a moan straight from the depths of her throat. If I were to reach between your legs right now, would I find... Ready for me? Yes, she groaned, pushing into my hand, then... for me. Can you tell my mom to...
Yeah.
Hey, Missy.
I'm gonna lose my mind, Mom. I don't want to have to kill you, but I will. And sadly, some are straight up poorly written, and I quote, I let my eyelids flutter open and observe him observing every curve and angle and slope of my body, entranced by the entranced look in his eyes. That last one, I legitimately thought I was having a panic attack. Almost all of that we have got to bleep, right? We have got to bleep almost all of that. Okay. It's true that many people report having much more active sex lives ever since they started reading spicy novels, and one woman goes into detail stating, quote, my husband knows library runs end with him getting slobbed up a minimum. Okay. Let me hold on, let me rephrase. My husband knows library runs end with him getting slobbed up at a minimum. And now he drops me off every Saturday with Starbucks, a lunchbox, and a book bag like the first day of school. I've never been so well read, and our headboard doesn't appreciate it.
Headboard.
At what point? One married man pleads for help online after explaining that his wife reads smut practically all throughout the day, whether it's at dinner table or before bed. After 5 years of marriage, they now only have about once a month. Meanwhile, she'd read about 150 books within 1 year and spent so much time doing so that they no longer had anything else to relate to besides the kids. My God. Wow. 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 The smut epidemic has gotten completely out of hand as more people get addicted to the horny hardcovers, y'all. Now, authors like Quan Mills are tapping into some of the most intense ideas possible to keep up with ever-increasing desires to bizarre fantasies, which Quan Mills is one of the most prolific writers of our time. I will say that. Quan Mills is one of the most, if not the most prolific writer of our time. I will say that, and I will die on that hill. He has been on a roll recently, putting out some of the most creative smut books on the market, such as Pregnancy by Hoodwolf from Pregnancy by Hoodwolf from 63rd Street, or of course you can't forget Ho Yo Coochie Stank, a bacterial vaginosis love story. I mean, come on. Come on! At the end of the day, pornography and smut are both harmful in their own ways, right? Especially without moderation. They're not entirely the same, but both can absolutely become an addiction that warps one's view of sex and relationships. But at the same time, if you enjoy something in the privacy of your home, and if it's just, I mean, you know, it's a book, you know, enjoy things to your own delight or whatever, but if you see that it's transforming your life for the worse, maybe consider stepping back. Otherwise, I say, plow ahead and have some fun. Gotta get through the workday somehow. Or you can listen to Creepcast. Creepcast. We have got to talk about the Uncle House thing. I'm gonna stop recording because we have got to. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're gonna be talking about one of the most fascinating places in America, Buc-ee's. Consumerism is at an all-time high. Woo! Whether it's Taco Bell making limited edition clothing or Raising Cane's collectibles with Post Malone cups, we've been hardwired to obsess over merchandise like it's keeping us alive, baby. You gotta collect. And I am one of those suckers. I'm a big proponent for little collectibles and all that stuff. So yes, I do. When the Japanese McDonald's did the Evangelion drops, me thinks me bought it.
You bought two.
I bought two, one for me and then one for Nick.
Thank you.
This is taken to the extreme when you look at a store like Buc-ee's, the massive gas station and convenience store that sells more private label merchandise than you know what to do with. And people can't get enough. From the food to the costumes and clothing plastered with their iconic logo that looks like this.
He's cute.
Is he?
It's adorable, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I like this fucking beaver. Why are you so happy? How much was the beaver? It was just like...
You think he's getting like Roadhead, some truckers?
Oh, wow! I'm beaving out! Eat my beef!
And the trucker's like, definitely, dude. This place has such a chokehold on people, but I just can't, I've always asked the question, why? Why are people so obsessed? Because it is that of a religion. It is almost cult-like. People go up to the little Buc-ee's bronze statue and pay offerings online. They treat him as if he's a god. But I need to know why. What makes this gas station better than the rest? So, today, we're gonna trek through the doors of Buc-ee's and see what it's all about. Hop on in and sit on down. Come on into Buc-ee's. Before we look into just how deep the obsession goes, we should get an idea of where it all started. Buc-ee's founder Arch Applin III. Arch Applin III.
Fucking royalty over here.
Texas royalty. He's like, I am the third of my kind. I'm the third Ark of Ark. Arch Applin III built the first Buc-ee's location in Lake Jackson, Texas, after graduating college. The store took inspiration from his grandparents' gas station, which he worked at for multiple summers. The name Buc-ee's comes from Arch's childhood dog, Buck, while the beaver mascot was inspired by his family's nickname, Beaver.
What?
What are those Applins the first and second? What are they doing, dude? What does that even mean? You know what I mean? Exactly. You don't want to go down there and mess with the beavers. They're a bad family.
They must have huge teeth.
I wonder if he does. Put up a picture of Arch Applin. Now overlay that with the Buc-ee's mascot. Uncanny. As soon as the doors opened, it was a massive success, and Arch partnered with another gas station owner, Don Wassick. Together, the two entrepreneurs would grow the business into what it is today, adding 20 locations within the first 2 decades of operation, and gradually adding merch and meat counter and their beloved bathrooms. Today, the once local gas station is now a titan of industry, making billions of dollars annually. That number only continues to grow as more locations are being built and the loyal fan base steadily expands. Which I will say, we used to live in Texas. We have perused the grounds of Buc-ee's, all right? So we know what we're talking about. It's huge. But I will say, the number one thing about a Buc-ee's is their bathroom. It's unbelievable. Go into any other truck stop bathroom, it is hell on earth. You couldn't even believe those concoctions. And there's always some guy being like, oh, God. That's what you're hearing in the other stalls. Buc-ee's, it smells good, it's clean, the stalls are big, very private, which also I feel like that because they're so private, Buc-ee, the beaver himself is definitely being like, go in there and get your dick sucked by a lot lizard. And they don't care. Oh, thank you, Buc-ee. I'm gonna pick you up and give you a kiss. Thank you, Buck. No problem, have fun getting your dick sucked. They're that private, are they not? It's a private it's a thing. I don't think anybody would bat an eye either. That guy got himself a brisket sandwich, he's getting himself some head. Welcome to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee Beaver approved. approved. If you've ever been to Buc-ee's, then you know it is a very nice gas station. But that first initial experience has gotten so many people hooked now that millions of people are hyping it up online. And I will say, yes, it is a nice gas station, folks. I'm not dogging it, but I will say people will move mountains to express their love for Buc-ee's. They cannot. The fanatics, it is that of a Disney adult, all right?
Or Costco fanatics.
It's like Costco fanatics. It's like Disney adults. Buc-ee's are their own breed. What would you call it? Bucky buds? We're Bucky buds. We're Bucky buds. We're Bucky's buddies. Yeah. Buc-ee's fans are like the Disney adults of gas station enjoyers because they make the brand their whole identity and consume every piece of merchandise or product they produce. And this is true. There are people who wear, it's just like, I gotta get the new Buc-ee shirt. I've met several people who it's like, oh, there's a new Buc-ee's drop. Where you're like, who cares? What? I gotta get there. And there's gonna be people who watch this video who are like, you're goddamn right. I'll get any like Shamrock or fucking Christmas tree Buc-ee shirt imaginable.
And they grab their thermos, their Buc-ee thermos.
Yeah, they grab their giant Stanley Buc-ee's and drink their thing, eat their Buc-ee's candy, wait in line. There's also a guy too who's like, I'm not gonna name drop this person, but every time I went to Buc-ee's with this person, he had to take a picture. He, all right, a grown man, had to take a picture with the mascot who walks around.
Every time?
Every time we went. Every time. And there'd be things where we drove past one because it's very convenient. I mean, people are like, I've never had to wait for a gas pump because there's like 700 of them. So it's very convenient. But yeah, every time he's like, let me snap a quick pic. Obsessed. And I think he tried to mark it off like it was, like, oh, it's ironic. But I'm like, motherfucker, just wanted to get a picture with Bucky Beaver.
He's Bucky's bud.
I'm Bucky's buddy. I gotta go. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. It's cold outside, so make sure you have a snuggle-worthy bed for deep winter. You can add the flannel sheets, you can add the extra blanket, but what you really need is a new supportive mattress. That's because well-lived life starts with rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up on a mattress that's made for you. With better sleep, you have more energy and more focus, helping you stay productive. There's so many of us are getting it wrong from the start. Good sleep starts with a better mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. So how do you know which one's right for you? Helix has you fill out a quick sleep quiz to establish what kind of sleeper you are and your specific needs. Are you a side sleeper? Do you get hot at night? Each of these personal details allow them to find the right mattress for you. Every person is different, but no matter the need, Helix Sleep has the right mattress for you. The quiz they have you take is very quick, and your answers lead to your dream mattress. I'm getting my best sleep when it comes to the Dusk Luxe mattress. It serves my particular needs, and it provides deep, restful sleep each night. And it's amazing how much sleep can affect your mood and energy. I'm getting more work done, and all it took was a few minutes to find out what I was missing.
Before I got Helix Sleep, I was ragged. I would toss and turn and get too hot. I had back pain. Now with the Luxe mattress, I still have scoliosis, but I can sleep through anything now. My neighbor screaming, dogs barking. It's perfect. Nothing can wake me up, and I feel so rejuvenated at the end of the day. Thanks, Helix.
If you're not in the market for a new mattress right now, but you wish you could improve your old one, Helix offers the perfect solution with their range of mattress toppers. They can extend the life of your old mattress and upgrade the comfort while not having to worry about replacing it. Or maybe you've got a Helix Sleep mattress already, but you want to improve your guest bed. Grab a mattress topper and tell them we sent you. Get the sleep you deserve and head to helixsleep.com/papameat and start sleeping in your new mattress today. Take advantage of their President's Day sale exclusive partner offer and get 27% off site-wide. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring the video. Now back to the video. One father explains how it's affected his 8-year-old child, saying, and I quote, "There's so much merchandise involved. Kids get a keepsake stuffed animal. They take a picture with a bronze beaver statue in the front. It's more of a Disney experience than a gas station experience," which is smart, Nick. You got to get Bucky Beaver out there. You got to make him is he as lovable as Mickey Mouse? I'd say he's probably more beloved than Mickey Mouse at this point.
I was gonna say it is actually really smart because that's why Disney adults are Disney adults, because when they're kids,
they have that emotional experience when they're younger, right?
Exactly.
So now they're gonna go back and it's become a tradition thing. I used to love coming here and getting a pic with Buck. I love you, Buck. Can I be his buddy? Yes, you can. Another person said that their neighbor only wears Bucky's merch and covered both family cars in Bucky's bumper stickers. They go on to say that each time they go to the gas station, they treat the short drive as if they were going to Disney. Once again, a bit obsessive and a bit over enthusiastic for moi, but at the same time, if you are taking the ordinary thing of going to the gas station and making it an adventure, is that a bad thing, Nick?
I don't think so.
Cheaper
than Disneyland.
It's cheaper than Disneyland, and also, at what point too? When do you think it starts turning negative? Because right now you're like, well, it's just a gas station. Do you think it's like when Bucky's is like, we're starting a movie studio? or something crazy like that. We're starting a sweatshop. Bucky Sweatshop.
Yeah,
there has to be some unethical angle, right? There has to be some unethical angle to where it's like you're obsessing over a conglomerate, because you kind of already are, right? I mean, they're making billions of dollars every year. One person even paid top dollar to have a custom one-of-one Bucky shoes made for his collection. The Nike Air Force had custom leather work with the Texas flag and Bucky's logo branded into it. The back of the heels had, quote, "You had me at howdy," stamped onto it right below Bucky's face. And the bag the shoes came in was printed with the food items from the gas station's menus. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say that these shoes don't go hard. At the same time, would I wear them? Probably not. I like them in picture form. I like looking at them on a picture.
It's like art, yeah.
If I saw somebody wearing them in public, though, I feel like I'd be like, oh. I think it's because it feels ironic or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. They're taking the piss out of this, but a guy being like, "What do you think of these?" He's like wearing them, like showing to you. What do you think of those right there?
It's too serious.
Yeah. You're like, oh, Bucky.
Then it becomes cool then, because then you're doing ironic.
Say you like it. Okay, Jesus Christ, I like it. Thank you. The food at Bucky's is a big reason why so many people enjoy it. They have in-house butchers who scream, "Fresh brisket on the board!"
Fresh brisket on the board!
To let you know when the fresh food is ready. It scared the shit out of me the first time it happened. It's too loud. I will say my sensory overload, I was like, it's too much. Fresh brisket on the board! It's like too much. And there's people who like sit at the glass.
Oh, yeah.
They bounce up and down.
They're frothing for their brisket.
Almost every time too I've been to Bucky's at which this is actually every time I've been to Bucky's, there has always been a guy who like it really is like a church experience. A guy sitting there, and it's always a guy being like, "You gotta wait till the fresh ones come out because they're so good." And the guy's like, "Fresh brisket on the board." He's like, "I'm telling you." You know what I mean? It's like a guy being like, "No, seriously, watch this." And he gets the first one. Like people like clamor for like the first ones, whatever. He's like, "This is gonna change your life." Oh yeah, man, it's a brisket sandwich. It's not just that, man. It's awesome.
It's a way of life.
It's kind of the future. The cult following around Bucky's Barbecue has people treating the store like Epcot. They'll go there and try every single sandwich and side, or do a 24-hour food challenge where they exclusively just eat at Bucky's. With so many people making Bucky's part of their everyday life, you have to wonder what draws them in there in the first place. Along every major highway and road in Texas, there are Bucky billboards that have quirky phrases that draw in new customers, which I will say the first time I went, the billboards pissed me off. It's like 25 minutes until heaven. It's like stuff like that, and you're like,
yeah.
Or they do a lot of like puns, or they do like a lot of like quirky chungus kind of stuff, and you're like, oh.
Humor.
Yeah, which millennials eat that shit up, dude. Everyone in my car is just like, I'm excited. Recently, the gas station has catered towards a younger Gen Z audience by putting the phrases like slay or main character energy and "you had me at howdy," which I don't really know how that last one fits in there, but but the slay one is literally, it'll be like a Bucky's thing. It'll just say slay.
54 miles. That's crazy.
54 miles away.
Drive an
Slay.
hour away.
Which even that sounds outdated, doesn't it? There's kind of a charm to that though, huh? This is different than the Wendy's commercial where there's like, we should do memes. And they have the guy at the booth that does like the, like a boss.
Oh God.
Eat spicy goodness like a boss.
And that one is, you're just like, what is happening? This is actually hell on earth. It's kind of funny that Texas guy's like, just put slay on the billboard and say they'll be there in 54 miles. What does that mean? I don't fucking know, but tell them that they'll be there in 54 miles. Other billboards heavily focus on their bathrooms, saying restrooms that make moms smile, or it's potty time. That was the first one I ever saw, was it's potty time. And I did, oh. But once again, once you figure out how good the bathrooms are, people almost exclusively go there just for the bathrooms. Oh, holding in your shit. Gotta wait for Bucky's.
I mean, if I was a trucker and I passed one by, I'd definitely make a stop.
I'm gonna wait to stop at Bucky's and just obliterate it. You think that there's a thing with truckers where they try intentionally to make the Bucky's bathroom as heinous as they can?
It's a little challenge.
It doesn't work.
They probably have like their own Discord where they like take pictures and be like,
yeah, exactly. Just totally tore this up. That happens, and immediately another image pops up. It's gone. It smells like roses in here. If you've never been to a Bucky's, this might seem like a ridiculous marketing strategy. However, people rave over the bathrooms for their size and cleanliness. And many fans and articles claim that Bucky's has the cleanest gas station in the entire world, even going as far as to say you could eat off the floor in the bathrooms. That's how fucking clean they are. And the reason the bathrooms stay so clean is that there is a 24-hour custodial staff solely dedicated to cleaning the bathrooms. It's like a heart surgeon. They're on call. You have got to come in here. I will be right in. Another late night, honey? Yeah. Actually, those are the unsung heroes, dude. The people who clean the Buc-ee's bathroom, those are the ghosts who they hide in plain sight. That kind of thing.
But you know they're getting good fucking pussy afterwards.
Oh my God. You do what? I clean the bathrooms at Buc-ee's.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Here's my number. Thanks. Tosses in the back of his card. There's like 70,000 cards. Thanks. I'm good. Do you think the longer, this is a stupid thing to say, but do you think the longer you work, people who work there over time want to get Botox in their cheeks and get dental surgeries to where they look more like Bucky?
I bet you there's one employee who's just so obsessed with Bucky.
I mean, tons of filler in your cheeks and then like giant buck teeth.
Welcome to Bucky!
Is he just a greeter, or is he a guy like, or does he kind of do everything?
He does everything.
Yeah.
I picture he's...
How do you not make that guy the store manager? Walk around with like a tie? Hi, welcome to Buc-ee's. You want to try some brisket? You want to try some brisket?
Thanks, Buc-ee's.
What? You can't do that though, because that's where children would be horrified.
Yeah, that's true.
A giant like fake mascot and a statue is so much different than a giant freak. You want a piece of candy? And also, you will end up with that voice. There's no way you can go through life and just be like, "Hey, how you doing?" Oh, yeah. So there's parking in the back as well. There's no way. Oh, you definitely immediately take on a persona, right? Whoa. You look like you have to go potty. Now everything's really creepy. You want a piece of meat? Dad, I want to go home. Don't forget to use the restroom before you go. Another reason why people love the bathrooms is that there is usually no wait time. I mean, it's so many. The restroom in these gas stations are huge, with some of the largest boasting 71 toilets and urinals. All right, it's like a goddamn abandoned mall in there half the time. You're like, it's the back rooms in the fucking bathroom. Hello? Whatever. I need help. The stalls of each toilet are practically their own room. And on all the walls, you'll find things like country art posters or the Texas flag, Texas. Compared to the average gas station bathroom, they are luxurious. I mean, it feels like it's a part of the thing, which I will say, gas station charm is what is carved into the wall. What walks of life have come through, decimated this room, and left their mark?
Who left their number?
What obscenity did you write on the wall? What sticker did you leave behind, right?
Yeah, what they left in the toilet.
If you go into a place, this is just a hunter tip. Hunter's tip. If you go into a place that is too hip, first off, if you go into a place in the bathroom and there's too many stickers, you need to run from that place. Any place where it's like hip to tag the bathroom with stickers, you gotta run away from that place.
Why?
Hunter's tip. The love for Buc-ee's extends outside its walls and into the parking lot. That's because people cannot get enough of their mascot, Bucky. Outside of the larger locations are 4-foot-tall bronze statues of Bucky the Beaver. People love to climb all over them and take pictures with them. And recently, there was a challenge on TikTok called the Buc-ee's Challenge, where people climbed into his arms and plank, or they'll act like a damsel in distress, posing as if Bucky is saving their life, which it is funny. And the thing, too, is like it's a fucking giant statue. It's a very large statue, in all honesty. 4 feet tall, you'd be like, that's not that big. When you get there, you're like, God damn.
Yeah, he's big.
Who's the company making these motherfuckers? I want bronze statues. Also, after a while, there's going to be a Buc-ee's location where it's going to be like 8 feet tall.
Oh, yeah. They're going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
They will be huge. It's going to be a thing where it's just like, look for Bucky. That's what they'll say on the billboards. You look at the horizon, you just see a giant
60 miles away,
and it's like,
see its head.
And that's when it starts going downhill too, because the glare off of the bronze statue, people are like, ah! They crash their cars. Oh my God! Look for the light. That's what they'll say. Look for the light.
I like that.
Just blinding you.
Yeah.
If people are not falling into his arms, they're requesting that he be present at their weddings. And on more than one occasion, people have gotten married at Buc-ee's, with some people having the greasy teenager in the beaver mascot officiate their wedding, which I will say, awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. How cheap was that? And also, you get Buc-ee's. What are they? But I bet you anything, you get married at Buc-ee's, they're gonna be like, have some free sandwiches. You get a little free action. Fill up your car for free. Really, Buck? Oh.
First one's on us, buddy.
First one's on us. Hey, but honestly, let's just hope that this thing works out. Oh, thanks, Buck. No, seriously. Appreciate you guys. Other than gawking at the statues, people can get gas and enjoy random concerts that pop up in the parking lots. In 2024, country star Keith Urban hosted a massive concert in the parking lot of an Alabama Buc-ee's that brought in thousands of listeners. Thousands of people just showed up to Buc-ee's location. Why he did that, I don't know. Why Keith? He's just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go play Buc-ee's.
Do you think that was impromptu? They just stopped and he's like, wow, this is awesome.
I feel like that's what they wanted to think, but I think Buc-ee's is doing a little secret strategy. You know, I think that Buc-ee's likes to think that they're just like, we don't even need that. But then they're like, slip Keith Urban a little envelope. I don't know, pop up and play here. Maybe blast on your social medias. And then Keith Urban's like, can I get a specialty? Like, you know, Post Malone has Posties meal or whatever. He's like, can I get at every station Pump One is named after Keith Urban? They're like, let's fucking pump the brakes a bit there, Keith. Play in the parking lot. All right, that'll do. There were so many people there that the venue nearly blocked customers from getting gas or entering the station entirely. But not everyone is infatuated with the chain. No. In fact, some people are absolutely sick of the hype surrounding the Buc-ee's franchise. In fact, a lot of people, they're comparing it to mega churches based on the sheer scale, ridiculous amounts of merch, and of course, the customer's undying devotion. People are sick to their stomach that people would be obsessed with this consumerist culture, Nick.
It is disgusting.
These cheap shirts you guys are obsessed with, you're sheep in a flock. That's what they say. You'll be hard-pressed to find someone criticizing Buc-ee's without a couple staunch defenders jumping in to defend their almighty beaver god. One man voices his frustration online about how underwhelming the place was, despite seeing it described by others as an experience, a quote, an experience, which also it's just like it's a gas station, dude. It's the same thing when people say like, oh, Waffle House, you got to go for the experience. It's a place you serve breakfast, but it's a thing that's around here, right? It's like going there, okay, well, so it's just a gas station, or?
So overhype is killing it.
Yes. Or just people being like, the mysticism online builds up and people are like, I went there and it was boring.
You think there's like Paris syndrome with Buc-ee's, Buc-ee's syndrome?
There's 100% thing where it's Buc-ee's syndrome, where Americans go to a Buc-ee's for the first time. It's not as good as they expect and they kill themselves. They go back to their Chevy Neon in the parking lot and they definitely shoot themselves. And Buc-ee's like, well, I guess we gotta clean up another one. Or do they hang their car? Coward.
Yeah,
they could hang their bodies up outside the store. And they put a little coward chain on his deal. Coward.
Well, I was gonna say they strip them naked and spray paint coward on their chest.
Take his clothes. Take his dockers.
In response, the mod of the massive Reddit page used his mod privileges to stick a comment on the very top telling him to eat shit. If I'm a mod in Buc-ee's subreddit, I'm leaving an eat shit comment.
Yeah.
You see, but he didn't do KYS, which is what I think a lot of people would do. I think eat shit is a bit more appropriate, a bit more respectful.
He held back.
Coward. People often go on rants online complaining about how overcrowded and stressful it is, the bad smell, as well as how much they hate seeing the logo covering every single product on the shelves. The f does that even mean?
Don't go.
So it's like, where do you think you're at? You know what I mean? I'm in Walmart and everything's covered in No, you're in a fucking Buc-ee's gas station. Why is the beaver everywhere? What do you think, dude? Hello?
Hi.
Also, people when they're like, it's a bad smell, I think they just don't like the smell of like barbecue. I'm not the biggest Buc-ee's fan, but I don't think I've ever been in one and been like, this smells like shit. Outside, it smells like gas. It's a gas station. One mother films and reviews her experience, overlaying shots of customers with her explaining how it's filled with NPCs and overweight Americans, ultimately dubbing it a nauseating and depressing snapshot of America. Okay, God forbid a fat ass wants to go and get a vibe at Buc-ee's. God forbid that I want to go take my cankles out and get a brisket sandwich and some Slim Jims at Buc-ee's, dude. I guess I can't be a person today. Look at the state of America. It's all Buc-ee's fault, by the way. All these people are overweight and disgusting because of Buc-ee's.
So true. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are just rats in a fucking maze.
While they're drinking their matcha tea at Starbucks.
Yeah, well, but see, that's healthy, so that's fine. Doesn't matter. It's healthy. It's grass. There's more to the Buc-ee's hate. Many former employees have come out to admit that they've been treated poorly on the job. While the official number is kept private, the store has an incredible high turnover rate. Some employees claim that there is overt racial discrimination in some locations. Even just last year, the staff themselves were guilty of this, with a lawsuit last year claiming workers were straight up bragging about how they're allowed to discriminate against customers based on their race.
Oh.
Bucky?
No Chinese!
Yeah. Keep the Chinese out of Buc-ee's! Like, what? I mean, fresh brisket on the plate! Many have revealed their own personal stories about the lack of professionalism in the store, including one former employee who saw a coworker get fired because she had a stroke. Okay, don't make that noise, dude. The getting fired for having a stroke is a dirty pull, dude. As a manager, okay, well you have to be fired.
Sorry, you're over your points. This is 0.7.
Exactly. Yeah, you lost your points. You've already had too many sick days. It's like couldn't help having a stroke. Another former worker revealed that one of the coworkers was forced to finish their shift in the middle of having an active miscarriage.
What?
Wow.
Like, clean that up, Debbie.
Well, you need drips all over the floor, Deb. God, it's all sticky. The emotional distress of that, also the physical distress. And I'm not blaming this on Bucky. This is the manager or it's the person's fault. How do you look at somebody like that and not have an ounce of sympathy or love in your heart? You just be like, oh my God.
Well, I read there was something on Reddit. This is like 5 years ago now, but they're saying like Bucky's pays really well. You get like $18 an hour working there. But people were saying like, oh, it's hell working there because you literally get no breaks, not even a lunch.
Yeah. Well, do you think it's a kind of thing where it's like people are like, I don't know, you should be lucky to work here because we do get paid so well. So they like the culture of working there is like, you got to work hard for Bucky's.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever. And they're trying to make it cutesy, you know, which I think is like kind of any job. But I wonder if you're working at a quote unquote cool place or like a place where it's like people love this store, if they use that against you.
Oh yeah, definitely. They'll use anything.
You know what I mean?
Thing at Disneyland. They pay their like performers like shit because it's just like, this is a dream.
Well, yeah. Well, if you don't want to be an actor here, I mean, there's a line of actors right here. We could do whatever.
Did you see what happened with the evil witch, the stepmother?
At Disney?
At Disney. Basically, she was so good at her job, people came specifically for her, so they fired her.
Oh, dude, I've heard of that before. There was also a guy that, I don't know if it was Disney, but there was another performer who was like an elf in a parade or something, and like he blew up because people would take videos of him because he was like big, but I think that they fired him too. Like, you're taking too much attention or spotlight on the thing.
You're distracting people.
Which once again feels like a person looking for any kind of power, and they feel jealous that like, oh, you're getting the spotlight. I'm your boss, but I'm not getting the spotlight or something. People with these minutia little pockets of power in the world are like, that's the reason why the fucking world is fucking terrible. Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, a person sitting there and being like a manager, being like, you're having a miscarriage, so you need to finish your shift, or you're having a stroke, and while you're stroking out on the floor, a person's like, you're getting fired.
Yeah, they write you up as you're stroking out. The stroke thing though, that I feel like that was just like an excuse to like, we wanted him gone anyways.
Yeah. Just like, yeah, just say that this is our time. Thank God he had the stroke. We were trying to get him out of here. With a store this big, it's only natural that they're going to get themselves into all sorts of controversies, right? I mean, if you get that big, you got some controversies. One of the most absurd ones being the time a monkey was let loose inside of a Buc-ee's. How are you going to let a monkey loose inside of a Buc-ee's? A gas station is not a place to be monkeying around.
Where do you bring your monkey anywhere? Why are you bringing a monkey?
Why do people have monkeys?
Because they're cute.
I mean, like, I guess.
It's the power. You're controlling like a subhuman.
You're a soul, and I get to control you.
I wanted a monkey as a kid.
I did. I was fucking freaked out. I don't think I heard one positive monkey story. Ever since I was a child, people were like, yeah, they'll rip your fucking arms off. They'll eat you want to get your eyelids ripped off? They'll eat your eyelids. And you're like,
that's what my grandma told me, because she owned a monkey. She's like, you don't want a monkey.
Why did your grandma own a monkey?
I don't know. This is like 100 years ago, but she's like...
How old are you, Nick? Where you were talking to, she was able to get something 100 years ago.
I mean, I was like 8, maybe.
So she got a monkey in 1926.
Okay, she's not that old.
Or actually, if you were 8, so she got something in what? In 1899?
Yeah.
Oh, so 60, okay.
But she got a monkey, and she was like, oh, basically, it's like when she started having kids, she's like, we can't have this thing. It's gonna kill the kid. They get jealous.
Well, we should probably get rid of the monkey. It's gonna eat her baby.
She was also a traveling musician, so I don't know how she had a monkey.
Oh, well, that justifies it. I walk around with a guitar. Give me your monkey. In Terrell, Texas, a man who was looking after someone's monkey decided it would be a good idea to bring it with him inside of the store.
It wasn't even his monkey.
I think that's a guy just being like, oh my God, dude, not let Chim Chim come into the fucking store. I'm looking after him. Come on, Chim Chim. He's like walking in the store holding his hand. And as you would expect, young children were enamored with this and wanted to give it attention, one of which being a 13-year-old girl who was traveling with her church group. She asked to hold it, so the man gave it to her and let it climb up her shoulder. And a worker saw this and urged him that the monkey isn't allowed to be in the store. He then tried to take the monkey off the girl's shoulder, only for it to panic and bite her on the neck, which is also a thing too where the guy definitely had a power trip of being like, yeah, I got a monkey. And the only thing to do in Terrell, Texas is to go to the Buc-ee's and be like, is to peacock yourself with a monkey.
That's totally what he did.
Yep. If any large-titted women want to come up and hold the monkey, feel free. And the kid's like, oh, can I? And he's like,
But that's how you get girls to
Fine.
come up though, because it's just like.
Well, it's like taking a cute dog to a park. You think a guy actually wants to walk around his dog? Let me tell you. Here's a Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Ladies, if you see a guy alone in a park with a dog, he's not there to actually play with the fucking dog. He's there to, he's catfishing you. He's trying to hook somebody to be like, oh, cute dog. Oh, thanks. And you're trapped. Hunter's tip is, ladies, if you see a guy alone in a park with a dog, avoid that guy. Hunter's tip.
That's my strategy online, because I have pictures of my dogs, and when they comment, oh, cute dogs, I was like, oh, yeah, you want to go on a doggy date?
You want to come over and meet him? You want to take him to Buc-ee's and walk around? Buc-ee's takes its branding very seriously, which is made evident by the fact that you can't look any direction without seeing the eyes of Buc-ee's staring right back at you. Because of this, Buc-ee's has taken legal action against smaller companies many times over claims of trademark infringement, which that happens with any large corporation, whatever. You better watch out. They are coming hot.
You have to defend the brand, yeah.
Oh boy. One company named Talk Buck sold PVC patches and other merch using identical beaver mascot dressed in full military gear, which looking at it, I don't know. I will say the next one, Duckies. Hey, come on now. The drive-through liquor store and food stop was put through a legal battle despite having a noticeably different logo. The same goes for Barky's, a coffee shop and dog park that had a similar spelling to Buc-ee's, and the most that had smiling mascot was also infringement, which also it's just like, well, come on now. Could a dog not fucking smile on a goddamn deal?
Do you own the E's at the end of a fucking word?
In a way, you do. Kind of. Now, that being said, if I owned let's say I owned an underwear store, Wedgies, and it was like a cat pulling up something, it's like, it's wedging itself. To me, I'm like, Wedgies been around forever. You can't own Wedgies. That's bullshit. So I don't know. Very gray area, this legal stuff, huh? What do you think? Should you think that they should just let them run free with stuff, or do you like the iron grip that Buc-ee's has?
Taking the logo and putting it on your own thing, I think that's fair to be like, take that down. But Duckies.
Oh, I don't know. I see. I completely disagree. I think, don't insult me. Right? Buc-ee's, Duckies, I know what you're doing. Not only have a little respect for me, have a little respect for yourself and think of something different. You know what I would have called? Give me a business idea. I'm going to put a duck in it somehow.
Clean up. You're a custodian.
Oh, he's like an in-house service?
Yeah.
I'd call it Duck, Duck, Go.
That's already a website. That's a search website.
All right, this naming a business thing is a little harder than I really had Duck, Duck, Go in the chamber. And I was like, huh?
I had Quackers. It's a cereal brand, Quackers.
Also, there's that Quaker Oats dude.
Yeah, Quakers.
Where it kind of looks like that too. So what did you be like? Quakers?
That's oatmeal. Quackers. The duck that smiles back.
Well, could you do mallards? I don't know. It's like, I don't know.
Mallards? Well, that's not as...
it doesn't matter. I'm not making a business. I'm not using an animal mascot. It doesn't matter. Which Barky's, the fucking dog place, was eventually, they had to close down. Sorry, business owner. Bye-bye. If Buc-ee's is going out being like, we're going to fucking shut down your business, you should not just be like, you guys have got to change your name.
Yeah, just change it.
But it's not that easy, though, with all the filing and all that stuff, too. So, I mean, you probably get fucked up.
Gotta change your LLC name.
I mean, I already made a custom sign. Spent $20,000 on the fucking goddamn Barky sign. And there's no change in it. It says Barky's. One of the biggest and most intense controversies that Buc-ee's has gotten itself into is the ongoing conflict between the franchise and an entire small town in Colorado. Buc-ee's has a beef with a full town. The small and peaceful town of Palmer Lake, which has a population of 2,500 people, was on track to have a Buc-ee's store built along the interstate, right? A large portion of the town was excited about how much the store could benefit the small town, as Buc-ee's tends to be incredibly financially lucrative and also provide tons of jobs. It's a win-win, right? But others were staunchly opposed to this proposal, claiming it would bring all sorts of traffic and chaos, as well as light pollution that would damage their clear, dark skies, which is, a big part. It's like what makes the town beautiful, right? Essentially, it would bring chaos to a quaint mountain town. This tight-knit community was now cursing each other out during flooded town meetings and going on furious rants on social media. Friends and families were no longer on speaking terms, and people were plastering signs denouncing the beaver all over town. And one lawyer involved with the proposal no longer felt welcome watching the game with citizens at the local bar because they would get constantly yelled at, right? You're in business with the beaver. Get out! Some businesses like local pumpkin patch would even cancel events in protest to Buc-ee's coming. Things escalated even further when the mayor, Glant Havener, stepped down amidst the chaos and harassment. Only days later, leaked text messages would be discovered in which she aggressively mocked citizens Republicans and opposed the Bucky's proposal. In them, she referred to them as losers and terrorists. These messages were found within the court documents in a case that alleges that Glant was making multiple social media accounts to argue with people online about the proposal, which is so petty. It's like, you're the mayor. You're the mayor. The final decision has yet to be made, and it will likely be decided during a townwide election this very year. We should do an update at some time. How did it go? Also, Bucky's is definitely passing.
Yeah.
100%. It's gonna be a thing where it's like, wherever the money is, that's where they're going.
The mayor's got, she wants it.
I like how they're just like, yeah, people who are opposing it are fucking terrorists. Guy just like, yeah, I actually don't want all the traffic and light pollution from this big ass stupid gas station. They're like, whatever, terrorist. Now listen, guys, Bucky's has truly reached a cult-like status among its fans. They could sell shit on a plate and it would still fly off the shelves so long as they had the little trusted little Bucky Beaver smiling on the plate itself. Everyone would sit there with a shit-eating grin. It's strange that we live in a time where people can criticize large corporations or consumerism, right? But then you get obsessed with the gas station and you just do the exact same thing that you criticize. I guess it's a little thing called hypocrisy, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
It's a little thing called hypocrisy. But that doesn't mean that worshiping a gas station's a bad thing, or if it's your favorite place on earth, that's all good. But maybe don't overhype it as if it's something else besides a gas station, my friends, because that's all it is. But if you do go there, take a shit. It's awesome. I'm telling you, really worth it. Also, the brisket sandwiches are pretty good. Fill up your tank, take a shit, eat a sandwich, leave. 3. Hunter's tip. Also, Hunter's tip. Can I do a last little Hunter's tip to tap off our video? Hunter's tip is don't dress up and pretend that you're helping people in a government organization and kill people in the middle of the streets. That's pretty cool, huh? Fuck ICE is what I'm saying. How is this happening? How is this the world we're in? How do people justifiably support this, Nick? I have no idea. It's murder. All I want to say, Hunter's tip, fuck ICE. Bucky Beaver would not let an ICE agent inside of his deal. Yeah. Bucky Beaver would not approve of ICE, dude. Where the fuck do you think Bucky Beaver's from, dude?
Oh, yeah. He's fucking from Canada.
Yeah, dude. Come on now. What are we thinking? You know, Arch Alpine III, his family was just all from Texas? No, dude. They came over here. They believed in the American dream and they started it up. Imagine if ICE shot Arch Alpine. There'd be no fucking, no Bucky's. Sorry. Bye-bye, Bucky's. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. They all should rot in hell. And they will. It's awesome. So there you go. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're talking about arguably one of the worst things ever made. And this is in the context, you know, people throw around the words worst film of all time, right? It gets thrown around a lot. Of course, there's a lot of terrible films out there. And even the one today, is it technically the worst film of all time? It just might be.
Jesus. Damn. No. Shit, got him. Got him. Damn it. Start fire!
I think it just might be. Because there's a lot of things you have to consider when talking about these things. First off, we're talking about War of the Worlds. It's a new Amazon Prime studio movie starring Ice Cube.
Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown.
All I know is we sat down, we were watching Rock of Love, we're getting ready to do season 2 video, and I kept seeing people talk about how bad this movie was, and I was like, you know what, while we're sitting here, let's just take a break and let's watch this thing. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. Sure. I can't begin to tell you how horrible this movie is. It's weird. It feels like a YouTube film. Like a YouTube film back when like Freddie Wong was really big, you know, when people were making like special effects, like short films. It feels like that, except substantially worse. But what's weird as well is that War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise came out in 2006. Looks substantially better, which even you could argue the whole thing of like, oh, they had way more money and all that stuff. It's like, sure, but technology has come so far to where I feel like it would offset it a bit. I wanted to make this video. It's unbelievable. And I just wanted to make this video and break it down for you so you don't have to spend time and we can laugh at this together. This message goes out directly to Ice Cube. How could you possibly need this money to do this thing? I have to know at what point. I mean, this is irreparable damage to Ice Cube's career and him as a person. I don't know how you actually went through with this. Fire your agent. Fire your agent immediately.
Oh no.
There's a lot to unpack at the beginning of this film. Starts off, kind of reminded me of that horror film Unfriended, where it starts off and it's like a person logging on to their computer, and the whole film takes place from a desktop. Even in Unfriended, which is also a very terrible movie, you at least have the webcams make sense because they're on Skype talking to each other. Ice Cube logs into his computer. He works for the DHS. When he even logs in, it says his name is William Radford. He's a domestic terror analyst or something like that. Just kind of weird. weird. And that's just, you know, it's just trying to give you information without doing it, without him basically being like, I'm a domestic terror analyst. But it still feels as loud and as stupid as that. I mean, even on his desktop, there's like a little program called Guardian, and there's just a picture of his son, David. It's just David_09. It's just one of those things that, like, there's a son. And the big difference between this film and a lot of other films that go into this, which I have to remember from Unfriended, pretty sure in Unfriended, it's just you get the Skype call and it cuts to them and it uses the vignette of the desktop to showcase all these people. Immediately in this movie, like the zooming and moving in around the desktop is not only jarring, but it looks so stupid. It's so, like, I mean, it legitimately feels like something that like a high schooler would make. Amazon Studios made this. Okay? Ice Cube's job is to just scan every camera in the world and look for terrorists. That's what he does in for like about a minute, is him drinking a no-branded coffee cup, basically just highlighting people and spying on them. And you immediately felt like, oh, the government's spying on us, and that you can, it's just very heavy-handed, like this is what the movie's gonna be about. You don't really know how stupid it's gonna get, but you kind of have a gist of, okay, you know, he's using the government's technology of spying on us to basically find out about this threat. Right? And he pulls up in his little like terrorist app or whatever, he pulls up like a group, like people he's watching, and the names on this spreadsheet are so fucking stupid. It's Black Cat, Dark Overlord, Thelma and Louise, Scattered Spider, and the only one with a profile picture, Disruptor. All right. Oh yeah. So he's sitting there. He's doing his job. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna catch you guys." And then Sandra from NASA calls, and she's like, "Hey, you should watch this." And it's just this huge fucking storm. And then basically, it's just them basically like, something isn't right.
Something is way off.
Yeah. Well, I got bigger fish to fry than watching clouds.
And Ice Cube, they could not have had him for more than a day. This movie is full of ADR, which is basically like you recording your lines after the fact. It's like pickup audio, but I'm almost 99% positive they probably use AI generated voices of these actors in maybe half of it.
Storms the world experienced were from thousands of meteors blasting through the atmosphere.
Stand by, I'm rerouting her cell to our satellite.
They're looking around. Ice Cube's like, something's not right. It's like, yeah, dude, look at the fucking footage. The film also does this. It takes a lot of like B-roll from like actual news broadcasts and stuff, or even like the Palisades fire. Other weird, like there's a lot of footage where you're like, it feels really tasteless that they're using. But then Disruptor, who was on the list, is having a live stream. Ice Cube starts to sit in on it, and he's watching the Disruptor talk about it, and he's like, oh boy, I'm gonna catch you. And he's trying to basically track his location. But while he's tracking this supposed terrorist who's on a watch list, he's also using his cameras to spy on his daughter, and he's like calls her at the cafe because she bought a muffin, and he's like, come on, you know muffins are bad for you.
Really? A muffin?
She's like, Dad, come on, you could have had an egg.
Dad, how many times have we been
One
through
hard-boiled egg.
And it's the worst fake pregnant belly. His daughter Faith has the single, I mean, it's horrible. It looks so low. It looked like she had flat abs, and then they just put like a bump like basically near her like upper pussy area. Where it's like, is it supposed to be that low? I feel like it's not supposed to be that low. Then we get introduced to his son because his son spends $250 on Steam, and he hacks his son's computer and deletes the game, and that's when his son calls him.
Yo, did you delete my game?
You know you're wasting your time with that game.
This is where you find out immediately that they have no sets, and they paid these actors to sit, and maybe the one like Ice Cube and the other guys who have been in movies, they're not moving out of their seated positions, but they're gonna have actors like walk around. It's just all gonna be from webcams, and my God, it's so lazy. That's the thing too, is like it might not be the worst movie, but I would easily consider it one of the laziest movies I've ever seen. Anyways, he deletes his game, and Ice Cube tells his son Dave that he needs to get a real job. And his son gives him some weird shit where he's like, gaming is my job, Dad. And he's like, come on, boy.
Dad, playing video games is my job.
And he like hangs up the phone. Also, he's tracking this terrorist the whole time while he's having these interactions with his children. This is the most irritating irresponsible way to spend your time. I can't tell if it's supposed to be like, you know, that cliche at the beginning of found footage movies where it's like, we need to spend the first 20 to 30 minutes of like us joking around, we're pounding around, and this is the camera, this is how it works, we're setting up all this stuff, hey, we're all wacky, to where then it's like, yeah, later when they die, you're gonna feel real sad. It felt like a little bit of that. Ice Cube is flying a drone. Also, he like there's like basically childish maps of cities, and he just gets to like click on icons and go. It's like an iPad for children where they get to just click on stuff, and he's like, all right, I'm in the drone now. And then he gets a call from his daughter's boyfriend, Mark, who is an Amazon delivery driver.
Amazon!
There's gonna be a lot of Amazon references in this movie. Don't worry. And I really can't emphasize enough that he's like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna hack this person.
You are officially found. Bam! That was easy.
And he like goes and looks at his daughter, and you're like, what the fuck? What is this movie? What are we doing? He's like, okay, I gotta make sure that she's okay. It's why? For what reason? I don't know. Yeah, and then she like changes her password, and he just like types in, he's like, I need this password, and the thing just generates the password, and I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. It's one of those things where it's like, you could tell whoever wrote this really had no idea about hacking or technology in that way, and they're just like, he works for the government, they have crazy technology, right? It's just so stupid. And he ends up like getting into her computer and reading text between Faith and her boyfriend Mark, the Amazon guy, and basically they're like, he's probably seeing a drone to watch us. And he's like, damn, I am. Damn. Then Mark says something like, one day you're going to save the world. And then he sends her a link to an article that she's in. And it's like, biologist creates cannibal code to attack 6 cells. Just foreshadowing. You just got foreshadowed. But also it's just like, okay, so his daughter is like this super biologist who's dating an Amazon delivery driver. Yeah, well, which it's not like that's totally impossible, but it's just funny. He's like, you're going to save the world one day, babe.
God, think about it now. Yeah, that's so cringe.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. So cringe. Ice Cube goes to his dead wife's Facebook page, and the banner is like clearly an AI picture of Ice Cube and his like kids. It's very uncanny Ice Cube image. And he messages her, I miss you. And you notice that he messages her 1 year apart exactly. So it's like today, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And there's a voicemail, and the voicemail is just a 4-second clip of an AI woman basically being like, don't forget to pick up the groceries and watch the kids. I love you.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids. I love you, baby.
And he's like, damn. Yeah. Which that's what Ice Cube says that a lot in this movie. God damn. Ah, damn. Oh, shit. And then to show that time elapses, the clock on the bottom of the screen, there is a crossfade of 20 minutes going by, 10 or 20 minutes going by. You could just do a cut and be like, oh, yeah, I got, time has gone by. And then it cuts to like an FBI agent getting out of a car because they found the hacker that he's been tracking on the computer while he's been bickering with his kids. So Ice Cube is like going around there. He's like, here, let me go inside this building and hack the security cameras. And he's clicking around, and they're all like videos of like people inside. One of them's like a baby hitting another baby with a bag of dog food or something.
Oh, yeah, it's like, oh, wrong one.
And he's like, oh, damn. And he clicks the next one.
Little punk.
And then when he clicks the disruptors building, it's just a feed that's just the same like hooded like anonymous guy, and it's like, are we led to believe that's the view? Like the guy sitting in his apartment like with the hood up? Like it just doesn't make any fucking sense. While the police are raiding that building, Ice Cube gets another video from Sandra from NASA, and it shows lightning in the sky, and she's just like, hey, the weather's actually still really bad. Damn. And then like all the videos they're showing of the weather being bad, like the lightning is over the trees, and it's like really superimposed very poorly in this deal. And like one of them looks like God is like tearing open the sky, and he's like, okay, I'll call you back. What? What do you mean? But it turns out that the terrorist, the disruptor, used a decoy, and while this is happening, missiles start flying through the sky. You're probably like, this feels like a lot of random vignette. This is exactly how I felt watching it.
I will say the movie does not slow down.
The movie, not only does it not slow down, it's just kind of like, it's giving you information in a way you're like, oh, what's that? Okay. Oh, what's it? Oh, there goes. It's that. I can't tell if from the old War of the Worlds of Tom Cruise, which Tom Cruise is kind of like a deadbeat dad who hasn't really been there for kids. He has a very strained relationship with his kids. But through this movie, he kind of like proves to them that he's a good father, and he kind of like steps up and becomes the dad that he's supposed to be. It's a good movie. I like the original War of the Worlds, even though the ending, I think they all just like catch COVID and die.
The
aliens? Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the kids.
No. But it's done in a way where that motivation is the core around the entire film. Yes, aliens are attacking, but it's really about Tom Cruise trying to be a good dad and save his kids in the midst of this thing. That's what it's about. This movie is like he has a dead wife. He's trying to, like, I guess, protect his kids. He's mostly just spying on them. I didn't really think that he was doing anything beneficial besides being like a nosy dude who hasn't, like, I think they legitimately said he hasn't left his job in like a year. Like, he's been staying at the office.
When's the last time you left the office?
That's classified.
But then the movie pivots real hard when you find out what these like when the aliens come to Earth, what the aliens want. Ugh, God. So missiles anyway start attacking Earth, and there's a lot of like motion with camera shake. It's really cheap, but God, this CGI. Oh my God. It looks like, I mean, a DreamWorks movie from like early 2000s or something. The smoke is so like bubbly and cartoony. There's tons of stuff happening, and then when they show stuff in the real world, it's like they're just filming on a street in California somewhere. So all this crazy stuff is happening, but nothing around them is reacting in any way. It looks so bad. A news report was outside and gets annihilated by a missile. That's pretty funny. The editing and the special effects, just the sequences are just, it's so obnoxious, and you just keep cutting back to Ice Cube, who's just in this little vignette, and it's just him being like, no! God damn. No! Even that's too much motion. No!
Yeah, he was not giving it his all.
No! I need to know how much he got paid.
I was looking for the budget. I can't find it.
They're keeping that shit locked up tight. If I was a betting man, all right, with all the talent that they have, because there's like some people that have been in some stuff, I'm guessing 15 million. In terms of movie money, that's not a lot, but still.
I was gonna say 5, like $1 million to Ice Cube.
No, it's got to be 15. I mean, like, I'm doubling it. 30 million is what I legitimately believe, actually. God. So Sandra from NASA is calling her, and she's like running through her office. She's like, "Can you believe this?" And there's like a guy in the background who just like casually walks by. It's like there's so many of those little moments in the movie where it's like, yeah, so they talk to the actor, and they're like, yeah, so run down frantically down the stairs, and they're using a commercial space or something. So then the guy is like, I don't give a fuck, and he just like walks by. Looks so stupid. Ice Cube's building gets hit, and he starts to panic and spies on his daughter again. He can't find her, and then he finds out that she's like under her desk at her job, and then like a weak signal thing pops up, but it's just an overlay over the actual video, but you can still see her like perfectly moving around. So it's like, is the signal weak? Ice Cube ends up calling his son, and he's running through the streets. Very, very funny. He's sitting there, he's like, "Run, boy, run!"
Listen to me. Get out of there now. No. You gotta get up. Keep running. Go.
And he's running through, and the kid keeps like looking at the camera like, he keeps using these tools to help him, but it's just like the technology is so not believable, in the point to where it's gonna be like in 5 years this is gonna look even dumber. Like, just have him type on something and be like, "Oh yes, you should go here." Don't even show the interface. The interfaces look like old Pac-Man maps. Take a right.
Take a right now.
And so it's like, it freezes on Dave's face, and you think he's dead. This video is sponsored by Cook Unity. Summer is winding down, and it's almost time to get back to the grind. But God, it's hot, which means I don't want to be heating up my oven and doing too much hot stove bullshit. Luckily, Cook Unity provides meals that are diet-friendly and designed by award-winning chefs. And Cook Unity include high-quality ingredients and are ready to enjoy in just a few minutes. Plus, with Cook Unity, I don't have to worry about grocery shopping, waiting in lines, or chopping onions, saving me a ton of time and money to get the important stuff done. The best thing about Cook Unity is the variety. Ooh. With hundreds of weekly meals to choose from, I get to try new foods out in a non-stressful environment, and also have fresh takes on old favorites. Try new food without less stress. I want to try this, but God. If you need options for vegan, gluten-free, or paleo, Cook Unity has options for that as well. Save time and eat well. Go to the link in the description now to try Cook Unity and get 50% off your first order of chef-made meals delivered fresh to your door. That's 50% off your first order when you click the link in the description, or use my code PAPAMeat to try it out. Thank you so much to Cook Unity for sponsoring this video. Back to you. And then Sandra goes up to one of the meteors outside. She's like now out of the city. And there's like a giant, she's like, this thing's like 30 feet tall. It's like a meteor. And she's like touching it. I'm like, you work for NASA.
She's like, oh, it's cold.
She's like, wow, it's cold.
It's freezing cold.
Like, don't you think there'd be like radiation or like, would you touch that? While she's touching, like, it's cold. This like horrible VHS looking like special effects tentacle comes out of it and it looks like a PS1 graphic. And they try to add glitches to the camera to like hide it, you know? But it's like, why is the phone glitching? It's just, it's little moments like that where in the edit they're like, that looks really bad. throw a VHS glitch over it. But it's an iPhone. Just throw the VHS glitch over it. Basically, by this point in the movie, it's insane that you're 20 minutes in and you realize I still have like an hour or an hour and 10 minutes to go.
This was a slog.
It's one of those films where I'm like, is it actually fun to watch? Because I feel like I was just screaming at the TV the whole time. There's the only thing that makes it funny is the line reads by Ice Cube are really funny. When he says like, God damn. Damn. Or damn. Damn. That's good every time. A lot of the shots don't make sense in the editing because once again, we're led to believe that's all found footage and we're seeing stuff through people's camera. So whenever the girl who's like the police officer that Ice Cube was talking to earlier, she's like out in the street, she's recording the monster, but then the film cuts to her reaction. She's like, holy shit. It's like as if she like flipped the camera around to say that and then flips it back, but it's just done in a way where it's a cut and then she just gets eviscerated with a laser. And then, you know, once again, you hear Ice Cube, no, or God damn.
Oh my God.
The aliens start coming out of the ground, but once again, it just doesn't make sense. Also, it's just like static 3D models just tweening upwards like that. One of the aliens comes out of a boat, but yet it's being like there's just rubble, like it came out of like the earth. So it's like coming out of like a boat in the ocean, but it's just like covered in like dirt and shit.
Well, it's like a 3D asset they bought.
Well, yeah, it's like they just had it tween up and they're just like put some drop physics on it. It's okay. I mean, it's so lazy. Ice Cube once again has another funny. I cannot emphasize it enough. He hits an infamous damn. His daughter calls him and she's getting attacked by the alien, which is funny. She's just outside. So this whole thing's happening. She's just outside. And that's when Ice Cube's like, what are you doing outside?
What are you doing outside?
Get away from that thing. Run.
Get away from that. Run.
And she's just like, I don't know, 20 feet away from this giant monster. What are you doing by that thing? It's like, what do you mean? It's so stupid. The alien shoots a laser or it shoots down like a helicopter and it crashes and then you fake out that the daughter died again. And then he pulls up her heart rate, which maybe you could maybe say she's wearing like a Fitbit or something or like an Apple Watch or whatever that can keep track of that shit. And he's like, which I'm not a doctor, Nick. Oh, you need to calm down. Your heart rate's too high.
Your heart rate is way too high. Don't you move, okay?
And it's at like 98.
Yeah.
Isn't cardio like a standard cardio heart rate like 120 to 130 something? I thought a dangerous heart rate's like 180s. Is that wrong? Fact check here. But also, so the thing hit. There was no one else around her, by the way. She like raises the phone up. It's still crystal beautiful. It looked like a beautiful day to film. Just want to say that. She has, I think, like maybe a smudge on her cheek, but that's it. There was a huge explosion right by her, and they're not covered at all. They like we're just kind of like, we don't. There's no makeup. Then as she's sitting there and she gets up, she's like, Dad, I'm hurt real bad. I got this in my leg.
How are you? How's the baby?
Oh my God, it hurts so bad.
Okay, stay calm. Stay calm.
It's like this like piece of, I don't know what, like a fucking Duracell battery in her leg or something. Probably the funniest moment in the movie is Ice Cube being like, I'm on my way.
Here I come.
And he gets up and runs over and he's like, damn, the door's locked. They locked me in.
Damn it. Lockdown.
And he's like shaking, like shaking this door. I feel like you could bust down this door, but then he just sits back down. He says, all right, I'm gonna figure something out. And then he hacks into a nearby Tesla. His daughter's able to like hobble in. We've seen these robots shoot lasers and destroy things, but the Tesla just drives off and the thing doesn't shoot it or anything. He just does, man, that was close.
Man, that was close. Hey, listen to me. I got you.
The hospitals are all full, so he takes her somewhere else.
Well, that's what's funny. Oh, the hospitals are awful. Don't worry, I'll take you somewhere else.
It's almost like, yeah, it's almost like you're going to Texas Roadhouse for dinner. It's like, oh, I don't have it. It's all full up. Let's go somewhere else to eat. This is also a great part too, because she's in the back of the Tesla. There's all these different strains, and she says, there's so much destruction, and they're driving on perfectly clean roads. I don't know why you would use these angles. There's one of like the steering, the dashboard. You see out, and people are driving normally, like using real footage of just like an LA street, and it looks like a beautiful day. Makes no sense. It's so dumb. I know for a fact the editor or the director was just like, nah, they're never gonna look up there.
Yeah, it's in the corner.
It's in the corner. They're gonna be focused on her. Look, she's bleeding her leg. Could you have not have just focused on the back seat cam? That's it then? And then you can like, yeah, I mean, you can kind of see out the windows, but whatever. Just get rid of all the other shit and get rid of Ice Cube's goofy ass face and every shot just... Damn. While this is all happening, the world is ending, pretty much, right? There's an alien attack, and Ice Cube keeps bringing up like family drama at the worst time, to where it's just like they're really trying to force that like dad arc story plot, and it just doesn't make any sense.
You think you have the power to keep the world safe. You gotta wake up. You don't have any power.
Like trying to have an intimate conversation, there's nothing intimate when it's all over a phone, right? You're not in front of somebody interacting with them. So now it all feels just like fabricated and extremely forced. And at every instance, you're just like, why are you talking about this right now? Are you concerned about your daughter dying? And he's just like, I should have been a better dad. The Tesla only has 2 miles left of battery, so then he like hacks a program and he turns everything on low power mode, and it gives her 19 miles, and he literally does. Ice Cube does a Zoom call with the president, and he's reading a script. When I say that this is might be the worst line read in film history, I would put my money on it. So much so that I'm going to play a large part of it here.
Mr. President, gentlemen, we're seeing a full attack on our infrastructure, on power grids, water, communication, and top-level military targets.
I can't tell if it's him reading a script that's in front of him and just kind of being like, they're going to be stronger in numbers, so we have to do that, like he doesn't care, or if they're just using an AI script prompter and then they do that.
It's hard to tell.
It's extremely hard. If that's Ice Cube acting, I mean, the president just says like, well, I guess you're right. We have no other choice. I'm saying go to war with the aliens. And then Ice Cube's like, yeah!
I see no other option to initiate this war of the worlds to save us all.
The president, I believe, says it's going to be a war of the worlds, okay? Which is extremely cringe and on the nose, but I couldn't tell. I thought it was a nod to, today we celebrate our Independence Day, from the Independence Day movie in the 90s.
Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
But then it's like everywhere. The president's calling it War of the Worlds. And it's like, name the movie. The world starts basically like attacking the aliens and killing them really easily. And then you get a great montage of Ice Cube's most embarrassing lines where he's like, yeah, take that.
Got him. Got him. Woo, hell yeah. Take your intergalactic asses back home. Back home.
And then he immediately cuts back. He's like, what the hell do they want? Which felt like an insert, because I'm like, they never really asked what the aliens are doing. So it's just like a hard cut of him going, the hell do they want? So we are not even halfway through the movie, okay? And while the world is fighting, Ice Cube checks in on his daughter again and sees, you know, the Tesla's full of blood. It's empty. She's like, oh my God. He goes through, and basically Ice Cube has to call her boyfriend Mark. They just record over his lines again, because they're just like, no one's gonna care. Everyone's gonna hate this, so let's just record over it.
Hey, I'm almost there, Pops. You better be. You call me as soon as you get there, okay? I will.
Sandra from NASA calls and gets blasted with sound waves. She holds her head while filming a selfie of herself. It's pretty funny. She's like, ah! The aliens are just standing by buildings, and then once again you get another good Ice Cube. What the hell are they doing? And they're just standing by like a building. He's like,
what are they doing?
Also, he keeps taking his glasses off and putting them back on. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He does a lot.
He's got to do something. He's at a desk.
He's at a desk the whole movie. So Dave Ice Cube's son, calls Ice Cube and tells him that Goliath, a secret government program that Ice Cube doesn't know about, who works for the government, is real, but Ice Cube says it's crazy. He's just like, man, that's fake news.
It's called Goliath. That's fake news. Think about it.
Sandra, the NASA bitch, once again, calls Ice Cube and shows a shot down alien, which by this point in the movie too, you just think about it, I'm like, is Ice Cube the only person in this department actually working? Because he's like, I need to get intel. And I'm like, why is there no one else around helping anybody? So then Sandra goes up. She's like, oh yeah, look, it's like, it's weird. I'm going to go inside.
It looks like it smashed its way into the building. I'm going in.
And then she goes inside and she's attacked by a bunch of bugs.
Oh my God.
Sandra.
They're in my clothes.
Sandra.
And that's when you find out that the world is getting cyber attacked for their data. The aliens came to Earth to eat our data.
The machine's destinations appear to be top secret government data centers.
Whoever wrote this was like, fuck, just like a parallel of companies right now with us. Our data is being constantly stolen and sold to people. Holy shit. The parallels. And then also supposed to be like, yeah, the same way that fucking Ice Cube spying on us and collecting our data. The world's people are doing that too. Holy shit, that is gold. I just want to ask, what would an alien do with our social security number?
Well, especially if they're destroying the world. If everyone's gonna be dead, it's like, what's the point?
If you're killing everybody, what does our personal data give you at all? What? I think that it's supposed to be that they can like control like our airplanes.
Well, that's the thing. The airplanes start crashing because the data's being eaten.
Because the data's being eaten. So planes are falling out of the sky, which there is a Boeing nod to that too. So I'm like wondering if they're like, and then someone says the military is sitting ducks without their data.
The military are sitting ducks and being slaughtered without their advanced digital systems.
Faith, Ice Cube's daughter, took out a piece of shrapnel from her leg. First, I was just gonna say she's a superstar biologist that we found out is gonna save the world. And then she says, I thought I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I thought that I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I am a borderline retarded man, Nick, and I know that if like I got shot with an arrow or got shot, you don't take it out because that is stopping the blood loss. Which then her Amazon boyfriend takes out clear tape and decides to fix it. Ice Cube's like, no!
Mark, no! You gotta get something else, man. You need a tourniquet.
Trust me.
I'm a pro.
I think it's supposed to be funny that like him packaging boxes is helping that, which that's not the only time that him working at Amazon is like saving the day. We're finding more and more that him conveniently working at Amazon is like actually extremely beneficial to this entire story, which newsflash to Amazon, don't do that when you're producing the fucking movie, dumbasses. So Sandra cuts back, even though the last time we saw her, her like face was getting eaten by bugs or something. But she's like, hey, sorry I did that. I have pets now. And she drops like a little mason jar that has 3 of these little data bugs in it, and they just go over to this SD card and they're like, and that's when Ice Cube's like, why are they going after the chip?
Why are they going after the chip?
And then once again, it's like, oh yeah, they eat data. Oh, damn.
Holy shit.
And we get another montage of the world going to shit.
Tanker ships around the globe are frozen without any GPS data, and oil rigs are combusting.
This is terrible.
And we see a plane crash with really shitty CGI. I bet you they were literally flying out of LAX, and they're like, oh yeah, we need that for the movie. And they just record it with an iPhone. All right, yeah, send this to the VFX guy or something. Send it off. And then that's whenever even the news sources say this. They say the world is in complete chaos without our precious resource, our data.
We are in utter chaos without our most precious resource, our data.
The data around the world is getting deleted. So Ice Cube goes to his wife's Facebook page and he sees all of his old messages getting deleted. And then he's like listening to the voice message again and it does and then gets deleted.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
Like it's a tape melting. Yeah. I was like, I don't think that works like that, but fuck! And then we get a cryptic message from the hacker. Data is food for the superior intelligent aliens. Disruptor. Who are you, Disruptor? Tell me.
The government knew this would happen, and they activated Goliath anyway.
But then he sits there and he does, wait, why does that sound familiar? He said something earlier to where his son said that line. And he's like, wait, what? But it's like a very generic line to where I'm like, I feel like anybody could have said that.
If they locate Goliath and consume its data, the world will return to the Stone Age. The invaders won't stop until they have it all.
Takes the audio and like decrypts it, and then it turns out that Disruptor is his son Dave.
Won't stop until they have it all. Won't stop until they have it all. Won't stop until they have it all.
Everything on it, and it won't stop until they have it all.
Won't stop until they have it all.
He does, ah!
It's you! It's you!
My own son's hacking the government, it's you? He does, yeah, Dad.
Well, yes, kind of.
How could you, man?
He says, the past is the past. I'm ready to work together, are you? He does, I'll call you back.
Look, the past is the past. I'm ready to work together now, are you?
I gotta go.
and then Dave sends Ice Cube all the files in the Goliath program, and you find out that the Goliath program that he was talking about earlier is like a super secret ultimate surveillance system that the US government made to where they can like predict people's actions. But then the file folders also have like Rothwell files for aliens. They have the Skinwalker Ranch folder for some reason, UAPs, all these files where I'm like, it's just like kind of like, yeah, every conspiracy is because of the Goliath program, Dad.
Goliath. Damn.
And then Ice Cube once again coming in with another solid line. They collecting data. That's what brought them here in the first place.
Collecting data? That's what brought them here in the first place.
He's like, my son was right. They've been lying to me the whole time.
Dave was right. They lied to me the whole time.
Lazy movie! If you see a picture of Briggs, everyone else is blurred out, by the way, because it's a real photo and they had to Photoshop the guy in. So everyone else's photos like blurred out. And he's like, oh, damn it. Briggs is in on it the whole time.
Holy shit. Briggs is behind the whole thing.
Who's like a government guy that's working with him too. And he's like smiling. So you find out Goliath is real, and it's what caused aliens to come to Earth when it was activated. So powerful that it sent out a signal to the aliens, and they were so tantalized by our data that they came to Earth. After the call, he calls Briggs, and he's like, you did it. He's like, haha, yes, it was me.
Y'all know all about Goliath.
Wow, you did it.
Which also his motivation seemed so stupid.
Government's like mommy and daddy. If we can't track our babies, how can we protect them?
Is that what this is about?
We're not the humans, though. We're worried about the aliens. He's like, yes, haha, but it was me. And I am going to use it still. I'm evil. And then he denies access to the cube. And the cube is like, I'm locked out. And then his hacker son says, want to play a game? And he does, hell yeah. And his son gives him the access again. You weren't the only one keeping an eye out, Dad. And he does, you clever little shit. I love you, boy.
You clever little shit. Love you, boy.
Ice Cube gets an update from Mark because Faith, she was dying before, but he duct taped her leg. And he says, our baby girl's doing fine. And it's just like a picture of him like... And then she's in the background smiling. Dave and Ice Cube come up with a plan to poison the data for the aliens, or poison the food, pretty much.
We gotta poison their food supply, okay?
And Dave says the government are bad hackers, and Dave's gonna go get his hacker pals to come and make a virus for it. The Disruptors, they talk to Ice Cube and they're like, I'm not doing it unless he gives us immunity. So the Ice Cube literally highlights all of their names, right clicks and deletes, and says, done. That's as easy. That's it. Your files? No more. We get another time lapse, and Ice Cube created a video to call out Briggs, and he photoshopped his face on the Disruptor image. How did he possibly have time to edit this video together? Also, this man is multifaceted. He's leading a government organization, he's an audio engineer, and he's a professional video editor and special, like basically like motion designer. He's pretty impressive. Ice Cube launches the virus to the aliens, but the aliens are hacking. The aliens hack them back, and then the other hackers are like, "Oh no, my data's being drained.
They're eating our data. My data's being drained.
They're gonna find Goliath."
It just, once again, you can tell that the people, whoever wrote this, they heard some buzzword in articles or maybe read something, but they have no idea what the fuck is going on. The Disruptors get their IPs exposed, and basically they all just get blown up.
Get out of there!
Yeah. Oh, Starfire! And they all get blown up. Oh,
Starfire!
Ice Cube stands up and starts yelling after his son Dave gets vaporized. This is the second time that his son has supposedly died, and he stood up and had to be like, damn!
No! No!
He starts crying, but Dave calls him back and he's like, oh, come on. And his son's like, damn, that was crazy.
That was freaking intense.
Did you think his reaction was so lackluster?
Well, it's weird because it's like Dave calls him, he picks up, call dropped, and then you're like, wait, what's going on? And then he picks up again, shows his room, and then he comes in, he's like, oh man,
yeah, come on.
My God, man.
And then Dave takes down a green screen and he's like been somewhere else. And then Ice Cube has like a funny moment where he's like, they blew up my house. Why didn't you route it to Brian's house or something? I don't have alien insurance.
They blew up my house, man. Why couldn't you run that signal through Brian's house so they can blow his shit up? I don't have alien invasion insurance.
Sandra from NASA calls. She has perfect makeup, besides like a black smudge on her chin, and she's like, "Yeah, it's been crazy."
I mean, look, there's even DNA.
DNA. Oh my God.
Ice Cube calls Faith again and asks for the cannibal code that she was working on because Faith would know how to make that. Faith's like, my virus solution will work on these guys, but we need to put the formula on a hard drive.
Doesn't make sense.
Also, just because, what? Yeah, Faith asks, how will we do that? And Ice Cube says, I'll worry about that.
We uploaded to Goliath.
How would we get it into Goliath?
I'll worry about that.
They keep showing tons of like AI videos and shit. The US government wants to bomb the DHS building that Ice Cube is in. Pretty funny. He's like, oh, damn, they're gonna blow me up.
Well, because the Goliath is underneath.
The Goliath, he's like, the Goliath's underneath me, but they're gonna blow up the Goliath building that he's in. Ice Cube will inject the code himself, but it's a suicide mission. So he writes an email to his kids and he schedules it. So instead of just sending it now as if they're gonna have time to look at the email, he's like, all right, so I'll schedule it in like, I don't know, like tomorrow. And he sends them a folder of keep them safe photos, and they're just like all like secure. It's like weird screenshots from surveillance videos.
Well, that was the weird thing. It seemed like it was all from that day.
Yeah, where I'm like, what does that mean? Keep them safe? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The code is ready, but Ice Cube doesn't have a thumb drive, and everyone else comically has a thumb drive except him.
I don't have a thumb drive.
What do you mean you don't have a thumb drive?
So this is the solution. To get the thumb drive of code to destroy the aliens, Mark, the Amazon driver, is going to use a drone, which he dubs the future of delivery.
Prime Air.
Prime Air.
Oh, it's the future of delivery.
He's going to fly it to Ice Cube at the DHS building. That's the plan. And then he said something like, yeah, their training programs are really good.
They've been training us for months.
Like, it's like it never badmouths Amazon. It's really good, and I'm I can make this thing fly like an eagle.
I fly like a bird. I can soar like an eagle with this thing.
Which is just a giant ad for Amazon because he even's like, you have to put in a shipment though.
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone.
Nuts.
And they like show somebody selecting something and putting it in the cart, and it's like supposed to be subliminal marketing messaging to be like, oh, I should go on Amazon and buy something later. But I hope that they lost subscriptions off this.
I think people signed up to watch it.
They probably did because it's making some buzz. Ice Cube leaves and makes Sandra be in the command seat. He's just like, I'm gonna go.
Okay, I'm out.
Mark is flying the drone, and we get some shitty POV shots as he's flying. Mark's drone gets swatted by the tentacle of the tripod, and they tell a homeless guy in front of them to flip it. To entice the homeless man, they tell him that the government will give him free internet for a year and that he will get a free $1,000 Amazon gift card.
Wait, give him an Amazon gift card for $1,000.
To which the homeless man agrees and flips it, and Mark is back to flying the drone. The drone makes it to the building, and Ice Cube just keeps being like, I need that drone!
I need that drone!
Yeah, and then he's like, well, which way am I going? With his VR headset. Which way am I going? Hello, Mark, come on, I need that drone!
Where's that drone? Mark! I need it now!
So he gets the drone, he's able to plug it in, he's at the door, and he's like, oh, my key card doesn't work. Which every time he scans it, it's 4 stars. 4, like, boop, 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 boop. Right, 4 stars. Like, there's a 4-digit code. He's like, sweetheart, Faith, rewind the footage.
Hey, Faith, rewind the security footage. Try to find the code.
How do I do that?
And she's like, how do I do that? He's like, edit. Go to edit and time playback.
Go to file and click footage playback. See if you can find someone entering the server room.
And she's like, okay. And she just starts like doing it. And then she says, okay, I got the code.
111983.
I'm like, that's a 6-digit code.
Yeah, you definitely see him press 4 buttons.
And he presses 4 buttons and then walks inside to where there's like some shitty CG tentacles on the ground. And he immediately gets grabbed and he's like, ah!
No!
And then Dave's like, come on, Pops, you can do it.
Come on, man, you got this. Get up, Dad, get up.
He's on the ground and he's able to put the flash drive in and he just says, I love you guys. And the cameras all black out. And then basically the code goes across and it kills all the aliens. And the bombers also pull away from the buildings. The bombers who are about to bomb the building, they're sitting there and it's like, it says 3 seconds left on the clock. Oh, would you know for a fact that they were like, with 1 second left, where they're like, oh, that'd be cheesy. Let's make it 3. And I'm like, if you were that close, that bomb would be dropped. If you are 3 seconds above in a bomber, that's going what? How fast?
Hundreds of miles an hour.
500, 700 miles an hour. Ice Cube's dead. The building is blown up, is what I want to say.
Well, it's like, how do they know? Because they don't know what's going on in that building.
Yeah, we see the email that Ice Cube sent show up, but we get like an AI montage of like the world is healing. Briggs, who was like the evil white guy earlier, gets arrested. Sandra gets promoted to NASA leader. Faith is a master biologist. Dave is leading a rebellion, and then Ice Cube survived, and he gets a call from the Secretary of Defense, and the president wants to create a new surveillance program for America that doesn't invade people's privacy. Which is so funny.
He wants you to pioneer a new data collecting protocol that doesn't invade people's personal privacy.
And then he says, and then Ice Cube's like, nah, I'm tired of looking at Amazon orders. From now on, I'm watching you guys. And the guy's like, and he shuts it, and that's the end of the movie.
I'm done watching us. From now on, I'm watching you guys.
But the president...
And then literally there's a globe and it says War of the Worlds. When I tell you that this movie felt 4 hours long, it's kind of like a classic bit where it's like you can't wait for the next morning. So you look at the clock, it says 2:16, and you can like go down and you're like tossing and turning forever, and you kind of like look back and it's 2:17. Oh! That kind of thing. It was that hell. It's made me appreciate Bret Michaels' Rock of Love. True entertainment that I can't wait to get back to. But it's been a long time since we've done like a movie video, and this one felt it felt worth it.
We had to talk about it.
We had to talk about it. It's so bad, guys. So terrible. Maybe make a drinking game out of it. Every time Ice Cube says damn, if you want to die from alcohol poisoning, every time Ice Cube says damn in the movie, take a drink. Good luck. That's all I gotta say. We will see you in the next one, guys. For the love of God, be careful watching this film. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to talk about one of my least favorite things on this earth. Porch pirates. Yeah! Not that kind of pirate. I would be welcome to that kind of pirate.
Yeah, if Luffy showed up.
Most likely, you or the people you live with order most of your stuff online. As convenient as that can be, the never-ending rise of e-commerce has also led to one of the most infuriating problems known to man. Pirates. People who steal your shit off your front porch. Why you do it?
It's fun.
Thieves in general are just disgusting. Absolutely vile. Don't like them. That's why I want to be that one YouTuber who put the glitter bomb in them. Porch pirates are a name given to people who purposely steal packages sitting on your doorstep. While this has been a problem for years, it became far more prevalent recently, especially after the whole pandemic, due to the massive increase in online orders across the world because you couldn't go outside and buy things. Amazon was my best friend. No, probably that Chipotle. That DoorDash guy for sure, probably. In fact, billions upon billions of dollars in merchandise are stolen each year. Billions! For many people, this isn't even a one-time issue. A large percentage of these victims have had repeated instances of their staking out their front porch. That makes sense though, because if a guy's like, this one's shit. Next one, this guy ordered this. That's the money house.
Or what you can do is you steal the package, you like it, and you know they're going to order another one.
Well, yeah, exactly. They got to order another. And sometimes these repeat offenders are at the hands of the same porch pirate, which obviously, or do you think he has other porch pirate buddies and they're squabbling around the poop deck talking about it? That's X marks the spot.
There's definitely gangs.
722 Cherry Street. That's the house you want.
They have like coordinated attacks.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, they'll go down like they'll be like different cars and they'll like go down streets at the same time. And they'll follow UPS people. So like they'll follow.
Do you think UPS guy's like driving? He's like looking at his rear view mirror like. UPS guy has like a fucking gun. like a French Connection chase or something like that.
Or like those armored vehicle. Have you seen
like
that
the Brinks, Brinks ones? Yeah. Those are carrying LED light strips for like a 14-year-old kid ordering stuff for his Twitch gaming setup. Armed guards and shit dropping it off. More and more people I've been finding what's become more normal and that I've even had to do is you put like a lock box outside, like a big little crate or whatever. And then on your Amazon delivery thing, you can give them the pin. Open it and put it in. Don't have to worry about it. Or you can put a glitter bomb in it. Glitter bomb. That's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video. This problem has only gotten worse as it seems that these thieves are only becoming more bold and shameless. Shameless. Many Amazon drivers have admitted that porch pirates actively followed them so they can steal their packages as soon as they put them down. At that point, you just give the package to the guy.
Fuck no. Unless they pull a gun on you.
Yeah, and you better leave, buddy. Backing down the sidewalk. Other delivery drivers have been seen walking up to people's houses with porch pirates nonchalantly following behind them like it's no big deal. And within a few seconds of the package being placed down, it's already being stolen. I feel like that's whenever you should be like, you can tase them.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd stop people real quick, wouldn't it? Don't go near the drivers.
The Amazon drivers should have a taser.
Or a fucking billy club. Cut you at your shins.
Give him a gun.
Give him a gun. An Amazon 3D printed gun and a glitter bomb. You shoot the guy in the chest 2 times and then you throw a glitter bomb on top of him. Mark Rober, that's who it is. So today, we're going to talk... Oh, now we're just now getting into it. Been a bit. So today, we're going to talk about the degenerate world of porch pirates. Not just to show how crafty they're getting, but to show how people are fighting back. And maybe to give you some tips.
On how to be a porch pirate.
Fight. On both, either. I don't know. You do what you want to do. Porch pirate encounters. In 2018, a Brooklyn neighborhood was being terrorized by a man whom they called the Picky Package Thief. Could have probably settled on a better name than that. Dr. Seuss lived in that neighborhood? Yeah. Does it seem like that? I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like you, Sam, I am. Every time people would order packages, this man would come up to their porch and sit down. Once he grabbed their packages, he would calmly pick through their order, throwing out anything he didn't want before leaving. All right, maybe the Picky Package thing is pretty funny. He's like, fish oil vitamins. He's like, oh, PS5 controller. Okay, here. Ring doorbells and surveillance cameras had caught the criminal doing this exact thing on several occasions. His stealing spree ended on February 27th when neighborhood watch members tackled the man to the ground and held them there until police arrived, which I love that kind of street justice. And who was this porch pirate? Well, this porch pirate was identified as 33-year-old Hector Roman and was charged with possession of stolen property and petty larceny. I don't like the idea of a guy like stiffened. That would piss me off. Take the whole thing and be like, he took all my goods. Like that fucking guy who broke into my car and he stole everything but the Creed CD. It's like, motherfucker, like, yeah, I have taste. I have taste, all right? You can just take out, like, especially like a shampoo or something.
Yeah.
I'd be so in my head, I'd be like...
I don't know. I feel like I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You took the things you didn't want.
You know that there's psychological damage to being like, a person being like, really? You bought that? I'm too self-conscious. I buckle immediately under social pressure like that.
No, I think I can handle it. Unless it's something...
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't care because you'd be like,
I'd just be happy that not all my shit's gone.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, money well spent still. It's like covered in dog shit from your yard. I'll wash off and then you can do whatever. that would fuck me up so much. It's like the shampoo thing or like a shirt. I thought it was a cool shirt. Like a nice shirt. I'm like, oh, that's nice. You get in the mail. Ring doorbell camera. He's like... I'd never wear that shirt. I would never have the confidence to wear that shirt.
I think the only thing if it's like something sexual, like for example, if I had like extra small condoms in my package and he didn't take those, I'd be like, of course they wouldn't fit him.
It always goes to like, it has to be something like that. Anything else is fine, but it's like as long you always think in the sexual manner, don't you?
Yeah.
God, I'd say what would piss me off more is if I ordered like a big old fleshlight. You know what I mean? He took that motherfucker. No! Just knowing he's underneath a bridge somewhere. What if he beat himself off there right in front of the camera?
Yeah, test it out.
Right in front of the Ring camera. You're on your app at work. It's like catching your wife cheating or something like that from like a private investigator.
You know, it'd be worse too if he fucked it, finished inside of it, and then left it for you to clean it. Like, what am I gonna do with this?
Oh my God, I'm not, like you said, to clean it. I'm throwing it away. Heck. Yeah, him using it, that'd be a bridge too far for me.
I would still use it, but
No, you wouldn't.
Desanitize it. Throw it in the dishwasher.
No, you there's no way. Also, another man's spunk in your dishwasher. Every time I had like a plate of lasagna, I'd just look at the plate and be like, I'd be looking at that Ring doorbell cam footage, though, like AVGN. This motherfucker's doing what?
Would you drive home immediately?
No.
I tried to beat him before he finished.
Keep looking at your Ring doorbell. He just lasts longer than I would. That pisses you off even more.
This video is sponsored by PDS Dan. Don't let debt pile up.
First you miss one bill, then another. Before you know it, debt collectors are knocking at your door looking to take away everything. But there's good news. There's still a way out. Whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt goes beyond numbers to understand your situation to give you personalized solutions. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. And there's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. Oh boy. And I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. PDS Debt is here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back in them britches. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. Across the nation, a neighborhood in Oakland was terrorized by a porch pirate who would steal potted plants. The plant bandit was caught numerous times stealing plants off people's porches. And one time, he even stole an entire lemon tree. How'd you get away with that?
At night.
Like uproot it from the fucking ground?
That's happened to my dad. Someone stole his like $1,000 Seiko palms that he had in the front of his house.
Yeah, first off, the flex with the dollar price tag on it is like, I don't know, $1,500 Seiko palms. He had a lot of them too. Sometimes he would also go after packages, leaving nothing on porches untouched. The suspect, who had been getting away with this crime spree for months, was described as a bald man in his 60s or 70s. Police would eventually detain a man who matched the description. God, like what, every old man on earth? What the fuck? But no formal arrest has ever been made for this guy.
They couldn't find him.
I'd be like, I'd get a big lineup of old people and I'd be like, there's no way that motherfucker can uproot a lemon tree. I can. Try. It's usually not that easy. It's him. Yeah, definitely. When porch pirates steal packages, they're often hoping to get something extremely valuable. In one case, a thief took something that was truly priceless. Elise Brink had recently lost her father and had his body cremated. Oh, no. When her father's urn arrived, she rushed over to her porch to retrieve it and was surprised to find that it was missing. She began to look around her neighborhood, with a neighbor eventually confirming that it was successfully delivered earlier. Soon it became obvious that someone had stolen her father off the porch. Stolen the father's body, or dead body, the ashes of the body, off the goddamn porch. And for 4 months, Elise wondered if she would ever get her father's remains back. And it turned out that the thief realized what it was and tossed it in a random alleyway, which was luckily found and returned to Elise after it was discovered by a woman in her neighborhood. First off, if you had the thief come back and they're like, dude, I'm sorry, I think I'd be like, it's no problem.
Yeah, I give him a 20.
To fucking no, we're not gonna pay him. I'm not gonna pay him for stealing the thing. But I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't scold him. If anything, I'd be like, I think this is a sign for both of us. I gotta move on and you need to quit grabbing people's stuff off their porches. Okay. Right? That's a value, that's a lesson learned. But yeah, just like a heartless motherfucker. What is it? Oh, this cocoa powder's gone bad. Throw it on the ground, whatever.
Well, I thought that's how the story was gonna end. I thought there was gonna be like footage of him like emptying it in the sewer.
Like, this is a nice urn. Takes the urn, runs off. Shh. Fucked up. You ever get a body back, cremated body back? There's like big chunks of like bone and shit still in it. It's kind of fucked up. My grandpa's ashes, motherfucker had like big chunks of bone still in there. Grandpa? It wasn't, I mean, he's kind of chunky. I just mean like not all of the skeleton. Yeah. I mean, a good part of it. Also, it's a lot of ash.
There's like a huge conspiracy that glitter is made from ashes of human remains.
Hey, one, who would think of that? And then two, where did you, what page could you have been on to have that article in front of you?
It's a huge Instagram thing. There's a lot of videos where it's like, do you know that there's only 2 companies that make glitter?
I hate the snarl in your voice there, the contortion, and he's leaning in on me. There's only 2 companies that make glitter. It's fucking horrifying. Mark, whatever the fuck his name comes in. It's just him and the fucking cremation company, probably.
Yeah.
Does he still make videos?
Mark Rober?
Yeah. God damn. What? He has 71 million subscribers. I built a roller coaster in my lab. Got me and the kids. Whee! Come look at these previews. Watch this dildo. Woohoo! Look at that!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
What the fuck is this? They're letting kids around this motherfucker. Goddamn! What is this? What the fuck? All right, so apparently the scariest fucking channel on YouTube is Mark Rober's channel. We built a roller coaster in my lab. Whee! Kids watching it are just like.
Are they enjoying it?
Yeah. Delivery drivers also have to deal with porch pirates. One driver in Illinois had to fight off a would-be thief to save an expensive package. While doing his rounds, a delivery driver had just set down a package on a doorstep of a home when a hooded man ran up beside him and stole it. Without thinking twice, the driver stopped the porch pirate and grabbed the package. The 2 men began a tug of war, pulled at it until the driver eventually won, and the would-be thief ran back to the street where he was picked up by a getaway car. The box the pirate was trying to steal contained 4 new iPhones and 1 Android, which the person had bought from a door-to-door salesman. In the end, the thieves were never caught, but the homeowner received their handful of phones thanks to the determined driver. I want to say the driver's a hero. I'm suspicious of the person buying all those phones. Knock on the door. Yeah, knock, wait. Hey, sorry, I just fended off a guy trying to steal your phones. Can I come in? Your Amazon driver. I'm your respectable Amazon driver. Chinese sweatshop. In August of 2023, police were notified of a porch pirate driving away with someone's package being stolen in a Georgia neighborhood. Officers were quick to respond thanks to the homeowners and neighbors telling dispatchers the license plate of the getaway car. Soon after the crime occurred, police were able to locate the vehicle, which led to a high-speed chase. The person behind the wheel ended up crashing the car and attempted to flee on foot to a nearby storm drain, where he crawled deep inside, hoping police didn't see him. A little Pennywise action. Yeah. Authorities soon swarmed around a manhole and began shooting pepper spray towards the porch pirate. God damn. For over an hour and a half, police attempted to get the package and the thief out. Like, give me the package.
Oh my god, that's horrifying. Do you see that image?
Fuck that.
So they were just dropping pepper spray?
Yeah, exactly. Ah! Ah! You get out of there. I can't. Finally, growing tired of waiting, they sent in a K9. God. Jesus! They sent in a K9, and the thief, which ended up being 31-year-old Laverne Vereen, would eventually crawl out and surrender himself. I wonder what do you think was even in the package? You know what I mean? Is it worth the high-speed chase?
It's a loot crate. You don't know what's in it yet.
God, can you imagine going to prison over a fucking loot crate? over a Doctor Who loot crate? I'd kill myself. I'm not even joking. I'd hang myself.
Yeah. See, right as they're arresting me, I'd be like, wait. Open the package, because I want to know.
Open it! Open it! You just see it says loot crate. That's the Doctor Who thing. The people that come outside are like nerdy people.
And you know he's going to make like a Instagram or TikTok about it.
Guess who just fended off a porch pie with his sonic screwdriver? Welcome, it has the Bo Burnham motto. Welcome to the internet. Welcome out around. Whatever. And he's just like...
God, yeah, I'd kill myself too.
Oh my god. Oh, dude.
I would resist being arrested, so they sick the K9 on me.
I would reach for his gun, so they shot me. The victims of porch pirates aren't the only people who despise them. As it turns out, even porch pirates hate porch pirates. Self-hate. One Ring camera catches the moment that 2 porch pirates are found stalking out the same package being dropped off by a FedEx driver. I bet that happens a lot, dude.
Oh yeah. You're on my turf.
He's like, get out of here. As soon as the package is put down, two men hop out of their cars and race to grab it first. They get into a fight over the package, and one man was armed with a knife, and the other grabbed a flower pot. The whole thing occurred in broad daylight while the family was still home. The package contained a brand new iPhone, and it was suspected that they somehow knew what was in the package before even coming up, like they were staking out their order. Kind of fucked up. It's hard not to be suspicious of this, especially when we look at just how many porch pirate schemes have evolved over time. In Long Island, a family reported that they were having their packages stolen on many occasions. Biggest problem was that they weren't even the ones ordering them. Huh? What? Erica Bernard's Bloomingdale account was being hacked by a group of organized porch pirates. They would order the luxury items they wanted with her money and then set the delivery date and have a runner stake out the front porch until it arrived. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Isn't it? God, that's what a weird scheme. Security camera footage shows the thief pulling the package away from the family and sprinting away. It ended up being a vacuum cleaner worth hundreds of dollars. Whoa. In the process of trying to chase them, her husband, who had just undergone knee replacement surgery, tripped over a lawn decoration and face planted into the ground, which is kind of funny, but would suck. This isn't the only advanced method porch pirates utilize. Many have resorted to wearing disguises. On many occasions, people will sell their old Amazon or FedEx vests on eBay. When a porch pirate is wearing one, families are less likely to suspect foul play when they approach the porch to replace the package for an empty one. That's kind of a fucked up thing. I didn't even think about that. On eBay, you can just buy a vest and be like, walk up to people's houses.
It's the same thing, construction.
Yeah, a little safety vest.
Yeah, nobody will question you.
Yep. Not all of them are quite as sophisticated, however. For every Amazon vest wearing thief, there's a man scraping together a disguise to conceal his identity. Spencer Googler was caught trying to steal packages anonymously by wearing a red pair of women's underwear on his head.
Might have a little mental problem.
Yeah. I think he might wound up tight. He was immediately identified and arrested after being linked to multiple porch pirate cases and was hit with 5 charges of larceny. And in Oklahoma, 8 men were arrested and suspected of working with an organized crime ring that involved stealing iPhones and other electronics off people's front porches across the country. It's unknown just how many people are involved, but it's suspected that millions of dollars have been stolen through their efforts. Much like the hackers, they were able to know exactly where the expensive packages would be delivered. That's one thing I'm noticing. If you're getting a new phone, just go to the fucking store. Having your property stolen on multiple occasions can be incredibly violating and infuriating. This leads many to hit their breaking point, where they ultimately decide to fight back. Dream Barrow, a resident of Tacoma, Washington, decided he'd had enough of this. To combat the many thieves roaming his neighborhood, he created the blank box. The blank box was essentially a wooden box disguised as a cardboard package, and when a porch pirate would attempt to grab it, a 12-gauge shotgun blank would go off, cause them to freak out and run. That's actually insane. You know how loud that'd be? That'd be insane. On his YouTube channel, of course. On his YouTube channel, he would show all the people his blank box trap had set running away in fear. Some of these videos raked in tons of views, and Jareem would eventually start selling this product online. The blank box is insane, dude. That's so crazy. That would, I mean, you'd be like, holy shit.
Hey, would you still steal the package, though?
Yeah, I would. I'd go back and be like, no, it's nothing? Okay. No. Other people have invented much more elaborate anti-porch pirate devices, like a storage container disguised as a table using strategically placed mirrors. Various people throughout the internet have admitted to much less unique deterrents, like filling up decoy packages with feces in order to get back at porch pirates for terrorizing them. However, not all porch pirates are willing to put up with the retaliation. One Austin couple was sick and tired of the same people stealing from their home and decided to fight back by filling a package with dirty diapers. Not only did this not stop them from being robbed, but they returned it to smear the mess from the dirty diapers all over their front door. They even took it a step further by collecting cow manure and coming back to the home at a later day to leave the droppings all over the front porch and even smear it all over their cars. At what point do you not just walk out and just be like, fucking pull a boogie? Do I have to do this? Do I have to do it? Please don't make me do it.
Why hasn't anyone made like a giant net where it's like
why
they
has
pick
anyone
it up?
Why has anyone made like a giant saying that when they open it, like glitter goes everywhere?
Here's a better one. Ready? When they open it, there's actually like a catapult underneath them, and it flings them across the street.
When it comes to fighting back against porch pirates, one of the best methods is to film them in the act. If they're not equipped with a disguise to hide their identity, seeing a camera can often send them into panic. Over in Canada, Florida, one homeowner waits at his front door with a camera. As soon as he sees the porch pirate approaching, he bursts through the door to record them. The man immediately starts sprinting for his car, and he tries to back out of the driveway, only to get caught in a snowbank that he is unable to get out of. What follows is several uninterrupted minutes where the thief desperately tries to dig the car out of the snow. It's just such a pathetic display that the man filming starts giving him advice on how to get his car out. Very Canadian too. Eventually, the man gets arrested after several failed attempts to leave. Some people would rather take matters in their own hands, honing all their anger and letting it out in an aggressive confrontation. One Florida vigilante named Stephen Phelps, who had just rented an obnoxious bright green Cybertruck, found himself face to face with a porch pirate while driving down a residential neighborhood. He watches the porch pirate stole someone's package before leaping back into his vehicle and driving off. Angered by what he just saw, he decided to speed up to the car and block him from making a left turn. Having no other way to go, the thief's car continued forward and slammed into the tree. The rental Cybertruck itself took a ton of damage, which was likely not worth the hassle just to save a single package, but goddamn, the merit is there. You gotta respect. It's hard not to get irrationally angry seeing your stuff get stolen right from under you. But just know that taking matters into your own hands can very easily turn into a disaster. Oftentimes, you're better off using more practical methods like setting up a lockbox or using security footage to report people to the police. But whatever you do, never, ever become a porch pirate. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or use a glitter bomb.
Mark Rober, glitter bomb. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about mobile game addiction. Which, you know me, I like talking about mobile games and the kind of weird shit that goes on there. But sometimes it goes just a little too far. With the birth of modern smartphones, you don't need a big fancy PC to play a decent video game, right? In recent years, mobile games have exploded. In 2023 alone, over 700,000 mobile games are now available at your fingertips. 7-0-0-0-0. Having a massively addicted game in your pocket at all times can lead to some wild cases of mobile game addiction. And when you throw in the fact that most free-to-play games are filled to the brim with shady microtransactions and predatory practices, it can drive people to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on in-game items.
700万ぐらいはそれ以上してると思いますけど、もうそれ以上はもうあんまり考えないようにしてますね。
Uh-oh!
That's why you use mommy's credit card.
That's why you dig deep into the bottom of your mom's purse and get that little piece of that square piece of plastic out. And so there's silly numbers on it. What do those mean? Put that in. You can get you want all the skins in the game?
Yeah.
Gotta dig a little deeper. Big names like PUBG Mobile have literally made billions of dollars since its creation. In 2024, nearly $92 billion was generated through the mobile game market as a whole. We are in the wrong business. Papa Meat mobile game?
If there's any indie devs out there, hit us up.
So, strap in as we take a look at the addicting world of mobile games. We can't talk about mobile games without talking about one of the most recent heavy hitters that seems to have taken the world by storm, which is the Uma Musume Pretty Derby. We played it on stream. Show me playing it a little bit. Special week runs off again in a panic. However...
Oh! Out of my way!
It's a good time.
It's mostly a novel.
It's pretty bad. I thought I would erase the bitches instead. I'm just watching them run around the track. Come on, what it is, what it is. Also, this document's old document. This isn't up to par. It ain't that popular anymore. Pretty Derby is a Japanese mobile game that was released back in 2021, but recently has become majorly popular in the US after its recent English release in June of this year. Uma Musume is a gacha game where you can train race horses that may have been reincarnated as anime horse girls to participate in races. It's a game where basically, like, people that get hard over anime girls, they are horses. But they're cute! And they're kind of wacky and a bit silly. It's awesome. The game has recently blown up to new heights on Twitch, and this has resulted in players becoming fans of real-life horse racing. It's pretty funny. People translating their horse racing gambling into real-life, like Kentucky Derby, like race gambling has been a real treat. Because the characters are based on existing race horses, some have gained new following based on the game's success. How silly and cute and fun. But of course, people took things way too far and started traveling to the ranches where they're kept in order to trespass on private property to take photos of the horses. Crazy to break into a stable. How the f*** do you know where it's at? Cinnamon? Down that way. Nick's standing in the corner like Blair Witch style. And I don't think he really knows where he's at.
See, I wish the game was like jockeys riding horse girls.
It should have been very tiny, extremely small French and Italian jockeys on top of these anime girls. And they're like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And they're like, running on the track. I would have been way on board with that. It'd be crazy. But to understand how people are pushed to this point, we first need to understand how mobile games are so addicting. The developer of these games aren't just working on passion projects. Yeah, right. They're tapping into human psychology to create an addictive experience. They're literally just creating new forms of cigarettes and cocaine. That's what it's just dopamine deals where it just keeps tapping it. It's like an IV drip for dopamine. Hey, we just want to thank today's sponsor real quick, Starforge Systems. They hooked us up with this very mint, beautiful PC, and hell, I trust them. I mean, look at it. I wish I was from here. If you're looking for a new system, be sure to check out the link in the description if you want some nice, high-quality, big gaming PCs, right? I'm able to play Crysis from 2007 with max settings on this bad boy. Yeah, I bet your computer can't do that, so. Thank you, Starforge, for sponsoring this video, and hey, back to the video. Every sound effect, graphic, and piece of music is implemented with the goal of evoking a dopamine response. Every time you win a horse race in Uma Musume, you have a slight lobotomy. These games thrive off utilizing reward systems like loot boxes that elicit feelings of anticipation and excitement that keep people coming back for more.
No.
That's a child.
With a whip, dude? Incorrect.
Not only are they paying for these items, but the results are unpredictable, meaning people will often spend more than expected in search of the specific drop they want. And it doesn't help that many in-game items and cosmetics are locked behind a specific window of time. Implementing artificial scarcity tactics like this push people to play and spend money to avoid missing out on an exclusive item they'll never be able to earn otherwise. Some popular games can be unnecessarily greedy. In Diablo Immortal, one streamer had to spend around $15,000 before he was finally able to unlock a rare item, a 5-star legendary gem. Is this an end of season April Fool's joke? I hate that deal. Do you guys not have phones?
We don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
You can play on your tablet too.
Oh, BlizzCon thing. Fuck, that was for that game. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go back there and cut that for the video. I'm just saying. I think one of those guys on stage got out. Cut all of this, even if that's right. I'm just saying. Many fear that these games are training children to become gambling addicts, and the dopamine release that comes from a flashy mobile game seems to be no different than a typical slot machine, imposing the same types of random chance outcomes that keep people hooked for hours on end. And there have been reports of kids as young as 12 years old becoming so addicted to mobile games that when taken away have led to multiple threats of self-harm.
A video where a mom took her son's like iPad away and she came home and the whole house was destroyed.
My mom took away my Kindle Fire and I was like, ah! My boy Dong Nguyen, a 28-year-old programmer from,
Nguyen.
My boy Dong Nguyen, a 28-year-old programmer from Vietnam, created Floppy Birds back in 2014. Remember Floppy Birds? Hey, who had fun with Floppy Birds, man? Who didn't sit there and they were like, try again. That was me and Robot Unicorn Attack. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony our life. When it's cold outside and the heat in vain. Hold on to the night, there will be no rain. Doom, doom, doom. Always I wanna be with you. That's a good one, dude. One of the most viral phone games at the time, if not of all time. It amassed over 90 million players and was earning up to $50,000 a day. Despite the massive success, Dong was unhappy due to the hordes of criticism that came with his newfound fame. Like people accused him of ripping off designs from Nintendo. You know what I'd say? I'm Dong Nguyen. Why don't you go f yourself? If I ripped off Nintendo, then why isn't Nintendo doing it? Well, yeah, it's a grain pipe and it's a fucking bird. Why don't you chill those cocksuckers over there? You know what? Also, my grandfather's Italian and he's pissed about Mario. You think Italians look like that? Put up Mario and then put up fucking Italian man. And in the end, he removed the app from the App Store, claiming that it was ruining lives due to how addicting it was.
I thought he removed it because like loan sharks were coming out for him, trying to break his legs.
Loan sharks? Was making 50 grand a day. I had to get a $1.5 billion loan from the Russian mafia to make Flappy Birds. Why have you not paid this back yet? It's popping off. Just give me time. One woman, frustrated over her husband's gaming addiction, took to the internet to share her experience and ask for advice. According to her, his obsession with games Age of Z has become the biggest issue in their marriage. Could be a lot of worse things. What if he came too early?
God, that's horrible.
Not only has he spent over $1,000 on the game within a few months, but he's become so focused on it, and it's starting to humiliate her in social situations. All right, dude. Now I feel like, first off, $1,000 over a few months. Like, what's a few months? 4 months? Is he a grown man with a full-time job? Don't get me wrong, $1,000 is a lot of money, but still, sounds like the just has some extra income. And now he goes out, he has to hang out with the dog friends that she has. And now she's like, okay, so you're not gonna hang out and talk with us? During a parent informational night at their kid's kindergarten, he spent the entire night gaming on his phone. She would nudge him to remind him to put it away, but he would only sneer at her and take it back out a few minutes later. Okay, I hate to keep being on this boy's side, but listen, parents informational night and kindergartner, what the f are they learning, dude? You know what a square is?
Yeah.
What about triangle?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to Age of Z.
What if their child is a troublemaker, bullying other kids?
Well, then once again, he has to have the distraction of Age of Z to get through this tumultuous time. There are plenty of stories of mobile games potentially ruining an entire family. In one case, a child explains how showing his father a game called Free Fire slowly tore the entire family apart. Both his two sons stopped playing it 5 years prior, while their father continued playing it every minute of every day, claiming he's, quote, lost everything because of the game. Here's the thing, too. Every time I hear these things, I like look at the game and I'm like, shit does not look fun. I always wonder, like, what they're like, oh, that's kind of... Like, imagine, put up Free Fire on the screen. Imagine looking at that and being like, oh. Okay, I guess I'll play for a while. For every day. Every minute of every day. I don't know. Anytime he isn't able to play Free Fire, he becomes irritable and stops speaking to anyone in the family. And this leads to him screaming at everyone for various petty reasons. Whose bike is this? Yeah, it's in the garage where the bikes are supposed to be. It's like, Dad, you just need to go to the grocery store. You can play Free Fire when you get back. Opens the door and sit in his car.
He just sounds like a shitty person.
He sounds like a terrible person. This guy. The last guy and this guy. The first guy was cool.
Yeah. He's just like, so what? I spent a couple $100 on my life.
So I spend like $250 a month on a game I like for my fucking my 3-year-olds or my 4-year-olds in kindergarten. He likes apple juice and he colors outside the lines. I mean, what? Can I not have a break? This guy's just like, it's unbelievable. Even the kids are like, hey, could you just maybe go for a catch or something? Are you fucking retarded? Yeah, that's a pretty offensive thing. You shouldn't say that. I got the character there, didn't I? Bet. But things began to escalate when the family found out that there are young women in the gaming friend group that he flirtatiously talks to. Okay, now he's trying to get a little pussy on the side. That's a guy who plays in the dark too in the living room. Here's a light come on. The cell phone screen turns off. He's like sitting in the dark. You see the light there? The kid's at the top of the stairs. Dad? You see the light go off. He's in total blackness. Dad, are you gonna go to bed? Mom's wondering if you're gonna go to bed. Just total darkness. Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. He starts to turn around. The glow of the phone starts to illuminate again. God damn it, Dad. One woman became addicted to a team-based multiplayer game in which she was a top player that led a high-ranking alliance. Whoa. She used every second of free time at work playing on her phone rather than socializing with coworkers, and even admits to occasionally playing while driving. Come on now, girl. Girl, what are you doing? Hold on. Girl, let me ask you something. What you doing? Doing that. Is that a good bit? She stopped cooking, doing chores, and even showering, becoming a complete zombie outside of the game. Her self-worth became tied to it, to the point where she kept playing even when she stopped enjoying it, simply because she didn't want to let everyone down.
Okay, so she's kind.
Selfless.
Yeah.
Angel. That's a not all heroes bathe.
Batman definitely doesn't bathe.
Batman definitely bathes. He's a billionaire in his penthouse. Oh. Getting his dick sucked.
Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred comes in. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing with Batman is he has Alfred come in, and since he's always been a spoiled child, he like has tub time with Alfred. Let me get into the Master Wayne.
I don't like that he's looking right into my eyes. Jeez, Alfred.
Jeez, Alfred. It's clean. Oh, jeez, Alfred. Alfred, come on. You're scratching me. You're scratching me, Alfred. Stop it.
Have you ever been addicted to a video game?
You know which game I liked back in the day? There was one called Zombieville. It was like a side scroller where you would walk down and you had to survive a bunch of like basically see how many levels you could last, but you could like hop in houses and you would get like ammo and stuff there. I liked Fruit Ninja. I liked Robot Unicorn Tech. Well, at least it was on the iPod Touch.
I'll play like a mobile game for like one day.
Yeah, well, I guess have I ever been addicted to one? No. But I had them on whenever I had the iTouch, I was like, whoa! I like just in school, I didn't play games. I remember the best thing that ever happened to me was, I didn't get to do this all the time, but my friend was sick and he kept his fucking brick iPod. It had like, I don't know, 80 gigs on it, which was like an insane amount of memory back then, in his locker. And he's like, he like texted me and he was just like, you can use it for the day if you want. And I was like, oh. He had every Lord of the Rings movie on it. I remember like having that, like the iPod, whatever, and like watching like Return of the King, and, like crying in class.
Yeah, I did. I had the Zune.
Of course you did. Mobile game whales. In the gaming space, a whale is a player that is willing to spend an unfathomable amount of money on games. The term whale comes from the casino industry, referring to gamblers that drop millions of dollars at a time at the tables playing games, which is also usually your crypto whales. Whales is just somebody with a large amount of money that just throws it. They spend very happily. They are a gold mine that the mobile game industry actively tries to appeal to by creating high retention gaming experiences. There are also mid-tier spenders referred to as dolphins, and these players are also important as they spend less than whales, but more than the average player. And finally, there are minnows, players who spend practically nothing at all. AKA, do you see how this is also a lot of terminology that's referred to with also people that perform gay sex? Is there something that, you know, a bear, a pup, an otter, a whale, a minnow, a dolphin?
I thought they'd call them like shrimps or something, like bottom feeders.
They should just call them bottom feeder would be a good one, dude. Bottom feeders. You just play the game for fun? Okay. One woman shares a text thread from her fiance that reveals that he had spent $600 on Genshin Impact without ever bringing it up to her. Oh, that's a little skeleton in the closet. I didn't know how to tell you. Also, Genshin Impact, that's a big one. People spend tons of money on that game. She was infuriated, rightfully so, seeing as they were living paycheck to paycheck, despite her working 55 hours a week while he works for Uber rideshare. The woman berates him for using their shared emergency card in order to purchase 2 characters in the game, to which he responds by calling her abusive and controlling. Woman, run away from this man. Not even man, run away from this boy, this toddler. Okay, well, I was told you I was gonna drive later. I just wanted to get these 2 new Fox mains. What the fuck? You know how controlling you are right now? She's like, we will not be able to afford food. Why don't you keep yelling at me? That's that kind of, it's emotional manipulation. I don't like that shit.
Get him out of there. See ya, don't need you.
Exactly, yeah. Toss the ball up.
I'd emotionally manipulate them back.
Dude, I'm pregnant. That's, if you're a girl, use that all the time. Oh, can I not buy 2 fucking characters in the game? My period didn't come this month.
And you might not be the dad.
See, but you don't ever just say, I'm pregnant right away. Let it build for a second. You think that bird's gonna pick up fast on that? He's like, what? And then you walk away. It's like just sitting there for a while. Oh my God. And then if it gets really bad, don't do this. Not if you're in a bad situation. I don't know. Maybe cut this next part. I was gonna say, then whenever he says going to cut that. we'll cut that part. The man's entire family started joining in on the accusations, eventually encouraging him to call off the marriage. They ended things soon after. What a dodged bullet. If they were just engaged, oh, that's a blessing in disguise. Oh my God, that makes me believe in God. It doesn't it? She's just like, you know what? If the parents come in, I think you should leave her. I mean, that's like literally, I've got a golden ticket. You know what I mean? Literally, I'd be like, go to church because you got some payback to give after that one. Holy hell. Genshin Impact has claimed the wallets of many unsuspecting people, with many racking up far more than a mere $600. In Singapore, a father discovered her 18-year-old daughter spent $20,000 $200 for in-game content using a credit card that was supposed to be used for transportation expenses. And in China, one teenager spent her entire family's life savings, a whopping $64,000 on mobile games. Her mother only found out after checking her bank account and seeing that only 7 cents remained. Oh. Her mother told reporters, "I'm in a daze. My head feels like it's going to explode." I don't know how you would process that. Your whole thing you've worked for your whole life, gone.
One child policy.
We have to have some kind of rehabilitation that isn't just kill the child. We've got to have something. In a strange turn of events, one man spent so much money on the mobile game Diablo Immortal, here we go again, that it ended up punishing him. A content creator that goes by JT is All Business, a terrible name, spent $100,000 maxing out his barbarian character in the game. $100,000, bro. Because his character became so overpowered, the game was physically unable to matchmake him with other players for PvP matches.
This might be a match that I lose, which I'm not even gonna say that's a bad thing. Like, losing isn't necessarily bad for me because I can lower my rank a little bit and maybe get a queue.
And according to him, he'd have to wait up to 72 hours in queue just to match with one opponent with a similar matchmaking rank. He did not receive much sympathy from public, with one stating, "You paid to win. You won. Now you're on a throw with no one else besides you. Good job. I hope you're happy with yourself." Holy fuck. Holy man. Absolutely brutal. My stomach kind of turned. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of sat there for a second. I was going to say something else, but then I was just like... In one of the more extreme cases of mobile game addiction, a 22-year-old man from India took his own life after falling into massive debt. The victim was heavily engrossed in a mobile betting game to the point of reaching out to his family for money after spending everything he owned. When he lost that money too, he started reaching out to self-help groups in his village and taking loans in order to continue betting. And after spending the equivalent of thousands of dollars, he found out that he was later unable to repay the debts once they started to hassle him to pay the money back. Under the stress of financial ruin and the mounting pressure from lenders, he locked himself in his room and himself from the ceiling. This is a comedy video, by the way. You know what that is, though? That's the way that's connected, though, if I had to say, is it starts with like something innocent like a mobile game, but then that leads to gambling addiction. And gambling addiction is, I mean, that's the dopamine tap. If you do not have it, you're being like deprived of it. If it's not constantly getting that tap, it's torture. I feel horrible for that kid, man. That's such a horrible addiction, man. Brutal. And the people that profit off that, snakes, disgusting little demons. The game Candy Crush has a chokehold on moms across the world. With thousands upon thousands of levels to complete, some have been playing it constantly for well over a decade. I know my mom went through a Candy Crush saga.
Or was it Farmville? That was
Farmville on Facebook. I'm surprised there has not been a documentary on that yet.
Oh yeah, why?
Farmville was f***ing insane. I wonder if people remember Farmville. The millennials and the boomers do. Boomers treated that shit like it was real life. It was crazy. While it's only a simple puzzle game, people have come out and admitted that the game feels more addicting to them than heroin. One Candy Crush fan states, quote, "I've had dreams about the game, and I've started to look at household items as if I could rearrange them in threes to make them disappear and get points."
He was looking at your children.
That's actually kind of a fucking cool horror movie idea. Kid comes in with his backpack from school. "Mom, I'm home." In the living room, everything's in threes. "Mom?" She's sitting there like the gardener, the pool boy, or whatever. They're dead, sitting in threes there. She's like, turns around. "Hey, wait, stop moving." Candy Crush. Bloomhouse, don't you fucking dare try to take that shit. Bloomhouse is like, "We can make it for $500,000. We can make $20 million. Jason Bloom. "I can make it for how much?" It's Jason Bloom. "Oh my god, I can make it for $1 million and make $500 million of it!" I hate Jason Bloom, dude. You can keep or leave it in, I don't give a shit. In 2014, a 45-year-old woman named Sally Ann Turner from the UK was so addicted to the game that she resorted to stealing money from her disabled mother. Perfect target. Looking over. Ann? Ann? Are you there? Who goes there? Is that a good bit? All right. Adam Winger, a 38-year-old librarian from Utah, resigned from his job after stealing $8,000 from the city's personal account. He had used an Amazon account linked to the company card in order to purchase piles of Google Play gift cards so he could spend it on in-game purchases for Game of War. It's insane that he's probably the first person to buy a Google Play gift card that wasn't an elderly person getting scammed by an Indian guy. The one man to go into a Best Buy that isn't an 86-year-old woman with an Indian dude on the phone being like, "Do not redeem!" Some of these mobile game heist stories run deep. One of the wildest examples also involves Game of War and the story of Kevin Lee Coe and the embezzlement of $5 million. Kevin, a 51-year-old businessman, worked at Holt of America, a company that produces heavy machinery. And in the span of 7 years, he had begun slowly using fake credit card transactions to steal money from the company. Not only did he use it to buy 49ers tickets, he also bought fancy cars and even plastic surgery for himself. So sick. He had taken a liking to the mobile game Game of War and willingly spent $1 million worth of microtransactions. Eventually, people started to notice that money was being siphoned from the company, leading to Kevin being caught and pleading guilty to wire fraud and money laundering. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and was forced to pay $4.5 million in restitution to his former employer.
Do people actually think they're gonna get away with this shit?
I think it's one of those things where they do it once and then they're like, no one noticed. Well, what if I try again? And it goes again to the point where I feel like you're like, they won't know me. Also, I think people have weird ways of justifying it. Well, the company makes this much. They won't notice it. Why would they care? While it may seem like an ordinary game, most mobile games are more akin to slot machines than a casual way to pass time. It's hard not to be tempted here and there to spend money on a game that you really like, right? I mean, I'd done it in League of Legends even. Do I need a new skin at League? No. What the f am I? No. I don't play the game for years, and it's like, well, that was a fucking waste of money. If you want to spend your own money, hey, feel free to. Just know that it's a slippery slope that can lead to a lot of disappointment and regret down the road. Thank you so much for watching this video, and hey, happy clicking out there. Good luck on your loot crates. We will see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about LinkedIn, the worst platform on the internet. Bold claim, but after this video, I think you'll find that it's true. Most people in the working world have a LinkedIn account, not because they want to, but because it's a good way to make professional connections. People use it to keep people updated on their career skills and accomplishments, which is great if you're looking for a job and want to get your name out there, right? Nowadays, any social media platform is bound to have its fair share of cringe content and weird characters. They all do. There's not one site that's better than the other. They're all fucking terrible. But LinkedIn is just... LinkedIn, being a platform catered to the professional working world, breeds a whole new type of weirdo, okay? LinkedIn sounds innocent on the surface. Look for jobs, keep people interested, and it's just a professional way to basically just say, hey, I'm out here if you want to hire me, right? But underneath that initial layer of professionalism is one of the fakest, most obnoxious, and strangely horny social media platforms on the web. And there's many reasons to despise LinkedIn, and one of those main reasons being that everyone is fake. Everyone. Much like Tinder.
Oh, I was gonna say, every platform, everyone's fake.
Well, everyone is fake on our web. LinkedIn. Because LinkedIn is all about marketing yourself or your potential business, many people try to present the most impressive versions of themselves with the hopes of looking like the ultimate thought leader. Thought leader. Thought leader. Thought leader. What does that even mean?
I'm like Einstein.
Over time, this has resulted in almost every post coming from LinkedIn feeling like a soulless attempt to peak for people and gain their respect. Once again, every website, every social media platform, sure, but LinkedIn, on Instagram, let's just say, you post pictures where you look the best, you're doing the coolest thing, right? Twitter is like, you always have the snarkiest opinion, or your opinion on a thing is always correct. Reddit, you come out as trans. And LinkedIn is almost like if somebody was just bragging about their work, which feels so much, I don't know. Is bootlickery the best term, you think? It feels like a little bootlicker.
If you're like a little corporate hound.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of the LinkedIn people are, like little corporate goblins that are just like, I don't know, I mean, I could probably be a huge service to you, Lord. Never missed a day of work. You have to cut that. that.
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, GamerSubs, for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, raw meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider raw meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I'd consider it because they're pretty sexy. It gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you, GamerSubs, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out raw meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw meat, if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video.
The younger generation has picked up on this, comparing it to Instagram and the way people try to make their lives seem infinitely more amazing than it really is. You'll find staged photos from people trying to look cool riding a private jet, with posts that make them seem like a hardcore business badass. Which, here's a quote from this private jet photo. Just act like you're on the private jet with him. Put the sound of the jet around me, and you're sitting across from him. And this is what he says to you. The investor meeting lasted 3 hours. The $2 million decision took about 3 seconds. The moment I walked in, they already knew. They weren't investing in a spreadsheet or a pitch deck or business plan. They were investing in me. The way I carried myself, the clarity in my voice, confidence in my positioning. By the time I clicked to slide 3, the deal was done.
That's the kind of confidence we need here.
We need that here. I'm gonna start carrying myself with that. I did a video about disabled children drowning in pools. People already knew it was a banger. It went viral. Immediately went viral.
We got that girl, the psychiatrist girl. The
psychiatrist girl that is mad. I'll say that right now. That bitch is angry. She made some like weird deep fake AI videos of me, and she like looked like a fucking psycho. She was like laughing on her live.
Kendra really is living her truth. She is showing that she has been empowered by all of this. I respect her so much.
Oh, and then she made fun of my looks, Nick.
And of course he looks like that. That's all I have to say.
And I was like, hey! First off, you don't ever talk about a man that way, all right?
Also, I like how she said we took 6 weeks to plot this.
And why he takes so much time to do it? I'm like, we heard about it in hindsight, and we were like, what a crazy woman. And on a limb, we watched your deals and reacted to your videos, you crazy woman. What the else was I supposed to say? It was funny. I didn't think it was that crazy. In some cases, we said he should have dropped her.
Well, I was siding with the psychiatrist.
Well, I mean, I was too, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna. Also, the AI thing they thought was really cheap. It didn't even sound like me.
I love Kendra so much. I can't stop thinking about her. She's a genius. Did you know she also wrote a book?
Oh my god.
I love Kendra.
That's psycho.
It's extremely psycho. And then to like sit there and she was like she was laughing at it like it was the funniest thing she's ever seen. You know what, dude? You're a freak. You're a disgusting woman. You woman.
Put that on your LinkedIn.
Put this on my LinkedIn. I'm gonna find you. I'm a fucking kiss you. Oh yeah, she also says she didn't like the thumbnail.
He is a YouTube creator that made an absolutely vile video about me with a horrible thumbnail.
It's a good thumbnail. What am I supposed to say? I don't know if you can use any of that. Good luck.
Yeah, I might have to cut that.
All right. Most of these posts are best described as fan fiction for adults. It doesn't help that the LinkedIn algorithm promotes educational posts that share knowledge. Like any platform, people will focus on gaming the algorithm for the best engagement, which has led to people telling seemingly fake stories that always seem to with a ham-fisted motivational lesson. This is one thing I hate about the LinkedIn stuff. That's the other reason why it makes it the worst is because it's always like some kind of like everyone sounds like a fucking like TED Talk speech at the end of their post. You know, and that's why we gotta like really rise up and challenge ourselves. You're like, oh God. One known format for getting engagement is to make up stories involving children, where they essentially become a conduit for whatever lesson the user wanted to give themselves.
My 9-year-old daughter just asked me if I was a boss. Me? I like to think of myself as a leader versus a boss. Daughter? I don't care what you call it, mommy, as long as you're nice to people.
I love that. Oh, I love that because imagine in your head making up that story and then being like, oh my God, people are gonna love that. Isn't that crazy? What's the other one say?
I saw an 8-year-old.
Easy. What is her name?
Darshak Rana.
All right. What is it? A woman or a man?
I think it's I can't tell. Man. Looks like a man.
It doesn't really matter in today's society, does it?
I saw an 8-year-old sell rocks in my neighborhood. Not just rocks. Special rocks with stories, she says. $8 each. Yesterday, she sold me a gray one. It used to be, these are in quotes, it used to be part of a mountain, but decided to see the world. I happily gave her $5 because she taught me we don't buy products, we buy meaning. We buy a piece of ourselves reflected in a story.
Okay, so first off, that might have been the worst Indian accent I've ever heard in my life. Not only did you kind of start it there, you started like Indian, that guy from Jaws that has the speech on the boat, Native American, back to Indian a little bit, and then Native American at the end. We buy a piece of ourselves. 25-footer.
13-footer, you know that when you're in the water, Chief? You tell by looking from the dorsal to the tail.
You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't want to be racist.
Dodge your eyes, Chief. Others will pretend that they're trying to give an inspirational business lesson, but in reality are just humble bragging about their accomplishments, right? They're not really trying to give you any lessons. They're flexing on you a bit. They're flexing on you by just being like, not only good at business, I'm kind of a good person. My LinkedIn profile shows that I worked at the Obama White House, Facebook, NBC, and Google. I've also received job offers at companies like Dropbox and Adobe. Here's what isn't shown on my LinkedIn profile. Dozens of interviews that didn't end in job offers, hundreds of unanswered networking messages, imposter syndrome and self-doubt, years of training and experience to get to this point in my career. Effortless success is a myth. First off, it's like, duh. You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to big league you like the Dr. Seuss story. Everyone always goes back to the Dr. Seuss thing. He got rejected by everybody until he got the right one. You know what I mean? He got rejected 100 times.
Is that what happened with Dr. Seuss?
Yeah, have you not heard that? That's like the number one thing people say when they're trying to like get you to, you know, if you're trying to feel good, they'll be like, yeah, well, Dr. Seuss was rejected like 200 times.
They say that about, what is it? Squid Games. Did you know 12 networks rejected it?
You know what's the biggest bag fumble of all time? Sony Animation making Demon Hunters, K-pop, whatever the that is, and then just being like, I don't give a like for over 100 million or something, right? And then being like, there's no way this is gonna be a success, whatever. And they sold it to Netflix for like 5 million, and now it's like it's like the biggest thing on earth. That doesn't really correlate with that. I don't know why that made me think of that though. Everyone said this was gonna be bad, but turned out to be pretty cool.
Sony sucks. Oh, don't put that in.
Don't actually edit that out, please. So much, thank you. Many of the posts you see on the LinkedIn are fueled by modern day hustle culture and the idea that you're never working hard enough, which you're not. You're lazy. You know. Cut that. Todd Stay, for example, broke his neck during a skydiving accident that almost took his life. While he admits that he is incredibly limited physically, he uses this post to talk about how excited he is to go into work the next day regardless. I'd take a day or two.
I always thought about that. I feel like I'd be the guy who would go in the next day with the broken neck.
I'm fine. That's what I would do. I want to show up in like a hospital bed, rolled in, head all shaved, like totally bald, IV in my arm. Don't get up. Don't get up. I'm fine. Which I promise you right now, if I'm dying, I will be making this kind of video for my hospital. How funny would that be?
How you doing? How you doing? Come on.
Hunter. Read the script.
Today we're talking about baby diaper.
Come on, we gotta record 2 more videos today. I need that paycheck.
Yeah. Hunter, the checks are clearing, but I need to make sure that's there after you're gone.
Can't we do a Stan Lee and record like 100 videos?
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest bummer. Is everyone around me is just gonna prop me up in my older years. In the next coming years, when I'm like on my deathbed, people are gonna be like, "You have to do it." I want to go home.
Sign this paper.
Dearest readers, they're exploiting an elderly man. Why won't you let me leave? Elder abuse is not very cool.
He should have made like a superhero that specifically helps against elder abuse. Then people would have got the message.
I want to pitch a character.
What is it, Stan?
He's a black guy that helps stop people from elderly abuse. He's called Black Cheetah.
Well, think about it.
Get him out.
Oh. A lot of stuff you got to cut in this video. We're 18 minutes. I think you got to cut about nine minutes of it. So have fun with that. Studies show that Gen Z experience higher rates of anxiety because of this newfound work-life imbalance, making it difficult to rest or take breaks without feeling they're wasting their time or missing a potential career opportunity. And online, people admit that they had to delete their LinkedIn accounts because people's obsessive need to flaunt their exaggerated accomplishments had zapped their confidence. That's also a tactile move, though. They want you to feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You might as... And it's this easy. I just had to go through this many years of this many years of this, and it was all worth it. And that you're just now starting that. Climb that hill. Really make sure and let them know that like it has not even begun yet. And they still have that huge mountain to climb. At the end of the day, all of this shit is psychological warfare.
I'm gonna say that sounds like some dark triad shit.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're trying to put people down.
You are. And at the end of the day too, it's like you're like a janitor. you're like a head janitor who's like just like messaging this to people who are like, is there any job openings? Maybe.
Also could be used in a way to like, if you're a boss, like let your employees just be like, yeah, just work hard. You'll get to the top.
Oh, yeah. You'll get there for sure. I'm sure you're going to make it.
It's very common for the janitor to be the CEO.
Yeah. If you were a giant, like a boss at a huge company, would you do like a undercover boss thing?
Yeah.
I do the undercover boss thing, and I wouldn't do shit for him. Yeah, my family, the house burnt down last year.
You should do an undercover boss with us.
Yeah. What are you doing?
There's only 4 people who work in the studio.
Hey, I'm here to help you do anything. Hey, it's me, it's your boss. I'm gonna keep you where you're at.
Yes.
No raises.
At least I still have a job.
Well, we can probably trim some fat around here. No! Another reason why LinkedIn feels so inauthentic is because employers will sometimes force their employees to post on LinkedIn as part of their job. In some cases, like if you work in marketing, that can be understandable, right? Others, however, claim that their employers have required them to connect their account to a service that makes automatic posts without their approval, which is awesome. That's so funny. You're like, wait, what did I say? It's like, I love my boss. I love my life. I love working here. You like look over your boss's window and he's just like peeking through the blind. You all love me. You all love me in your jobs. Or do you think it's stuff where it's just like, I'm having such a great day?
Yeah, it's like AI photos of company picnics and stuff.
Oh, because then if people look at the company, they're like, look how happy all these employees are. And they're so active on LinkedIn. Companies can take your activity on LinkedIn incredibly seriously. And some people have admitted to being fired based on solely liking a LinkedIn post they disapproved of. What could they possibly liking? They're like, or do you think it's the competition? If you work for Dyson Vacuums and you're going to Hoover or something like that, cool, go work there. You like it so much, go work there. That's how I feel about our YouTube channel. You tell me about any other YouTube channel, I'll say, you think go work for them.
That's why I hate every other YouTuber.
Well, that's what you have to say. I'm secure with where I'm at. And if my employees like other stuff, they can keep it to themselves. That's all I gotta say. On LinkedIn, you're allowed to add frames to your profile pictures that signal that you're looking for work. One employee used this to get hired at a marketing company, only to be fired later on because she had forgotten to remove it from her profile, which her boss felt was insulting. That's exactly like the guy who's just like, so I see that on Facebook you're still single, even though we're dating. Can you explain that? It's like, oh, I don't really go on. I can try update. Yeah, you probably should. You should probably update it as soon as you can. I've heard the amount of fights I've heard from people that get in arguments because of that kind of shit is insane. I had a boss one time on my I won't say the company. They had like a dashboard in the system that you worked in at your office because you could request to be transferred out of places or something, like basically departments or whatever. And mine, for when I got hired, I never used a software, so it just always said looking to transfer or something. And my boss came up to me and he had like a 20-minute conversation with me about it. So like, what exactly is the problem? And I was like, literally nothing. I didn't even know that was a thing. He's like, okay, well, it's been like that for the past 4 weeks. Which that was kind of weird too, because then I knew that the guy was looking at that shit like every day. Ungrateful hog. To the point where like one day he's like, and it's been 4 weeks, so I'm gonna talk to him. And I'm like wondering if he brought that home to his wife.
You should talk to him.
Yeah, no, don't overstep him. As a leader, you gotta like find that balance. I always thought that was weird. Why even have that?
What if he just said like, hey, I noticed that your thing says you're looking to transfer in a new department and be like, is that something you're like, if you just asked?
If he said that, that's fine. Oh, because I'd be like, oh, I had no idea. Because I had no idea on my idea. But it was a thing where he's like, when I said, oh, I didn't even know, I don't really use the thing. He was like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. Like, you know me, I'm like chill and I'm laid back. Like, you get that. You've seen me come in, you know, but there are other powers at play. It's like that kind of shit where you're like, what the f are you even talking about? Listen, you know I'm the one of the cool ones, right? I hate whenever I'm like, you definitely are not. I'd rather take the old curmudgeon guy who doesn't do this to me. You listen, you guys know that, like, listen, let you take off for Avengers Endgame when I was out in theaters. I'm like one of the good guys, okay? You literally can trust me with your life. How many times have you called me in the middle of the night asking for something? Like, never. You could, though.
But it seems like I can't trust you.
But I don't, it's just like, it feels like a little bit like a one-way road. So let's get back out there and let's have a good day, huh? That kind of thing. What a hell. Corporate hell is the worst, dude. And as soon as you do that kind of thing, it immediately like that ends your day. Like you're like, I'm not doing anything else today. This stupid job. I'm not doing shit today. Hey, couldn't help us notice your numbers were low. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's what it felt like, dude.
Did you have a daily quota?
Oh, yeah.
Calls or sales?
Calls. Like, it was like a number of technicians.
Also, sorry. Like, you're watching just a conversation. It was like a number. I'll just talk to you about it afterwards, whatever. For people that give in to the LinkedIn culture and attempt to land a worthwhile job, they may notice that they're still struggling to get responses for the jobs they apply for. Unfortunately, many of these job offers are completely fake. Companies will often advertise a position on LinkedIn that either isn't real or simply listed to collect resumes and data for the far future. It's f***ed up. The type of listings labeled as ghost jobs are also used by companies to bolster their image, right? That there's just so much work that they have to bring in somebody new, even though the company's probably suffering and they're like, oh yeah, we're hiring. The problem with this is that people who are actively looking for work are forced to apply to hundreds of places just to get a real response, and ultimately wasting a ton of time making the job market even more of a mess than it already is.
I saw a video where some guy said, I'm sure it's fake, but he was just like, I set up a fake interview and then put a vending machine in the interview place so that people who were applying would use it. And he said he made like $500 for people just using it that day.
Is this a good video? What's even more upsetting is that some of these job listings are straight up scams. Some accounts appear to belong to professional people or business, but will use their job offers to rope you in and trick you into downloading malware onto your computer. And some have even reported that these people will use AI filters to hide their identity during remote Zoom interviews. And from there, they use the same methods to steal data from your company or tamper with their systems through tricking employees into installing malware. Kind of reminds me, we almost got scammed by the Amy Poehler thing.
Oh yeah.
Got an email from the Amy Poehler wanted me to be a guest on her podcast, which also I should have been like, that's really? And then on TikTok, I saw a guy, Chase or Chan, I can't remember his name. We'll find the deal, but he basically broke down the scam of what it was, of like basically people trying to get into your Facebook or like basically into your social media accounts and then change your monetization settings and then lock you out from it.
Yeah, I just pulled up Zoom right now.
Oh, that's great. If you can join from the...
So do you see these guys fucking? Porn?
Yeah.
Right. Really f***ed up. You gotta watch out for, there's scams everywhere, dude. F***ing everywhere. If all this didn't make the platform look fake enough, it appears that AI slop content is a regular occurrence as well. During a study from the company behind Originality AI, an AI detection tool, 8,795 posts were analyzed and over 54% of them use AI-generated content. Not only are people using AI to quickly write out motivational posts, many even use it to improve their profile pictures by giving them attractive features like a defined jaw or cleaner skin, which listen, we're trying to do a beauty filter. I'm not gonna knock anybody for a nice beauty filter.
What if it like made you like lose 100 pounds?
Awesome. That's fine. That's my corporate body. That's really what my corporate self looks like.
What if it doesn't look anything like you? Like it's a complete...
Like I want total blackface?
Yeah.
If you changed corporate blackface, if you changed your race, that would be f***ed up. Can you imagine? Like, how would you ever even explain that? What if an American guy, what if you, Nick, realized that you were going to be working in Japan for like 4 months, and then you're like, well, I feel like in Japan they're not going to want to hire a white guy, so then you do the Japanese filter for your remote job. Is that wrong?
No, as long as they never see me.
Is it so? If you never go out in public, you think it's fine?
If they only hire Japanese people, yeah, they're racist. They are racist towards Japanese.
But you know what I mean? You think is that a moral gray area, or do you think it's fine?
I think it's fine.
You gotta thrive a little bit, right? I mean, I gotta get my work. What would your Japanese name be on LinkedIn?
Nico.
That's really good. Nico what?
Nico Wasabi.
Your name would be Nico Wasabi? That's the biggest red flag.
What would yours be?
I'd name myself like Farukimata Kasuka Nobe. Because I feel like I would blend in. I don't want a name that's too basic. I don't want something that's too, which that was probably overcomplicated. But I want something in the middle where people are like, oh yeah. You know, like if you're scrolling through a list, you don't even notice it, right? Almost like if your name was like Drew
Gooden.
What does that sound from? AI and body counts make up a large portion of the comments on LinkedIn, feeding the algorithm with more and more inauthentic interactions. And LinkedIn has gained a reputation for being devoid of any real personality or substance, and not only that, but it's also becoming known for being inexcusably cringe. Horribly, horribly cringe. I mean, in 2022, a CEO named Braden Wallach made a bizarre LinkedIn post claiming that he just laid off 2 employees based on a bad business decision he had made months before. He blames himself. Ended the post with a classic LinkedIn humble brag stating, "Days like today, I wish I was a business owner that was only money driven and he didn't care about who he hurt along the way. But I'm not." I hate posts like that because it's like always a guise to get people to be like, no, I mean, you had to do what you had to do. Attached is a now viral image of Braden sobbing over what he had done with his lip quivering in shame. What a pussy. It's like me making a video being like, yeah, I just didn't want to pay for Nick anymore. And I feel really bad about it because, like, I liked him. I don't really think that he added, like, a lot of value. It's like, how insulting is that? For it to be a post publicly where people would be like, oh, well, you know, sometimes that's just the way it is. Another CEO named Matthew Baltzel takes a charming photo of himself smiling in front of the cold brew coffee as he explains that he just fired his first employee. Oh, what a f***ing psycho, man. Of course, he ends on a lengthy explanation of how he nailed the conversation and was as cool and respectful as possible. What an actual fucking, like...
Look how smug he looks.
It's extremely smug. And I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing to make the guy come back and be like, are you kidding me? Retaliate in some kind of way?
Yeah, shoot up.
I was going to say that, but I didn't know if it was appropriate. I was trying to just kind of, you know, let the viewer come to that conclusion. But a man named Brian Shankman went viral for all the wrong reasons after posting an image of him proposing to his girlfriend. In the post, he immediately follows the announcement by saying, here's what it taught me about B2B sales. From there, in perfect LinkedIn engagement maximizing fashion, he relates the journey of meeting the love of his life to the experience of selling a product to another business, from prospecting to pricing and negotiations.
It's gonna last.
Marriage is gonna be just fine. Ethan Evans, a former VP at Amazon, came to LinkedIn to make the post revealing that a CEO he had worked with started seducing his wife from the retaliation for him giving pushback on the job. You think it was Bezos?
Oh yeah.
VP at some CEO, I'm not gonna name him. He claims that this man successfully won his wife over and pushed her to divorce Ethan, later resulting in him leaving the company in shame. And at the end of the post, he starts listing off advice on how to avoid trouble working in toxic business environments. Why the fuck would I listen to you, Ethan? Yeah, give us the list of the advice that Ethan has.
When you have a good manager, lean in and take advantage of it. 2, spot the snakes. 3, do excellent work even for nasty leaders. 4, don't confront the snakes directly. 5, don't become a snake.
That is one of the cringiest pussyfooted. I like how don't confront the snakes. The f do you mean, dude? Here's actual leadership advice. If someone's f***ing wrong you at work, immediately tell somebody. Hello? Like, what a pushover thing. Yeah, no wonder the guy started finger his wife. You know what I mean? Good lord. He's like, all right, I spotted the snake, but I'm not going to confront him. He's like railing his wife in the office. Hiss. Here's the flute. Another man by the name of Ethan, this time a young Jim Bro college student, posts a lesson about eating too many hard-boiled eggs. This is the LinkedIn profile stuff I like. If I was a general manager at Red Robin, I'd be on LinkedIn. You know, I'd make these kind of posts. Burgers, smiles, and cheap cocktails. That's my Friday. 10:30 in the morning. Just plastered. He recounts a recent experience where he was stopped by the staff member of the dining hall with 9 hard-boiled eggs. Staff member explains that there is a hard-boiled egg limit of 3 per student now because someone has been eating 15 eggs a day. And he dramatically writes, "I just nodded because that someone was me." It's awesome. Every morning, he hit the gym and lift weights before downing sometimes as many as 20 eggs in one sitting. Which also, God, the breath on that guy. Fuck. 20 hard-boiled eggs? You kidding me? That's a lot of eggs. Oh. 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 What if I did it 20? Should I just do it 20 times? He then spins this into an explanation about how this taught him about consistency and ends the post saying, "You don't need to broadcast your effort. You just need to show up enough times and that the system around you starts to adjust. Sometimes it's a new policy. Sometimes it's a new opportunity. But people notice, and that can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you're building. I was just building muscle, but they were building a rule book. We both hit our goals." I want you to say that's a horrible human being.
I was gonna say, do you think he felt embarrassed and he had to justify?
No, I think he felt proud. Like, I think that unironically he lives by that motto. It's main character syndrome. It doesn't matter where you go online. Inevitably, you're gonna find that corner of any social media platform that engages in some horny behavior. It's easy to imagine this happening on LinkedIn, especially when you consider the ego most of these grind-set business people have. Many people will post about how excited they are to tackle the week, but attach bathroom selfie pictures that make them out to be nothing more than thirst traps. Ready to fucking take some asses and get some names. One man named Eric that decided to pose for a shirtless pic that just barely crops out his balls. Strangely enough, the post this image is attached to is a chaotic essay where Eric explains that there are false rumors in the Bay Area about how he is stalking women. He also explains how it would be impossible for him to resort to stalking because he's accustomed to women being obsessed with him instead. He goes on to boost his own ego by stating he is brilliant, handsome, has a large penis, and is a 40-year-old that looks 20. That's definitely some fucking boomer shit there. I got a huge fucking dick. I basically look like I'm 20 and I'm rich as fuck. It's a LinkedIn post. Where do you think Eric works?
Oh, I was thinking Best Buy.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's like a manager.
A day manager at Best Buy. One man went viral after discovering that his wife was having an affair with a work acquaintance for almost a year. When he realized what she had done, he accessed her LinkedIn account and changed her job title to cocksucker before writing a post admitting to the act in graphic detail. The post read, "Had a wonderful night at the Women's Power Awards in Manchester last night, but unfortunately, my husband found this picture of me with 2 fingers in my vagina, which I had sent to Gareth Megson of Softcat, who I've been having an affair with for the past 9 months. So, as you can imagine, it's been a hectic day moving out the family home and trying to talk to our children about why I'd thrown the family away for some extra marital penis in a few hotels around Leeds, the back of a car, and even in an alleyway." I think maybe the post is too far. I do think it's funny changing her job title to cocksucker. If I saw that, I'd be like, LinkedIn is a truly strange place. On one hand, it's necessary for a lot of people to stay connected in the industry of choice. And on the other, it's one of the most vapid, competitive, dick-measuring contests on the internet. You have to use it. Don't let the things you see have an impact on how you feel about your own career. More often than not, things you see on your timeline are just adult fantasies made to boost engagement or sell you for a stupid course of some kind, basically just trying to trick you into thinking that your life sucks and this guy rules. So, you know what? LinkedIn, haven't been there, and maybe you shouldn't either. Unless your job makes you. And I said, reevaluate that job.
I just have an AI bot just do post.
Jarvis, make a post. That's what I would do. All right, guys, we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Cooling sundown because today we're going to be talking about underground wrestling. I mean, by now, we all know about the WWE. It's an entertainment juggernaut that effortlessly prints millions upon millions of dollars every year. And my God, does my algorithm want me to know it. I feel like the amount of WWE shit I've seen in the last, 2 years has been fucking absurd. I've never seen it. It's not that I'm even against it, but it's like, I didn't know that it runs that deep. It's comparable to any other like extremely dedicated hardcore fan base. WWE YouTube channel has like 100 million subscribers. Didn't know that. And then they just got like this huge deal with Netflix. And I feel like what they're pretty good at is they keep bringing in younger entertainment. So now you have like Logan Paul has been a part of the WWE for like a while. But then even I saw I Show Speed was on it too. So I feel like they're just trying to inject shit to be like, okay, what will bring a younger audience in or whatever. But I will say it's not my cup of tea. I'll say it's not my cup of tea, except for one thing: wrestling documentaries. WWE or like wrestling documentaries, love them.
You just like sports documentaries.
I do like sports documentaries, but I will say the Andre the Giant documentary is great. There's a bunch of good wrestling documentaries. They've been around since before most of you were born, you young pieces of shit. And they have a massive following that slurps up just about everything they produce, at least up until recently. Despite the sheer number of amazing talents that the WWE has, their reputation has undoubtedly been on the decline for years, now due to a slew of horrible business and creative decisions. Or is it just a thing that people, do you think at a point it will run its course because people are like, eh? The way that you got into that, I wonder how the fuck did people get into it back in the day? I thought it was all pay-per-view. Way back in the day in like the 70s, whenever it was like, it was never just always WWE, it was like a bunch of different factions in the nation that had their own wrestling tournaments, and then the WWE like conglomerate bought them all. But before that, it was like, oh, you would go to your local area and watch a live wrestling match. And then after a while, then they did like things like public broadcasting, where then you could like, if you were in that area, you could watch those wrestling matches on TV. And then of course, like in the late 70s, 80s, it was the big boom. Ticket prices are an all-time high, and while recent earnings reports boast impressive numbers, they came at the cost of big talent asking massive pay cuts, with some even being fired out of nowhere despite having active storylines people were invested in seeing play out. Many of these increasingly frustrating decisions came after the 2023 UFC and WWE merger, combining over a new name, TKO Group Holdings. What's followed has been a string of bad decisions many view as tainting the thing that made pro wrestling feel so special. There is a constantly growing number of ads pumping show runtimes to nearly 3 hours, ridiculous amounts of forced celebrity guests, repetitive storylines, and a general feeling that the magic of WWE has been reduced to a corporate mess. Dedicated wrestling fans yearn for a time when things felt more authentic and less corporate, leading them to invest their time in smaller underground forms of wrestling. So today, we're going to show some appreciation for these more authentic forms of wrestling, ones that aren't That's the Stone Cold Rock era. No, Macho Man, I think he was like 80s. Oh yeah, Randy Savage, ooh yeah. Beloved wrestlers like Mick Foley, known as Mankind, were getting thrown from 16-foot high cells and mercilessly beaten down with chair shots, the feeling of which he later described as lightning bolts that went all the way down to his feet. So I'm sure he is a man of broken glass now. Like all of them. If you look at all those wrestlers now, fuck.
Did you know Macho Man Randy Savage's last wrestling thing was for Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, yeah. He was in the cage match. He's the guy who fights Spider-Man in the cage match.
But he apparently hurt himself so bad he couldn't wrestle anymore.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's insane.
Recently. Yeah.
What?
Till recently.
What do you mean till recently?
I didn't know that until I just read it like a week ago.
I thought you said that he was like, I'm like, you know he's dead, right?
Oh, he's dead?
He's been dead for a while.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's gone. For a long time. Which also, if you look at all these wrestlers now, like, was it the Great Khalil? The only reason I even know that guy is because he was in the Adam Sandler movie, The Longest Yard. But if you watch him walk around now, or at the Big Show, which it doesn't help that they're all like 7 feet plus tall, but like watching them walk around, it's like brutal. Oh, horrible. Or if you hear any of the wrestlers talk about it now, they're all just like, I can't sleep. I have to be put in like a fucking vertical coffin and held upside down and submerged in water. It's the only way I can get any sleep. It's too painful otherwise. You're like, fuck sakes. Not every team had the resources to build a ring or set up props. Instead, they would simply meet at a local park and practice their moves. And sometimes an audience or random kids would form to watch the action. However, adult bystanders would chastise the teens or misinterpret their routine as legitimate street fights. And this would often result in police being called to break up the show because people are fucking idiots and they can't let children beat each other with chairs. I have to call the cops. My wife, I have to call the cops. No. let's see how this rolls out. I at least want to see one kid get hit with a chair. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, if they're doing it, because, you know, I don't think, especially kids, I don't think people realize the amount of like training and like practice that people are doing for these routines. Don't get me wrong, they're getting hit for chairs, but they're probably hitting them in a very specific spot to where it's played out, right? It looks like he's hitting his head, but really it's like he puts his arms up last second and he's hitting his forearm or something. I'm just saying, if I'm there, I want to see a kid take a fucking
chair to the dome
or a 12 or a 6-foot ladder to the chest, anything. Yeah, exactly. And then do the have a kid with get the wind knocked out of him. Look like Al Pacino in Godfather 3 screaming on the steps of that church or whatever. Also, can I just say that has to be the greatest screaming.
I've never seen it.
Oh, that clip is so funny. I love it so much. Editor, play the clip. It's good stuff.
Did you ever play wrestling in the backyard with your buddies?
No, I was too busy doing cool shit like playing Animusha and making wooden swords and playing Jedi. I was too much of a pussy. I didn't really want to get actually hurt, but I love doing the whole wooden sword thing and just being like, so you think you can come into my dojo, huh? Or I used to take we used to play Dragon Ball Z, and like it would be just like the worst kids to play with. Yeah, you're gonna play backyard wrestling with Todd across the street, and you're just like,
rather not.
A bit sleepy. Some settled for wrestling on their trampolines, but the truly dedicated backyard wrestlers would slap together whatever they could to build a ring. And these setups would range from mattresses laid over the grass to metal tables nailed to the floor with a poorly padded cover. It's dangerous, but goddamn it, they got it done. Hundreds upon hundreds of backyard wrestling federations were created, inspired by what they'd seen. This happened to coincide with the online video craze, resulting in even more popularity as the countless jackass-style home wrestling videos blew up on sites like eBombs World and YouTube, which eBombs World, I remember back in the day, was like king for like a bunch of random videos and shit. And you would see videos of like fluorescent light bulb hits. You'd see like guys like getting thrown through stuff just in people's backyards, and it would be like a group of like 8 people. It's kind of badass. Granted, the video quality was like 320, but you didn't give a shit because you're like, holy, I'm like watching this from my home. Versus YouTube, I remember it was like the first thing I saw on YouTube in 2005 was I was just looking up Naruto episodes, and it was just Linkin Park and Breaking Bad, like Breaking Benjamin AMVs. Yeah,
I used to download those off like LimeWire and FrostWire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my grandpa would he'd be like, let me bring you a CD. What songs do you want? And I was like, I could have any. It was like a 6-song CD. That's all it would be. Granted, I'm like 26 at the time. I didn't really have a lot of life experience, but out of many passionate wrestling fans that made this kind of content, a select few decided to imitate legit promotions further by getting their backyard shows on public access television. In the wake of these backyard beatdowns, the WWE would attempt to distance themselves to avoid bad publicity. In fact, there were many PSAs the WWE would air telling fans, don't try this at home, highlighting several pro wrestlers' injuries in hopes of convincing backyard fans to stop their risky behavior. Also, I think that they saw it as a threat, and they saw like, oh, well, if people figure out that they can do this by themselves, then it's going to like interfere with our business. It's hard to blame the WWE for this, especially when you look at just how over the top some of these backyard wrestling promotions got with their stunts. People were having trash cans slammed in their heads, diving into barbed wire boards covered in fire, and pile driving off of buildings, the latter of which was demonstrated in a viral video that left both amateur wrestlers clutching their backs and screaming in agony, somehow unaware of how this kind of stunt could go wrong.
You guys okay?
I'm not fucking kidding, dude.
Fuck, man, are you guys good? Like, if you're a fan there in a backyard wrestling, if you see someone like full on break their back, it's because it's the underground backyard wrestling. Are you like, yo?
You 100%.
Okay,
you were hyped.
Because if it's me there, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, that guy just broke his back.
No, that would be me. I'd be panicking. I would black out from the panic. Have you ever
just from the panic?
Well, like, have you ever, like, something so traumatic has happened to you that you, like, time jump ahead 10 minutes and don't remember anything?
Okay, I'm gonna just re-say that out loud. Have I ever had anything so traumatic happen to me that I blacked out and I fast forwarded to 10 minutes in the future? I don't think there's been anything, luckily, in my life that has been so traumatic that I've physically blacked out and I've awoken 10 minutes in the future. Now, I'm guessing you have. And what I would say, Nick, is just keep that lid on and talk to a professional, all right? We don't need to air that out right now.
By blacking out, I don't mean like going unconscious. I just mean I don't remember.
No,
the...
100%.
Oh, okay.
It's a blank slate. Yeah, you were walking and talking and existing for 10 minutes post whatever happened to you. And I gotta say, you keep that lid on. You talk to us, or we can talk about it privately afterwards.
Well, can I tell you one? It didn't happen to me.
It happened multiple times?
Yeah, it's happened multiple times.
To you?
Yeah.
You're saying that you've blacked out and have woken 10 minutes exactly multiple times.
That was just a number.
It could have been days.
Just a minute.
Right. All right, what's one?
One was...
Easy. No, easy. Just what? Let's...
This one is...
Okay.
He got shot in the eye with a BB gun, point blank range. And I remember when it happened, I just remember hearing his scream and I teleported to the kitchen. And I was like, Dad! Mom! David lost his eye!
I just like... I love the idea of like seeing the singer. You're just like, oh! Uh-oh, Nick blacked out again.
I remember yelling at my dad because he just sat there, and I was like, "What are you doing?" He's just like, "Calm down."
He's got two eyes, Nick. Calm down. Oh, God. Documentaries revolving around backyard wrestling show just how dedicated the wrestlers are to the craft. Some, even in their younger years, commit to blading to cover themselves in their own blood and make for a more brutal-looking match, which is when you take a little razor, you cut a thin piece of skin on your head, and you just bleed like a pig. Other backyard wrestlers recount getting choke slammed by their friends so hard that they thought that they were going to die. In more extreme cases, people would flip jump off the rafters and land on their heads, full scorpion, which when I see these, that's when I'm always, that's when anything with like the neck and back, that's when I'm like, that was not planned. There's no way to choreograph you bending like a scorpion and slamming 300 pounds of, weight onto the ground, right? You're always surprised by the amount of people that are influenced to doing their own performances. Even Mega 64, our buddies there, Garrett, he does it too. He posts that shit all the time on his Instagram. It's insane, but like the amount of like training you have to do for that. I'm always surprised that people, especially in like older people as well, who are clearly like, I know Garrett does a ton of shit with Mega 64 to also have the time as well on top of that to perform, choreograph, and then do shows. It's just, I mean, there's such a level of love and dedication to it that it's like, I'm always fascinated that the wrestling phenomenon has that reach. In another viral backyard clip, a man by the name of Justin began his entrance by leaping into the ring, but unfortunately his knees were locked. Both legs bent back and snapped, leading to multiple surgeries and $200,000 worth of medical bills. People running in the ring have got to watch out. Speaking of Vince McMahon again, did you see the video of him when he runs up and he jumps into the ring and he destroys both of his hamstrings and he can't stand up, so he's just sitting there and he's like keeping his performance going, but he snapped both of his hamstrings. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. No, I've never seen that.
That's why every time I'm like, I don't feel like I'd have a very cool ring entrance. I feel like it'd be very, once again, it'd be like a fat kid like dipping his toes into a pool.
What would your song be?
I mean, like, I don't know. Am I trying to be memorable? Crazy Frog. Uh-oh, here comes the Toad. And I'd call myself the Toad. Old news interviews in the early 2000s had people admitting to seeing their friends get paralyzed, crack their ribs, and even have their arms randomly turn green, presumably from a serious infection. Yeah, like how randomly. I don't know why his arms started turning green. As if it's like a glow stick, like he's just... And it's just green all of a sudden. Yo! As you would imagine, these dangerous stunts have resulted in serious brain damage and even death. Real wrestling also has its fair share of risky moves, but the pros are trained to take bumps and minimize damage. Meanwhile, the teenager in a faded Hellraiser shirt probably isn't learning how to land on his back without exploding his spine. Some of the worst injuries we've seen can explain why the WWE was so incessant about telling children not to mimic what they saw during the program. Probably because also, I would imagine, editor fact check, there had to have been some legal thing that happened to prompt that.
It's the whole thing of Billy
someone got sued. Yeah, exactly.
Billy saw it on TV.
He saw it, so he thought he could do it. Therefore, they got sued and they settled out of court. And then all of a sudden, now they put that after every program. While backyard wrestling is not a shortcut into the big leagues, many well-known wrestlers have gotten their start slowly honing their skills wrestling in their backyards. This would include big names like CM Punk as well as Nick and Matt Massey from the Young Bucks. Backyard wrestling may not be the phenomenon it once was, but but it's by no means gone. Across the internet, you'll still find people creating backyard wrestling content. Not only does this still include young kids messing around in their backyards, but full-on productions with camera crews and a loyal online following. And I think like there's even certain leagues and stuff that host it in backyards, but I wonder if that's just to keep it in the tradition of it being like it's meant for a backyard audience. It's supposed to be a very like DIY style thing, while it is a legitimate product that you can go see or buy tickets to. During its heyday, backyard wrestling was so beloved because it was accessible and simply a fun thing to participate in with your friends. But in terms of danger, backyard wrestling doesn't hold a candle to another form of wrestling that has been around for decades. We're talking about death match wrestling. Death match wrestling is an event in which anything is on the table. Wrestlers still act out storylines and moves, but the stunts are far more violent and dangerous. It's almost a challenge to the wrestlers to make the stunts as shocking and as a spectacle as possible. While the WWE and larger promotions also have no rules or no disqualifier matches, it tends to shy away from the ultra violence, and underground promotions embrace their death matches. 9 times out of 10, clips you see online will involve glass, and people are usually being slammed in the head with fluorescent light bulbs or thrown through glass planes. Anything that will cause small cuts, people will be bleeding like a goddamn pig. It's brutal.
Barbed wire.
The barbed wire shit is fucked. Yeah, having like a bundle of barbed wire and then having your friend like body slam you through it, brutal. The audience has even on occasion been sprayed with residual glass shards and even blood, but front row viewers know this is part of the course. Though there were early versions of extreme wrestling that date as far back as the 1930s, the death matches we see only truly got their start in the late 80s and 90s. Wrestler Atsushi Onita is responsible for many of the match style's most popular characteristics. He founded the Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling promotion in 1989, which popularized the barbed wire deathmatch style of wrestling, featuring explosions and violent storytelling. Probably inspired by some of the wrestlers of the 80s, but wanted that more extreme kick, right? Something that wasn't so family friendly, which is, I will say, the WWE has always tried to cater to in some way, is young 12-year-old boys, you know, and then they grow up and they show their sons and vice versa kind of thing.
They say, it was real for me.
Jesus Christ.
You seen that clip?
That scared me. Yeah, I don't think so.
You haven't seen that clip?
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean,
where is he saying this at?
I don't know. He just
he has a mic. You're holding up against a mic, so he's in some kind of like room. Okay, it was real for him. A few years later, Big Japan Pro Wrestling hit the scene in 1995 and innovated on Atsushi's original concept. They began creating a wide variety of gimmick matches that the WWE wouldn't even consider airing on television. Among these gimmick rule sets are tons of animal-themed matches. Quite literally, dangerous animals would be placed in the middle of the ring for wrestlers to interact with. Fuck. One of which is showcased in a match between Mitsuhiro Matsunaga and Kanedo Nagasaki, where a tank of piranhas sat in the middle, and the only way to win was to have one wrestler hold their opponents inside the tank for 10 seconds. There's also the Scorpion Death Match, in which large cacti are placed in all 4 corners of the ring, and a tank full of scorpions is placed in the middle. Can you imagine getting kicked into a fucking cactus turnbuckle? And the thing too is like these guys are just as professional in terms of being like, I know I'm going into that cactus turnbuckle, you know, I know I'm gonna get slammed into a fucking a tub of scorpions. To psychologically be okay with that, and also just to like train your body to just be like, I don't give the pain, I don't give a fuck anymore. It would take a couple. I mean, I'd have to be like, I'm trying to think about a world where in my mind I'm like, yeah, okay.
Do you think they practice getting kicked in the cactus too?
You'd have to think so. Like, I don't think that you would go in doing that, not having experienced it before. So at least this way you kind of know what's coming, maybe? I mean, I could be wrong.
No, I bet you they do it. You gotta at least feel it once before you get on stage.
Yeah, it's like a cop getting tased or pepper sprayed or whatever. As if that means anything. Like, what does that do for people? Other events in the BJW include the Firestone Death Match. For this event, electrified heaters wrapped in barbed wire are placed in the corners of the ring. I feel like a guy just owned a junkyard and he was like, that still works and it'll burn you like high hell. What's interesting is the backyard element seeping into this death match style quality, where it is things that you would find at your house and just be like, wouldn't it suck to fucking get kicked into that? But it kind of rules, you know what I mean? There's like a mysticism about that that's really fun. We're like, that is weird. But it probably literally was a guy being like, yeah, I brought these for my house, we could use these. And the Taipei Death Match, where both fighters wrap their fists in rope, cover them in honey and broken glass before boxing each other. That just feels irresponsible. It should come as no surprise that veterans of the deathmatch are covered head to toe in scars and puncture wounds. These scars are how many wrestlers earn respect of their opponents and fans. Many wrestlers who are just starting out have publicly stated they wish their backs were more mangled like their idols. It's scars, it's battle marks, they're trophies, Nick. As deathmatches continue to grow and spread worldwide, wrestlers came up with even more insane stunts to shock audiences. In some instances, power tools have been moved from the shed and into the wrestling ring. For example, one wrestler named Nick Mondo had a weed whacker used on his torso. According to him, this resulted in 1 to 2 weeks of recovery and brutal scarring. Yeah, I mean, that's bits of your, chunks of your flesh are coming off with that. No matter how stale things may get, there's always a new nightmarish idea to keep things interesting. If getting cut with barbed wire wasn't enough, deathmatch events will introduce salt, lemon juice, and even wasabi, which are poured on the injured wrestlers as they scream in pain. In the past, event organizers would wrap barbed wire around gas-soaked rags, light them on fire, a practice they called a flaming barbed wire match. What's crazy is that these are all basic inclusions in your average deathmatch. Championship matches will push the envelope even further with explosives. These explosives were placed either on the sides of the ring or a few feet away, usually triggered when people were pinned or thrown out of the ring. Most of the most famous examples of this was the FMW no rope electrified barbed wire swimming pool dynamite double hell death match, which had wrestlers put on a boat and brought to a ring in the middle of a pool. Every time a wrestler was thrown into the water, large explosives would send plumes of smoke into the air as the crowd erupted with excitement. While deathmatch wrestling certainly has a cult following, there are a fair share of detractors, some of which are wrestling fans that view the niche subgenre as trashy in a way that ruins the reputation of wrestling as a whole. Why don't you have some fun in your life? My God. Oh God, that makes WWE look, come on. That's not classy. This is classy. I want Bob Dylan up on stage. Who are you? Who are you?
Pretty good.
Is that good?
Who are you? You suck. You're no talent.
You're nobody. You're nothing. While many aspects of deathmatch wrestling are controlled, it is far more common to be genuinely injured here than in most other wrestling promotions. Well-known wrestler Nick Gage is a fan favorite that has had one of the largest deathmatch careers in the scene. In 2010, he had 2 arteries in his arm sliced open, leaving him to nearly bleed to death on the ground next to the ring. That almost became a deathmatch. There you go. But see, that's, once again, it's just one of those things where you have to have people that you trust to do it. Was that a fluke? What happened? But can you imagine you can't even scream for help. You'd have no, you'd be like, it'd take somebody to come up and be like, oh, by the way, this guy's dying, and then the people, the fans that are there, that's just part of the show.
Could you imagine screaming for help and people think it's a bit?
Help! That's a nightmare. Help! And people are like, woo! Looking down at you on the ground. Another well-known wrestler from Mexico, Hector Perez, was suspended indefinitely due to an event that transpired during a death match. At one point, he knocked his opponent out unconscious after chucking a brick directly at his head. He was hospitalized with a fractured skull, and while in the hospital, he had to undergo an emergency surgery as his brain trauma caused a blood clot to form in his fucking skull, dude. And perhaps the most gruesome injury occurred during an IWA Mid-South match between wrestlers Madman Pondo and Mean Mitch Page. As the match carried on, Pondo would smash a grandfather clock over Mitch's head, leaving a severe injury. A piece of glass from the face of the clock sliced the side of Mitch's head and it hit an artery, resulting in him bleeding out in the ring. EMTs would arrive on the scene and get Mitch into an ambulance, where he would die and be revived on the way to the hospital. Mitch would only take a 30-day break away from deathmatch wrestling before hopping back into the ring to continue his career, which is just fucking insane. But see, that's the thing, is like, even when fucking these injuries happen, I think the people that are that into it, they know. You never know, especially if you're doing deathmatch wrestling. You got to know that you any little slip up could fuck with each other, which is also why I think, once again, people that are like in the WWE space, well, that's not real wrestling. I'm like, the level of choreography to drive a grandfather clock onto somebody day in, day out and not have it slice his artery open, is that not insane? Insane choreography to do that. As extreme and downright terrifying as some underground wrestling subgenres can be, they say a lot about the undying love wrestling fans have for their craft. I mean, even seeing Garrett from Mega 64 do his thing, or dude, I've seen this one guy on Instagram a lot and it fucking rules. I think what's his fucking name? He says it's just the pageantry, the love for it. It's infectious. It's a thing that, like, when I look at WWE, I never want to actually watch the wrestling matches. I don't really give a fuck. It's impressive. It is what it is. I'm not into the whole storytelling thing, but watching the documentaries, there is a captivating amount of, like, love and care they give for the craft that makes it infectious. Like you do buy into it, which is why I think sometimes when you watch these documentaries, you're like, holy fuck. At least for me, I get totally hooked. Many of these people literally give their blood, sweat, and tears to put on a good performance, whether it's for a big crowd or a couple of friends with a video camera. While the latter of the two we've discussed today is pretty intense, there's no shortage of underground events to attend or follow online. If you find yourself tired of WWE and other big promotions, perhaps trying experiencing a local indie promotion for a more authentic experience. Or stick with WWE, and if you're lucky, you can watch Jelly Roll slam your favorite wrestler through a Slim Jim branded table for the 3rd time in a month. That's fun! Until next time, guys, we will see you then. Bye-bye. I'm having a conversation with the screen right now. That's going to be really embarrassing. Does robes come to mind? What about masks? Perhaps candle-holding men discussing devious schemes? Were you just thinking of Eyes Wide Shut? Seems like it. What if I told you what you've heard of secret societies isn't just goofy movie tropes? Would you believe me? Yeah. A secret society is basically any group or organization participating in activities while sworn to the utmost secrecy. Can't tell anybody this, Illuminati. Beyonce, she ate a child. I love watching Beyonce Illuminati videos. That's the only ones I ever believe.
Look at the earrings. Saturn earrings. Search after a Saturn associated with their called.
All the other ones, I'm like, nah. I'm like, Beyonce, I bet that bitch did do something. You know what I mean? There are many examples of secret societies throughout history, some that are still running to this very day. Today, we're going to talk about the strange, mysterious world of secret societies. More specifically, one that people believe is powerful enough to shape the state of the entire fucking world. I'm talking, of course, about Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove, I think, is by far the most popular conspiracy theory, secret society thing of all time. People have been sneaking in there for fucking I don't even know how long, looking at a giant goddamn owl statue. I mean, it's basically like ghost hunting. They just like walk around, they're like, oh, what is that? What is that? And they just see like a truck drive by. What the hell? Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. Truck just drove by. But it gets played up a lot for horror movies because I think that it's nice to think that, well, it's not nice, it's just, it's easy to believe that wealthy people would get together and run the world as like a book club. That makes sense to me. You get together, you do unspeakable things, but you do it with your bros. And they're all politicians. They're all George Bush and Mitt Romney. All the politicians, you were like, I don't like that guy. But Bohemian Grove is a secret society that the world is wildly fascinated by. It's been running for over 150 years and is still going to this day. It originated in San Francisco in 1872. According to Sam Singer, a member and club spokesman, quote, it's a group of gentlemen who are really genuinely, no, I'm serious, interested in arts, theater, jazz, and of course, rock and roll. Nothing else. Cigars and brandy. Don't look in the basement. And women were banned from entry. This is a men's club, okay? No women allowed, just the way it's supposed to be. It was a private, men's-only club. Women were furious. What else is new, dude? They're all on the rag, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna go, and we're gonna sue them.
It's just rich people wanting to get away from their wives.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys just being like, get me the fuck out of here. Well, how do we know that John F. Kennedy wasn't in the Bohemian Grove and that's what helped him?
And then he didn't pay his due diligence.
He didn't show for brandy, cigars, and to talk jazz and rock, and that's when they're like, we gotta kill that son of a bitch.
The funniest conspiracy I read is that the CIA told Oswald to miss, but he accidentally shot him twice.
Fuck! He's a great shot! Every year, during the last 2 weeks of July, the members would join together for a relaxing retreat, similar to a summer camp. Grown men being like, does anyone want to pretend to be 9 years old at the lake again? They were able to practice and share their art as well as play recreational sports and engage in stimulating conversations with like-minded people. Is this Anthony Elliott's pipe dream? Could be. Their mascot is an owl, as it symbolizes wisdom. I always thought that was weird. Why owls are always wisdom? I will say, you know, it's a fucking great episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender is when they go to that tower, that library. There's the owl walking around there. Ooh, he's a big owl. Ooh, and he tries fucking him up. That one scared the shit out of me. It's just scary.
Did you see Secret of Nim? That owl me up.
I never liked Secret of Nim.
I hate you. We're not friends.
Okay. This relates to the origins of Bohemian Grove, which focused on a gathering of talented intellectuals. You know that these motherfuckers were RC because it always looks bougie, doesn't it? Get me in that club, dude. I got a cock. Barely. For a time, being a member was exclusive to people who were artistically talented and had a deep knowledge of the arts. But after some time, they slowly loosened their criteria for entry to allow people who were merely enjoyers of art. I feel like they definitely branded them though, too. So you enjoy this art, but you don't know how to make it. You have to wear the fool's cap. I'm practicing watercolors. Definitely. It was possible that this was for the purposes of allowing more businessmen and other wealthy people to join and financially support the club's endeavors.
The owl is in his leafy temple. That's all within the grove be reverent before him.
I'm just like, okay, what are we gonna do? Bankroll this forever, guys? What the f? Eventually, this led to the wealthy and influential people overshadowing the artistically motivated originators. Bohemian Grove slowly morphed from an artist retreat to a 2-week-long party where male elites met other male elites. Booyah.
Is it the patriarchy?
What happened to the art? Club bylaws state that at least 10% of the members admitted to Bohemian Grove must be accomplished artists. At least 10. Give us 10. Whether it be composers, actors, or painters. We'll even take composers. God, composers. Overly enthusiastic Grovers had referred to it as the greatest men's party on earth. Dude, there was definitely gay sex. This is definitely a place where it's just like, it's not gay if you're doing it at the Grove. It's artistic when I make my make on this man's back. It looks like mid-century, I don't know, contemporary. Looks like cum. The members list for Bohemian Grove is not public information. It is only available through outside leaks. Notably, a 2008 WikiLeaks entry that revealed the names of thousands of members. Now, we have to take that with a grain of salt. We don't know if it's real. 2008 was a crazy time. Remember the crash? That's when the housing crash was.
It's true.
It's also kind of around the time the first Transformers movie came out. Now there's like 12 of those. Is there an owl transformer?
I think there is, actually, isn't there? Yeah, it looks like an owl.
Is there an owl transformer? Aren't they're supposed to be cars? It is known today as a secret society of powerful and influential people. Members throughout history consist of former presidents, CEOs, board members of top military contracts, as well as numerous famous celebrities such as Sam Witwicky.
Sam Witwicky?
Witwicky. AKA Shia LaBeouf. And Optimus Prime is also there. Some members have been a part of the Grove for several decades. After 40 years of membership, you receive Old Guard status. This allows various perks like reserved seating during performances. You have to wait 4 decades, 40 years, to just get kind of a decent spot. And then by the time you're doing that too, you're gonna be so old. That's bullshit. I want my cock to work. I want to f all the other owls. Because in Eyes Wide Shut, they have like orgies, and I would assume the majority of them were like prostitutes or, you know, whatever. I mean, they say it's something else. I would assume that they're just like, no, we can't even allow those people to know of our mischievous deeds. Let's talk about some of the members from the past and present here. Not that this is all speculative. Just want to say we don't actually have a list, but this is what we've been told. Clint Eastwood's in it. Walter Cronkite, Richard Nixon, you better believe it, Ronald Reagan. They're probably having sex with each other. Ronald Reagan brings that monkey showing up, putting bananas and berries in people's assholes or whatever. He likes to eat it out of your asshole. Mark Twain. George Bush, what'd I tell you?
He's an artist.
He's an artist. I love his paintings. I want to go to a George Bush art gallery so bad. The Rockefellers. Theodore Roosevelt. Why did the Rockefellers get you?
Rockefellers are the richest family in the world.
Well, they used to be.
Still are.
They're not. I'm almost positive like every 24-year-old tech giant outclasses them. Whatever, doesn't matter. They're all rich assholes. F them. Even just recently in 2023, it was discovered that the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has attended Bohemian Grove with Harlan Crow, a billionaire Republican donor that showered him in luxurious trips under secrecy. They're trying to take down the deep state and the left of the country. They're definitely not just rich guys who are having sex with each other and finishing on people's faces and being disgusted and like crying in the shower later. That'd be the weird thing about Bohemian Grove. It'd be ecstasy outside, but then you'd go back to your room and probably be like, who am I? You know, like freaking out. Or you just wouldn't care. You're just like American Psycho, like just wiping your face. You only smile out there and then you just like go back in your room and you just sit down in your owl bed. I may look human, but I'm anything from it. I'm just simply not there. The motto of Bohemian Grove was, "Weaving spiders, come not here." What does that mean? Spiders is in our wives, women, do not come here and weave your dastardly tales of us bun to suck each other's cock. How do we know that it really isn't, I hate to keep harping on it, that it isn't just a boys club where guys are just like, if I sucked a dick, I feel like I'd be good at it.
Yeah, we know what we're doing with the thing down there.
It was Bohemian Grove at the beginning was definitely just like, we talk about art and we drink brandy and we talk politics and listen to jazz and rock and roll, and no women are allowed to come in because the conversations are just a bit too, methinks, intellectual. And then yeah, but really they're just like, if my wife came here and saw me become a Chinese finger trap, no, you have to push and then pull. The motto of Bohemian Grove was, "Weaving spiders, come not here," which is used to illustrate the strict rule against discussing business during the 2-week-long retreat. The website insists that there is zero business conducted at all times. We don't talk shop at all. Just the brandy, theater, jazz, and rock and roll. This is widely believed to be completely false by the general public. Duh.
Bohemian Grove?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of politicians, a lot of big wigs, making a lot of big decisions.
Oh, really?
I will say the fucking owl stuff, could they have picked a more fucking evil, super villain-esque crest? Not only does it look like a pissed off owl, it looks like a pissed off mage. It's like, I imagine the owl has Snape's voice.
Do not weave your webs here, spider.
Because of the staggering amount of powerful members of Bohemian Grove, it has been a well-known theory that the major country-shaping decisions are made during the 2-week-long event. And it is believed, while those running the retreat forbid business-related conversations, a group of people will often split off to privately discuss matters of importance. We have to have a conversation over there behind that tree. Dave, why is your pants down?
Owls need not such articles of fabric.
Peter Phillips, a Sonoma State sociology professor that attended the retreat in 1994, claims that, quote, "they're very clearly talking politics and business constantly. No one ever asked me to talk politics or business, and I dropped hints that I wanted to." Are you talking about gay sex in your asshole?
No. I'm talking about what?
It has been rumored, for example, that the Manhattan Project was conceptualized and planned out at the Bohemian Grove retreat during the 1940s. I'd believe that in a heartbeat. Oppenheimer was there. Well, the movie makes it seem like people were already trying to suck his cock the whole time.
You're a genius, Oppenheimer. He's like, well, I couldn't possibly say if that's true or not.
You're going to do big things. Drop the bomb, Oppenheimer.
Well, I guess I probably could if I really wanted to. I could probably make.
It was also reported that Ronald Reagan met Richard Nixon during the retreat in 1967 to discuss plans regarding the presidential race. Nixon was also caught in Oval Office tape describing the Grove retreat as the most goddamn thing you'd ever imagine. I would put large amounts of money on the fact that Ronald Reagan showed up with that monkey. I feel like a lot of people don't remember. He was an actor before he was a politician at all. Like in his youth, he had that monkey. He's like, well, come on. He's like, this is Dick Nixon. Unbuckling his pants. He's like, Reagan, what the hell? He's like, he wants a banana. Does your banana need to be peeled back or is it already cut up? Good God, Reagan. Gaining access to this private men's club is by no means cheap. Okay, you gotta be wealthy, or you gotta be a good artist. But I feel like they're just like, you gotta be a wealthy, good artist, bud. You can kind of color in the lines. We'll say you're an artist. Not only do you need to be invited by several former members just to apply, but you are added to the waitlist that is supposedly absurdly long. You'd be waiting 10 years before you were even considered for a role. Is this true? I don't know, but it sounds right, so we're gonna say it. When you are finally able to join, it will cost you around $25,000 initially, plus yearly dues of $5,000. That is substantially lower than what I expected. In 1899, the club gained so much notoriety that they were able to rent and later purchase a 2,700-acre plot of land in Monte Rio in California to run their annual retreat. From there, they continued purchasing the surrounding land to expand their campground. It featured various dining venues, theaters, and several smaller campsites that varied in theming and luxuriousness. There are over 100 camps, with many having servants assigned to them, and it was noted that many members brought their own chefs and servants along to accommodate hit them as well.
This looks like fucking Disneyland.
This does look like Disneyland. I guess that's the thing too, is whenever all these YouTubers sneak in, right? It's always abandoned, but that's just because it only happens for 2 weeks a year. 2 weeks is a long time, dude. If I want my back shot fixed, I feel like give me 3 days tops. In 1931, a smaller club building was built in both Sonoma and San Francisco, featuring dining rooms, libraries, art galleries, theaters, shops, and rooms for members to socialize in. During some seasons, members would put together and perform weekly plays, concerts, lectures, and more. My God, who would want that? It's so childish. It's like playing Dragon Ball Z in your backyard with your friend. During the Grove Retreat, phones and other technology were not welcome inside. Members would need to leave to visit a nearby hotel if they wanted to connect to the internet, which helped keep the place unphotographed and shrouded in secrecy to the wider public. They have a Disneyland map of it, and they also have a full building in San Francisco and a literal URL that you can type in and be like, I guess I'll sign up. The campground is littered with security and is very strict with their enforcement of the rules. Supposedly, a number of them are former military, CIA, and FBI agents. Members would indulge in golfing, canoeing, and other outdoor activities when they were getting absurdly drunk with fellow elites. Yeah, dude, boys. Why the f do I have to go to Bohemian Grove to do that? Can I not get day drunk on a Sunday playing golf with my buddies? 9 holes? In this secret place, you know, we're talking a lot about gay sex and other kinds of things, but what about some of the ceremonies they do? A major highlight of the retreat is a ritual ceremony that kicks off the Grove's festivities, known as the Cremation of Care. It is common to witness various high production value theatrical performances, often with men parading around in drag. Motley Crue did it. I'm just going to leave that there, I guess. One member told a reporter that, quote, sometimes the homoerotic themes can get a bit weird. Well, buddy, you're at the wrong place. The purpose of the ceremony is for members to forget their many responsibilities and put the stressors of life aside. On the opening day of the event, members listen to a series of welcoming speeches and pay their respects to older members and those who have passed away within the past year. It's the Oscars. How do we know the Oscars didn't start as a Bohemian Grove thing? They're just like, you guys suck. Why don't you like my statue? It's cool. Hooded men in red robes enter the stage, revealing a large wooden coffin. The coffin contains a lifelike human body shaped from a wooden skeleton. This body symbolizes all the frustrations belonging to the members.
Now get up here and fuck the wooden skeleton.
What if they actually had to have sex with an owl?
Well, like Ratma, but it's an owl.
And they f***ed it?
No, he f***ed you.
Yeah, okay. When you immediately jumping to that would be sick, I was like, wait, we can have sex with those things? They're like Furbies. A type of funeral service is performed for this effigy of a body known as dole care. By sacrificing it, the members of the Grove are getting rid of their problems to prepare for the next 2 weeks of leisure. This is becoming more and more clear that this is like, people have researched the Grove before, and this is all those male camps now.
I'm a man of a warrior.
You're getting rid of this, whatever, let go, embrace your masculinity. It's that kind of shit. Members begin to follow behind the rope priest and pallbearers as they march across the campground to reach a 40-foot altar beside a serene lake. The altar, covered in green moss, resembles an owl, similar to their logo. I will say this, the altar is insane. It looks fucking awesome, and it's horrifying. It is the perfect catalyst as a spooky secret society thing for someone to like come in there and be like, what the fuck is this thing, man? Once there, members of the club perform a drama complete with musical numbers. Singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. Mitt Romney singing in the rain right now, dude? Why is he hard? The body is loaded onto a nearby ferry. The torches surrounding it are put out, and the music comes to a halt. Back at the altar, the lamp of fellowship is lit as a chorus of voices ring out. On one of the redwood trees, a tree spirit appears and begins singing a happy tune about lighting fire to your grief and sorrow. Are they telling us that, like, no, seriously, a ghost comes out and starts singing Sing in the Rain with us as well? Or I imagine it's probably a costumed person comes out that has, it is some prestigious role, I bet. How do they dictate that shit, though, too? Well, you're promoted to tree spirit. Congratulations, Mark. Mark Wahlberg's like, oh my God, thank you. Afterwards, the high priest gives a long speech about the importance of nature and its ability to ease the spirits, which is kind of funny because it's basically RV camping that they're doing. And they're just out there having sex and they're just like, you have to take care of Mother Earth. And they're just like burning shit around. The bier containing the body travels up the altar where the torchbearers lift it above the head and place it in front of the owl. From there, a scary voice belonging to the care bellows out from under a dead illuminated tree. It insists that it cannot be defeated, to which the owl altar shouts back at it, claiming that the fire coming from the lamp of the fellowship can overcome it. Which also, fun fact, Walter Cronkite is the voice of the owl. A recording of his voice was recorded to be used for the performance every year. We got to put it up and just pretend that we know.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
Oh! At this point, the body is lit ablaze as music and fireworks fill the air. The members in the crowd celebrate, sing, dance, and celebrate the burning of their sorrows. I'm not gonna lie, that's a theatrical production that I'd be like, that's all right. I'm just not gay. I just wouldn't want to participate in the gay sex. Maybe. If I'm in the owl's nest.
Couple drinks in you.
Oh, one. Half. If I got an RC Cola in me, I'd be like, your voice sounded beautiful on that tape. Thank you. You know, with secret societies, as they say, the bigger you are, the harder you must fall. And people want to see what is going on in this club so bad. The exclusivity drives people insane. So you have people who try to infiltrate the Grove. Like Tyler Oliveira, the YouTuber. He's going to be one that cracks the case.
I gotta run. Chihuahua ran at me.
YouTuber Tyler Oliveira recently filmed himself sneaking into Bohemian Grove in the middle of the night until he was chased out by security.
Alright, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for sparing me.
I thought I was gonna get chased out by owls.
It probably was. What was the most alarming about the video is that the majority of the Monte Rio citizens were oddly scared to speak about it. Many of them seem to believe that, since the Grove consists of enormously powerful people, they might be targeted in some way for speaking bad about them.
Do you think y'all fornicate with one another?
Oh, I know they do.
I bet all the locals have like f***ed everybody. I mean, people are probably f***ed like Bill Cosby and fucking Will Smith and Mike Myers. I bet you anything Mike Myers has shown up to a Bohemian Grove event in the Austin Powers outfit and it's just got f***ed silly, like a rag doll. That's what they call him, ragdoll Mike. Yeah, baby, yeah! Or we could talk about when Alex Jones tried infiltrating it. Because back in the year of 2000, Alex Jones snuck cameras into Bohemian Grove in order to film the cremation of care ceremony alongside John Ronson, an author and journalist. Due to the cult-like nature of the ceremony, it was believed that there was demonic activity taking place that needed to be shown to the world. Alex Jones said so. Alex entered the campground and hid in the forest in the middle of the night to avoid security, confiscating his camera. There, he filmed the entire ceremony. He rushed back to his hotel to share his findings with Ronson, who then realized that the sacrificial child was not real. Then Alex Jones was like, well, I mean, you don't know that. Regardless, Alex insisted that he just witnessed demonic activity, running off to create a documentary called Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. Ronson claimed that it was wildly dramatized and filled with lies. His buddies immediately just like, dude, come on. Despite its lack of accuracy, the documentary turned Alex Jones into a celebrity in the conspiracy world. Whatever happened to him? I feel like I haven't heard about him in a while. He's probably doing okay.
Kambuga shaka munda kunga kingo buga laka bluga black 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 black.
What are we talking about? Richard Maxlin, the Phantom Patriot.
I operate in the real-life superhero community as the Phantom Patriot. This is my headquarters in Southern Nevada.
Richard Maxlin was 38 years old when he stormed Bohemian Grove armed with an assault rifle, resulting in his imprisonment. God damn, I'm gonna kill someone today. Richard grew up with the obsession with comic books, using them as an escape from his toxic life at home. He bounced from high school to the Marines and finally to stuntman school, struggling to find his purpose in life. Both of his parents had died soon after each other, and he inherited over $500,000. $500,000. Don't get me wrong, it's not like it's not a lot, but at the same time, it's like over $500,000. In his loneliness, he turned to television, where he became enamored by Alex Jones after watching Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. God damn it, Alex Jones. He bought into Alex's claims of satanic rituals and hidden torture chambers, and decided it was his purpose to infiltrate the event and rescue any innocent victims of child abuse. He used his former cosplaying skills to create a character named the Phantom Patriot, dressing in an anonymous black soldier outfit paired with a bulletproof vest and a skeleton mask that he probably used some of the money that he got from his dead parents to pay for. He spent a year arming himself with multiple guns, knives, a crossbow, a katana, and a handmade bomb launcher. He snuck into the Grove in the middle of January when the Bohemian Grove event wasn't even taking place. He just kind of showed up. After sneaking around tactfully, he realized there was nothing going on. After giving up on his grand plan, he snuck into a cabin and took a nap. I feel like I've led people to be like, something's gonna happen. The next morning, he decided to set fire to the mess hall in order to feel like he accomplished something. Sadly, the sprinkler system put the fires out. The fire alarms began to ring, and he was soon confronted by the authorities. He surrendered almost immediately after and was sent to prison for 6 years. That pivots perfectly into the reality of the situation, right? Part of the allure of the Bohemian Grove is the air of mystique that fills the conversations about it, right? Like a lot of things in life, people want to believe in something because it makes reality so much more fantastical when usually that's not the case. And it helps that there is rarely footage or, photography of the retreat, which gives potential members an exaggerated idea of what to expect, and this leads to an increase in the memberships of the Bohemian Grove. But the reality of the Bohemian Grove is that while there are likely some wild business deals and conversations between people of influence, it's just a part. People get together every once in a while. People do the same thing at Kanye's listening parties up in Wisconsin, Diddy's whiteout parties. Two respected members of society throwing parties. Just like that. And according to people on Reddit who have worked seasonal jobs at the Grove, it's an incredibly mundane event, which once again, we have to take these with a grain of salt. They talk about it the same way that like a high school student talks about like an amusement park job. Someone says, I know someone who works there, or at least did last I talked with him. He saw Conan O'Brien and Jeb Bush there and described it as a bunch of rich white dudes eating lobster.
Is that a euphemism?
It could be. Eating lobster, Conan's beat red cock. Or another person said, as a former employee, that's exactly what this place is. Rich white dudes eating lobster and fillets, drinking a lot, and peeing on trees. It's really not that exciting, which immediately breaks your immersion, because then you're kind of hit with reality of like, oh yeah, it probably is just like a really gay camping retreat. In conclusion, secret societies are inherently fascinating, but often the reality of the situation is just far less exciting. I'm sure there's something out there, because here's another thing. Secret societies, if you know about it, not a fucking secret. There's probably secret societies out there that no one knows, and those are the real devious things. But I like to think at this day and age, people are so enamored and inspired by these stories that that's what ends up starting maybe like internet secret societies, or where it's people being like, hey, this NFT thing's gonna be fucking huge, pick up some Bored Apes, or whatever, that kind of shit. Those are the new secret societies. That's the real weird boys club now. Do they all have gay sex with each other? I hope. I think everybody needs a little loving, dude. But I think Bohemian Grove is nothing more than a glorified fraternity for old rich boomers who want to relive their youth and talk to other rich people. That's probably what it is. But maybe one day we will dive deeper and find something more secret, more ancient, more horrendous that does end with gay sex and child sacrifice. Maybe. We'll never know. But until next time, my friends, be on the lookout and watch out for any strange owls that might appear outside your window. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we are talking about landlords. A good portion of you just cried. You threw up. Maybe you pissed your pants a little bit. But we're also going to talk about some, maybe a little nasty tenants, little parasites called squatters. Some people look at those as freedom fighters. Landlords and squatters, two groups that are constantly at odds with each other, even more than cyclists and car drivers. Not to dig off that pile of worms, right? But a squatter, for people who don't know, is essentially someone who occupies a piece of land that doesn't belong to them. In the process, they can utilize squatters' rights and attempt to permanently take over the property for themselves.
Hello, sir. You're delusional. You cannot do anything because the police said they will investigate it within 8 weeks, so they will come back to us. As far as that, you have to leave.
Pretty funny if, the landlord is like a slumlord and he's a dickhead. Not so funny if you're just like, this is just some extra revenue for me. This is my grandma's house. Please don't live here. The squatters' rights state that these people may be able to take over a piece of property through adverse possession. They can legally own a property given that they live there for an extended period of time, upkeep the property, pay taxes, as well as many other stipulations. There are benefits to these laws, like allowing unused properties not to be wasted, especially today, where everyone is encouraged to buy up as much property as you possibly can to get rich, right? That's where the slumlords come from. People price gouging and raising stuff out, gentrification and pushing people out of areas. At least this way, if it's a shitty building and someone wants to live there, let them live there, dude. Kicking out a squatter can end up becoming a stressful and lengthy legal process. For some landlords that have multiple properties, this drives them banana sandwich.
In 6 months, you haven't paid rent. It's my house.
But that's not to say that we should feel bad for all landlords. God, we should feel bad for barely any landlords, because many of them are downright
evil.
A new report shows how much rent prices increased across Los Angeles.
The housing crisis has long been an issue in Los Angeles thanks to expensive rent.
In the wake of two of the most destructive fires in state history, a spike in rent gouging across LA County.
Even this year, it was discovered that LA property owners began spiking up their rent to take advantage of desperate people who just had their homes destroyed in the wildfires. You like that? But landlords have also begun to take to the internet and become influencers themselves, landlord influencers.
This is what 14,000 is going to get you in San Antonio, Texas. It's a speed tour, so let's take a look. Here we go. We see the big, beautiful yellow door right there. I don't know why they made it yellow, but they did.
Or on TikTok, it's called #property talk. Nowadays, there are tons of landlord influencers that give us a peek into their day-to-day lives while flexing their wealth and pushing their online courses because, as we know from our boy Andy Elliott, if you're a rich man, you have to put it in a package that people can buy on how they can become a rich man.
I thought about buying one and then realized that's how they make their money.
That's how they become wealthy, is because there's people that I'll teach you the secrets when really there's probably like a 12-year-old kid from Illinois who uploaded a video that broke down, like how owning property works or something. But ultimately, they want to sell you the idea that you need to buy tons of property and become a landlord to live a good life, to have that secure passive income life, right?
Here's what it takes to have $10,000 a month in passive income. You know, everybody's spoiled. I've been in business for 31 years. I started with interest rates at 10 and 12%. So literally at 4%, and people are complaining now at 6%, you guys are spoiled.
Let the properties work for you. That's what a lot of them say. When this career started taking off, the first thing people were saying is, you gotta get property. You gotta invest into property. Which instead of just being like, why don't you just invest into a home for yourself? They were like, why don't you go in on an apartment complex? And I'm like, what the will I know about doing that? A lot of these people, all of these people that participate in this kind of content are absolute garbage scum. Like my boy Samuel Leeds, a landlord influencer who makes videos like this one where he giddily explains how you can convert multiple rooms in a house, including bathrooms, mind you, into bedrooms in order to hike up the prices astronomically.
This was a bathroom. This was a bathroom. She ripped it out and put a bed in it.
You ever walk into a 2-bedroom house and you're just like, this is a studio apartment? My boy Samuel Leeds disagrees. Check this one out.
Right now, I'm standing in Huddersfield. These houses, they rent out for about £1,000 a month. Big houses. However, my friend JL Spoon, how you doing?
Hi.
We met 6 years ago. I've been mentoring her.
God damn, Sam, you are out of breath. I've been mentoring her. Trying to do more.
Living in a council flat?
Yes, I was.
In and out of hostels?
Now I'm a property billionaire.
Now she's a property millionaire. How? Because she doesn't get £1,000 for this house. She recently bought this house and is renting it out for how?
God, Samuel is just also disgusting. He looks like he's made of butter. Doesn't he? This is the kind of guy that I just want to see a video of him, like just some guy, it could be anybody, just takes like a metal bat and just hits him over the back of the head and he's just blind. And he would still talk. He's like, okay, so I'm blind. That doesn't mean that I can't go out and convert these rooms.
I was looking at a house, technically like 6 bedrooms, but 3 of them were in the basement, but they couldn't call them bedrooms because the ceiling was too short.
Yeah, because it would be like a hobbit was living there. Yeah, I've had to rent a house like that before. Like it's 3 bedrooms, and me and my wife were all excited because we're like, oh, like we can each like our bedroom, and then you'll have like a little art room and I'll have an art room. And then like went downstairs and I was like, this is depressing. And she was like, oh, I'm shorter than you. And I'm like, I don't want you to be down here in this hobbit hole. Other influencers will record themselves calling their tenants to reveal that they are massively raising their rent. In this case, from $1,200 to $2,200. Isn't that fun? Isn't that great? I love that I get to watch somebody do this and they're all giddy doing it.
You're currently rented for $1,100 in that house and it's in Miami. It's a pretty low price in today's market. I wanted to see if you wanted to stay there.
Yeah, I was planning on staying. I don't want to move, and I have been here for over 10 years.
I would want you to stay, but we'd have to raise it a little bit.
Okay, and?
There's houses in that area going for $2,500. You could take the lower end of $2,200.
Are you kidding me? That has to be a joke. $2,500. That's over double my current rent.
I like how also he's adding the emojis and he's like smiling while doing it, being like, she's like, I can't afford, I've been here 10 years. And he's like,
I'm already working 2 jobs as it is. Where do you want me to go now?
Oh, poor bitch. Once again, dude. Ugh. So today I thought we'd look at some particularly wild squatting stories to maybe get the blood boiling in a nice way where you're just like, you know what? Yeah. Fuck 'em. Before diving into some of the most insane landlords you've ever seen.
Right. Yeah, right.
Get out of my face.
I'm not gonna move. This is my house.
Cool. This is harassment. Bye.
Oh.
I'm trying to, I don't know, I feel like, are we manipulating people by showing the squatters and then also being like, kill every landlord? I don't know. Both things are interesting. I particularly, if I owned a house and I was just like, yeah, you know what, I got another house and I found out that a dude was squatting there and he just gets to just take over my property, I don't think I'd enjoy that. But also giggling and calling people on the phone, having to raise your rent.
That guy should be squatted on.
That should be illegal. But first, before we get into the juicy landlord stuff, let's talk about squatter stories. Which we could talk about a squatter who moved into a home and then sold it for £540,000. A squatter from London named Keith Best was doing a painting job in his neighborhood when he spotted a large, broken down, abandoned flat in East London in 1997. The house had belonged to Colin Curtis after it was given to him by his mother Doris when she died. Curtis eventually inherited another property and moved out in 1996, simply abandoning it without ever coming back to check on it. He's just like, I'm just gone. Which maybe that's how they do things, and Keith slowly began his renovation, sinking £150,000 into the property out of pocket, despite not even owning it. He admitted in an adverse possession claim, but happened to do so only weeks after it was criminalized. The Curtis family discovered what he was doing, which began a lengthy legal battle over who owned the property. By the end, Keith had spent £400,000 in legal fees, as well as £245,000 to Doris's granddaughter as compensation. Okay, first off, where the is he getting this money from? Because Doris was an old retired woman, Keith was under harsh ridicule. He told reporters, I've been portrayed as a thief who cheated an old man out of his home, but that's not true. The whole thing has been a nightmare. It affected me health. It cost me a lot of money. I never made anything from this, and it's being made out that I robbed a pensioner. I have not made a profit. The negative press led him to losing his job while having to return to court 8 times after failing to settle the dispute with the family peacefully. The stress was so great, according to Keith, that it led to the mental decline and the eventual death to his mother. It killed me mom. She saw the effect it was having on me. It was awful. I regret the impact it had on my health, and I didn't make any money from this.
He keeps saying that.
He's like, it killed my mom, and I also didn't make a single dime. It was only in 2014 when the decision to criminalize adverse possession was overruled, and he was finally successful in gaining ownership. That motherfucker was in a 20-year battle. Curtis attempted a counterclaim, but failed and eventually died in 2018. Curtis couldn't even hold it. Keith recently sold the home for £540,000 and retired, now residing in a large home in Essex. I did not make a dime. Until now. Which also, $540,000 seems like he still didn't. I lost money on it. With the court fees and everything else, he just sold it. He's like, even Stevens. He's just waiting for Curtis to die. He's like, I'm gonna take it to the fucking grave. Or we could talk about a homeowner who was taken to jail. In 2024, a woman from Clayton County was arrested after her home was taken over by alleged squatters. A woman named Hale had one day discovered a woman named Sakamia Johnson inside her home, but when she called the police, they refused to have her removed. Under the Georgia Squatter Reform Act, she did qualify as a squatter because she was related to the partner of a tenant who was recently evicted from the property. She even had a signed order that denied that she was a squatter. What followed was a several-month-long court case that eventually ended in Hale's favor 3 months later. However, she found herself in more trouble when it was time to reclaim her property. Hale planned to clean up the house now that it would soon belong to her, only to find that the locks were all broken. Soon, Sakamia and a man she brought with her had forced their way into the home. When cops arrived, they deemed Hale's action as an illegal eviction since she was forcibly removing items that belonged to Sakamia, even going as far to yell, "Leave before I get my gun." Because Hale had not yet received the proper documents to legally evict a tenant, she was charged with criminal trespassing and a misdemeanor count of terroristic threats. Hale was thrown into a police car and forced to stay the night in prison. Eventually, she was able to successfully reclaim her home.
You gotta be careful. My parents had squatters.
How long did they occupy the house for?
A couple months, because we were in California. Because the thing is the house was actually being foreclosed on. The foreclosure letter got sent to the tenants, and they opened the mail, which is illegal. So then they just decided, we're not going to pay.
Didn't you say that they left the house in absolute disgust?
That was a different tenant. My parents had 3 houses.
Your parents are slumlords?
Yeah.
Today's video is sponsored by Hungry Root. Have you ever wanted a personal shopper for groceries or a nutritionist nearby telling you what to eat? I know I do. Well, now you can have both with Hungry Root. They make it super easy to eat high-quality, nutritious food and achieve your health goals. If you're looking for anti-inflammatory, gut-friendly, gluten-free, or dairy-free, all you gotta do is let Hungry Root know, and they will fill your cart with personalized recommendations that only get better with time. They ask you a bunch of questions like, what do you like to eat? How much do you like to spend per week? And then they can begin recommending things that fit your life. Because when you're trying to eat healthy, it can be easy to know what to leave out, but sometimes it's just as hard to find what you should be eating. That's why I'm using Hungry Root to help me steer me towards meals that will keep me on my health goals. Hungry Root has over 15,000 recipes to share, so there's something for everyone. Plus, all of Hungry Root's recipes can be made in just 15 minutes or less. Take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMEAT. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMEAT.
Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video.
Now let's take a look at one of the most historic cases of squatting, which took place in 1969 in London. Didn't know so many London cases here, huh? A group of organized hippies created the London Street Common after taking over a 100-room mansion at 114 Piccadilly in London's West End. It happened during a time of radical politics fueled by a decade of rock and anti-establishment sentiment. And on top of this, there was a housing shortage after World War II that made it incredibly hard to find shelter. Many of the remaining buildings were left vacant by property owners waiting for its development value to increase. Bunch of broken buildings from the war, and they're just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave it. And then whenever it actually starts to spike, that's when I'll start renovating it, and then it'll be worth however much more. The group's reasoning behind this act was to show the world that the city doesn't get to just belong to the rich people in power. Unfortunate, because yeah, it does. I mean, that's just... The group stormed the building, put up barricades, and even installed a homemade drawbridge over a dry moat in order to keep unwanted visitors at bay. It was renamed Hippie Dilly. Honestly, dude, creating a drawbridge is sick. I want a drawbridge. What do I have to do to get a drawbridge in my life, dude? Probably can't be that hard to make nowadays, right? You're not a big, crazy one, but just like a little... some chain to get some Home Depot or something. Hordes of hippies, drug dealers, runaways, and more began living in the building. It was so populated that they had to host house meetings and give people jobs, like contacting local restaurants and catering companies that were sympathetic to their cause because they need food to also feed all of these people. Basically became a homeless shelter is what it became. The place became a media sensation to the point where some celebrities would show up, take pictures, and attempt to be seen as hip. Yeah, Mick Jagger with his giant mansion.
Oi, you guys are really giving it to him, eh?
Many were outraged by their actions, and protesters began chanting things like, "Monkeys get back to the zoo." Those who tried to get into the property were met by members of Hell's Angels, who aided them with security to return for housing.
Hell's Angels is in Britain?
I guess, dude. I don't know if they fly over with their motorcycles. I like to imagine they're on the inside the plane. We gotta help them, man. They refused to comply with eviction notices, and it only took 3 weeks before the entire mansion was raided by police officers. They gained access by having a few officers trick the security into thinking they wanted to help an ill pregnant woman inside. Classic ruse. Only to send in 200 more officers. There's a pregnant lady in there who needs help. Oh, really? Hippies started chucking iron bars, wooden planks, and other items around the house at the officers, but it was all shut down fairly quickly. There were a few arrests, but a majority of the residents left without pushback. They're just like, just get out of here. Just bloody well get out of this home. This event ignited a squatters movement that continued for many, many years, falling into the 70s, probably the 80s, y'all. But then we have landlords. Let's just say landlords, yes, they price gouge. There's a lack of human empathy that goes into the business of that. But we can also talk about a landlord who gave its tenants lead poisoning. Yeah. In 2024, pretty recently, a property management company named Lemoore rented out apartments in Brooklyn, New York that led to young children getting lead poisoning. Tenants were interested in the property after being lied to about the conditions. Fast forward to when they moved in, and tenants were met with leaks, mold, rodent infestations, elevated levels of lead from the paint, mold again, and water leaks. The pictures are disgusting. And in the end, 130 young children tested positive for elevated blood lead levels since 2012. Apparently, this is one of the many cases where the company had screwed its tenants over with their living conditions, reaching housing violations of over 30,000 people. In court, they were forced to pay $6.5 million in settlements, a relief that is considered historic for a case of this kind. $3 million of that settlement would go directly to the tenants impacted by the poor living conditions. So that's nice. At least there's something, at least it ends on a relatively healthy note. I will say, to be in this position where you're just like, okay, fine, I'll sign the lease, I'll go do, we'll live here, and to show up and you're just like, well, I can't afford anything else. Tragic, man. Especially in a beautiful country like this. How the hell could that happen?
In a beautiful city like New York.
A beautiful, super clean city like New York. Brooklyn, New York, mind you. Let's start talking about some of the tenants, y'all. This headline is supposed to be, I think, shocking, but at the same time, after all we've read so far, it makes me just be like, sweet. Tenant takes revenge blows up apartment. It's cool if no one else gets hurt, otherwise that's a bit of an overreaction. In 2022, a man in his 30s was due to be evicted by his landlord. He knew it was coming, he was so infuriated about it that he purposely set up a gas explosion to blow up his apartment. Scratch what I said. Scratch what I said about the, it's cool if no one else gets hurt. I was just kidding about that, okay? The entire roof was blown off the building, sending debris down the street and causing neighbors to be evacuated. Nobody was injured, and the man is now in custody. All right, never mind. Don't do that. I feel like I should really clarify. I'm joshing, all right? Or we could talk about the tenant who was living in the cellar of a building dies in a fire. In 2019, a 32-year-old man named Philip Sheridan died in a fire that spread throughout his converted basement in Leeds. It was discovered that Humraz Shahid, the landlord, did little to keep the property suitable for human habitation. The cellar only had one entrance with a faulty handle that was already partly blocked by a stove. You have to jiggle it. You have to jiggle it. He's like, I can't. He's like, sorry, my new stove is here. I don't want to move. There was no fire alarm or smoke detector either down there. I like how he set it up and he couldn't even bother. You'll smell the smoke. You'll wake up and run. It'll be fine. The source of the fire that killed Philip was the stove itself, so he had to run through the fire just to save himself. He ended up suffering severe burns all over his body before falling to the floor outside of the building, passing away after a short time in the hospital. It was clear that everything that happened was 100% avoidable, and Shahid was arrested and given a 13-month prison sentence. That's it? 13 months? A year? They're like, a little over a year, Shahid. 13 months. What of the Weber grill? What happened with my Weber stove? Like, it burnt up. Just put a bullet in my head. Or we could talk about my boy Daniel Ohib Shalom. There's no way I'm saying, is that how you say that?
Daniel Ohib Shalom.
It is in New York City, maybe. Ohib Shalom. I do not think I'm saying that right. Daniel Ohib Shalom is infamously known as one of the worst landlords in New York City for years of neglect given to his properties.
Daniel Oheb Shalom's apartments are notorious for deplorable conditions.
He already has a reputation. Daniel Ohib Shalom, they're just like, don't stay at his place, whatever you do. It was so bad that he was given jail time after accruing 700 plus housing violations on top of harassing tenants constantly. I hate this motherfucker. He would refuse to make repairs to the point that the doors no longer had working locks and the walls themselves were falling apart. And you can see some of the photos here. I like how he's just like, I'm not gonna repair it, and we're raising the rent. They put a Chipotle down the block. I'm raising the rent. That's the kind of landlord I want to be. I saw a Chick-fil-A, a Raising Cane's, and a Chipotle. We're raising the rent. There's a Costco 2 miles away. I saw your Honda Civic pull in. I know you're gonna drive that while raising the rent. It was believed that the landlords wanted to create living conditions horrible enough to force everyone to leave so that he could renovate and sell the buildings at a higher value. Is that fun? Did you like that? If you don't like it, leave. You know what he's going to do to sell it for a higher value? He's going to go to Home Depot and be like, what's the cheapest sink? And they're like, that one? He's like, I'll take like 12 of them.
Do the landlord special, baby.
Landlord special. Paint it over. There's cracks in the wall. All right, it's good to go. One man recounts the condition, stating, quote, imagine waking up in the middle of the night with smoke throughout the building and the smell of burning oil because of a boiler that was never maintained. Imagine fighting cancer and not having heat and water.
They would withdraw the rent straight out of our bank account every month, but then we get no heat for 5 days every week. 3 days with heat, the rest of the time no heat, no hot water.
He's like, there's a new Thai curry place open on the block, we're raising the rent. The bodega on the corner just became organic, we're raising the rent. You can now buy organic Doritos from the bodega and a boarhead sandwich, we're raising the rent. To avoid getting caught and forced to fix his building's many problems, he would forge documents regarding proof of upkeep and even listed other associates of ownership documents so it couldn't be tied back to him. What a greasy little man. I like how he's just like, I crafted this thing with AI and I signed it, and I also signed it in my dead niece's name, so people will never know that it was me. I'm Daniel. I am raising the rent. According to a DA, there was an instance in which the ceiling was so damaged that it collapsed and injured a small child.
Suddenly I heard him scream, and when I went into the room, the ceiling had collapsed over him. And thankfully, you know, it wasn't a major injury, but I mean, it hit his head.
It just fell on a child, and he's just like, were you jumping around? Is this because I raised the rent? He was then sent back to prison a second time to serve 60-day sentence after he failed to complete repairs at 2 properties that were ordered by the courts. Dude, just fix the property. Actual slumlord behavior. I don't have it. If I have to repair it, I'm raising the rent. When the man was sent to jail, residents of 2 of his Washington Heights buildings rallied together to push the city to let them own the property as a tenant-owned co-op. That'd be really funny. You're gonna let them live in this wasp nest? All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when they have to raise the rent. And then it turns into a different story when we become a landowner, all right? They received tons of support from city council members, and a conversation began about helping to set up proper financing for renovations, as well as giving them community ownership of the building. News came out that he was punched in the face soon after being arrested, which was applauded by all the tenants. Just a little cherry on top. He got arrested and someone just beat the hell out of him, and everyone's just like, yeah! He's like, so what am I gonna do? My hands are tied. I only have 700 other buildings in New York City. Okay. All right. So this is we're all officially barbarians now. The Mongolians have come back, and this is now China. It's like, what are you talking about, Daniel? Yeah, the guy next to him is just like, stop your crying. My stove. And they're in the same prison cell. Just kill me in my sleep. Daniel's like, I'll buy you a new stove. Oh, you, Daniel Oshalo.
Did you have any really bad landlords?
Yeah, dude. I think that there's ethical ways of also just being like, I have to raise it. Property values going up to meet demands with whatever. I need to make my end too. Maybe there isn't an ethical way of being a landlord. I don't know. Especially whenever I was living in like lower income housing and stuff. Those are always the worst, at least in my experience. And then you would have to put down this huge deposit for cleaning, and you never got it back. At the beginning, when you move into an apartment, you take pictures of all the stuff where you're like, hey, there's this, so you don't get charged with that end. At the end, the woman sent back the pictures that we took at the beginning of our stay that was cleaned and that was clean, and said, oh, well, these are the things that we have to clean, so you're not getting your deposit back. And we were like, that's the pictures we took 12 months ago. And they're just like, shot, and they just ghosted us. And what can you do? And at the end of the day, you have to like live with it, just being like, well, there goes like a $300 to $500 deposit or whatever. And I think that's where they get you too, because they're just like, once again, I'm talking on my ass, but I would say like 90% of people don't get their deposit back easily. Like, it's just some shit where it's like, well, the blinds are messed up. It's like, those are $30 blinds on top of a fucking $1,200 deposit or whatever it is. But, you know, landlords can be creeps. So let's talk about some creepy landlords, such as a landlord who hides cameras in the women's room. That's got to happen everywhere. That's got to be such a common thing. That's also why, in like, if I stay in a hotel and stuff, I'll put like bags in front of outlets, like little stuff like that, where I've seen in shows where it's like, oh, there's a camera there. I've seen so much stuff. I'm just creeped out by it. How creepy is it? Not that I give a shit about anybody really seeing like my tiny pig cock or anything like that, but I'm just like, just weird feeling like somebody's like taking that video and they're doing whatever with it.
Just watching you.
Yeah, hawking loogies in my hand and going to town on my cock, and then ordering DoorDash, not washing my hands and eating Subway. That can't get out there. In 2025, Edgar Ramirez Dihadillo, a landlord from Palm Beach County, was arrested after he hid a camera on the ceiling of an apartment he was renting out to a female tenant. What did I tell you, dude? Probably in the fire alarm. I bet you anything. She had only been living there for a few days before her boyfriend noticed her bright green light coming out of the device on the ceiling. He's like, have you not noticed this? It's a smoke alarm. It means it's good. It's healthy in here. He brought it up to Edgar, who claimed it was a device that strengthened the Wi-Fi signal. Suspicious. She asked him to cover it with a piece of tape. He ended up just using a small piece to cover up just the blinking light part. She thought something strange was going on and removed the device to find that there was an SD card inside of it that stored various photos of her in the room. The man was charged with digital voyeurism with a bond set to $7,500. I like to leave up these pictures for a second just to be like, I don't know if you're ever in Palm Beach and he's like, hey, you want to come check out that deal? Be like, I think I'm going to pass. Also, what's creepy about that too, how many people has he done this to? How many times do these landlords, they're like, they show you the place, they're all nice, and they're just like, you gotta use the restroom, just in there. And they just have people come in, you know? He's like, I gotta get my fix before the next person comes in. Just right back there. Ooh, there's no toilet paper? I'll go run get some. Just sit there and wait. Just sit there and wait.
That's how they decide who they're gonna rent it out.
Yeah, but whoever takes the smelliest shit, he's like, those are gonna be some juicy pics. Or we can talk about a landlord who stole some tenants' lingerie. Just seeing the picture of him immediately. Like how he's just like, I just don't know what I did wrong. That's what his face looks like. I smelled good. Is it a crime for things to smell good? It's like, no, it's a crime that you stole it, you fucking creep. He's like, okay, news to my ears, man. In 2021, a 45-year-old landlord from Ohio named Ivan Rock was accused of illegal and disgusting behavior by one of his female tenants. According to the victim, she had seen Rock's behavior shift to become more aggressive and menacing over time. Jesus. At one point, she had returned to her home to find him sleeping on her couch naked.
It was an accident.
This isn't my house. Darn it. She returned home to find that Ivan had come into her place to leave her brand new lingerie as well as condoms for her. Eventually, he wanted her out of the house, calling her to say that he already packed all of her belongings. She came home and noticed that she was missing a digital camera as well as a pair of lingerie.
The one he gave.
Yeah, I'm sorry I took back my gift, dude. The unappreciated gift. She told police that she became terrified of the man to the point of committing to leave out of fear for what he might do next. After talking to the police, Rock was arrested on charges of menacing and petty theft charges, and his bond was set to $2,500. What about the naked incident? Okay, so there's no oopsie daisies. Okay. That's all he got charged for, was just being like, you took some of her panties, Rock. Admit it. He's like, okay. Well, so it was on her couch naked. He's like, they're like, shh. We didn't hear that part. All right, now here's $2,500 bail bond, Rock. Thank you. In any case, the issue between squatters and landlord is a complex one that I will not get involved in. I'm not opening that can of worms. I'm not doing it. Death to every landlord. There are extreme cases, sure, but in reality, most people just want a roof over their heads and just a place to stay and feel safe and not be price gouged. So if you do have to be a landlord and be one of these people that are just like, I have to raise the rent, at least make the places bearable to live in. Don't be putting cameras in there and stealing lingerie, showing up naked to your tenant's house, that kind of thing. That I feel like that's at least enough of a handshake. Okay, fine. And also give people back their deposits. Give the deposits back. I have to get a cleaning guy in here, and I mean, it's gonna take him he's gonna be here all day. She's like, there's one bedroom. Yeah, but it's probably gonna cost $1,700. Probably. Never mind. Fuck it. Kill your landlords. I'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. Come on in and sit down, because today we're going to be talking about the food VTuber epidemic.
Just go to Hot Topic with a sourdough roll and you'll get a goth picture. You will.
The streaming world has evolved quite a bit in the last decade or so. For most streamers, the goal is to showcase an authentic personality by putting their face on their content. Is that what you think of when you think of streamers?
Well, you want to seem like, I'm a normal guy. I'm a normal girl, big boobies.
And the chat's like, look at oh humble me. But over time, however, tubing has morphed the streaming landscape drastically. Today, many people use elaborate avatars and play up their own original characters. However, not all VTubers are confined to the brightly saturated characters with fat, swinging, big fucking titties. Anime. No. VTubers are no longer anime girls, Nick. They're much more. In fact, it appears we're now entering a brand new era of VTubing, a bizarre trend where streamers take the form of anthropomorphic foods, mostly just from the burnt peanut. We're seeing this thing right now. With one man's success, it has altered the landscape of media, which is not a new thing. People do it all the time. Mr. Beast.
He changed YouTube forever.
Mr. Beast has changed the way that people interact with content now. That fucking, what's that one guy? Brent Rivera? Have you seen that motherfucker? Oh my God. It's the exact same thing. The cuts, the cues, the text, everything is identical to that Mr. Beast format, but that's just because people want to follow success. And I think people associate the food VTube thing as like, that's what people want to see.
It's funny, it's cute.
But people don't realize the personality comes with it. You have to be quick-witted. You have to have charisma, right?
People were comparing it to the annoying orange. It's like reverting back.
The fact that it's a peanut is like totally irrelevant.
No, that's the success.
That's the successful key. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah. We're going to talk about this new trend, but we're also going to talk about how it's led to possibly the worst streamer in modern history. And it's it's quite the ride, so buckle up. The catalyst for this epidemic of food tubers is a well-known Twitch streamer that you've all probably heard about, the Burnt Peanut. I think he really blew up with Arc Raiders. I had a buddy that watched them all out when he did. I think he was an Escape from Tarkov guy back in the day. But anyways, funny guy, quick-witted, and good at games. Like that's like, you have to have that. I don't know if there's many Twitch streamers that do very well. I know people say that players are bad. I feel like you have to be actually pretty competent at games to make it like watchable. Like when if I stream something, like a game, oh my God forbid.
Yeah, you get grilled.
Horrible, tortured. I mean, people don't want to, and people are backseat gaming the whole time. You have to follow somebody that feels competent in the game. They're quick-witted, they're funny, they're likable, all those things. Like it's a very rare thing to have, I feel like. And over the last 2 years, the Burnt Peanut has risen to unfathomable fame. Every time I see that motherfucker on Twitch, it's like 60 to 70,000 people watching. It's pretty insane.
I think he's botting. Everybody on Twitch bots.
That's also cope though, isn't it? He's botting.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck off. Yeah. I see clips of him all the time. He's botting. Yeah, right. It wasn't until 2024, however, that he began gaining a large following after clips of his Tarkov streams went viral on TikTok.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you serious?
People were initially drawn to upbeat personality, the unique presentation, and the small details like his character's rotations of fun costumes. Which I will say, this does show, and it's a good example of, you just have to put in a little bit of effort to stand out. If you're already called a burnt peanut, it makes sense that like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be a peanut avatar because what the fuck else am I gonna be? But then it's like, oh, what if I just gave him different clothes? And then you just use a stream deck or whatever. And there it is. And people are like, oh my God! But that's just because the whole landscape is so fucking boring and not inspired. That was like a deal back in the day when I first saw Dr. Disrespect streams. You'd see all those transitions and shit, and you're like, the production level on this is crazy. I mean, a lot of people can do that. It's just a matter of, do you have the gumption? Do you have the creative will? If I was watching this, I would want to see this. You know what I mean?
I want to see the burnt peanut sitting on a beanbag chair with the Xbox controller and Cheetos, you know, because he switches out the background and stuff. So I think that's exciting for...
Sorry, I don't know why, but... I had a panic attack while you're talking. But to be fair, though, the large part of the Twitch landscape or streaming landscape is, how do I say this in a nice way? It's like people that aren't the most social, that are just good at games. And, you know, they have a quirky thing where they look at the camera and they'll be like, hog. Hog. Yo, that guy just got owned.
Turn over and you leave.
Hey, Crystal Scepter, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. That's one thing that I found too. The bro culture on Twitch is insane. I didn't expect it. I think it's just mostly Call of Duty and that kind of thing, but it's always like, yo, okay, I'm dropping in. And I'm sitting there, I'm like watching it on like my break at work. I'm like, I wish that was me. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume is the flavored air device designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not return to your old ways. And breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. On top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of the crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. I keep my Fume device here at my desk so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habit wants to distract me from my work, like cut that, editor, actually. Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to bad cravings, am I right? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a journey pack, you'll get a free Fume topper just for using my code PAPAMEAT. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's tryfum.com and use code PAPAMEAT to get your free Fume topper with your journey pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. When Arc Raiders released in 2025, he became one of the streamers to watch play that game, pushing him into peak stardom. And with this rapid growth came a higher production budget and tons of collaborations with other known streamers. This is not without pushback, however, as people across the internet think both the Burnt Peanut and his fan base are insufferable. People post videos of fans laughing, clapping their hands and feet to what looks like brain rot screaming content, which I want to interject here as well. That shit, you get popular enough, you're gonna get hate. You know what I mean? The motherfucker is a peanut VTuber playing Arc Raiders. If you're like, making fun of that, it's just a thing where it's just, it becomes popular, therefore, so I don't fucking like that anymore, actually. That's fucking stupid. And yeah, is there like some cringe comments? What the fuck? He says goop. Look at me goop. Whatever the fuck it is. Who cares? But that's the thing though, is it becomes an easy target because it's just, he's very well known. So I get to make my little content making fun of things. And there you go. Some adult fans even record themselves in tears on the floor as they react to his streams. I don't think I've ever had that, luckily. I don't think my fan base has ever been that dedicated where some guy's like, oh my God. Other Peanut fans hail him as a god and are extremely parasocial with him. And if you look at any comment section, even related to him, you'll find comments saying that he is the light in a dark world. Or that he needs to be on every TV in America, which he has dedicated fans. What the fuck? You can say that with any rabid fan base. Look at any fan base. The problem is when a fan base becomes rabid, they become insufferable. To people who don't who aren't into that fandom. That's why you get like the Has-Been Hotel. People hate those fans, or like Amazing Digital Circus, all that kind of shit. Rick and Morty. It's just, it comes with the territory of being a huge like IP or star.
People just, they get rabid.
People get rabid. They get excited. They can't help it. Essentially, people treat the Burnt Peanuts audience like the classic millennial cringe, quirky chungus, spouting random like, oh, that's epic, hey, goop, all that kind of stuff, and people associate that's where it comes from, right? This weird behavior also started a trend of people making videos mocking the fan base, portraying them as man babies drooling over themselves and farting as they rock back and forth in pure bliss, which I will say I found a couple of my videos in those, and it's funny.
Really?
Yeah. Usually it's people, it's like their feet on the desk and they're like all curled up like this and like, hey, and they clap their feet, and there's like a monitor with like 7 things going, and I've seen my videos on there, and I'm like, hell yeah. If one of my viewers is at home drooling in a spit bib right now, dude, praise the Lord. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, he has risen. But for people who think that the Burnt Peanut is the most annoying, like, oh my god, it's the fan base, it's so annoying, you probably should check out the competition of people that are copying him. Because the Burnt Peanut has seen massive success streaming in this style, it has inspired a whole new wave of copycats who try to treat his content as a formula for success. And if you scroll through TikTok or Instagram Reels, you are bound to find clips of people streaming as assorted food items and objects. After all, it's a very easy thing to set up with tons of YouTube tutorials instructing people how to mimic this recipe for success. You just gotta be food! Nick, what food would I be?
Cheeseburger.
Editor, put me as a cheeseburger now. I'm a cheeseburger! What's my thing? You know how he says goop, gloop, or whatever? What's mine?
Cheese. Just say cheese.
Oh, I got my delicious cheese. I'm going to get a triple stack burger on my cheese. Actually, I would watch that.
That'd be cool if their model changed. You can make like
exactly
12 stack cheeseburgers.
Whoa, too many patties! Yes! People, oh my god! For those who are even lazier, you can purchase the models online. And in fact, there's been a massive boom in VTuber modeling community. Many artists have made tons of money turning their 3D modeling portfolios into literal grocery stores. Accounts like The Prime Butter, The Sweaty Tomato, and The Casual Turnip are prime examples. However, there's definitely a reduction in both stream quality and just general personality, because people find out that it's like there's just not a whole lot behind the personality that carries them. People online who come across these channels often call them out for copying the Burnt Peanuts formula, which is why nearly every one of these accounts has a video defending themselves and describing how their origin story is different, which I love. There's nothing I love. Dude, that's how I came up with the turnip. Okay? Why can't you just be like, yeah, I just like him. I want to do a food thing too. Why is that so bad?
Because nobody wants to seem like they're copying someone, even though they blatantly are.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be original.
Yeah. Well, dude, I actually was, it's a weird timing because I'm the burnt almond. Just like a weird coincidence that we kind of are just both nuts. Just the state of my mind, I guess. This isn't to say there's something wrong with mimicking the format, but it's very clear that the thing selling Burnt Peanut streams the most is high energy and personality. It's not his fucking VTuber thing, dude, all right? For those who are able to put on a good stream, the format definitely can work well. But this is all boiling down to one of the main reasons I wanted to make this video today, which is talking about one of the worst things that happened to the internet, I feel like, as of lately. I mean, is that too much to say? It seems so. I mean, it's pretty horrible. I fucking can't stand it. I mean, if I'm being honest. If you've been terminally online on the internet recently, you undoubtedly heard of a VTuber known as the Faithful Sheriff. And if you don't know who the Faithful Sheriff is, God bless you. Because this is the accumulation of the worst part of a copycat. If you wanted to be a fucking turnip or a tomato, or even if you want to be like, I'm an almond, I don't give a fuck. Like, do that. This version of the copycat, this is a parasite. This is a person that needs to be plucked off the and spit out. Bye-bye. Right off the bat, you'll notice that the man is blatantly mimicking the Burnt Peanut model. But we've already been getting ahead of ourselves because there's so much to unpack about the man behind the shell. Before the Faithful Sheriff, this creator went by Dr. Witnesser. He was certainly not known for his originality because even this was heavily inspired by another creator, Dr. Disrespect, who we talked about earlier.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued.
To warm you up to this kind of person, Dr. Witnesser's whole shtick was that, as a devout Christian, he would enter Fortnite games and aggressively push his teachings to those he is playing with. Before we even get into all this shit too, I just want to say, your beliefs are your own. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe it. If people are asking you questions, I don't see a problem with being like, hey, this is what I believe, blah, blah, blah. Your belief is your own, right? That is our right as Americans in this goddamn country. Rock, flag, and eagle, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
But being a guy going on Fortnite and trying to like convert people, it has to be the most opposite way of introducing people to your ideals.
I go into Fortnite and teach people the Bible.
This mouth.
Okay, Robert, you're like 8.
Like it's just so creepy to me. The reason I say creepy is that there has been clips of him talking to children or even young adults in some weird way, and the way that he approaches this is he's always just like,
You got a microphone?
and people who are just playing, yeah.
Do you believe in God?
What are we doing? Why are we going here? You know what I mean?
What's your name? My name, Quiz.
Hey, do you know who Jesus is?
As you would expect, many people did not take kindly to this and clowned on him in-game. No matter how bad the clips made him look, he'd still post them and he'd gain tons of views for it. Even when it makes you look bad, he knows it gets him engagement, and I think he's hiding behind the fact that he's like, oh, this is all for religious shit and not just money. And it's so blatantly obvious that it's just money-grabbing bullshit where it's like, well, I'm just spreading the good word, blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck off, dude. That's not it. It's you rage-baiting people into getting clicks and shit, and then just using different successful archetypes to like rage-bait people. It's the fucking word. Like, I pisses me off so much, actually. And in many of these clips, you see him getting ruthlessly trolled by adult players, only for him to utterly fail to steer the conversation into a serious discussion about God.
I should probably tell you what I do.
Are you a hitman?
I got a particular set of skills.
Male on male porn guy?
No, I have a particular set of skills.
Taking it without flinching.
It feels like a bit. Like it's kind of like not in levels of Nikado where it's like I'm presenting this persona and I have all this kind of like crazy shit. I'm sure at a point he did start off doing this, but then he realized like, oh, I'm making a lot more money by rage baiting. So that, and I just don't think that the man is quick-witted enough or smart enough to like actually have interesting exchanges with people. So then it just divulges to, wow, really? Really? Okay, so I guess that's it. Wow, okay.
And I'm on 30 FPS. What in the fuck?
Bro, let's watch the F-bombs here.
Even when people try to genuinely tell him that they're not interested, he'd often force the conversation throughout the game in an incredibly anti-social way. And at times, the constant rejections from normal adults trying to play a video game would get to him. In one video, a man from China tells him to knock it off, only for him to start whining about how he's trying to stop his freedom of speech.
Oh, you want to stop my freedom of speech and expression? Okay, gotcha. I didn't know you were that oppressive. My bad.
Fuck off. In a Fortnite, I mean, my God. It makes me sick to my stomach. As fun as it is to point and laugh at an overbearing Fortnite preacher, this man is very often having these conversations with incredibly young and impressionable children. In one diabolical clip, Dr. Witnesser gets into a game with what sounds like a 4-year-old child that can hardly articulate his words.
You know how much an Xbox cost?
No.
It costs $400.
Do you know how much the life of Jesus costs?
Even after hearing the boy talk about how he just got a brand new toy from Walmart, he gladly starts going into some spiel as if he's capable of retaining the information. All right, so you realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right? Because you don't believe in God? Oh, no! That kind of thing. That's not going to have a lasting impact on this child. You realize that you're a bad person, right? Your mom and dad are going to hell.
Some people think that's what you need to instill in children.
Well, I disagree. Obviously, these are maybe conversations of religion and stuff maybe you want to have with your parents or peers or I don't know, whatever, right? Dr. Witnesser believes he's doing the Lord's work, however, and this somehow extends to him straight up ruining Santa for one child.
I don't mind what you do, but telling the kid that Santa isn't real is messed up. Santa and Christmas is pagan idolatry, okay? If there's a kid who asks me if Santa's real or not, I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not going to lie.
God. The kid's like, hey, I can't wait for Christmas. Yeah, you realize that Santa's not real. It's a pagan religion. It's adultery, right? You knew that, right? Stupid fucking kid. It feels that aggressive to me.
That feels like high schooler me. I would say that.
Yeah, exactly. You realize that God and Santa are probably not real, right? The only one that's real is the Easter Bunny. So I'd probably start worshiping him. Most people have no idea that he's streaming during these interactions, and when one teenager found out, kindly asked to not be posted online. He angrily rants and calls him weird and posts it anyways, which it's, once again, why? He got banned indefinitely on Twitch after telling a Muslim child, and I quote, if you were to die in your sins today, you'd be sentenced to hell.
Is he wrong though?
We don't know. And see, that's why I believe in the good man. That's why I tell every child that. You realize that if you die right now, you're gonna go to hell, right?
Yeah, are you baptized?
Yeah, specifically Muslim children. I don't even ask their beliefs.
You're going to hell when you die.
Thank you, Dr. Witnesser, you rule.
You think people should just get baptized just in case, even if you don't believe? Or is that a cheat code?
I don't think so, man. We see that a lot with like the Mormon wives and stuff like that, where it's like you try to like, well, the Bible says this, but it doesn't say that. You think like an omnipotent God is gonna be like, how did you skirt around that?
I just stuck it in and my friend was jumping on the bed.
Exactly, I put it in. I didn't know it was gonna slide in so easily. Okay, technically that is okay. The God I like to believe in, he's like a fucking like storm cloud. You think he has like a human body? People always like ask like he's like gonna shake my hand and shit. No, he's gonna be a fucking storm cloud that's just like, what did you do? Repent.
I think we're just kind of like a mole on like God's back.
In your ideation of the world, God is a human man, probably like an overweight Italian guy, and we're a mole on his back.
Yeah, like our universe is just a tiny mole on his back.
Really puts things in perspective, doesn't it? We're so small. We're this big of a mole on God's big hairy Italian back. Mamma mia. For a time, he claimed he would sue Twitch over this, but that doesn't seem to have happened. He's transitioned to other platforms, but he didn't make any waves until a particularly ridiculous stunt. On February 7th of this year, of our Lord's year, 2026, he'd randomly tweeted that he'd been in a horrible accident so bad that he'd possibly be disfigured for life. People were genuinely worrying and praying for him, not knowing that this was all complete and utter bullshit, right? But it's okay. Dude, I can white lie, Nick. All right?
Muslim boy, you're going to hell.
I got in a horrible accident, though. God is gonna love this. He'd fire up this next stream to reveal that he seemingly stole the Burnt Peanuts 3D model to use it his own, but with Bible in hand.
How are you going to sit here and post something on Instagram and act like all injured and a stupid filter? Well, it's not a filter. I woke up like this. I fell asleep watching the Bugulator. I woke up like this. I don't know what happened.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that a funny joke? It isn't. It definitely isn't rage bait to get you to click on the thing. Sympathy bait.
No.
Guys, it's a fucking bit. Come on. Oh my God. People fucking piss me off, man. Fucking JC loves this shit. Hey, yo, JC.
What up?
Dude, I hope Jesus sounds like that. Yo, man. What the fuck is that? There's nothing but listen to Will Smith. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Get jiggy with it. Ooh! Do it to him! That would be fucking sick. Yo, JC, that shit's lit. He's up here. He's like so short. He's like handle comes up here. What's up, man? You my man. After starting as a singular joke stream that he claimed would not be a rebrand, he almost immediately changed his mind and leaned all the way into it. He soon updated the model to resemble a cowboy, occasionally accompanied by an accent, and would constantly break the third wall to try and explain the terrible lore of this character and justify why it's okay to basically rip the entire idea, to the point where he was even admitting that he plans on stealing his mannerisms as well.
People like, well, you're copying his mannerisms. Yes, that's part of the storyline. That's part of the storyline. I am turned into a peanut, so I'm going to copy some of the Peanut's mannerisms because that's part of what being a Bungulator is in my story.
Not only is he taking from the Burnt Peanut, but he repeatedly talks about him and tries to set up some collabs so he can milk more views from him. And also, it's a great way where it's also trying to justify the actions. Well, he streamed with me, so it's fine.
So he's just trying to confuse people, right?
It's like when companies, like, they will make a product that looks exactly like something else, so people will mistakenly buy that thing instead of the actual thing.
Because he'd be like, oh, that's the Burnt Peanut.
Yeah. He did, however, add a new creative spin to the character that he can be 100% credited for, and it's that the model farts. In fact, he made a Twitch channel point reward that rings out endlessly alongside a green gas cloud from behind him. That's awesome. Yes. Okay, now that is actually fucking sick. That's really funny. Yo, you watch The Faithful Sheriff 2? That shit's tight, man. To The Faithful Sheriff, this farting meme is gold tier, baby, as he lets it rip constantly in the middle of talking to children. It's so freaking funny. You ever see a guy like fart in a video and there's always one comment that's always just like, seriously? What's funnier than farts?
It's the universal joke.
It's a universal joke.
Everybody can laugh at it.
As more people grind out content criticizing him and his reputation gets worse and worse, he has only tried harder to justify his routine of constantly talking to children. Not only is he interrogating children on stream about whether or not it's okay to talk to them to make himself feel better, but he's even been reduced to posting AI Google results about Fortnite's game demographic to prove that it's not entirely a kid's game, which obviously it's not entirely a kid's game, but you do openly talk to children a lot.
If you hear someone's a child, you should just be like, okay, I'm not going to talk to them for the stream, but it's like, I got to have that content.
Yeah, exactly. It's a conscious decision that you're making to be like, I'm going to clip this, or I'm going to even do this on stream because you know that's going to get a reaction. It's going to drive traffic to your channel. Just like in the past, people go out of his way to grind out as much clips as possible to maximize exposure, even when it's completely inappropriate. Like, what am I going to do? Waste the content? Come on! Where's the Muslim kid at? You're going to hell. Isn't that right, JC? Thanks, JC. You're awesome. Sorry, Muslim kid. Why are you crying? Clips like this lead to him being yet again ruthlessly destroyed online. And what's wild is that the response to the endless memes at this expense are now leading into the realm of legal action. My boys, the Super Mega Boys, would post an edited image of the Faithful Sheriff's avatar with a realistic cock and balls, saying that he requested it. And it's very funny. It's a very, very funny tweet. The Faithful Sheriff laughed it off at first, but then people started gaslighting him into believing that he genuinely thought that it was his idea. And many even pretended to be Christian parents that were disappointed in him for putting up such heinous sexual content in the presence of children. He started anger posting about how this was all a lie, only for Super Mega to start posting very obviously fake DMs where he supposedly requested that they make the meme alongside a picture of him exposing his real penis for reference. It's so good. He then posted a video where he pleaded for people to believe him, even claimed that he will pursue legal action against them for defaming him. In an attempt to prove it, he shows his own DMs and tells people that the IRL image of him that they used is far too small because he weighs 300 pounds.
This is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds. Not proud of it, but that's how much I weigh.
That couldn't be me because I'm a big boy, guys. Obviously. Why are you even indulging in this? Fucking moron. Am I crazy? As of now, Super Mega has now received the cease and desist in the mail. And ironically, this meme was just a copy of a similar meme that they posted on the Burnt Peanut a while back. If the Faithful Sheriff had just laughed it off and took it in stride, it wouldn't have gotten nearly as many eyes on it. The reason that it got so big is that he's like, oh my God, this is not true.
He took the bait.
Oh my God, hook, line, and fucking stinker, dude. The controversies wouldn't stop there. Around this time, the Faithful Sheriff decided to open up a community Discord, something that is constantly infiltrated by haters and trolls, which also, here's another thing. Community Discord, free open community Discords.
You gotta be careful.
It's like a prison yard. Many are claiming that mods are harassing them and banning them based on their gender identity. Others are claiming that the minors are being exposed to inappropriate content. Because the online space is flooded with people gaslighting him to continue the troll, it's difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. Unfortunately, he can't help himself from responding to tons of what are most likely just jokes at his expense. And that's where we're at with the Faithful Sheriff. It's been popping up. Mostly it was the Super Mega thing. Saw the Super Mega thing, and then you just see, you click on one thing, and then your whole algorithm gets exposed to this bullshit. And it's like, it's the worst version of a copycat person. People like the Brent Rivieras and all the people who copy Mr. Beast and stuff, at the end of the day, they're their own entity. Are they taking things from that content? Yes, of course. Are people that are using food icons taking from the burnt peanut craze? Sure. You can't help that. That's going to happen. Also, people might just be like, I think it's funny and I like the burnt peanut, I'm going to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's doing it in a way where it is so deceitful and it's so ironic coming from a person that's supposed to be a Christian with good values who is doing nothing but being a parasite online and using this like copycat method to financially get ahead. I really don't believe any of the virtues that he has is earnest. I don't think that it's like for a good cause. Maybe his content did start off with him like maybe wanting to do like, I'm trying to just tell people about the good word, but now it's come to the point where it's pathetic brain rot. People that post rage baity shit, after a while it gets so stale to people that they will continuously up that game to keep getting clicks. So who knows what happens now? I don't know. Never in a million years could the people building modern civilizations comprehend such a brain-dead topic like this to exist, and I'm sorry that I had to even indulge it on you, but it was on my mind. If you're someone out there who wants to take inspiration from their favorite creators and use it to make some fun content, by all means, go for it. I mean, that's how people start. You're in love with something and you want to emulate it. You want to like grow as that person. You want to